She thought he was dead, killed in a fire 7 years ago. Now, he's alive, scarred, and ruling a dangerous empire. She's forced to work for him, hiding a secret that could destroy them both. What happens when the man you loved becomes the one you fear most? Ash Ledger, a web novel, dark romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The man at the door had the flat eyes of someone who checked names against a list and did not care what the names meant once they matched. Linnea showed him the letter of engagement. He scanned it, handed it back, and led her through a marble foyer where the chandeliers were dark and the only light came from sconces turned low enough to blur the edges of everything. The building smelled of old wood, furniture polish, and something underneath that had been scrubbed too hard to hide completely. She kept her bag strap pressed to her shoulder and counted her steps. 47 across the main hall, 12 up a back staircase she had not been warned about, another 24 down a corridor where the carpet changed from wool to a runner thin enough to feel the floorboards shift beneath her boots. The man stopped at a door with no nameplate. He opened it without knocking and stepped aside. The room was large, high-ceilinged, paneled in walnut gone amber with age. A desk dominated the center, broad enough to land a small plane on, and behind it, a man sat reading a single sheet of paper under a green shaded lamp that cast everything beyond its rim into shadow. The man at the desk did not look up immediately. He finished whatever he was reading, set the sheet down with exact care, and then raised his head. Linnea stopped breathing. The jaw was sharper, the cheekbones pushed harder against the skin. A scar she did not remember pulled from the corner of his left eye down into the beard line, and the beard itself was new, darker, shaped to hide what the fire had done to the side of his neck. But the eyes were the same, pale gray with a rim of darker blue at the edge, the color of winter sea where the current turns. Roman Galanis was alive. 7 years of telling herself he had died in the Blackwater Quay fire, that the men who burned her father's warehouse had killed him too, that the only way to survive was to stop looking back. 7 years of building a life around a grave that had never held a body. He was alive, scarred, older, and watching her with a stillness that did not belong to the man she had loved. Miss Solheim. His voice had changed too, lower, slower. The Portsglass dock cadence still threaded through it, but something had been filed away. The warmth, the easy rhythm he used to carry when he laughed. She heard what he was doing. Miss Solheim. Not Linnea. He was making distance in a single word, telling her exactly where the lines were drawn in this room. She matched him. You specified a sealed contract and a midnight arrival. I did not realize the principal would attend the intake personally. The material is sensitive. It always is. A beat, too. He did not smile. He did not offer her a seat. He simply watched her stand in the pool of light at the center of the room and let the silence stretch until it became its own kind of pressure. Linnea did not shift her weight. She knew her stillness, how it read as composure when she was cracking apart inside. She let her bag hang from her shoulder, kept her hands visible, and gave him exactly nothing to work with. Roman Galanis picked up the sheet of paper he had been reading and held it toward her. Your terms of engagement specify that you work alone, that the material is not copied, and that the reconstruction is delivered as a single bound volume with all original fragments returned. That is standard. Nothing about this engagement is standard. He stood then, and she saw the rest of what the fire had taken. He moved with a slight favoring of his right leg, a hitch in the hip that the tailored suit could not quite disguise. The hand that held the paper bore a scar that ran across the knuckles and disappeared into the sleeve. A burn scar, the same mottled tissue she had learned to read on 1,000 damaged documents. She knew that scar pattern. She had spent 7 years studying exactly that kind of damage. The ledgers were pulled from a commercial fire in the harbor district, Roman said. The insurer's adjuster declared them unrecoverable. The family disagreed. The insurer's adjuster was wrong. He paused at that, the gray eyes sharpened. You have not seen them yet. I do not need to see them to know the adjuster was wrong. I have never met a fire-seamed record that gave up everything it held on the first examination. Most adjusters classify by expedience, not by potential. She tilted her head slightly. If the books were truly unrecoverable, you would not have hired me. You would have burned them yourself and started fresh. Something flickered in his expression. Not warmth, recognition. Follow me. He moved past her without waiting for acknowledgement, and she caught the ghost of a scent she remembered. Sandalwood, clean sweat, the particular warmth of his skin after a long shift on the docks. It hit her hard enough that she almost faltered. She did not falter. He led her through a side door into a smaller room where a vault door stood open. Inside, a steel table held a stack of ledgers bound in black cloth that had gone brittle along the edges. The smell hit her before she touched them. Smoke, yes, but also water damage, the sour damp of firefighting runoff, and something chemical underneath. Linnea set her bag on the table and pulled on the thin cotton gloves she carried in the outer pocket. She did not look at Roman while she worked. The first ledger was worse than she expected. The heat had driven deep into the spine, cracking the binding, fusing pages into a solid block at the center. But the edges told the story. The burn pattern was uneven, deeper on the right folio than the left, with soot intrusion that suggested the book had been open when the fire reached it. She turned it carefully, reading the damage the way other people read print. This book was not in a closed safe, she said. It was on a desk or a table, open to a page near the middle. The fire came from the northeast relative to the book's position. The top corner caught first. Someone tried to close it before the flames reached the spine, but the heat had already softened the binding thread. She looked up. Roman stood against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching her with an intensity that made the small room feel smaller. Am I correct? She asked. The desk was against the north wall. The fire started in the adjoining office and spread through the baseboards. Then someone moved this book after the fire, but before the adjuster arrived. The suit pattern has been disturbed at the lower margin. A hand, probably gloved, shifted it while the paper was still warm enough to take an impression. She did not tell him the rest. That the disturbance looked deliberate, not panicked. That someone had wanted this particular book saved. Roman said nothing for a long moment. Then he pushed off the doorframe and walked to the table. You will complete the reconstruction here, he said. Not at your own workspace. Here, under the family's protection. Protection or supervision. Those are not different things in Portsglass. She met his eyes. I require a dedicated workroom with controlled humidity, adjustable lighting, and a lock that only I control. I work between midnight and dawn. No interruptions during reconstruction hours. My materials are supplied at your cost and handled only by me. Agreed. The work is delivered on my schedule, not yours, within reason. And my private life is not part of this contract. You do not follow me when I leave this building. You do not have me watched. You do not ask questions about where I go or whom I see. The gray eyes held hers. The room went quiet enough that she heard the distant tick of a clock somewhere deeper in the house. Done, Roman Galanis said. Too easy. He had agreed too fast, and she felt the wrongness of it settle in her chest like smoke in a closed room. She pulled off her gloves and placed them on the table beside the ledger. I will begin tomorrow night. Have the workroom prepared by midnight. She turned before he could respond and walked out the way she had come, down the corridor, down the staircase, across the dark marble foyer. The man with the flat eyes opened the door for her. The night air hit her face, cold and salt-stung, and she walked 3 blocks before she stopped, pressed her palm to the brick wall of a shuttered fish market, and let herself shake. Roman was alive. The ledger was curated. And she had 7 years of silence to protect, a daughter hidden in Sabine Jordan's apartment, and a child's drawing folded in her breast pocket that no one in the Galanis house could ever see. She pushed off the wall and kept walking. Behind her, the counting house windows stayed dark, but she felt the weight of a gaze on her back until she turned the corner and vanished into the salt fog rolling in from the harbor. Chapter 2. She arrived at midnight, as agreed. The house sat different in the dark, less marble and more bone, every window a closed eye. She crossed the foyer with her bag pressed to her shoulder, and the smell of the harbor still wet in her hair. The flat-eyed man from the night before met her at the foot of the stairs. He said nothing, only turned and led her up. The workroom was a converted library on the 3rd floor. 2 steel tables dominated the center, fitted with adjustable lamps and magnifying arms. A dehumidifier hummed in the corner. The windows had been painted black at the glass, not curtained, painted, and the only door had a dead bolt she could throw from inside. She set her bag down and checked the room methodically. Light panels, power strips, a sink in the adjoining washroom. A safe bolted to the floor, empty and waiting. She was testing the humidity gauge when she heard the hitch in his step behind her. Roman stood in the doorway. He wore a dark shirt with the sleeves rolled past his elbows, and the burn scarring on his right hand caught the light as he crossed his arms. "The room meets your specifications?" "It meets them." "Then we have rules to discuss." She turned from the gauge. "We discussed them last night." "We agreed on terms," he said. "Terms are not rules." He moved into the room and she felt the space shrink around him. The limp was more pronounced tonight, as if the day had cost him something. She did not let herself wonder what. "You work here. You do not take material off-site. You do not photograph the pages. You do not discuss the content with anyone outside this room." Standard for any confidential reconstruction. Then you understand why guards will be posted at the door and on the ground floor. She went still. "You agreed I would not be watched." "I agreed not to follow you when you leave." "I did not agree to leave you unsupervised inside a room full of evidence that someone already tried to burn." The words hung between them. She heard what he had not said, that he trusted no one, least of all her, and that the terms he had agreed to so quickly last night had been provisional all along. "The guards stay outside this room," she said. "Yes. They do not enter while I am working, unless I give the order." She pulled off her coat and hung it over the back of the chair. "Then we are clear." He watched her, waiting for the argument she refused to give. She saw the calculation in his eyes, the way he read her stillness, the way she read burn patterns, looking for the weak point, the cracked thread, the lie she was holding behind her teeth. "One more thing," he said. "The ledgers in that vault are not accounting records. They are leverage. Every name I recover from those pages is a name I plan to use. You need to understand what you are reconstructing. I understood the moment I saw the suit pattern. Then you understand that if you alter or suppress any finding, I will know." She met his eyes. "If I wanted to alter findings, I would not have built my reputation on readings that hold up in court and insurance arbitration. I am not here to protect your enemies." "Then what are you here for?" The question landed softer than he intended. She heard the crack in it, the thing he had not meant to let through. She answered carefully. "I am here to do a job. I will do it well. When it is finished, I will leave, and you will not see me again." Something moved in his face. Disbelief, maybe, or the old hurt surfacing before he could bury it. 7 years, he said. "You never came back. I thought you were dead. You did not check. The night Blackwater Quay burned, I called your phone 37 times. I went to your apartment. I went to the docks. I stood in the rain outside the police cordon until a patrol officer told me there were no survivors pulled from the fire." She said it flat, without emphasis, the way she had learned to say things that still hurt. "You did not check," she repeated. "I did." The silence stretched. The dehumidifier cycled on with a low click. Roman turned and walked to the doorway. He stopped with his hand on the frame, his back to her. "One of the guards will escort you out at dawn. You will be searched when you leave." She said nothing. He left. The door clicked shut behind him. She heard the dead bolt thrown from the outside. Alone, she stood very still in the center of the room, breathing through her mouth until the shake passed. Then she opened her bag, pulled out the first ledger, and laid it on the steel table. The leather was cracked, the spine split, soot embedded in the grain. She placed her gloved hand on the cover and felt the memory of heat still pressed into the fibers. She did not open it immediately. Instead, she took out her notebook and a pen, and she wrote without looking at the page, the letters flowing backward from right to left, mirror script that would look like gibberish to anyone who read over her shoulder. Ledger 1. Burn pattern consistent with open desk exposure. Heat from northeast quadrant. Soot intrusion suggests the book was moved while still warm. Disturbance at lower margin consistent with a gloved hand. The curation was deliberate. She bit the pen cap, flattened it between her molars, and did not hear the footstep in the corridor until it stopped directly outside the door. She looked up. The shadow beneath the door did not move. She stared at it, and it stared back, and she felt the weight of the house pressing in around her, the rooms full of men who would report every hour she spent in this building, every page she turned, every breath she took too fast. She turned back to the ledger and opened it. The first page was fused at the gutter, the paper stiff with dried moisture and heat-set distortion. She angled the lamp and worked the edge of a micro spatula between the sheets, separating them with the patience of someone who had done this 1,000 times. The ink had bled in patterns she recognized. Water damage, not fire. The extinguisher runoff had soaked the lower register before the heat could seal it. But the upper margin was intact. And there, in the space reserved for authorization stamps, she found something that made her hand stop. A margin mark. Small, drawn in pencil, nearly invisible against the char. Her father's notation, the symbol he used to flag accounts that needed a second look. She had watched him make that mark 100 times at the kitchen table, his reading glasses pushed up, his pen scratching across shipping manifests while she did homework beside him. Astrid Solheim had touched this ledger, not as the owner of the burned warehouse, as someone who had handled this book before the fire. She looked up at the shadow still holding beneath the door. Then she closed the ledger, set her pen down, and pressed her thumb into the center of her palm until the crescent of pain brought her focus back. She did not write what she had found. She kept it, sealed in silence. The old habit, the safe one, the one that had kept her alive for 7 years. The shadow under the door moved on, and Linnea sat alone in the painted room with the dead bolt thrown and the weight of her father's handwriting pressing against her chest like a hand on bone. Chapter 3. The workroom was silent, except for the hum of the lamp and the soft rasp of her gloves against paper. Linnea worked in layers, spreading the burned books across the steel table in a grid she built by instinct. Spine curvature first, the way warping told her which side faced the heat source longest. Then edge crumbling, the depth of embrittlement where the flames had licked deepest. Then soot intrusion, the fine particulate that settled into every crack and fold while the paper was still warm enough to absorb it. 7 books, 7 different damage signatures. She laid them out like a body on a slab. The first 3 had been stacked flat when the fire reached them. The damage was uniform, the leather covers fused to the top pages, the heat pressing down through the stack in even layers. A storage shelf, probably. Forgotten. The 4th and 5th books told a different story. They had been open when the flames came. The V-shaped burn pattern along the gutter, the way the ink had blistered and lifted on the exposed pages, the heavier char where the air could reach the spreadsheets. Someone had been reading them when the fire started. Or someone had left them open on a desk, deliberately positioned to catch the worst of the heat. She picked up the 4th ledger and angled the lamp. The damage was staged, not by the fire, by the person who had placed the book before the flames arrived. She had seen this signature before. A document set out to burn, placed at the perfect angle so the fire would consume the spine first, destroying the binding and the stitching and the evidence hidden between the layers of thread. The same technique adjusters used when they wanted a loss to look total. But the book had not burned through. The fire had been interrupted. The extinguisher runoff had soaked the lower half, and the sudden cooling had sealed the pages in a tight block before the flames could reach the central signatures. She pressed her thumb to the edge of the paper block, still stiff, still fused into place. Someone had meant for this book to be illegible, and someone else had made sure it survived. The curation she had spotted in the first ledger was not an accident. It was a pattern. She set the book down and reached for the sixth. This one was different again. The damage was lighter, the leather only scorched at the edges, the pages intact except for a single stain of water damage near the lower margin. A shelf book, pulled from a low cabinet where the smoke had barely reached. The kind of book a person would grab if they were trying to save something valuable from a fire. She turned it over. The spine was stamped with a faded number, the same number that appeared on the shell company invoice in the first ledger. She felt the ground shift under her feet. The person who curated the first ledger had not been the only one moving through the aftermath. There had been at least two hands in the room, one trying to burn the truth, one trying to save it. Her father had touched the first ledger. His notation was there, in the margin, small and precise. Had he been the one trying to save it? Or had he been the one trying to destroy it? She closed her eyes and saw him at the kitchen table, his reading glasses pushed up, his pen scratching across shipping manifests. He'd never told her what he did for the Galanis family. She had never asked. She had been too busy falling in love with Roman, too young to understand that her father's quiet import business was a front for things she could not name. The memory tasted like copper. She opened her eyes and looked at the books spread across the steel table. 7 ledgers, 7 pieces of a story she was only beginning to read. The door to the workroom was still locked. The shadow had not returned, but she felt the weight of the house pressing in around her, the walls breathing with the presence of men who watched and waited and measured every move she made. She reached for the 7th ledger. The leather was black, the spine split, the pages reduced to a fragile block that crumbled at the edges when she touched it. The heat had been intense here, direct flame, prolonged exposure, the kind of damage that suggested the book had fallen into the heart of the fire and been pulled out after the worst was over. She angled the lamp and worked the edge of her micro spatula into the paper block. The top page lifted in a single sheet, brittle and brown, the ink almost invisible against the char. She held it up to the light and saw nothing. Just the ghost of writing, the faint depression of the nib against the fibers. She reached for her solvent kit. The spray bottle was small, the mist fine, the chemical designed to reveal what fire had tried to erase. She misted the page and watched the ink rise from the paper like a ghost returning to its body. The writing was her father's, not a margin mark this time, a full entry. A line of figures followed by a name. Varela Combine, Accelerant, 200 gallons. Delivery scheduled 11:47 p.m., the night of the fire. She read it again, the letters swimming through the chemical mist like fish through dark water. Her father had ordered the accelerant that burned his own warehouse. The door to the workroom clicked. She spun, the page still in her hand, the spray bottle knocking against the steel table. Roman stood in the doorway, his scarred hand resting on the frame, his gray eyes fixed on the page she was holding. "You found something," he said. It was not a question. She looked at the page in her hand. The mist was drying, the ink fading back into the char, the evidence dissolving into the paper like a secret swallowed by the dark. She looked at him. His eyes were flat, his face unreadable, the scar running from his eye into his beard line pulling the skin tight over his cheekbone. She folded the page and slid it into her breast pocket. "Nothing useful," she said. "Just a shipping record." He did not move. The lamp hummed between them, the light throwing his shadow across the floor. "You have been in here 3 hours," he said. 7 ledgers. You sorted them by damage pattern before you opened a single one. I prefer to understand the context before I read the content." "Context," he repeated, and something in his voice made the words sound like an accusation. She did not answer. He stepped into the room, and she felt the space between them compress, the walls pulling closer, the air growing thin. "What did you find in the 6th ledger?" he asked. She did not flinch. She had been expecting this question, had known he would not leave her alone with the books for long. "A number," she said. "The same number that appears on the shell company invoice in the 1st ledger." His eyes sharpened. "Which shell company?" "The one that purchased industrial accelerant through a harbor intermediary." She said it flat, the way she had learned to say things that still mattered. He was silent for a long moment. Then he reached past her and picked up the 6th ledger, turning it over in his scarred hands. You are certain it is the same number? I am certain. He set the book down and looked at her. I have been hunting that intermediary for 6 months, he said. He is the next name on my list. She felt the weight of the page in her breast pocket. The page that told a different story. The page that named her father as the man who ordered the accelerant. The evidence in these ledgers will not give you what you want, she said. His eyes met hers. What do I want, Miss Solheim? Certainty, she said. And these books are not certain. They were curated, staged. Someone built a trail for you to follow, and they built it in ash so you would not look too closely at the structure. Something moved in his face, not surprise, recognition. You have been thinking about this since the first night, he said. Someone saved that ledger on purpose. Someone else tried to burn it. The two people who handled the aftermath of the fire were working against each other, and I believe one of them is still inside your organization. He said nothing. The lamp hummed, the shadows held. I am not asking you for names, she said. I am asking you to let me finish the work before you kill anyone based on what I recover. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he turned and walked to the doorway. You have until dawn, he said. Then I am moving on the intermediary. He left. The door clicked shut behind him. The dead bolt did not engage. She stood alone in the room with the 7 ledgers and the page in her breast pocket, and the weight of her father's handwriting pressing against her chest like a hand on bone. She pulled the page out and looked at it. The ink had faded almost completely now, the letters dissolving back into the char. But she had seen them. She knew what they said. Her father had ordered the accelerant. Her father had burned his own warehouse, and Roman was going to kill the man whose name appeared on the invoice. The man who had delivered the accelerant. The man who might have been the only living witness to what really happened that night. She folded the page and put it back in her pocket. Then she sat down at the steel table and began to work. She had until dawn. Chapter 4. The lamps burned low, their light pooling on the steel table, and Linnea worked through the 7th ledger, page by page, her fingers moving with the precision of someone who had learned to read ruin. She did not look at the door. She did not need to. The shadow had returned. A sliver of darkness at the threshold, held there with the patience of a man who had learned to wait without moving. It had been there for 7 minutes now, and it had not shifted, had not breathed loud enough to betray itself. Just a cut of black against the gap beneath the door. She set down her micro-spatula and stretched her neck, the gesture deliberate, unhurried. She had learned that stillness frightened watchers more than movement. If she acted as though she had nothing to hide, they would eventually believe it. The shadow moved on. She counted to 30 before she let herself breathe. The page from the 7th ledger was still in her breast pocket, folded into a square no larger than her palm. She could feel its weight against her ribs, the confession pressed against her heart. Her father had written those words. Her father had ordered the accelerant that burned Blackwater Quay. She had to get the page out of the building. She had to finish the reconstruction before Roman killed the only witness, and she had to do both without letting anyone see what she was carrying. She turned back to the ledger, forced her focus onto the charred surface, and began to trace the faint grooves where ink had once flowed. Names, dates, quantities. She committed them to memory, let them settle into the architecture of her mind where no guard could search them away. The lock clicked. She did not turn. She kept her hand steady, her tool inching along a burn line that marked the boundary between salvageable and lost. Miss Solheim. Roman's voice came from the doorway, flat and unhurried. She set down her tool and turned. He stood in the frame with a man behind him, broad-shouldered, flat-eyed, the same breed of silence that had escorted her through the gates on the first night. The guard from the hallway, the one who had thrown the dead bolt. Henrik will escort you to breakfast, Roman said. There is a room prepared. You will eat before you continue. I work through the night, she said. I do not stop for meals. Tonight you do. His voice carried no room for negotiation. She studied his face, the scar pulling at his left eye, the hard set of his jaw, the way his gray eyes held her without blinking. She had known him well enough once to read the small movements, the angle of his chin when he was testing someone, the shift in his shoulders before he struck. But this Roman was different. The boy who had kissed her on the dock while rain soaked through their clothes was gone. This man had been forged in fire that should have killed him, and fire did not leave softness behind. 5 minutes, she said. I will meet you in the dining room. We have names to review. He left. The guard stayed. She closed the ledger and placed it in the safe, turning the lock with a motion that felt heavier than it should have. The page stayed in her pocket. She could not leave it here. She could not take it past the guards. She had to find a solution before dawn. The guard, Henrik, watched her with eyes that took in everything and gave nothing back. She walked past him into the hallway, and he fell into step behind her, close enough that she could smell the tobacco on his coat, the oil on his skin. Close enough to grab her if she ran. She did not run. The mansion woke around her as they descended. Servants moved through shadowed corridors with trays and linens, and the smell of coffee drifted from somewhere below, bitter and sharp. She counted doorways, windows, exits, 3 on the second-floor landing, 2 more on the first, a side door near the kitchen that opened onto a service alley she could see through a narrow glass pane. She filed every detail away and kept walking. The dining room was long and narrow, paneled in dark wood, with a chandelier that hung low over a table set for 2. Roman sat at the head, a cup of coffee in his scarred hand, a spread of papers arranged beside his plate. He did not stand when she entered. "Sit," he said. She sat across from him, leaving an empty chair between them as a buffer. The guard took position at the door, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the middle distance. A plate appeared before her. Eggs, toast, sliced fruit. She did not touch it. "Eat," Roman said. "You will need the strength." "For what?" He slid a paper across the table. A name, a date, a harbor manifest. "Julian Kostas," he said. "Fret dispatcher. He logged the accelerant delivery at Blackwater Quay on the night of the fire. He is the intermediary I told you about." She looked at the name. She did not pick up the paper. "Where is he now?" "Sealed warehouse on Pier 13. My men have been watching him for 3 months. He does not know he is being watched." "Then why have you not taken him?" Roman's eyes met hers. "Because I wanted the ledgers first. I wanted to know whose name he carried before I squeezed it out of him." He let the sentence land. Then he leaned forward, his voice dropping low enough that only she could hear. "I know you are holding something back, Linnea." She did not react. She had known this moment would come, had prepared for it since the night she folded that page into her pocket. But preparation did not make the weight any easier to carry. "I told you what I found. You told me what you wanted me to hear." He picked up the coffee cup and drank, watching her over the rim, letting the silence stretch into something sharp. "The 4th ledger," he said. "The one you said was deliberately staged. What made you certain?" The burn patterns showed exposure to open flame before the rest of the room caught. The pages closest to the spine curled outward, which only happens when the book is open and facing the heat source. Someone positioned it to burn faster than the others. "And the 5 ledgers in the second stack?" "Stacked flat. The heat damage is uniform across the covers, which means they were on a shelf, not the floor. They burned because the room burned around them, not because they were targeted." He set down the cup. "You read damage the way other people read print. It is my job. 7 years ago, it was not your job." The words hung between them, and she felt the old wound open, the ache she had buried under years of precision and silence. "No," she said. 7 years ago, it was not." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he pushed back from the table and stood. "Finish your breakfast. Henrik will take you back to the workroom. I want a full preliminary report by noon." "By noon," she said. "That is not enough time." "Then you should have started sooner." He turned and walked out of the room, the door closing behind him with a soft click that felt louder than a gunshot. She sat alone at the table, the food untouched, the name Julian Kostas staring up at her from the paper. She picked it up and folded it into her pocket, next to the page that could ruin everything. The guard did not react. She ate 2 bites of toast, forced them down, and stood. "Take me back," she said. Henrik led her through the corridors without a word. They passed the library, the study, The great hall with its marble fireplace and portraits of dead Galanis men staring down from the walls. She counted 5 cameras in the main hallway, 3 more in the stairwell. The surveillance was tighter than she had anticipated. Leaving the building with the page would be impossible unless she found a blind spot. They reached the workroom door. Henrik unlocked it and stepped aside. She entered and stopped. The papers on her desk had been moved. Not scattered, not taken, but shifted. The stack she had left aligned to the table's edge was now 2 inches to the left. The pen she had placed beside the 7th ledger was lying across a page she had not opened. Someone had been in the room while she was at breakfast. Was the door locked? Always, Henrik said. Who has the key? Mr. Galanis. And myself. She looked at the shifted papers, at the pen, at the careful nothing that had been disturbed. Who else entered this room during my absence? No one. She turned to face him. I have been doing this work for 15 years. I know exactly where I leave my tools. Someone was in here. Henrik's face did not change. If you have a concern, take it up with Mr. Galanis. He stepped back into the hallway and pulled the door closed. The dead bolt clicked into place. She stood alone in the room with the shifted papers and the 7th ledger and the weight of her father's handwriting pressing against her chest. She moved to the desk and began to check every page, every corner, every edge. Nothing was missing, but something had been read. She found the evidence 5 minutes later, a single hair, dark blonde, caught between the pages of the 6th ledger. A hair that had not been there before. Hair that belonged to someone who had opened the book and leaned close enough to leave a trace. She pulled it out and held it to the light. Ice blue eyes, dark blonde hair. Delphine Hartman had been in her workroom. She set the hair on the steel table and stared at it. Then she reached into her breast pocket and touched the folded page, confirming it was still there, still hidden, still hers. She had until noon to produce a report. She had until dawn for Roman to kill Julian Kostas. And somewhere in this mansion, the woman who had arranged her contract had been reading the ledgers behind her back. She sat down at the steel table, picked up her micro spatula, and began to work. The lamp hummed, the shadows held, and somewhere above her, footsteps crossed the floor with the patience of someone who had already decided exactly how this would end. Chapter 5. The fog had settled into something thicker by the time she reached the garden gate. Wet wool air, salt on every surface. She pulled her coat tighter and watched the basement door for a full minute before crossing the dead grass. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. The door opened a crack, then wider. Sabine Norden stood in the dim light of the hallway. Gray hair loose tonight, no glasses. A robe pulled over her shoulders like she had been waiting up. She is asleep, Sabine said. Come in before you freeze. Linnea stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The dead bolt turned. The chain slid into place. The apartment was warm in the way only small spaces could be. Radiator hiss and the smell of old wood and the lavender soap Sabine used on everything. A single lamp burned in the living room. The puzzle on the table was nearly finished. The harbor scene complete, except for 1 lighthouse piece. How is she? Fine, Sabine said. Restless. She asked about Portsglass today. Wanted to know why the water smelled different here. What did you tell her? That it was older water, salt from further away. Linnea moved through the narrow hallway and stopped at the bedroom door. It was open a few inches. She pushed it wider with her fingertips. Neve was asleep on her side, 1 arm tucked under the pillow, dark hair spread across the white case. The lamp from the hallway caught the line of her cheek, the curve of her mouth, the stillness that only came when she was not watching the world for danger. Linnea stood in the doorway and let herself look. 7 years of this. 7 years of watching her sleep and counting the hours until she had to wake her and move again. You are thinner, Sabine said from behind her. I have been working. Working or hiding? Linnea closed the bedroom door softly and turned. Both. They sat at the kitchen table. Sabine poured 2 cups of tea from a pot that had been steeping too long. The bitterness cut through the sweetness of the lavender. When will you be done? Sabine asked. Soon. A few more days. The ledgers are almost reconstructed. And then? Linnea wrapped her hands around the cup. The warmth did not reach her fingers. And then I take her and we leave. Same as always. Same as always, Sabine repeated. She said it like she did not believe it. Linnea did not argue. Neve drew something yesterday, Sabine said. She would not show me, but she keeps touching the paper when she thinks I'm not watching. Do you have it? Under her pillow. She sleeps with it. Linnea set down the cup. The bitterness sat on her tongue. I need you to keep her here another 3 days, she said. No matter what you hear, no matter who comes to the door, I know my instructions. I need you to mean them. Sabine met her eyes. The silence stretched long enough to become an answer. I have kept worse secrets than yours, Sabine said. I will keep this one. Linnea nodded. She reached into her pocket and pulled out an envelope. Cash. Enough for 3 more weeks if things went wrong. Sabine took it without counting. The guards at the gate, Sabine said. They are new. 2 men in a dark car at the corner. They were there when I walked to the market this afternoon. Same car, different faces. Linnea's hand stilled on the table. Did they follow you? No, but they watched the building. I made sure they saw me leave with groceries and nothing else. Linnea pressed her thumb into her palm. The pressure helped. Old friends or new enemies? Sabine asked. I do not know yet. You had better find out. Linnea stood. She walked back to the bedroom door and opened it again. Neem had not moved. The same angle of the head, the same slow rise and fall of the covers. She crossed the room and knelt beside the bed. Neve? The gray eyes opened at once. No grogginess, no confusion. The way she had always woken, even as an infant, like she had been waiting. Mama, I have to go back. Will you come tomorrow? Yes. Neve reached under the pillow and pulled out a folded paper. She held it out without explanation. What is this? A new one. For your pocket. Linnea unfolded it. The same harbor railing, the same dark-haired man. But this time, there was a woman standing beside him, and a small figure between them, holding both their hands. She stared at it. The girl is me, Neve said. So you remember. Linnea folded the drawing carefully. She pressed it into her breast pocket next to the page that could ruin everything. I will remember. She kissed Neem's forehead and stood. The gray eyes followed her to the door. Will you bring him home? The question stopped her in the doorway. I do not know, she said. Neve considered this. Then she turned over and pulled the covers to her chin. Then draw him one of me, she said. So he remembers too. Linnea walked out of the bedroom. She walked through the kitchen, past Sabine to the basement door. The dead bolt turned. The chain slid free. 3 days, Sabine said. 3 days. Linnea stepped into the garden and closed the door behind her. The fog had not lifted. The wet air wrapped around her as she crossed the dead grass and slipped through the gate and walked back toward the Galanis house, with a new drawing in her pocket and her daughter's question burning in her chest. She reached the corner where the dark car was supposed to be. It was empty. The men were gone, and somewhere behind her, a window in Sabine's building clicked shut with more force than the wind needed. Chapter 6. The freight book was the 6th ledger. Linnea set it apart from the others, placed it under the magnifying lamp, and tilted the steel arm until the light cut across the page at 20 degrees. The charred edge had curled inward like a fist. The spine was cracked at the 3rd signature, and the paper had buckled where water from the extinguishers met the last of the heat. She did not touch it yet. She watched the shadow move across the page as she adjusted the angle. The ink that survived would be trapped in the fibers where the water had pressed it deeper. The ink that burned would leave a ghost in the paper grain, a depression the light could catch if she found the right fall. She found it at 24 degrees. A single line of faded script rose out of the damage, barely visible, written in the same hand as the shell company invoice from the 1st ledger. Same pressure, same slant, same deliberate spacing between the numbers. Route 7, Blackwater Quay, 2,300 hours. Linnea stopped breathing. She had expected a connection. She had not expected the route number and the time stamped into a book that was supposed to be a routine freight log for machine parts. She reached for her tools, the solvent bottle, the micro spatula, the roll of Japanese tissue for lifting residue without tearing what remained. Her hands were steady. She made them steady. The page beneath the route entry was fused to the next signature. She slid the spatula between the layers and breathed warm air along the seam, the way she had learned in the conservation lab 10 years ago. The fibers released slowly. The paper smelled of smoke and something chemical, the accelerant residue that had soaked into every surface that night. The fused sheet separated. The writing beneath was darker, less damaged, as if the book had been closed before the flames reached this deep. The same hand, the same spacing. But this entry had not been buried in a ghost trace. Invoice 1149 GF. Industrial accelerant, 200 gallons. Supplier, Varela Combine. Delivered to Blackwater Quay, berth 4, 11:47 p.m. She read it 3 times. The shell company from the first ledger had bought the accelerant. The freight route number matched the berth where her father's warehouse stood. The delivery time was 17 minutes before the first fire call. Someone had written this into a book that was supposed to be destroyed. Someone had written it down anyway. Linnea set down the spatula. She pressed her thumb into her palm, counted to 5, and picked up her pen. She made a note in mirror script on a clean sheet of paper. Freight book confirms shell invoice. Route, time, supplier, all match. This is the purchase record. Not the order, the delivery confirmation. The order was in her pocket, her father's handwriting, requesting the same accelerant, the same quantity, the same supplier. She folded the note and slipped it into her sleeve. The workroom door opened. She did not turn. She knew the weight of the footsteps, the hitch and the stride, the way the air changed when he entered a space he owned. "The freight book," she said. "I can see that. Come look." Roman crossed the room. He stopped beside her, close enough that she caught the sandalwood and the faint metal undertone of the city on his coat. She tilted the lamp to show him the recovered line. Route 7, Blackwater Quay, 11:47 p.m. He did not react. His eyes moved across the page, then back to the beginning, reading it the same way she had, letting the confirmation settle. "The shell company from the first ledger," she said. "They bought 200 gallons of industrial accelerant through Varela Combine. This book confirms delivery to berth 4, 17 minutes before the fire started." Who wrote it? The same hand that wrote the shell invoice. I would need a clean sample to match it to an individual, but the pressure and the spacing are identical. Roman straightened. The lamp cast his scarred hand into shadow as he ran it over his jaw. "Berth 4, he said. "That was Kostas's assignment. He logged every delivery that night. He would have signed for it." Julian Kostas. Yes. Linnea kept her face still. Her father's name was not in this book. Her father's handwriting was in her pocket. The delivery was Kostas. The purchase was Varela. The order was buried in ash and paper and the lies she was still telling. "If Kostas signed for the accelerant," she said slowly, "he knew what he was delivering. He knew. Then he is not just the intermediary. He is the man who carried the fire to your door." Roman looked at her. The gray eyes held hers, and for a moment she saw something shift beneath the cold surface. Not warmth, recognition. She had followed the same trail he had followed, and she had arrived at the same name. "Kostas has been hiding in a sealed warehouse on Pier 13 for 3 months, Roman said. "He knows I am looking for him. He has not left the building since November." "Then how do you reach him?" "I do not. He has to come out eventually. Or you go in." Roman did not answer. He did not need to. Linnea looked back at the freight book. The ink was still visible under the lamp, but it would not stay that way. The heat damage had made the paper brittle. Every time she turned a page, she was destroying what remained. "I need time to finish the other books," she said. "There may be more entries like this one. Names, account numbers, the full chain. There is no time. There is always time if you want the whole picture." "I have been waiting for the whole picture for 7 years. Roman's voice dropped. "I have the picture. The shell company bought the fire. Kostas delivered it. The books you are holding are the proof I needed to move." "Move where?" "Inside. Tomorrow night. Linnea turned. The workroom felt smaller than it had a moment ago. The lamps cast too much shadow. 3 days, she said. Give me 3 days to finish the reconstruction. If I find nothing else, you move with everything you have. And if you find something else, she held his gaze, then you move with more. Roman studied her. The silence stretched. The dead bolt on the door was a weight she could feel in her chest. You are still hiding something, he said. I am showing you what I find. You are showing me what you choose to show me. Linnea did not look away. She had learned long ago that the best lies sat closest to the truth, wrapped in enough detail to satisfy the person asking. I found the purchase record, she said. I found the delivery confirmation. I found the man who carried the fire to your door. What else do you need me to show you? Roman held her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then he looked down at the freight book, at the ghost of ink still visible under the lamp. Finish the other books, he said. I want every name, every account, every transaction that fed into that fire. Done. He turned toward the door. His hand was on the frame when he stopped. You called me that night, he said. 37 times. I know. Linnea said nothing. I pulled your name from the call log 3 years ago, he said. I thought you were calling to confirm I was dead. Did you confirm it? I let the log burn. He walked out. The door closed behind him. The deadbolt did not throw. Linnea listened to his footsteps fade down the hallway. She listened to the silence he left behind. Then she reached into her breast pocket and pulled out the folded page from the 7th ledger. Her father's handwriting. The order for the same accelerant, the same quantity, the same supplier. She laid it flat on the steel table next to the freight book. Julian Kostatos delivered the fire. Astrid Solheim ordered it. And Linnea was the only person alive who knew the difference. Chapter 7. She stood at the steel table with her father's page flat beside the freight book and listened to the silence Roman had left behind. The lamp hummed. The ink on both pages was the same pressure, same spacing, same hand. Astrid Solheim had ordered the fire. Julian Kostas had delivered it. And somewhere between those 2 facts lived the truth she was still holding alone. She folded her father's page back into her breast pocket. Then she opened the 1st ledger. Not to read it. She had already read it. She opened it to compare the burn damage with the 2nd book, then the 3rd, then the 4th and 5th, the ones with the V-shaped pattern she had identified as deliberately staged. She lined them up across the steel table in order of spine curvature, edge crumbling, soot intrusion depth. The work took hours. She worked the way she always worked when fear sat too close to the surface. Methodically, silently, 1 page at a time. The lamp cast her shadow across the books as she measured charred depth with a calibrated probe, noted the angle of heat penetration, recorded which edges had curled inward and which had remained flat. By the time the window showed the first gray light, she had filled 3 pages of her notebook with observations. She sat back. The pattern was wrong. Not wrong in the way a fire accident was wrong. Wrong in the way a staged scene was wrong. The first 3 ledgers, the ones stacked flat on the storage shelf, showed even heat damage across their covers with minimal interior penetration. They had been protected by being stacked. That was consistent with a fire that moved through the adjoining office and spread along the baseboards. The 4th and 5th ledgers, the ones with the V-shaped burn pattern, showed something else. They had been left open, face down, so the flames could climb through the exposed pages. The heat had traveled upward in a wedge, consuming the center most aggressively and leaving the outer edges less damaged. That was deliberate. Someone had positioned those books to burn. But the 6th ledger, the freight book, showed a different signature entirely. Light damage, surface char on the cover, minimal soot intrusion. The pages inside were intact enough that Linnea had recovered ink with solvent and a steady hand. That book had been in a low cabinet, protected from the worst of the heat. And the 7th ledger? Linnea pulled it toward her. The one that held her father's handwriting. The one that had been in the heart of the fire. She had assumed it had been pulled out after the worst was over. That was what the damage pattern suggested. Deep char on the edges, but the interior spine still flexible enough to open. The book had been in the fire for a measurable amount of time, then removed before the structural collapse. But the heat penetration was not uniform. She ran her fingers along the spine. The leather was cracked and brittle at the top, softer at the bottom. The pages near the front cover showed a different burn depth than the pages near the back. That was not consistent with a book sitting open in a fire. That was consistent with a book that had been handled while the fire was still burning, moved from one position to another as the flames spread. Someone had been in the room with this book while the building burned. She looked at the 6th ledger again. The freight book. The one that had been saved in a low cabinet. The one that held the delivery confirmation for the accelerant. That book had been placed in the cabinet after the fire started. The soot pattern on the cover showed a clean line where something had been set on top of it before the smoke settled. A piece of debris. A fallen beam. Something that had protected a small area of the cover from the soot. Linnea leaned closer. The clean line was too straight to be natural debris. She reached for a magnifying lens and held it over the mark. The line ran across the cover at a precise angle, cutting through the soot deposit with surgical clarity. That was not a fallen beam. That was the edge of a hand. Someone had set this book into the cabinet, and in that same motion their hand had brushed across the cover, leaving a streak where the soot could not settle. The freight book had been placed in the cabinet after the fire started by a person who knew exactly where to put it. Linnea sat back. She looked at the 7 ledgers spread across the steel table. The first 3, stacked flat, protected by accident. The 4th and 5th, left open to burn, destroyed by design. The 6th, saved deliberately, placed in a cabinet by a hand that knew the fire's path. The 7th, pulled from the heart of the flames, handled while the building was still burning. 3 different handlers, 3 different intentions. The 4th and 5th, someone trying to destroy evidence. The 6th and 7th, someone trying to save it. And the first 3, irrelevant. She looked at the charred covers lined up under the lamp. The pattern was not chaotic. It was curated. The fire had been set to look like an accident, and the books had been treated to look like survivors of a random blaze. But the treatment was too precise. The damage had been staged after the fire was lit, by someone who knew which books mattered and which could burn. A knock came at the door. Linnea did not turn. She was still looking at the ledgers, at the pattern she had just read. "Come in." The door opened. She knew the footsteps before he spoke. "You have been here all night," Roman said. "I have. Find anything?" Linnea turned. He stood in the doorway with the light from the hallway behind him, his scarred hand resting on the frame. The gray eyes watched her with the same patient hunger he had worn the night before. "I found the pattern," she said. "What pattern?" "The burn damage across all 7 books. It is not random. Someone staged the damage after the fire was lit." Roman's hand tightened on the frame. "You said the 4th and 5th books were deliberately positioned to burn." "I did, but that is only part of it." She gestured at the ledgers. "The first 3 were stacked flat, protected by accident. The 4th and 5th were left open to burn, destroyed by design. The 6th was placed in a cabinet by a hand that knew the fire's path. The 7th was pulled from the heart of the flames while the building was still burning. 3 different outcomes for 3 different handlers. Yes, which means someone in that room knew which books to save and which to burn." Linnea held his gaze. The pattern was curated after the fire started. The damage was staged to make the books look like random survivors of a blaze. But the staging was too precise. Someone wanted certain information preserved and certain information destroyed. Roman stepped into the room. The door closed behind him with a soft click. "Which book was most protected?" he asked. "The 6th, the freight book, the one with the delivery confirmation for the accelerant. That book was saved." "Yes, by someone who wanted me to find it." Linnea did not answer. She did not need to. Roman walked to the table and looked down at the ledgers. The light from the lamp caught the scar running from his eye into his beard. He stood very still, his hand resting on the edge of the steel table. "If the freight book was saved deliberately," he said, "then Kostas was meant to be found. The trail was built for you. By someone inside. By someone who knew which book held the delivery confirmation and made sure it survived. Roman looked at her. The gray eyes were cold, but beneath the cold she saw something else. Not suspicion, recognition. He had known. Some part of him had known the trail was too clean, and he had followed it anyway because the alternative was worse. "Finish the reconstruction," he said. "I want every name, every account, every transaction that fed into that fire." "And Kostas?" "Kostas is still mine." He turned toward the door. His hand was on the handle when he stopped. "Whoever curated these books," he said, "knew what they were doing. They knew the fire's path. They knew which pages would burn and which would survive. They knew the building. They knew the fire." He turned back. "And they knew me." Linnea said nothing. Roman held her gaze for a long moment. Then he opened the door and walked out. The dead bolt did not throw. Linnea stood alone in the workroom, surrounded by the 7 ledgers and the pattern she had just read. The lamp hummed. The smell of charcoal and old paper filled her lungs. She reached into her breast pocket and touched the folded page from the 7th ledger, her father's handwriting. The order for the accelerant. Someone had curated the ledgers after the fire. Someone had saved the freight book so Roman would find Kostas, and Linnea was holding the one page that did not fit the pattern. Her father's order. The order that should have been destroyed. The order that had been saved. She pulled the page out and laid it flat on the steel table next to the freight book. The ink was still visible, her father's hand ordering the same accelerant from the same supplier, the same quantity, the same delivery time. The page matched the freight book entry in every detail except one. The freight book had a clean line across the cover, left by a hand that had placed it in the cabinet after the fire started. Her father's page had no such mark. It had been pulled from the 7th ledger while the book was still burning, by someone who had been in the room with the fire. But the suit pattern on the edges was different from the 6th ledger. The chart was deeper, the curling more pronounced. That page had been in the heart of the flame longer than the freight book, which meant it had been saved after the freight book. Someone had reached into the fire for the 7th ledger, pulled it out, and removed the incriminating page before the adjuster arrived. That same someone had then placed the page somewhere safe, folded, hidden, waiting for the right moment to bring it into the light. And that someone had given it to her. No, not given. She had found it. The page had been left in the 7th ledger, folded, waiting. Someone had put it there after the fire, knowing she would find it when she reconstructed the book. Not saved, seated. The page with her father's handwriting had been placed in the 7th ledger after the fire, by the same person who had curated the damage pattern. The person who had saved the freight book. The person who had built the trail for Roman to follow. The person who wanted Linnea to find her father's name. She looked at the page, at her father's handwriting, at the order for the accelerant. Then she looked at the freight book, at the delivery confirmation, at the trail that led to Julian Kostas. 2 pieces of the same fire, 2 pieces of the same lie. And somewhere between them, a curator who had been watching the whole time. A knock at the door. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. Linnea's hand moved before her brain caught up. She folded the page and pushed it into her pocket. "Come in." The door opened. Delphine Hartman stood in the doorway, ice-blue eyes scanning the room with the calm precision of a woman who had already seen everything in it. "Miss Solheim." Her voice was smooth, unbothered, almost pleasant. "I heard you were working through the night. I thought you might need coffee." She stepped forward, and behind her, the door did not close. It stayed open. And in the hallway, Linnea saw Henrik standing with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Delphine with an expression she could not read. Chapter 8. The coffee was black, no sugar, served in a cup so thin the heat bled through the porcelain before Linnea could raise it. Delphine Hartman settled into the chair across from the steel table, crossing one leg over the other with the unhurried precision of a woman who had never needed to rush anywhere. The workroom's light caught the small crescent tattoo behind her right ear, a detail easy to miss if you were not trained to notice what people wanted hidden. "I hope I am not interrupting," Delphine said. "You are." The smile that answered was patient, almost maternal. "You have been here 4 nights. I thought we should talk before you formed conclusions based on incomplete evidence." Linnea set the coffee down untouched. Her hand stayed close to the breast pocket where the folded page rested. "The evidence is what it is." "Yes, Delphine's gaze moved across the steel table, across the 7 ledgers arranged by damage signature, across the calibrated probe and the solvent bottles and the notebook filled with mirror script. That is what concerns me. Evidence is so often a matter of arrangement. What you choose to see, what you choose to set aside. She reached out and touched the edge of the 6th ledger, the freight book, with one finger. Not a page turn, a caress. I arranged this contract, you know, she said. I found your name through a maritime adjuster in Halifax. I brought your dossier to Roman and told him you were the best fire damage restorer on the eastern seaboard. I did not mention that you were the daughter of Astrid Solheim, because I assumed he would remember that detail himself. Linnea's fingers went still against her pocket. You knew who I was when you hired me. I knew who you were when you were 26 years old and sneaking onto a dock at midnight to meet a man who told you he was a dock worker. Delphine's voice carried no malice. It carried the flat certainty of someone stating weather. I knew your father's warehouse. I knew the fire. I knew you disappeared 3 weeks after it. I also knew you would come back if the work was good enough and the fee was high enough. Why? Because 7 years is a long time to carry a question without an answer. Delphine leaned back. The chair creaked. You never learned who set that fire. You never learned if Roman died in it or escaped it. You have been living in a fog of not knowing, and people like us, Miss Solheim, we cannot breathe in fog forever. Linnea's throat tightened. She kept her voice flat. You think I came back for closure? I think you came back for the truth, and I think you are discovering that the truth is more complicated than a single page in a single ledger. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Linnea did not move, did not blink, did not let her hand tighten against the paper in her pocket. Delphine watched her with those ice-blue eyes, and in the silence between them, Linnea understood that the woman across the table already knew what she was hiding. You read my notes? Linnea said. Your notes were on the table when I entered this morning. I did not move them. I did not need to. Delphine smoothed a crease from her skirt. The question is not what I read, Miss Solheim. The question is what you will do with what you have found. She stood, adjusting the cuff of her blouse with the same unhurried precision. I ensured you were hired. I ensured you had access to every ledger pulled from that fire. I ensured no one interfered with your reconstruction. She paused at the door. I did not ensure that you would know what to do with the truth once you found it. What do you want me to do? Delphine turned. The light caught the thin white scar tucked beneath her jawline, a mark that must have been hidden by careful makeup during the day, but showed in the workroom's harsh lamps. I want you to finish the reconstruction, she said. Every name, every account, every transaction. I want you to complete the trail that Roman has been following for 7 years, and I want you to write it down in a language everyone in this house can read. And then? And then you will leave Portsglass the way you arrived, with your fee, your silence, and the satisfaction of knowing you gave a dead man's daughter the answers she came for. She stepped through the door. Henrik's shadow shifted in the hallway, but he did not move to block her. Linnea sat alone. The coffee had cooled. The lamp hummed. The smell of charcoal and bergamot hung in the air, and Linnea's hand was still pressed against the folded page in her pocket. She pulled it out and laid it on the steel table. Her father's handwriting. The order for the accelerant. The page someone had seeded into the 7th ledger after the fire. Delphine had known about it. Delphine had arranged the contract. Delphine had ensured she would find it. The question was not why Delphine wanted her to find her father's name. The question was why Delphine wanted her to finish the trail that led to Julian Costas. Linnea began stacking the ledgers by damage signature, her movements mechanical while her mind raced. First 3 stacked flat, 4th and 5th open to burn, 6th saved in the cabinet, 7th pulled from the heart of the fire. She reached for the 6th ledger, the freight book, and stopped. The stack was wrong. She counted again. 7 ledgers, 7 stages of damage, 7 distinct positions on the steel table where she had arranged them by heat penetration depth. But the 7th ledger was not in its place. It sat on the edge of the table, half an inch farther from the lamp than she had left it. She had not moved it. Delphine had not touched it. The door had stayed open. Linnea looked at the doorway, at the hallway beyond, at the shadow that had watched her for 7 minutes in the night, the shadow that had stopped outside her door and waited. Someone had entered the workroom while she was talking to Delphine. Someone had lifted the 7th ledger, read what remained inside, and set it down half an inch from where it belonged. And the page Delphine wanted her to find was still in her pocket. But the 7th ledger was empty now, and Linnea had no idea what the Watcher had taken. Chapter 9. The 7th ledger sat on the edge of the steel table, half an inch out of position, its pages empty where fragments of burned paper had rested moments before. Linnea stared at the gap. She had arranged the ledgers by damage signature at midnight. 3rd ledger stacked with the 2nd, 4th and 5th side by side, 6th in the low cabinet where she had found it, 7th at the lamp's edge where the light caught the char patterns best. She had left it full. Someone had come through the open door while Delphine sat across from her, while the coffee cooled, while the lamp hummed, while Linnea's hand pressed against the hidden page in her pocket. Someone had lifted the ledger, read what remained, and taken something out. She turned the book over. The spine crackled. The fused pages she had separated with tweezers and a palette knife were still in place, still legible, still carrying the ghost traces of her father's handwriting on the seeded sheet she had already removed. But the other contents were gone. The loose fragments from the back register, the partial invoice slip she had not yet analyzed, the margin notes she had catalogued but not transcribed. Someone had removed the pieces she had not yet read. She pushed back from the table. Her chair scraped the floor. The sound was too loud in the quiet room. She crossed to the door and looked into the hallway. Empty. The bulb at the far end flickered. The carpet runner showed no footprints. The air smelled of old wood and floor polish, the same smell that had been there since she arrived. Whoever had taken the fragments knew the surveillance blind spots, knew the door would be unguarded while Delphine kept her talking, knew exactly which pieces to remove. Linnea closed the door, threw the dead bolt, leaned her forehead against the wood and breathed. She still had the seated page, her father's handwriting, the accelerant order, the evidence that someone inside the Galanis house wanted her to find. But she no longer had the full ledger, and she had no idea what the Watcher had taken that she had not yet seen. She turned back to the table. The coffee cup sat where Delphine had left it, rim smudged with dark red lipstick. The 6th ledger lay open to the freight entry. The 7th ledger sat empty at the edge of the lamp's glow. She picked up the 6th ledger and began reading it again, searching for anything she might have missed. She found nothing new. She found nothing at all. Her hands were steady. Her voice would be steady. She had learned 7 years ago that composure was the only armor that held. But the child's drawing pressed against her ribs and the folded page pressed beside it, and the weight of both secrets felt like a stone she had been carrying so long she had forgotten what it was like to breathe without it. A knock came at the door. 3 short raps, a pause, 2 more. She recognized the pattern. Henrik's signal. "Breakfast," his voice came through the wood. "Roman wants you downstairs." She looked at the ledgers, at the empty 7th book, at the coffee cup with its lipstick smudge. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." The footsteps retreated. She washed her face in the small sink in the corner, splashed cold water on her wrists, pressed her palms flat against the porcelain until the trembling stopped. Then she slid the child's drawing deeper into her breast pocket, folded the seated page into her inner jacket pocket, and went to face the morning. The dining room was a long, narrow space with windows that faced the harbor. Gray light fell across a table set for 4. Silver gleamed. China cups caught the reflection of the water beyond the glass. Roman sat at the head of the table, reading a newspaper folded to the shipping section. He looked up when she entered, and the gray eyes tracked her across the room with the same cold attention they had held since the first night. He did not stand. He did not speak. He simply watched her take the seat across from him, 2 places down, leaving the chair beside her empty and the one opposite her empty. The sideboard held coffee, bread, butter, preserves, a plate of cold cuts, a dish of pickled vegetables. Linnea reached for the coffee pot and poured before she realized her hands were steady. "You worked through the night again," Roman said. "I had a visitor." His eyes lifted from the paper. "Delphine, you know she comes to my workroom. I know she arranged your contract." He folded the newspaper and set it aside. I know she found you through a maritime adjuster in Halifax. I know she brought your dossier to me and recommended you for the audit. Then you also know she admitted it. I do now. He picked up his coffee cup. What else did she admit? Linnea held his gaze. The lie would be easy. The truth would be dangerous. The space between them was filled with 7 years of silence and a single evening of shared recognition that had not yet hardened into trust. She told me she wants the reconstruction finished, Linnea said. Every name, every account, every transaction, written in plain language. Is that all? She told me to leave Portsglass after I finish, with my fee, with my silence. Roman's thumb traced the rim of his cup. The burn scar across his knuckles caught the gray light, and she watched the old tissue move as his hand tightened. That sounds like Delphine, he said. She prefers tidy endings. Do you trust her? The question hung in the air between them. Roman's expression did not change, but something shifted in the gray eyes, a flicker she could not name. I trust her to act in her own interest, he said. That makes her predictable. Predictable people are useful. And if her interest is not yours, then she becomes a problem I solve. He set the cup down. Is she a problem, Linnea? The use of her name landed like a blade slipped between ribs. I don't know yet, she said. Footsteps in the hallway, heavy boots, a measured tread that stopped at the doorway. Tomasz entered, broad-shouldered, flat-eyed, carrying a plate heaped with food he did not look at. He set it at the table and dropped into the seat opposite Linnea without greeting, without acknowledgement, without anything but the weight of his attention. He had not looked at her, but he had seen her. She felt it in the way he settled into the chair, the way his hands found the silverware, the way his gaze stayed fixed on the plate while his awareness spread across the table like smoke. Brule, Roman said. Galanis. That was all. Breakfast passed in silence. Linnea ate because the body needed fuel. She drank coffee because the hands needed something to hold. She kept her breathing even and her expression blank while the minutes crawled. Roman read his newspaper. Tomasz ate with mechanical efficiency, and Linnea counted the seconds until she could return to the workroom, lock the door, and think. But then she shifted in her chair. The child's drawing shifted with her. It slid from her breast pocket, caught on the edge of the chair's arm, and landed face up on the polished floor between the table legs. Tomasz saw it first. His hand stopped mid-motion, fork halfway to his mouth. His eyes dropped to the paper, to the dark-haired figure drawn in crayon, to the woman beside him, to the small figure between them holding both their hands. He looked at the drawing. He looked at Roman. He looked at the drawing again. The silence stretched, and Linnea watched Tomasz do the one thing she had not expected. He said nothing. He bent down, retrieved the paper with 2 thick fingers, and slid it across the table toward her without a word. But his eyes met hers, and in that look she understood. He had recognized the eyes in the drawing. He knew, and the silence he kept was more dangerous than any accusation he could have made. Chapter 10. She left the drawing on the table, not deliberately, not carelessly. Her hand had closed around it and set it down beside her plate while Tomasz watched from across the table, and now she could not pick it up without acknowledging what he had seen. Roman folded his newspaper. The workroom! It was not a question. Linnea rose. The drawing stayed where it was, face up, the crayon figures staring at the ceiling. She did not look at Tomasz as she passed him. She did not need to. She felt his attention like a hand on her spine. The hallway smelled of coffee and old wood. Henrik waited at the foot of the stairs, arms crossed, face empty. He fell into step behind her without a word. She climbed. The third-floor corridor stretched ahead, painted black windows on one side, locked doors on the other. Her workroom door stood open, the steel table visible, the lamps still burning. She stopped in the doorway. The 7th ledger lay flat on the table, empty. The missing fragments had left clean rectangles in the soot, and she stared at the blank spaces where information had been. You finished breakfast fast. Roman's voice came from behind her. She turned. He stood in the corridor with his hands in his pockets. the scar on his face catching the dim light. "I have work," she said. "I want to show you something." It was not an invitation. She recognized the tone from 7 years ago, the one he used when he had decided something and would not be argued with. She followed him down the stairs, past the ground floor. Down a narrower flight she had not noticed before, the steps worn concave by generations of boots. The air changed below ground, cooler, damper, carrying the mineral smell of concrete and the faint metallic bite of old machinery. The basement ran the length of the mansion. Pipes crossed the ceiling in tight bundles. Fluorescent lights flickered in intervals, casting pools of greenish-white between stretches of shadow. Roman stopped at a steel door. He worked a combination lock, and the mechanism clicked open. The room beyond was a filing archive. Floor-to-ceiling shelves held binders, ledgers, cardboard boxes labeled in black marker. A long table occupied the center, covered in shipping schedules, dock manifests, and a corkboard dense with photographs and pinned documents. Linnea stepped inside. The corkboard was a map of 7 years, names connected by red thread, dates, locations. 2 photographs at the bottom had black X's drawn through them. Roman stood beside the table. "This is the structure." She looked at the photographs. Julian Costas occupied the center, a face she did not recognize, round and ordinary, the kind of face that would not stand out in a crowd. "He started as a night dock clerk," Roman said. "Union hiring hall. No record, no flags. He logged manifests for 3 years before the fire." "And after?" "He disappeared for 6 months. Then he surfaced in a warehouse on Pier 13, working the same job for a different company. The same job, same schedule, same handwriting on the forms." Linnea moved closer to the corkboard. The red threads led from Costas to a shipping company name she did not recognize, and from that company to a bank account number written in Roman's hand. "The Shell Company," she said. 3 layers deep. The first layer was dissolved 6 months after the fire. The second layer changed names twice. The third layer is the one that bought the accelerant. She traced the thread with her finger. "And Costas? He is the only living connection between the Shell Company and Blackwater Quay. He signed for the delivery. He logged the time. He knew what was in the cans." Linnea's hand stopped. "Or he logged what he was told to log?" Roman's jaw tightened. He signed. "You have spent 7 years following this trail," she said. "Are you certain the trail was built for you to follow?" The silence that followed was cold. Roman picked up a shipping schedule from the table. He unfolded it with the same careful precision she used on damaged paper, and she saw the edges of his fingers tremble. "I checked every name," he said. "I verified every transaction. I had men on the ground for 3 years before I made the first move." "Who found Costas?" "A freight dispatcher in Halifax." "Who told the dispatcher to look?" Roman's eyes met hers. "Delphine." The name landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. "She told you where to find him," Linnea said. "She gave me the lead. I confirmed it myself." "Did you confirm the lead before or after she gave you my name?" Roman set the shipping schedule down. His hand came to rest flat on the table, the burn scar across his knuckles white against the metal. "You are asking me whether she built the trail. I am asking you whether you checked." "I checked every name," he repeated. "That is not the same thing." The fluorescent light buzzed above them. Somewhere in the mansion, a door closed. The sound traveled through the pipes like a heartbeat. Roman's voice dropped. 7 years ago, I woke up in a room I did not recognize. My face was bandaged. My hand was wrapped. I could not speak because the smoke had stripped my throat raw. A doctor I had never met told me I had been unconscious for 6 days. I asked him who brought me there. He said the woman who paid for the room signed a fake name. Linnea did not move. "I spent the first year learning to walk again," Roman said. "The second year learning to read a balance sheet. The third year learning which of my father's men had sold me for a better offer. I did not build this trail for the pleasure of hunting. I built it because I had nothing else." She heard what he did not say, the cost of those years, the shape they had carved into him. "Show me the Pier 13 warehouse," she said. Roman studied her face. Something moved behind his eyes. Not trust exactly, but the beginning of a choice. "Tonight," he said. The word landed hard. "Tonight? You said tomorrow night." The schedule changed. She felt the shift in the room, the temperature, the pressure, the way Roman's attention narrowed to a single point on the corkboard. "Why?" "Because the intermediary just moved up my list." He pulled a folded paper from his jacket and handed it to her. A shipping notice, a departure time, a name that matched one of the photographs on the corkboard. The intermediary was leaving Portsglass. Tonight. Chapter 11. The dress was silked, deep blue, borrowed from a wardrobe Delphine had arranged without asking. Linnea stood at the edge of the ballroom and felt the fabric move against her skin like something that did not belong to her. The chandelier above the harbor room cast light across 300 guests in black and jeweled tones. Crystal stemware caught the glow and threw it back in sharp fragments. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the marina stretched dark and still, masts cutting the fog like needles through cloth. Roman moved through the crowd with the ease of a man who had learned to wear power the way other men wore coats. He spoke to a woman in emerald, touched the elbow of a man in gray, and each time his attention landed, someone leaned closer. Linnea watched him from her post near the bars. She had been given no instructions. She had been told only to attend, to be visible, to let the room see that the Galanis audit was underway. The lie sat cleanly in her pocket, folded beside the child's drawing. "You look like you are calculating an exit." She turned. A woman stood beside her, silver-haired, holding a glass of water. The name tag read Sylvie Fontaine, Maritime Claims. "Force of habit," Linnea said. "Most people here are calculating something." Sylvie Fontaine smiled, but her eyes did not warm. "Entrances, exits, who owes what? You would be the restorer, yes? The one working the Galanis books." The question landed flat. Linnea kept her face still. "I review damaged records for several firms in the area." "Discreetly, I imagine." Sylvie Fontaine took a sip of her water. "I handled the insurance adjustment on Blackwater Quay 7 years ago. The file never closed properly." Linnea's hand tightened on her champagne flute. She did not drink from it. "What do you mean, never closed?" "The claim was paid, the warehouse was settled, but the paperwork had gaps that did not match the damage pattern." Sylvie Fontaine set her glass down on a passing tray. "I assumed the adjuster missed something. Too much volume, too little time. But I kept a copy of the original submission." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you are standing at the edge of a room full of people who would burn a file before they would read it, and because I recognize the way you hold yourself." Sylvie Fontaine's gaze dropped to Linnea's wrist. The comma-shaped scar peaked above the glove line. "You survived something. So did the records. I want to know what they actually say." Linnea felt the weight of the 7th ledger page against her ribs, the accelerant order, her father's handwriting. "I am still reconstructing," she said. "Then you have not reached the invoice registry." The words hit like a hand on a door. "What registry?" Sylvie Fontaine leaned closer. Her voice dropped to something barely above the room's noise. Astrid Solheim kept a private invoice book, separate from the ledgers he filed. Every transaction, every ghost order, every payment that never touched a bank account. He recorded everything in a bound book with a green cover and a brass lock. Linnea's throat closed. Her father had never mentioned a private registry. Not once. Not in any conversation, any letter, any late-night confession over the kitchen table. "Where is it?" "I do not know, but I know he kept it. I saw it once, in his office, 3 months before the fire." Sylvie Fontaine straightened. "If the registry still exists, it holds every name that passed through Blackwater Quay without a paper trail, including the ones someone burned the warehouse to hide." The room shifted around Linnea, the crystal, the silk, the low hum of 100 conversations. She felt the floor tilt under her heels. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because I spent 7 years wondering whether the claim I adjusted was a lie, and you are the only person who has touched those ledgers since the fire." Sylvie Fontaine stepped back. "If you find the registry, find me." She turned and disappeared into the crowd. Linnea stood alone at the edge of the ballroom. The champagne flute was warm in her hand. She set it down on the bars and did not look at it again. Roman found her 5 minutes later in a corridor overlooking the marina. He had a glass of something dark in his hand and an expression she could not read. "The banker from Zurich is here," he said. "The one who processed the shell company transfers. Did you get what you needed?" "I got his attention." Roman leaned against the railing. His scarred hand rested on the iron. "He will call me tomorrow with the account records, or he will call his lawyer. Either way, I will have the names." Linnea heard the steel in his voice, the patience that had been sharpened into a blade. "The intermediary leaves tonight," she said. "He leaves in 4 hours. The warehouse on Pier 13 is empty. He is boarding a freighter at the outer dock." "Then why are we here?" "Because the banker will not talk during business hours. He talks at charity events where he has had 3 glasses of wine and believes he is among friends." Roman turned to face her. The scar caught the dim light. "And because I wanted Delphine to see you in this room." The name landed cold. Linnea's eyes found the ballroom doors. Through the glass, she could see Delphine moving between tables, ice-blue gaze sweeping the crowd like a searchlight. "Why?" "Because she needs to know that you are not hidden, that I am not hiding you, that whatever game she is running it in plain sight." Linnea absorbed that. The calculation behind it, the way Roman had used her presence as a piece on a board she had not fully mapped. "She told me to finish the reconstruction and leave," Linnea said. "I know. She wants the trail to lead to Costas." "I know. And you brought me here to show her that you are watching her watch me." Roman's jaw tightened. "She built a path for you to follow. I want her to know that I see the path, and that I am walking it beside you, not behind her." The words pressed into her chest. She did not know whether they were a declaration or a warning. The corridor lights flickered. A server passed with a tray of empty glasses. The sound of the ballroom drifted through the doors, laughter, music, the clink of silver on porcelain. Linnea looked out at the marina. The fog had thickened. The masts were almost invisible now, swallowed by white. "If your father kept a private registry," Roman said, "and it survived the fire, where would he have stored it?" Linnea's breath stopped. "How do you know about the registry?" "The Maritime Claims Adjuster spoke to me before she spoke to you. She wanted to make sure you understood the value of what she was offering." Linnea turned to face him fully. "You knew she was here." "I knew she might be. I did not know she would approach you." Roman's gaze held hers. "But I needed to see whether she would. And if she had not, then I would have asked you to speak with her tomorrow. The registry changes the timeline." The registry. The green book with the brass lock. The record of every transaction that had never touched a bank account. Linnea thought of her father's office, the cluttered desk, the locked drawer he had always kept at his left knee. "There is a safe," she said, "behind the filing cabinet in his office. He never told me the combination." "Is the cabinet still there?" The building was gutted. The walls collapsed. The safe would have been buried under debris. Roman's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, read the screen, and his expression shifted. The freighter just moved its departure up by an hour. Linnea's pulse quickened. "Then we are out of time." "We're out of time to find the registry." Roman pocketed the phone. "But we are not out of time to reach Costas before he boards." The corridor fell silent. The music from the ballroom faded to a distant pulse. Linnea looked at the fog pressing against the windows. Somewhere beyond it, a man was preparing to disappear with the only living evidence of what had happened at Blackwater Quay. "We need to move," she said. Roman nodded. He turned toward the stairs that led down to the marina level. Behind them, the ballroom doors opened, and Delphine stepped into the corridor. Her heels made no sound on the marble. Her face revealed nothing. "Leaving so soon?" she asked. Roman stopped. He did not turn fully. "The intermediary is leaving early. We are going to intercept him." Delphine's smile was thin and precise. "Then I will hold the fort. Bring me back something useful." Roman held her gaze for a long moment. Then he took Linnea's wrist and pulled her toward the stairs. They descended into the fog. The harbor air hit Linnea's lungs, salt and diesel and cold. The dock stretched ahead, empty but for a single figure standing beside a moored speedboat. Tomasz Brula straightened as they approached. His flat eyes moved from Roman to Linnea and back. "The freighter is at the outer buoy," he said. Kostas is already on a launch. Roman moved past him without a word. Linnea followed. The speedboat rocked against the dock. The engine idled, low and hungry. Linnea stepped into the boat and felt the fiberglass shift beneath her. Roman took the helm. Tomasz untied the lines and vaulted in behind them. The fog swallowed the marina as they pulled away. Linnea gripped the rail and watched the lights of the ballroom shrink to pinpricks, then vanish. Somewhere ahead, a man was carrying the last piece of the truth, and they were running out of water. Chapter 12. The speedboat cut through the fog at full throttle, the engine a low snarl against the water. Linnea held the rail and let the cold spray hit her face, trying to think past the salt and the diesel and the man beside her whose silence had become a weapon she could not read. Roman stood at the helm, one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the console. His scarred knuckles caught the light from the instrument panel. He did not look at her. Behind them, Tomasz crouched near the stern, scanning the fog with the patience of a man who had spent years learning to see through gray. The outer buoy emerged from the white. A freighter sat beyond it, massive and dark, its running lights bleeding into the mist like wounds. Roman cut the throttle. The boat drifted. "She's lowering a gangway," Tomasz said. Linnea followed his gaze. A launch bobbed beside the freighter's hull, small and fast, its engine idling. A figure stood on the launch's deck, a man in a dark coat, a bag at his feet. Kostas. He was already boarding. Roman shifted the throttle, and the speedboat surged forward. The gap between them narrowed. 50 meters. 30. Kostas turned at the sound of the engine. His face caught the freighter's deck lights, pale and sharp, the face of a man who had spent 7 years waiting for this moment. He did not run. He lifted a hand as if to wave, then dropped it and stepped onto the gangway. Roman brought the boat alongside the launch with a precision that spoke of years of practice. Tomasz was already on his feet, a line in his hand, looping it around a cleat on the launch's deck. Linnea moved before she thought. Her boots hit the launch's fiberglass. The gangway swayed above her, metal grating under Kostas's weight. "Julian Kostas," Roman said. His voice carried across the water like a blade. Kostas stopped. He did not turn fully. "You are 7 years late, Galanis. I am exactly on time." The freighter's horn sounded, low and mournful. The gangway began to retract. Kostas looked down at Roman, and then at Linnea. His gaze lingered on her face, something flickering in his eyes. Recognition. Calculation. "You brought a woman to your kill," he said. "That is new. I thought you did not bring anyone close enough to touch." Roman stepped onto the gangway. The metal groaned under his weight. "Tell me who ordered the accelerant." Kostas laughed, a dry sound that the fog swallowed. "Your Consigliere did not tell you? She has been feeding you names for 7 years. Did you ever ask her why she stopped at mine?" Linnea's chest tightened. Delphine. Roman's hand moved, fast and controlled, and Kostas was on his knees, a blade pressed to the soft tissue beneath his jaw. "I am asking you." Kostas's eyes found Linnea again. Something passed between them, a warning she could not name. "Your father knew," he said, "before he died. He found the registry. He knew who was paying for the fire, and he was going to tell you." Linnea's breath stopped. "You are lying." "I am dying," Kostas's voice cracked. "Why would I lie with a blade at my throat?" The freighter's horn sounded again. The gangway lifted, and Roman dragged Kostas down onto the launch, throwing him onto the deck. Linnea did not move. Her father had known. He had found the registry. He had been going to tell her. And then he had died. The speedboat's engine roared. The freighter's lights receded into the fog. Linnea knelt beside Kostas. His blood pooled on the fiberglass, black in the dim light. "Where's the registry?" she asked. He smiled, a wet, broken thing. "Where do you keep what you love most?" The answer hit her like a physical blow. The safe, behind the filing cabinet, buried under debris. But they had known that. They had already known. She looked at Roman. His face was stone. He had heard. The speedboat carved a path through the water, and the city lights began to emerge from the fog. Linnea stared at the horizon and felt the weight of what they had done settle over her. They had Kostas, but the registry was buried under the wreckage of her father's building, and Delphine Hartman knew exactly where it was. Chapter 13. The speedboat bumped against the dock, and Tomasz was already on the pier, a hand out to steady the haul while Roman hauled Kostas onto the planks. Linnea followed. Her boots found wet wood. The fog pressed in from all sides, muffling the city sounds, turning the dock lights into pale smears. Roman did not look at her. He had Kostas by the collar, dragging him up the ramp toward the counting house's rear entrance, and his silence had taken on a quality she recognized. The stillness before violence. She should follow. She should stay close to Roman, keep her mouth shut, and wait to see what Kostas would give them when the questioning began. Instead, she stopped at the garage entrance. The concrete floor gleamed under a single bulb. A black sedan sat in the near bay, its hood still warm. Tools hung on pegboards in precise rows. The smell of oil and salk and old exhaust settled into her lungs. She leaned against the doorframe and pressed her palm flat to the cold metal jamb. Her father had known. He had found the registry. He had known who paid for the fire. He had been going to tell her. And then he had died. The thought sat in her chest like a stone she could not cough up. Behind her, boots scraped concrete. She did not turn. "He will start the questioning in 10 minutes. Tomas's voice, low, flat, the voice of a man who had learned to make silence mean more than words. "If he finds me here instead of there, he will ask why. He will not find you here." She turned. Tomasz stood in the garage entrance, blocking the light from the hallway. His shoulders filled the frame. His hands hung at his sides, loose and ready, the hands of a man who had never needed a weapon to finish what he started. He did not move toward her. "You left the drawing on the table," he said. Linnea's stomach tightened. "That was not an accident." "I know." The silence stretched between them. The fog pressed against the high garage windows, gray and patient. "You want to know if I am going to tell him?" Tomasz said. "Are you?" He stepped into the garage. The single bulb caught his face, the flat eyes, the hard line of his mouth. He stopped 3 feet from her. "I want to know if the child is in danger." Linnea did not answer. "Not if she exists," he said. "I saw her eyes. I do not need confirmation. I need to know if the threat that follows you has reached her." She thought of the dark car outside Sabine's building, the empty surveillance car, the forcefully closed window. "I do not know," she said. "That is not an answer. That is the only one I have." Tomasz held her gaze. Something moved behind his eyes, not calculation, not threat. Something older, a recognition she could not name. "I have kept worse secrets than yours," he said. "I have buried things that would have split this family open. I have watched men I trusted walk into rooms they never left, and I did not warn them." He stepped closer. She did not step back. "I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to tell me if I need to prepare for what comes when Roman learns the truth." "When he learns it from me," she said, "not from someone else." Tomasz's mouth tightened. "You think you have time. You think you can choose the moment. I have seen that mistake made more times than I can count. The truth does not wait for the right room or the right words. It comes when someone else decides they want it known." He turned toward the door. "I will not tell him," he said. "But if he learns from anyone else, the damage will be worse than anything you are preparing for now. He will not forgive the loss of those years. He will forgive you keeping the secret. That is different." Linnea's throat tightened. "Why?" He stopped at the door. "Why are you helping me?" He did not turn. "Because I saw her eyes, and they are the same as the eyes I watched go dead in a burned warehouse 7 years ago." He walked out. Linnea stood alone in the garage, the concrete cold through her boots, the fog pressing against the windows. Her hand went to her breast pocket. The seated page was still there. The child's drawing was still hidden in the lining of her jacket. She pulled the drawing out. Neve's crayon figures stared up at her. The dark-haired women, the dark-haired man, the small figure between them, holding both their hands. She had left it on the table deliberately. She had wanted Tomasz to see it. She had wanted someone else to carry the weight of the secret, to share the burden she had been holding alone, and he had taken it. Not as a weapon, as a promise. She folded the drawing and put it back in her pocket. The hallway beyond the garage was empty. Somewhere in the house, footsteps moved overhead, deliberate and unhurried. Roman was questioning Kostas. Delphine was in the city, watching, waiting, knowing exactly where the registry was buried. Linnea walked toward the stairs. She would watch Roman break Costas open. She would listen to every word. She would find the registry before Delphine could reach it. And then she would tell Roman about Neve, before someone else decided the moment for her. The stairs groaned under her weight. The light from the hallway stretched thin and yellow across the risers. She reached the first landing and stopped. Henrik stood at the top of the stairs, his hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. "Rowan wants you in the basement," he said. She nodded and started up the final steps, but as she passed him, Henrik's hand moved. He pressed something into her palm, small, metallic, a key. Linnea's fingers closed around it. "Do not tell him where you found it," Henrik said, and before she could speak, he was already walking away, his boots echoing down the corridor toward the front of the house. Linnea opened her palm. The key was brass, tarnished with a shape she recognized, a green book with a brass lock, the registry. Henrik had the key, and he had just given it to her. Chapter 14. Linnea closed her fist around the key. Brass, tarnished, warm from Henrik's palm. She stood on the landing with the metal biting into her skin and the hallway stretching empty ahead. The registry key. Henrik had it. Henrik gave it to her, and he wanted Roman to know nothing. She slid the key into her pocket, against the folded drawing, against the seeded page that was already burning a hole through every hour she kept it hidden. The basement stairs waited below. She took them slowly, one hand on the railing, her boots loud on the old wood. The air changed as she descended. Colder, still, the kind of cold that held smoke and silence in equal measure. The basement door was open. Light spilled across the concrete floor. Voices carried through the gap, Roman's low and even, Costas's higher, frayed at the edges. She stopped at the throttled. Roman had Costas strapped to a wooden chair in the center of the room. The war room corkboard loomed behind them, pins marking names she was only beginning to understand. Roman stood with his back to her, one hand resting on the back of the empty chair opposite Costas, the other loose at its side. He was not touching Costas. He was not even close. But Costas looked at him like a man watching a fire move across a dry field. "The archive," Linnea said. Roman turned. His eyes found hers. The gray held unreadable, the darker blue rim catching the bare bulb light. "What about it?" "The chain of custody for the accelerant shipment. The harbor archive keeps every freight log, every berth assignment, every signed-off delivery ticket for the last decade. If Costas signed for it, there is a record, a timestamp, a signature, a carbon copy." She stepped into the room. "If we have that, we do not need to extract anything from him. The paper will tell us who ordered it, who authorized it, and whose name was on the bill of lading." Roman watched her. "You want me to take you to the harbor archive? I want you to stop killing men based on assumptions," she said. "The trail was built for you. You know that now. Every name Delphine gave you led somewhere she wanted you to go. If you want the truth, you need evidence she did not handle." The room went quiet. Costas stared at her. Roman's fingers tightened against the chair back. "You were asking me to trust your method over mine. I am asking you to verify the trail before you follow it off another pier." Roman's jaw worked. The scar through his beard pulled white with the motion. He looked at Costas, then back at her. "How many men in the detail?" "3, she said. "You, me, one driver who does not answer to Delphine." "Henrik." "No." Roman's mouth curved. Not quite a smile. "Tomasz's, then." "Tomasz's." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked past her toward the stairs. "Leave him here," he said, jerking his chin at Costas. "If I come back with proof, I will let him choose how he dies." The harbor archive sat at the edge of the commercial docks, a 4-story concrete building that had weathered 40 winters of salt spray and rain. The windows were narrow, barred, filled with grime. The entrance was a single steel door with a keypad lock. Tomasz parked the car in the shadow of a cargo crane and cut the engine. Linnea got out before Roman could open her door. The wind hit her face, cold and wet, carrying the smell of diesel, fish, and rust. Roman came around the hood. He was wearing a dark coat, unbuttoned, no tie. The hitch in his leg was barely visible tonight, the cold making the old injury stiff. 3 floors of records, he said. Freight logs are on 2, chronological filing by birth number and date. The night of the fire would be in the basement level, emergency overflow storage. You have been here before. I study the places where evidence lives. I do not always know what I am looking for until I need it. He keyed the code Tomasz had given him. The lock clicked. The door swung open into darkness. Tomasz stayed by the car. Linnea followed Roman inside. The air was dry, warm, and thick with the smell of paper, dust, and aging glue. Emergency lights glowed amber along the ceiling, casting long shadows between tall shelving units. The archive stretched in aisles, each one numbered, each one stacked with gray archival boxes and bound ledgers. Roman pulled a flashlight from his coat and clicked it on. Basement stairs are at the far end. They walked between the shelves. Their footsteps echoed. Linnea's light and quick, Roman's heavier, the slight drag of his right leg marking every third step. The basement door was steel, painted industrial gray, with the push bars and a keycard reader. Roman tried the bars. Locked. He pulled the thin card from his inside pocket and slipped it into the reader's seam. The lock clicked. The bars gave. Tomasz's card, he said. He has worked enough security details to know how access systems fail. He pushed the door open. The stairs beyond were narrow, concrete, lit by a single bulb that buzzed with the effort of staying lit. Linnea followed him down. The basement was larger than she expected. The ceiling was low, the shelving units packed close together. Freight logs from 5 years and more lined the walls, their spines faded, their labels handwritten in marker that had dried and cracked over time. Both for Blackwater Quay, November. 7 years ago, she said. Roman moved through the aisles, reading the labels. He stopped at a row near the back wall, pulled a log from the shelf, and laid it flat on a metal cart that stood against the wall. Linnea came to his side. The log was thick, its cover worn, its pages yellowed but intact. She pulled cotton gloves from her coat pocket and slid them on before opening it. Roman watched her hands. She found the date. November 14, 7 years ago. Birth 4. A single entry in the delivery column, logged at 23:47. Varela Combine, Accelerant, 200 gallons, Route 7, delivery authorized, A. Solheim. Linnea's fingers stopped. She had seen the same words on the 7th ledger page, her father's handwriting, the same quantities, the same supplier, but this was the carbon copy, the official harbor record, the one that could not be seeded or curated because it had been filed before the fire and sealed in a basement no one had touched since. Your father's name, Roman said. She did not look up. Yes. Confirmed. Confirmed. She turned the page. There was a second entry, same date, same birth, 30 minutes later. Supplementary delivery, 50 gallons. Route 7, second drop. Delivery authorized, D. Hartman. Linnea's breath stopped. Roman leaned over her shoulder. She felt the heat of him, the stillness, the sudden sharp focus of his attention on the same line of ink. The design, he said. Delphine, she added to the order, after your father already paid. Or someone forged a second authorization using her name. Roman's voice dropped. Does it look forged? Linnea studied the ink, the pressure, the tilt of the letters. The handwriting matched the Delphine Hartman she had seen in the corner of audit approvals on the first ledger. She looked at Roman. No, she said. It is hers. The light above them buzzed. The silence pressed in. Roman straightened. He stared at the page, his face unreadable, the muscle in his jaw working beneath the scar. 7 years, he said. She stood beside me for 7 years. The lights flickered. Linnea looked up. The single bulb above them buzzed louder, then dimmed, then steadied. She looked at Roman. He was already moving. Get to the stairs. What? Now. He grabbed her arm, pulled her away from the cart, toward the aisle. The light flickered again. The bulb at the far end of the basement went dark, then the next one, then the next. The floor above them groaned. Footsteps, deliberate, multiple. The last bulb died. Darkness clamped down, thick and absolute. Roman's hand found hers in the black. His grip was iron, his voice a razor. They killed the power. We have 90 seconds before they reach the basement door. Linnea's heart slammed against her ribs. She did not let go of his hand. How many exits? 1. She felt him turn, his body shifting as he oriented himself in the dark. The stairs will be covered. We go through the back wall. There is a service tunnel that opens onto the pier. You brought me into a sealed basement with 1 exit. Roman's voice came out of the darkness, hard and low. I brought you into the truth. The exit is my problem. The footsteps above stopped. Silence. Then the basement door groaned as something heavy hit it from the other side. Chapter 15. The first blow hit the basement door. Wood splintered. The frame groaned. Roman pulled her past the metal cart, his hand locked around hers, his body a hard shadow in the absolute dark. How far to the service tunnel? 20 meters through the stacks, row 9, back wall. You know this layout. I read the fire evacuation plan on the way in, old habit. His grip tightened. Another blow hit the door. The wood cracked. They moved. Linnea counted steps in her head, trailing her free hand along the shelving units, feeling the cold steel frames pass under her fingers. The basement smelled of paper dust, old ink, and the metallic tang of wet concrete. Row 7. The door gave way. She heard it, the crash of splintered wood, the heavy thud of the breach team pushing through, boots on concrete, muffled voices, a flashlight beam cutting the dark behind them. Row 8. Roman pulled her left into a narrower aisle. The shelving here was packed tighter, the spines of freight logs brushing her shoulder as she passed. The flashlight beam swept the main aisle behind them, catching dust motes in its glare. Row 9. She found the wall. Her hand met cinder block, rough and cold. She slid her palm along it, searching. There should be a panel, metal, about waist height. Roman released her hand. She heard him move, felt the shift of air as he crouched. A creak. It is here. She turned toward his voice. The flashlight beam swung closer, illuminating the far end of the aisle where a man in dark clothing stood, weapon raised. Roman. I see him. The gunshot was flat and final in the enclosed space. Linnea flinched. The sound hit her chest like a physical blow, but Roman was already moving, pulling the metal panel open, reaching for her hand. Go. Now. She did not argue. She dropped to her knees and crawled into the opening. The tunnel beyond was narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders, its walls damp, its floor gritty with dried sediment. Roman followed, dragging the panel closed behind him. The dark turned absolute. She heard his breathing, the scrape of his coat against the concrete, the soft click of metal as he reset the panel from inside. That will not hold them long, he said. How far to the pier? 50 meters, maybe less. She started moving, one hand on the wall, the other extended in front of her. The tunnel curved, the ceiling dropped. She had to crouch, then crawl, her knees scraping against grit and stone. Behind her, Roman followed. She could feel the heat of him, the contained violence in every movement. Who sent them? She asked. Delphine, or the Varela Combine. Maybe both. They knew where we were. The archive was supposed to be clean. Clean does not exist in Portsglass. She kept moving. Her hands found a junction, a T-shape where the tunnel branched left and right. She stopped. Left leads to the pier, right goes under the main road. How do you know? The evacuation plan had a utility schematic on the back page. I read it while we were walking in. Silence. Then Roman's voice, low and rough. You read a fire evacuation plan while walking into a sealed basement? I read everything. That is not normal. Neither is crawling through a drainage tunnel while armed men search for us. She turned left. The tunnel straightened. The walls changed from concrete to brick, older, wetter. the floor slick with something she did not want to identify. Ahead, a faint light, gray, diffuse, filtered through a grate. She crawled toward it. The tunnel ended at a vertical shaft with a rusted laver bolted into the wall. Above, the grate sat flush with the pier surface, letting in the cold harbor air. Roman reached past her and tested the ladder. It will hold. He climbed first, testing each rung before he put his full weight on it. She followed, the metal cold through her gloves, the harbor wind hitting her face as Roman pushed the grate up and slid it aside. He climbed out, then reached down for her. She took his hand. His grip was steady, his palm warm against hers. She climbed onto the pier. The fog had thickened. The harbor lights were halos in the gray, the water lapping against the pilings below. The freighter was gone. The speedboat was still tied at the dock where Tomasz had left it. Roman did not stop moving. He pulled her toward the boat, his hand still around hers, his stride measured and fast. We need to get off this pier before they circle back. Where? The counting house is compromised. The archive is blown. Delphine knows we found the log. Then we go to the registry. He stopped, turned, looked at her. The safe behind your father's filing cabinet. It is buried under debris, but it is still there, and we have the key. She pulled the brass key from her pocket. The metal caught the dim harbor light, dull and heavy in her palm. Roman stared at it. Where did you get that? Henrik. Henrik gave you a key to your father's registry. Yes. And told you not to tell me. Yes. Roman's jaw tightened. The scar on his face pulled white at the edge. You kept that from me. I am telling you now. Because we are running. Because I trust you. The words hung in the cold air between them. Roman stared at her. My harbor fog moved around them, gray and thick, muffling the sound of water against wood. He did not answer. He turned and helped her into the speedboat. Tomasz was not there. The boat was empty, its keys still in the ignition, its engine cold. Roman started it. The engine coughed, then caught, rumbling low beneath the fog. Linnea sat beside him, the brass key cold in her palm, the harbor sliding past as the boat pulled away from the pier. The fog swallowed the archive behind them. Roman's hands were steady on the wheel. His eyes were fixed ahead, his face unreadable, the muscle in his jaw working beneath the scar. She watched him. He did not look at her. Where are we going? She asked. Somewhere Delphine does not know about. That exists? Roman's mouth curved. It was not a smile. It exists. The boat cut through the fog. The city lights blurred in the gray, distant and soft, as if Portsglass itself was dissolving around them. Linnea held the key. She felt the shape of it, the worn brass, the weight of the secret it promised. Behind them, the archive faded. Ahead, the fog thickened. And somewhere in the darkness, Delphine Hartman was already moving. Chapter 16. The service tunnel smelled of salt and rust and the wet wool of her coat. Water dripped somewhere ahead, steady and hollow, each drop marking time she did not have. Linnea pressed her back against the curved brick wall and breathed. The tunnel stretched into darkness, both directions. Behind them, the archive basement waited, breached, compromised, a trail of bodies she had not looked at closely enough. Ahead, the junction she remembered from the evacuation schematic, left to the pier, right under the main road. Roman stood beside her, his breathing controlled, the gun still in his hand. Neither of them spoke. The silence stretched until the only sound was the water dripping and the distant hum of something mechanical, a pump or a ventilation fan, buried somewhere in the wall. Then Roman turned. His hand went to her shoulder, found the tear in her coat where the shelving splinter had caught her as they ran. His fingers pressed against the fabric, testing. You are bleeding. It is a scratch. You are shaking. It is cold. You are lying. She looked up at him. The tunnel light was barely enough to see his face, a slice of gray from somewhere above, but she caught the set of his jaw, the way his thumb pressed once against her shoulder before he pulled his hand away. We need to keep moving, she said. In a moment. Roman. In a moment. He did not move. His body blocked the tunnel, broad and still, the gun hanging loose at his side. He was watching her with an expression she could not name, something between recognition and disbelief. "You read the evacuation plan," he said. "I told you. You read it while we were walking into a sealed basement where someone was trying to kill us. I read everything. It is what I do." "That is not what I'm saying." He stepped closer. The tunnel narrowed. The space between them collapsed until she could smell the sandalwood on his skin beneath the cordite and the damp. "You never froze." She did not answer. "They were shooting at us. The lights went out, the door was coming down, and you never stopped moving. You found the tunnel. You found the grate. You memorized a schematic while walking into a room where men were waiting to kill us. What else was I supposed to do? Scream, run, hide, freeze, any of the things normal people do when they think they are about to die. I am not normal people." "No," Roman said. "You are not." His voice dropped, rough and low. "You are the woman who looked at a room full of fire and ash and walked straight into it to find the truth. You are the woman who crawled through a drainage tunnel without asking where it led. You are the woman who held a key that could destroy everything I built and gave it to me instead of using it yourself." The words landed hard in the dark. She felt them in her chest, in the space behind her ribs where she kept all the things she did not say. "I told you I trusted you," she said. "I know." You did not answer. "I know." He stared at her. The gray light caught his eyes, the ring of darker blue at the edge of the pale iris. "I did not answer because I did not know how," he said. "It has been 7 years since I trusted anyone. 7 years since I let someone stand beside me instead of behind me. And you walked in here with a key you could have used to negotiate, to bargain for leverage, to guarantee your daughter's safety, and you handed it to me without asking for anything in return." "I did not hand it to you. I showed it to you." "Same thing." "No," she said. "It is not the same thing. I showed you the key. I told you where Henrik got it. I told you what it opens, but I am keeping it. It stays in my pocket until we reach the registry together." Roman's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. "You are still holding back." "I am protecting what matters." "I would not expect anything less." The water dripped. The tunnel hummed. Somewhere behind them, muffled by concrete and brick, a door slammed. Roman's head came up. His hand tightened on the gun. "We need to go." "Which way?" "The main road tunnel leads to a drainage outlet 2 blocks from the harbor. There is a safe house in the warehouse district that Delphine does not know about." "How can you be sure?" "Because I never told anyone. Not Tomasz, not Henrik, no one." She believed him. She did not know why she believed him, but she did. They moved. The tunnel curved right, the walls changing from brick to poured concrete, the floor sloping downward. Water pooled in the low spots, cold and dark, soaking through her shoes. She staggered once, her shoulder catching the wall, and Roman's hand found her elbow and steadied her without slowing. They reached a ladder. It was bolted into the wall, leading up to a steel hatch with a wheel lock. Roman climbed first. He tested the wheel. It groaned, metal on metal, but it turned. He pushed the hatch open. Cold air flooded in, salt and diesel and wet stone, the sound of water lapping against pilings. Roman climbed out. She followed. The world opened into a narrow alley between 2 warehouses, the harbor visible at the far end through a gap in the buildings. Fog still hung thick over the water, gray and seamless. Roman pulled the hatch closed behind her. The alley was empty. No footsteps, no voices, no engine idling at the curb. They stood in the dark, breathing. Linnea's hands were shaking. The adrenaline was fading, leaving a cold tremor behind. She pressed her palm against the warehouse wall to steady herself. Roman watched her. "You are going to crash," he said. "I know. When the adrenaline drops, the pain will hit. Your shoulder, your hands, the scrapes you are not feeling yet." "I know." "We have a 15-minute walk to the safe house. Can you make it?" "Yes." He studied her for a moment longer. Then he pulled off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The wool was warm from his body. It smelled of him, sandalwood and gunpowder and the cold harbor air. He did not say anything. He turned and started walking. She followed. The coat was too big. It hung past her knees, the sleeves swallowing her hands. But it was warm. warm enough to stop the shaking. They moved through the alley, past fire escapes and locked loading bays, their footsteps soft on the wet concrete. The harbor fog swallowed the sound, and somewhere behind them, muffled by distance and concrete and the weight of 7 years of secrets, someone was still looking. Roman did not look back. Neither did she. Chapter 17. The counting house rose through the fog like a monument to everything Roman had survived. Linnea followed him through a side entrance, past a guard who nodded once and stepped aside. The foyer was dim, the chandelier unlit, the air carrying that familiar mix of old wood and polished brass and the faint chemical residue of charred paper. She was still wearing his coat. The wool had stopped her shaking, but not the ache spreading through her shoulder. She had felt the heat there during the crawl, the sting of something that had torn through her sleeve, but adrenaline had kept it distant. Now it burned with every heartbeat. Roman did not pause. He crossed the foyer, hit a switch, and the hallway lights came up in sequence. His voice carried through the empty house, calm and flat. "Get Voss, now." Linnea heard footsteps above. A door opened. A rapid exchange of low voices. She leaned against the wall, the plaster cold through his coat. Her fingers found the tear in her sleeve, just below the shoulder seam, and the fabric was wet. "Sit down before you fall down." She looked up. Roman had turned back. His face told her nothing. "I do not fall down. You bleed." He crossed to her, took her arm, and turned it enough to see the tear. The touch was impersonal, efficient, a man assessing damage on a piece of equipment. Then his jaw tightened and the impersonality cracked. "It went through. It is a graze. It is still bleeding." The medic arrived before she could argue again. A woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair and a bag that clinked with glass. She did not introduce herself. She took Linnea's arm, pulled back the torn fabric, and pressed a cloth against the wound without preamble. Roman did not leave. He stood against the opposite wall, arms crossed, watching. The medic worked in silence. The antiseptic bit. The thread pulled through skin with a sound that made Linnea's stomach turn. She stared at the ceiling and counted the cracks in the plaster. The stitching went on long enough for her to think, and thinking was dangerous, because thinking meant the archive, the tunnel, the dark water, and the way Roman had looked at her after she handed him the key. "You are done." The medic tied the last suture. "Keep it clean. 10 days. Linnea nodded. The woman packed her bag and left without a word, and the door clicked shut. Roman had not moved. "Who knew we were going to the archive?" he said. It was not a question she could answer with guesswork. "I do not know." "Think." She pressed her palm flat against her thigh to stop her fingers from trembling. "Delphine knows everything," she said. "The same way she knew about the ledgers, about the Kostas trail, about the registry. She does not need a specific informant for the archive. She needed to know where we would go next, and she knew we had Kostas. She knew we would follow the paper." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Roman pushed off the wall and walked to the window. The glass reflected his silhouette, the scarred hand resting on the sill. "There are 3 people in this house who knew about the archive before we left," he said. "You, me, Tomasz. That is it. Henrik knew we left. Henrik knew we were going somewhere. He did not know where." "Then either Tomasz told someone, or Delphine does not need an informant because she has been watching us long enough to predict every move." He turned. The expression on his face was not anger. It was something colder, something that had been running the same calculation for 7 years and was tired of the numbers never adding up. "She is good," he said. "She has always been good. That is how she has survived." "You knew that." "I knew it." He paused. "I did not want to prove it." The silence stretched. The house settled around them, creaking and ticking like a living thing. Linnea pushed herself off the wall. The shoulder pulled when she moved, but the pain was manageable. She walked past Roman, through the hallway, up the stairs, her hand trailing along the banister. She did not know where she was going until she reached the 3rd floor. The workroom. The door was closed. She opened it. The table was still there. The steel lamp, the The 7 ledgers arranged in their grid, the pages she had left open, the probe she had set down when she heard the footsteps in the basement. It looked like a room waiting for someone to come back and finish. She stood in the doorway, breathing. The lights were off, the windows were black. The room smelled of ash and bergamot, and the faint metallic tang of the archive tunnel still clinging to her clothes. She heard Roman behind her. He did not enter. He stopped in the doorway, his shoulder against the frame, watching her the way he had watched her in the tunnel. "You looked at me in the archive," he said, "like I was a man you had already buried once." The words hung in the dark. She did not turn. "You called me Miss Solheim when I walked into this house," she said. "You did not look at me like someone who had been saved. You looked at me like someone who had been left. That is not an answer. It is all I have." He moved then, not toward her but into the room, past the table to the window where the painted glass reflected nothing. "I almost did die," he said. "There, that night, in the fire." Linnea closed her eyes. "I know." "No, you do not know. You found a piece of paper with your father's handwriting, and you decided you knew what happened. But you were not in the building. You did not watch the ceiling collapse. You did not crawl through a burning office, blind with the skin peeling off your hands, wondering whether whoever set the fire was still standing outside waiting for you to try the door." The room tilted. She pressed her hand against the table, her fingers finding the edge of the steel frame. "Why are you telling me now?" "Because someone tried to kill us tonight," he said. "Again, and you did not run." She opened her eyes. In the dim light, his face was barely visible. The scar, the beard, the gray eyes that had once looked at her like she was the only warm thing in a cold city. "I thought you were dead for 7 years," she said. "I buried you. I mourned you. I raised a child alone because I believed you were Ash." He said nothing. "And now I am standing in your house, stitching your evidence back together. And you want to know why I looked at you like a dead man?" She stopped. The next words were knives. She swallowed them. "I looked at you like that because I do not know how to believe you are real." Roman stared at her. The silence stretched. Then he said, very quietly, "I almost was not." Something passed through the air between them, old grief and new fear, and neither of them moved. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. The key was still there. The child's drawing was still there. And Roman still did not know who she had been protecting all these years. He stepped toward her. "There are things I need to tell you," he said. "Things I should have told you the night you walked through that door." The lamp hummed. The house breathed. And somewhere below them, a phone rang. Chapter 18. The phone stopped. Silence fell through the house, like something dropped from a great height. The 3rd floor held it, the dark windows, the 7 ledgers in their grid, the smell of ash and bergamot settling around her like dust. Linnea did not move from the steel table. Her hand stayed pressed against her pocket, the key, the drawing, the page that would rewrite everything if he ever asked to see it. She heard the footsteps on the stairs, heavy, slow, one at a time, as if the weight of what he was carrying had doubled on the way back. Roman appeared in the doorway. He did not speak. He crossed the room, past her, to the window where the painted glass showed nothing but his reflection. He stood with his back to her, one hand braced against the frame, the other hanging at his side. "That was Tomasz," he said. "Delphine left the city tonight, took a private car east an hour ago." Linea's fingers pressed harder against the pocket. "She knows we have Kostas," Roman said. "She knows we went to the archive. She is running because she knows we will find the registry." "Then we have time." "No." He turned. His face was hard to read in the half-light, but his voice carried something she had not heard before. Not anger, not calculation. Something older, worn down to bone. "She has had 7 years to plan an exit. She is not running from me. She is running toward whatever comes next." Linnea rose from the chair. The shoulder pulled. The stitches held. "Then what are we doing here?" "Talking." He said it like a verdict. "You said you looked at me like a dead man because you do not know how to believe I am real." "Yes." "I need you to understand something." He stepped away from the window, closer to the table, close enough that she could see the way the scar pulled at the corner of his mouth. I did not let you believe I died. I was dead. For 6 days I was dead. No heartbeat for 40 seconds in the ambulance. They revived me on the pier, in the rain, with a defibrillator that left burns I still carry. He held up his right hand, the scarred knuckles, the burn tissue climbing into his sleeve. When I woke up, Delphine was there. She told me the family had already buried me. Ceremony, grave, headstone, everything. She said it was better that way, that the Varela Combine believed I was gone, that I could move in the dark and dismantle them from inside. Linnea's throat closed. I was in a room for 4 months, he said, learning to walk again, learning to read without the words sliding off the page, learning what the family had become while I was gone. And every day I waited for you to find me. The words hit like glass. I did not know you were alive, she said. I called 37 times. I went to the docks. I went to the hospital. I went to the morgue. I know. You burned the call log. I burned it because I could not bear to read it. His voice broke on the last word, just barely, a fracture he could not hide. I told myself you left because you believed I was dead. I told myself that was easier than the truth. What truth? He looked at her. That you found out what I really was, he said. That someone told you I was never going to leave the family. That I was a Galanis by blood, and I would always be a Galanis, and you walked away before I could drag you into the fire. Linnea's hand went to the chair back. She held it like a railing. I did not care what you were, she said. I cared that you did not tell me. I cared that you let me believe you were a dock worker who wanted out, and the whole time you were wearing a different name under your shirt. I was trying to protect you. You were trying to control what I knew. She heard her own voice rise. You do not get to decide what someone can survive, Roman. You do not get to keep the truth like a weapon and call it love. The words landed. He did not flinch. But something in his face changed, a crack in the stone he had built around himself for 7 years. No, he said. I do not. The silence that followed was different. She stood across the table from him, both of them breathing in the dark, and she realized this was the first time they had ever stood in the same room without armor. No mirror script, no careful distance, no professional tone, just the two of them, ash and grief, and the shape of what they had lost. I thought you chose to leave, he said. I thought you heard the name Galanis and decided I was not worth the war. I never decided that. But you left, because I was pregnant. The words came out before she could stop them. She felt them land in the air between them, heavy and final. Roman's face went still. What? Her hand was in her pocket now, fingers closed around the edge of the drawing. The child's drawing, 3 figures on a harbor railing. That night, she said, after the fire, before I knew you were alive, before I knew anything, I was pregnant, Roman. I did not know what to do. I thought you were dead. I thought whoever killed you would kill anyone tied to you. He did not move. I left because I could not lose you both. The word hit him like a physical blow. A child. A daughter. The room tilted. Roman's hand came up, touched the edge of the table, gripped it like he needed something solid. His gray eyes were fixed on her face, reading her the way she read ledgers, searching for the lie that was not there. You have a daughter, he said. Our daughter. Her name is Neve. He said nothing. The air between them stretched thin. Then he moved, not away, not toward her. He moved to the chair beside the table and sat down, slowly, like a man whose legs had stopped holding him. 7 years, he said. Yes. You raised her alone. Yes. He looked at his hands, the scarred knuckles, the burned tissue, the hands that had rebuilt an empire from ash while she rebuilt a life without him. You are telling me now. I am telling you now, she said, because I am tired of carrying this alone. I am tired of protecting you from a truth you deserve to know. He looked up at her. His eyes were wet. She looks like me, he said. It was not a question. Linnea pulled the drawing from her pocket. She crossed the room and placed it on the table in front of him. The three figures, the harbor railing, the dot-draped man with gray eyes. Roman stared at it. His hand trembled as he touched the edge of the paper. "I have a daughter," he said. "I have a daughter, and I have never held her." The words broke something in Linnea. She sat down across from him, her knees brushing the table leg, close enough to see the way the light caught the water in his eyes. "You can," she said, "but not like this. Not in the middle of a war. Not while Delphine is running and the Varela Combine is waiting for us to crack." He looked at her. "Then we finish it," he said. "We find the registry. We expose Delphine. We burn the whole network down. And then I meet my daughter." Linnea held his gaze. Yes. He did not reach for her, but he did not look away either, and in that moment she understood that he was choosing the long road, choosing the truth over the immediate wound, choosing the future over the past. The lamp hummed, the house settled, and for the first time in 7 years, they sat in the same room, without lies between them. The drawing stayed on the table between them. 3 figures holding hands, a family none of them had ever been allowed to be. And somewhere in the dark below, the phone remained silent, waiting for the next call. Chapter 19. The drawing stayed on the table between them for a long time. Neither of them reached for it. Neither of them looked away. The lamp cast a low gold circle over the 3 figures holding hands, and Linnea watched Roman's face move through recognition, through grief, through something she could not name because she had never seen it on him before. Hope. Raw and unguarded. "One night," she said. His eyes lifted to hers. "What?" "We have been rotting for 7 years. We've been lying to each other and ourselves for 7 years, and tomorrow we go back to the war." She paused. "But tonight, I want to feel like there is something worth fighting for. Not the truth, not revenge, just us." He did not answer with words. He stood, crossed the space between them, and took her face in his hands. His palms were rough, scarred, calloused from years of gripping things that should have burned. But his touch was impossibly gentle. "I have dreamed of you," he said, his voice low. "Every night for 7 years. I dreamed you were alive and that you hated me, and I told myself that was enough. That knowing you breathed somewhere was enough. Was it?" "No." He kissed her. It was not the desperate kiss of a man reclaiming something stolen. It was slower than that. It was the kiss of someone tasting a truth he had been denied, careful, reverent, as if she might dissolve if he pressed too hard. Linnea's hands found his chest. She felt the heat of him through the shirt, the drum of his heartbeat, the rough edge of the scar that ran up under his collar. She pushed the fabric aside and touched the burned skin, the graft lines, the history written in tissue. He flinched. "Don't," he said against her mouth. "I want to know you. You know the worst part. Then let me know the rest." He pulled back and looked at her. The scar running from his eye corner into his beard caught the light, and for a moment she saw the man she had loved, the dock worker with salt in his hair, and a laugh that made her believe the world could be soft. "I did not let anyone touch me after the fire," he said. "Not like this, not even close." "I know." "How do you know?" "Because I did not let anyone touch me either." She took his hand and led him out of the workroom, past the silent hallway, past the closed doors, up the narrow staircase to the floor she had never seen. His room. She knew it before he opened the door because it smelled like him, sandalwood and paper and the faint chemical bite of gun oil. The bed was wide and unmade. A single lamp burned on the nightstand. The curtains were drawn against the fog. She turned to face him. "No promises," she said. "No guarantees. Just tonight." Just tonight. He undressed her like he was reading a ledger, slowly, deliberately, cataloging every detail. His fingers traced the comma-shaped burn scar on her wrist. His mouth followed the line of her collarbone. When he reached the place where her shoulder had been stitched hours earlier, he stopped and pressed his forehead to her skin. "You were bleeding," he said. "I saw you bleeding and I thought I would break." "I did not break." "No." He lifted his head. "You did not." She pulled him down to the bed. The intimacy that followed was not frantic. It was deep and slow, weighted with 7 years of absence, grief, and longing. Every touch carried the ache of time lost, every kiss a question that could not be answered with words. He mapped her body with his hands, learning the changes the years had made. And she let him, because she wanted to be known again. When he finally moved inside her, she felt the past fall away. There was no fire, no ledger, no Delphine, no war waiting outside the door. There was only him, breathing with her, moving with her, holding her like she was the only real thing in a world built on ash. Afterward, they lay tangled in the sheets, the lamp still burning, the fog pressing against the window. Linnea traced the scar on his chest. "I almost did not come back," she said. "When Delphine called, I almost said no. What stopped you?" She thought about it. The ledgers. I needed to know what happened. I needed to know if my father was the man I remembered or the man the paper said he was. And now? Now I know he was both, and neither. She pressed her palm flat against his heart. "And I know you are alive." He covered her hand with his. "There is something I have to tell you," she said. The words came before she could stop them, and she felt the weight of them settling in the air. The drawing was still downstairs. The ledger page was still in her pocket. But this was the moment, the fragile hour after intimacy when truth felt possible. Roman turned his head. "What is it?" She opened her mouth, and the footsteps came. Heavy, deliberate, moving down the hallway outside the bedroom door. Roman was out of bed in a single motion, reaching for the gun on the nightstand, his body shifting from lover to soldier in the space of a breath. He moved to the door, pressed his ear to the wood, and went still. Linnea pulled the sheet around herself, her heart hammering. "Who is it?" she whispered. Roman did not answer. The footsteps stopped just outside the door, and then a knock came. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. The coded knock, the same pattern Linnea used at Sabine's door. Roman's eyes met hers in the dim light, and she saw recognition there, and something else, something colder. He opened the door. Sabine Jordan stood in the hallway, her gray hair loose, her face ashen, a child's coat clutched in her hands. "She is gone," Sabine said. "They took Nayef." Chapter 20. Roman dressed before she could reach for him. He did it in silence, pulling on dark clothes, checking the weapon he had laid on the nightstand, becoming the man from the counting house again in a series of precise movements that left no room for the tenderness she had felt against his skin an hour earlier. Linnea stayed in the bed, the sheet still wrapped around her, Sabine's words repeating in her skull like a bell that would not stop ringing. They took Niev. She had not asked who. She had not asked how. She had not asked anything, because Sabine's face told her everything. The ashen skin, the trembling hands, the child's coat clutched like a body she was still holding. Roman turned at the door. "I will find her." The words were not a promise. They were a statement of physics, as inevitable as gravity. Linnea stood, her legs held. That surprised her. "Where are you going?" "To find out who knew about your friend's apartment." He said it flatly, already cataloging suspects. "Only 3 people knew you were there. You, Sabine, and whoever sold that address." "Sabine did not sell it." "I know. Then who?" "I will find out." He opened the door. "Stay here. Lock the door behind me. Do not open it for anyone, except me or Voss." "Roman." He stopped. She wanted to say something that would hold him there, something that would make him turn back into the man who had held her in the dark, but the words would not come. She was still wearing his coat from the archive. She was still carrying the brass key and the child's drawing and the seeded ledger page in her pocket, all of them secrets she had told him, all of them useless now. "Bring her back," she said. He looked at her for a long moment. His gray eyes were unreadable, but something flickered in them, something that might have been the same fear she felt grinding behind her ribs. Then he was gone. The door clicked shut, the lock engaged. Linnea stood alone in a dead man's bedroom, wearing his coat, and tried to remember how to breathe. Dawn came gray through the curtains. Linnea had not slept. She had sat on the edge of the bed, still wearing the coat, and watched the fog turn from black to silver to the pale, sickly light of a Portsglass morning. When she finally rose, she found her clothes folded on a chair near the door. Someone had brought them while she sat in the dark. She had not heard them enter. She dressed slowly, methodically, treating each button and buckle as a problem she could solve. The coat she folded and placed on the bed. Then she went downstairs. The counting house was already awake. Men moved through the hallways with the controlled urgency of soldiers who had been given bad news before coffee. No one looked at her directly. No one spoke to her. She was a piece of furniture that had wandered into a war room. She found the workroom locked. Her key still worked. Inside, the ledgers sat in their grid, exactly as she had left them. The lamp still burned. Her probes and brushes lay in neat rows beside the steel table. Everything was waiting for her, as if the world had not split open while she was tangled in sheets with a man who had already become a stranger again. She sat down. The archive copies were still in her bag. She pulled them out, spreading the damp pages across the table, pressing the creases flat with her palm. Harbor freight logs, emergency delivery authorizations. The chain of custody record Delphine had not been able to seed because it had been filed before the fire and sealed. There was something wrong with the sequence. Linnea read it again, then a third time, her mind clicking into the cold precision that had kept her alive for 7 years. The fourth entry was dated November 14. The fifth entry was dated November 15. But the signature on the fourth entry matched the handwriting on the fifth, and that was impossible, because the fourth entry was a delivery authorization and the fifth was a warehouse receipt. And the same person could not have signed both unless they had been present at 2 locations simultaneously. Unless the fifth entry had been signed after the fact. Unless someone had substituted a false receipt into the sealed record before it was filed. Linnea's hand went still over the page. She looked at the signature again. It was not Delphine's. It was not her father's. It was a name she did not recognize. A freight supervisor from a company that had gone bankrupt 6 years ago. But the handwriting was wrong. The loop of the capital letter was too practiced, too controlled. The stroke of someone who had signed that name 100 times before. Not a tired dock clerk scribbling at the end of a shift. Someone had forged a substitution. Someone had placed a false record into the emergency freight logs before they were sealed, so that anyone who pulled them would find a clean chain of custody, a paper trail that ended with a dead company and a name that could not be traced. But they had made one mistake. The ink was too fresh. Linnea grabbed her magnifier and bent over the page, focusing on the signature. The ink had not faded or oxidized the way a 7-year-old signature should. It had been written with a different batch, possibly years later, then placed into the file and sealed again, which meant the substitution had been made after the fire. Which meant someone inside the organization had access to the sealed records and the authority to open, alter, and reseal them. Which meant Delphine was not working alone. Linnea sat back, her heart hammering against her ribs. The door opened behind her. She did not turn around. She knew the weight of his footsteps now, the slight hitch in his stride that he masked so well. "Roman, what did you find?" She pointed at the page. The chain of custody was altered after the fire. Someone substituted a false receipt into the sealed records. The signature is forged. The ink is wrong. He moved to stand beside her, looking down at the page. She felt the heat of his body, the controlled tension in his frame, and she hated how much she wanted to lean into it. "Whoever did this," she said, "had access to the sealed files and the authority to open them. That's not an outside job. That is someone inside the house." Roman said nothing for a long moment. Then he reached past her and picked up the page, holding it to the light. "I know this handwriting," he said. Linnea turned to look at him. "Whose is it?" He did not answer. His gray eyes had gone cold again, and she watched the man from the counting house settle back into place like a door closing. "I need you to finish the reconstruction," he said. "Everything. Every name. Every transaction. Do not leave anything out." "The reconstruction will take days. You have until tonight." He set the page down and walked toward the door. "Roman." He stopped. "If you are going to do what I think you are going to do," she said, "you will need the full picture. Not just the names, the pattern, the way the money moved, the lie that holds it all together." He turned. "Then give it to me." "I will." She stood, But I need something from you first. Name it. When you find her. When you find Niamh. She met his eyes. Do not shut me out. Do not turn this into your war. She is my daughter too. Something crossed his face. Pain, maybe. Or recognition. It was gone before she could name it. Finish the reconstruction, he said again. And then he was gone, and the door clicked shut, and Linnea stood alone in the workroom with a forged signature and a dying lamp, and the weight of 7 years pressing down on her chest. She turned back to the table. There was one more page in the stack. She had not looked at it yet. She pulled it free. It was a cargo manifest from Blackwater Quay, dated November 14, 7 years ago. The shipment was listed as industrial cleaning supplies, 12 pallets, origin unknown, destination unknown. But someone had written something in the margin, a note. In handwriting she recognized. Paid in full, confirm receipt. Her own father's hand. The date was 2 days before the fire. Chapter 21. Linnea tracked the maritime lawyer through 3 phone numbers and a retired insurance clerk who remembered the man's handwriting before his name. The lawyer's office occupied the 2nd floor of a salt-weathered building on Harbor Street, above a chindery that smelled of tar and copper paint. Linnea climbed the stairs with the cargo manifest folded in her pocket and the brass key from Henrik heavy against her ribs. The door was unlocked. Inside, a man in his 70s sat behind a steel desk, sorting envelopes into stacks. He did not look up when she entered. "You are the Solheim girl," he said. "I recognize the walk. I need access to my father's estate papers. Everyone needs something from the dead." He gestured at the chair across from him. "Sit." She sat. "Your father kept a secondary filing system," the lawyer said. "The official estate went through probate. The other records stayed in a vault under a name that was not his." "Where?" "A maritime storage trust on Tarleton Pier. The box was sealed 7 years ago and never opened." "Under what name?" The lawyer slid a yellowed index card across the desk. On it was written a company name she did not recognize and a 4-digit code. "Your father paid the storage fees in advance," the lawyer said. 10 years. They expired last month. The box was opened? Not by the trust, by someone who knew the code. Linnea's hand went still on the card. "Who?" "The trust does not keep a signature log for sealed boxes. The renter has the only key." He paused. "But the seal was broken 3 days ago. The trust notified me because the contact information on file was mine." She looked at the code again. 4 digits. Her father's birth month, reversed. She had used it once, years ago, to open a lockbox in his office. "He never changed it," she said. "Your father believed consistency was a form of honesty." She folded the card into her pocket and stood. "If the box was opened 3 days ago, someone else has already seen the contents." "Seen, yes." The lawyer returned to his envelopes. Whether they took anything is a separate question. Linnea walked out without thanking him. The street had grown darker while she was inside, the fog rolling in from the harbor like a second tide. She stood on the pavement with the index card in her pocket and the brass key in her hand and felt the shape of her father's choices closing around her throat. She called Roman. "The registry is in a maritime storage trust on Tarleton Pier," she said. "Someone broke the seal 3 days ago. Delphine, or whoever is working with her. Tarleton Pier is Galanis territory. The storage trust pays us protection fees." He paused. "I can have the box brought to the house within the hour, without anyone knowing. I can have it brought quietly." She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the pressure of his willingness, the way he gave her resources without asking for explanations, without demanding the full truth she was still holding back. "Linnea." She pressed the phone tighter to her ear. "Yes. What else did the lawyer tell you?" She looked at the fog rolling through the street. The answer she gave him was true, but not complete. "He told me my father paid for 10 years of storage in advance, and the seal was broken 3 days ago." Roman was silent for a moment. "I will send word when the box arrives." The line went dead. She walked back toward the Galanis mansion through streets that felt narrower than they had that morning. Every window looked like a watching eye. Every parked car seemed to contain a figure waiting for her to pass. She touched the key in her pocket and kept walking. The box arrived at dusk, carried by 2 men Linnea had never seen before. They set it on the steel table in the workroom without a word and left through the service door. It was a gray metal strongbox, the size of a briefcase, with a brass lock that matched the key Henrik had given her. The seal on the lid was cracked, the paper split along the fold where someone had pried it open. Linnea stood over it, not touching it. Roman appeared in the doorway. He did not enter. "The men who brought it did not handle anything inside," he said. "If something is missing, it was taken at the source." She nodded. "Do you want me to stay?" She looked at him. His face was unreadable, but his voice was not. There was something careful in it, an offer of presence without pressure. "I do not know what I will find," she said. "Then I will wait." He stepped back into the hallway and pulled the door halfway closed, giving her the room without leaving. Linnea turned back to the strongbox. She inserted the key. The lock turned with a clean click, and she lifted the lid. Inside, there were papers. She pulled them out in stacks, setting them on the table, sorting by date and handwriting. Freight logs, invoice duplicates, insurance certificates. A green book with a brass lock, smaller than the strongbox, the same color as the one Sylvie Fontaine had described. Astrid Solheim's private invoice registry. She held it in both hands, feeling the weight of it. The leather cover cracked with age, but intact. The lock was closed. She tried the brass key from Henrik. It fit. The lock opened with a sound like a breath. Linnea opened the registry. The pages were filled with her father's handwriting. Entries dated from years before the fire, each one recording a transaction that had never been entered in the official ledgers. Shipments, payments, names. She turned to the final entries. November 14th, 7 years ago. The last entry was written in her father's hand, but the ink was different. Darker, fresher. Delivered to Blackwater Quay, berth 4, 200 gallons, paid in full. Beneath it, a notation she had never seen before. Copy sent to Galanis Consigliere per standing order. Linnea's hand went cold. Her father had not just ordered the accelerant. He had sent proof of delivery to Delphine Hartmann. She looked up. Roman stood in the doorway. He had seen the registry in her hands. He had seen her face. "What did you find?" he asked. She closed the book. "I found the invoice," she said. "My father ordered the accelerant, and he sent the receipt to Delphine." Roman's expression did not change. "I know," he said. Chapter 22. Linnea left the Galanis mansion before dawn, moving through the gray light like a woman who had forgotten how to feel safe in open air. The streets were empty. The fog had thinned to a gauze that clung to lampposts and window glass, and she walked with her hand pressed against the brass key in her pocket, feeling the teeth of it bite into her palm. Sabine's building rose out of the mist like a shipwreck. Linnea used the coded knock. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. The door opened a crack, then wider. Sabine stood in the robe, her gray hair loose, her face drawn tight over bones that seemed sharper than they had been 2 days ago. "You should not be here," Sabine said. "I need to move her again." "Where?" "I do not know yet. But after the archive, they know I am still working. If anyone traces me to this building, then come inside." Linnea stepped through the door, and Sabine closed it behind her, throwing the dead bolt with a sound that echoed through the small apartment. The kitchen was neat. A half-drunk cup of tea sat on the counter. A child's sweater hung over the back of a chair. "Is she asleep?" "For now." Sabine folded her arms. "She asked about you last night. She wanted to know why you did not come back." I told her you were working, that you would come when you could." Linnea pressed her palm against the familiar textures of the apartment, the worn linoleum, the chipped edge of the counter, the small round table where Neve drew her pictures. "Someone broke into the Maritime Trust," Linnea said. 3 days ago. They took something from the box before I got there." Sabine's face did not change. "Do you know what they took?" "No, but my father's registry was still inside, the green book. I have it now." "And Roan?" Linnea did not answer. Sabine watched her for a long moment. "He knows," she said. "Not a question. He knows about the receipt my father sent to Delphine. He has known. He did not tell me." "Ah, that is all you have to say?" Sabine picked up her tea and took a slow drink. "I told you once that I have kept worse secrets. Do you want to know what I meant by that?" Linnea waited. "I treated Roman Galanis after the fire," Sabine said. I was the one who changed his bandages for the first 3 weeks. I watched him learn to use his hands again. I saw what the fire did to him, and I saw what he did to survive it. You never told me. Because it was not my secret to tell. Sabine set the cup down. And because I knew that if you ever came back to Portsglass, you would learn it on your own. Linnea stood very still. Do you know who brought him to me? I do not want to know. Delphine. The name landed like a stone in still water. She brought him to my private clinic at 3 in the morning, Sabine said. He could not walk. His hands were wrapped in gauze soaked through with blood. She told me he was a dock worker who had been caught in a fuel fire and that I was to ask no questions. And you believed her? I believed what I saw. A man barely alive, a woman who claimed she was saving him. Sabine's voice tightened. I did not learn who he was until months later, when I saw his picture in a shipping ledger Delphine left on my desk. Linnea's throat closed. He does not know, Sabine said. I never told him I recognized him, and I never told Delphine that I knew. Why are you telling me now? Because you are carrying the same weight she carried. Secrets that protect no one but cost everyone. Sabine looked at her with something like pity. And because if you do not tell him the full truth soon, someone else will. A sound came from the back of the apartment, small, soft, a child shifting in sleep. Linnea turned toward it. I need to see her, she said. Then go, I will make more tea. Linnea walked down the narrow hallway to the last door. She pushed it open without knocking. The room was dark. The curtains were drawn. A small figure lay in the bed, dark hair spread across the pillow, one arm thrown over the edge. Linnea sat on the edge of the mattress. Nima's breathing was slow and even. Her face was peaceful in sleep, the way children's faces always were, as if the world had not yet taught them to hold tension in their jaws. Linnea touched her daughter's hair. I am sorry, she whispered. I am sorry I keep leaving. Nima stirred. Her eyes opened, gray and blurry with sleep. Mama? Here, I am here. Neve pushed herself up, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. You came back. Of course I came back. Did you bring him? The question hit like a blade between the ribs. I could not, Linnea said. Not yet. Soon. Neve's face flickered with something too old for her years. Disappointment, understanding, the acceptance of a child who had learned that adults always meant soon, but never meant now. Will you stay until I fall asleep? Yes. Linnea lay down beside her, careful not to press her weight into the mattress, and Neve curled against her side the way she had done every night for 6 years. They lay in the dark. Linnea listened to her daughter's breathing slow, felt the small hand clutch at her shirt, and thought about everything she had never told this child. She was still lying there when the knock came at the front door. 3 short, 2 long. A pause. 1 short. Sabine's coded knock, that Sabine was already inside. Linnea sat up. The knock came again, the same pattern. She moved off the bed, crossed to the door, and stepped into the hallway. Sabine was already at the front door, her hand on the dead bolt. Do you know that pattern? Linnea asked. Yes. Who taught it to you? Sabine did not answer. She turned the dead bolt and opened the door. Roman stood in the fog. His coat was damp, his face was pale beneath the scar, and his eyes moved past Sabine to the hallway where Linnea stood frozen. I need Voss, he said. Sabine's clinic is the only one I trust. Why? Linnea asked. Old burn wound opened during the archive. He lifted his right hand. The sleeve was dark with blood. I asked her to keep my history quiet. She did. Sabine stepped aside. Come in, she said. I will get the kit. Roman entered. His eyes found Linnea again. You left without telling me where you were going, he said. So did you. They stood in the narrow hallway, the space between them barely an arm's length. I had a lead, he said, on Nima of Neve. No, his voice dropped. On the handwriting I recognized. Linnea's ribs locked. Whose is it? Not here, not now. Roman, Sabine. He turned to the doctor, who had returned with a leather bag. In the kitchen. It will take 10 minutes. Sabine nodded. Roman walked past Linnea into the kitchen without looking back. She stood in the hallway, her hand pressed against the wall, listening to the sound of him settling into a chair, the clink of instruments, Sabine's low voice asking questions. In the back room, Neve slept, and somewhere down the hall, a child's laugh drifted through the thin walls. Roman's head lifted, his eyes fixed on the hallway behind Lamia, on the door at the end where the sound had come from. "What is that?" he asked. Linnea did not answer. The laugh came again, higher this time. A child calling out in sleep. Roman rose from the chair. Sabine's hand went still. Linnea moved before he could, stepping into the hallway, blocking his path. "It is nothing," she said. "A neighbor's apartment." Roman looked at her, and his gaze sharpened with the edge of a blade. Chapter 23. The fog had burned off by mid-morning, leaving Portsglass in hard gray light that made every shadow look deliberate. Linnea stood at Sabine's kitchen window, watching the courtyard below. Her coffee had gone cold in her hand. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Roman's face when he heard the laugh, the way his gaze had cut through her lie like a blade through smoke. He had left at dawn. Sabine had dressed his wound, given him antibiotics, and watched him walk into the fog without a word about what he had heard. But Linnea had seen the set of his jaw, the way he had not looked at her when he left. He knew. He had to know. "Mama!" Linnea turned. Neve stood in the doorway, still in her nightgown, dark hair tangled from sleep. She held the sketchbook against her chest like a shield. "You are still here." "I am." Neve studied her with those gray eyes, Roman's eyes, and Linnea felt the truth press against her ribs like a blade waiting to fall. "Can we go to the courtyard?" Neve asked. "The light is good for drawing." Linnea glanced at the window. The courtyard was empty. The gates were locked. Sabine had checked the perimeter twice since dawn. "Let me get dressed," she said. The courtyard was a square of cobblestones enclosed by 3 brick walls and the back of Sabine's building. A single oak grew from the center, its branches bare against the winter sky. Iron benches lined the walls. The only entrance was a gate that required a key from inside. Linnea sat on the bench nearest the building, her coat pulled tight, watching the gate. Neve settled cross-legged on the cobblestones near the oak, her sketchbook open, a charcoal pencil in her hand. She worked in silence, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. "Can I draw you, Mama?" "Not today." "Why not?" Linnea did not have an answer that would not break something. "Because I want to watch you draw the tree." Neve shrugged and turned back to her page. Linnea let herself breathe. The gate was locked. The walls were too high to climb. No one knew they were here except Sabine, and Sabine had never broken a confidence in 6 years. They had 15 minutes, maybe 20. Then she would take Neve back inside and lock the door, and figure out how to tell Roman the truth before someone else decided the moment for her. The gate rattled. Linnea was on her feet before she registered the sound. The lock turned, the gate swung open, and Roman Galanis stepped into the courtyard. He was alone. No Tomasz, no guards, just him in a dark coat, his scarred hand bandaged fresh, his face unreadable in the gray light. Linnea moved before he could take a second step. "What are you doing here?" "Security sweep." His voice was flat, controlled. "Sabine's building is a potential asset. I am checking the perimeter. There is nothing here." "No." His eyes moved past her. Linnea felt the world tilt. Neve was still sitting under the oak, her charcoal pencil frozen mid-stroke, her gray eyes fixed on the man who had just walked through the locked gate. Roman looked at her, and the air between them turned to glass. Linnea saw it happen, saw the moment his brain caught up with his eyes, saw the recognition hit him not as thought but as impact, the kind that traveled through bone before the mind could build a defense. His eyes, his mouth, his mother's old expression, the way she used to tilt her head when she was studying something she did not yet understand. Neve tilted her head. Roman's hand went to the gate frame, steadying himself. "Linnea." The word came out raw, stripped of control. "Roman, one sins, I know. You lied to me. I protected her." Roman took a step forward, then another. His eyes never left Niam's face, and Linnea saw his daughter watch him back with the same unblinking intensity, the same stillness before judgment. You are him, Neham said. Roman stopped. You are the dark-haired man from my drawing. He did not answer. He could not. His throat moved, but no sound came out. Neham set down her charcoal pencil. She rose to her feet, still holding the sketchbook, and walked toward him with the steady, unafraid gait of a child who had not yet learned what fear was supposed to feel like. Your eyes are the same, she said. I drew them from memory. Are they really that color? Roman's voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. Yes. Can I see your hand? He lifted his bandaged right hand. Neham studied it, then looked up at his face. You were hurt. Yes. Does it still hurt? Sometimes. Neve nodded, as if that made perfect sense, and then she turned the sketchbook around. The drawing was rough, half-finished, but Linnea recognized it immediately. 3 figures on a dock, a woman with dark hair, a smaller figure between them, a man with his hand raised, as if waving or reaching. I drew it yesterday, Neem said, after Mama left. I thought if I drew you, you would come. Roman looked at the drawing. Then he looked at Linnea, and in the space between one breath and the next, she saw every defense he had built over 7 years crumble into something she had never seen him wear before. Vulnerability, raw and open and bleeding. Linnea. Yes, give us a minute. It was not a request. Linnea looked at Niev. Her daughter's face was calm, curious, unafraid. I will be right there, Linnea said. By the gate. She walked to the gate and stopped with her hand on the iron. She did not look back. But she heard Roman's voice, low and rough, as he said the first words a father had ever spoken to his daughter. Your mother told me about you. Did she tell you I am 6? Yes. Did she tell you I want a dog? No, she did not. Then she did not tell you everything. Roman made a sound that might have been a laugh, or might have been a sob, and Linnea pressed her palm against the cold iron and tried to remember how to breathe. She had lied to him. She had hidden his daughter. She had built a wall of silence 6 years thick, and now the wall was dust, and there was nothing left between them but the truth. And the truth was watching Roman Galanis crouch down in a locked courtyard, his scarred hand reaching toward a 6-year-old girl. And for the first time in 7 years, the man looked like he had found something worth surviving for. Linnea turned away. She heard Niev say, Mama says you have to leave soon. She heard Roman answer, She is right. Will you come back? A pause, long enough to feel like an eternity. Yes, Roman said. I will come back. And Linnea knew, with absolute certainty, that nothing she could say or do would ever put that lie back in its box. Chapter 24. Sabine's consultation room smelled of antiseptic and old paper. A single lamp burned on the desk, casting long shadows across the walls. Roman stood with his back to the door, his bandaged hand pressed flat against the examination table, and Linnea watched the muscles in his shoulders move beneath his coat as he tried to breathe. She had seen him angry before. Controlled, cold. This was none of those. Neve. Her name. The first time he had said it aloud. Yes, she is 6 years old. Yes. Roman turned. His face was pale under the scar, his eyes bright with something that looked like fever. I have a daughter, a 6-year-old daughter, and you did not tell me. I thought you were dead. The words came out flat. She had rehearsed them 1,000 times in her head over 7 years, and they still sounded like an excuse. You thought I was dead, Roman repeated. For how long? Until I walked into your counting house and found you alive. His laugh was short and broken. So, 3 weeks. You have known for 3 weeks, and you did not tell me. You were about to kill a man on a pier. You had a war room full of names. You were not ready to be a father. That was not your choice to make. It was mine to survive. Roman's hand came down hard on the table. The lamp jumped. Linnea did not flinch. I mourned you, she said. I buried you in my head every day for 7 years. I raised your daughter alone in a city where no one knew my name because I believed the men who killed you would kill her too. Do not talk to me about choices. You could have found me. I tried, 37 calls, You burned the log. Roman went still. I know, Linnea said. You told me you burned it. I did not know until 2 days ago. But the night you almost died, I called you 37 times. You're not the only one who has been carrying this. The silence stretched. Roman looked at his hand, still pressed against the table. He flexed the fingers, watching the bandages move. She has my eyes. Yes. And my mother's chin. Yes. And she drew me. She drew me before she ever saw me. Linnea said nothing. Roman looked up. His eyes were wet. How did she know? She does not. She dreamed you. She said the dark-haired man came to her in sleep and she drew what she saw. You told her stories? Yes. What kind of stories? The kind where you were good, where you were kind, where you would have come back if you could. His breath caught. I would have. I know. Then why did you not find me? After. When I was alive and in this city, why did you not walk through every door until you found me? Linnea felt the question land in her chest like a blade. Because I was afraid. Of what? Of this. She gestured at the room, the locked door, the armed men she could feel moving through the house outside. Of the world you live in. Of the kind of man you had to become to survive it. I raised a child who has never seen a gun, who thinks violence is something that happens in stories, and you are the head of a crime family with a war room full of enemies. I would never let anyone hurt her. You could not promise that. You cannot promise that now. Roman's jaw tightened. You think I do not know the danger, he said. I have spent 7 years hunting the people who tried to kill me. I know exactly what is out there. I know it better than anyone. Then you understand why I stayed silent. I understand why you think you did. But you are wrong. He stepped toward her, not menacing, intent. I would have burned the world to keep her safe. I would have walked away from every name on my list. I would have become someone else, someone she could grow up knowing. But you took that choice from me. Linnea felt the truth of it land. She had taken the choice. She had decided, alone, in a rented room with a newborn and a single lamp, that Roman Galanis could not be trusted with his own daughter. She had built a wall around her fear and called it protection. I am sorry, she said. Roman stopped. What? I am sorry. I should have found you. I should have tried harder. I was afraid, and I was proud, and I thought I could do it alone. I was wrong. He stared at her. You are apologizing. Yes, just like that. There is nothing else to do. I cannot undo it. I can only tell you the truth and let you decide what to do with it. Roman looked at her for a long moment. His hand went to his face, pressing against the scar, and when he spoke, his voice was raw. I do not know how to be a father. Neither did I. I learned. I do not have time. I have a war to finish. Then finish it. But do not use that as an excuse to stay away from her. His eyes snapped to hers. I am not the one who stayed away. No, you are not. You are the one who just met her, who held her hand, who promised to come back. You are already her father. You just have to decide what kind. The word hung between them. Father. Roman looked at the locked door. Beyond it, in the small room down the hall, their daughter was sitting on a bed with a sketchbook and a charcoal pencil, drawing the first real memory of a man she had only ever dreamed. I am not letting her go again, Roman said. Then do not. She is under my protection now. That is not negotiable. Linnea stepped toward him, close enough to see the pulse in his throat. Protection is not ownership. I know. Then understand what I am agreeing to. She stays with me. She does not see the war. She does not meet your men. She grows up knowing that violence is not the answer to every question. You are asking for a world I cannot give her. I am asking you to try. Roman looked at her. The anger was still there, banked but alive, and under it was something rawer. The grief of 6 lost years. The weight of a child he had never held as a baby. A daughter who had drawn him from memory before she ever saw his face. I will try, he said. The words were barely a whisper. Linnea reached out and took his bandaged hand. He flinched, then held still. Then start now. Go back in there and sit with her. Let her draw you. Let her ask her questions. Let her decide what she wants to call you. She already called me Roman. Then she is testing you. Stay. He looked at their hands, his scarred, her steady. Stay, he repeated. Yes. The door opened. Sabine stood in the frame, her face unreadable. There is a car at the corner, dark sedan. It has been idling for 3 minutes. Roman's body changed. The softness bled out of him, replaced by something harder. Who? I cannot see the plates from here. He released Linnea's hand and moved toward the window, parting the curtain with 2 fingers. Linnea saw his back go rigid. Delphine, he said. The car is hers? No. The car is ours. She is showing me she knows exactly where I am. He turned. His eyes found Linnea's. Get Niev. Get her to the basement. Do not come up until I tell you. What about you? I am going to have a conversation. He was already moving, already the head of the Galanis family, already the man who had survived a fire and built an empire from the ash. But Linnea saw it. The way his hand went to his pocket, where Niev's drawing was folded inside. Chapter 25. The counting house smelled of coffee, old paper, and the tension of people who had not slept. Linnea stood at the workroom window, watching the gray sky lighten over the harbor. Behind her, the locked door clicked open every few minutes as guards delivered reports Roman did not share. She had not seen him since he walked out of Sabine's building 3 hours ago, but she had felt him moving through the house, a current beneath the floorboards. The door opened again. Roman stood in the frame, a cup of coffee in his bandaged hand. He looked at her for a long moment, then set the cup on the steel table and pulled out a chair. Sit. I have been sitting all night. Sit anyway. She sat. Roman lowered himself into the chair across from her, the scrape of wood against floor loud in the quiet. He did not speak. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Niem's drawing, unfolding it on the table between them. 3 figures, a dock, the child's hand reaching for the man's. We need rules, he said. Linnea blinked. Rules? Guards, movement, contact, disclosure. He pressed his paw flat against the paper. I am not letting her out of my sight again, but I will not put her in a cage either. So we find the middle. You are talking about protocols. I am talking about keeping our daughter alive. His jaw tightened. There is a difference. Linnea looked at the drawing. At the dark-haired man Niamh had sketched from imagination alone, at the small hand reaching for his. You want terms, she said. I want you to stop treating me like an enemy so we can function. Then stop acting like one. Roman's eyes flared, but he did not push back. He pulled a folded paper from his coat and set it on the table. 3 lines of script in his own hand. Niamh stays with Sabine until I clear the house. 2 armed men on the perimeter to all times. No one enters the courtyard without my authorization. Linnea read the first line. And contact? Daily, I go to her. She does not come to the mansion until I say it is safe. Sabine vets the guards. Sabine is a doctor, not a security analyst. Sabine kept your secret for 7 years. She can vet the men who stand outside her door. Roman held her gaze. Then he picked up the pen and added a line. Sabine approves guard rotation. Linnea read it. Something loosened in her chest. Disclosure, she said. What? How do we explain you? To her. She asked me last night if I brought you. She paused. She has been drawing you in pictures for months. She knows who you are, but she needs to hear it from us. Roman looked down at his scarred knuckles. What do I tell her I am? Her father. That is what you are. I am not nerd that word. Then earn it. But do not make her wait for the title. She has waited long enough. Roman was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low. Tomorrow, I will sit with her and tell her whatever she wants to know. Why not today? Because I have a leak in my organization that just sold my location to Delphine, and I need to find him before he sells my daughters. Linnea felt the words land. How do you find him? I have a name. I need confirmation. He folded the paper. Are we agreed? She looked at the list. 3 lines, now 4. each one a boundary drawn in ink instead of blood. "One more," she said. Roman waited. "If you disappear into the war and do not come back to her, I will not explain it. I will not make excuses. I will tell her the truth." "What truth?" "That you chose revenge over her." The room went cold. Roman stared at her, and for a moment she saw the fury rising, the man who had spent 7 years learning to make people fear his silence. But he did not use it. "I will come back," he said. "Then prove it. Put it in writing." He picked up the pen. "I will come back to her." He signed his name beneath it and pushed the paper across the table. "Done." Linnea took it, folded it, placed it in her pocket beside the child's drawing. "Then we are agreed." Roman stood, and she saw the exhaustion in the way his shoulders carried his weight. He had not slept. He had not eaten. He had spent the night planning the survival of a family he had only discovered hours ago. "I will have Sabine bring her to the courtyard at noon," he said. "The guards will be in place by then. Neve will ask questions. I will answer them." Linnea watched him walk to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. "Linnea." "Yes." "I cannot promise I will do this right, but I will try." She did not answer. She did not need to. The door closed behind him. At noon, the courtyard was drenched in pale winter sun. Linnea stood at the kitchen window, watching as Roman crossed the stone path toward the oak tree. Neve was already there, sitting on the blanket Sabine had spread beneath the branches, her sketchbook open in her lap. Roman stopped at the edge of the blanket. "May I sit?" Neve looked up at him, her gray eyes steady. "You said you would come back." "I said I would." "Then you can sit." He lowered himself onto the blanket, stiff and careful, the way a man sits when he does not trust his own body. Neve watched him for a moment, then returned to her drawing. "What are you drawing?" Roman asked. "A tree." "That is a good tree." "It is okay. The branches are too thick." "Trees have thick branches sometimes." Neve looked at him again, studying his face the way she studied everything, as if she were memorizing him for later. "Did my mother send you?" "No. I came because I wanted to." "Why?" Roman took a breath. Linnea watched his scarred hand press against his knee. "Because I am your father," he said. The words hung in the air. Neve did not flinch. She did not cry. She set down the charcoal pencil and looked at him with the calm of a child who had already decided the answer to her own question. "I know," she said. Roman's throat moved. "How long have you known?" Meme shrugged. "A long time. My mother has a sad look when she talks about you, and you look like the man in my drawing." She picked up the pencil again and added a line to the tree trunk. "Do you want to stay for lunch?" Roman looked at Linnea through the window. She did not look away. "I would like that," he said. Meve nodded, already absorbed in her drawing. "Okay, but you have to let me draw you afterward." "Deal." Linnea turned from the window. Her hand went to her pocket, where the folded list of terms sat beside Neve's drawing. 4 lines of ink, 1 signature. A ceasefire built from paper and hope. The courtyard gate opened. Tomasz stepped through, his face unreadable. He did not look at Neve. He looked at Roman, and the message in his eyes was enough to make Linnea's stomach drop. Roman rose from the blanket. He said something to Neve, something soft, then crossed the courtyard to meet Tomasz at the gate. Linnea was already moving. She reached them before Roman could speak. "What?" Tomasz's flat eyes met hers. "One of the perimeter guards, the man assigned to the east entrance." He paused. "He is bought. Delphine paid him for access logs 3 days ago." Roman's body went still. "Who?" "Gregor Voss. Voss has been with me 4 years. 4 years is long enough to find a price." Roman looked at the courtyard, at the oak tree, at the child drawing beneath it. "How much?" "Enough." Linnea felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The leak was not a stranger. It was not a ghost in the system. It was a man who had walked the same halls, eaten at the same tables, and who now knew exactly where Nia slept. Chapter 26. Tomasz's voice carried the weight of a verdict. "Gregor Voss. Roman stared at the courtyard, at the oak tree, at the small figure beneath it who had not looked up yet. Where is he now? East perimeter post, does not know I know yet. Bring him to the counting house, the basement room, no one else. Tomasz nodded and was gone, his boots silent on the stone. Roman turned to Linnea, his face had closed. She had seen that happen before, the warmth collapsing inward until only the operator remained. I need you to stay with Niev. No. His jaw tightened. Linnea, I am not leaving her, and I am not staying blind. If your organization has a leak that leads to my daughter's bedroom, I want to see his face when he explains it. Roman held her gaze for a long moment. Then he gave a single, sharp nod. 10 minutes. Get Niev inside first. Linnea, Najab beside the blanket. Niev, we need to go inside now. Niamh looked up from her drawing. Her gray eyes moved past Linnea to where Roman stood at the gate. Is something wrong? No, sweetheart. I just need you inside with Sabine for a little while. You are lying. The words were simple, unaccusing. They hit Linnea in the chest like a stone. I know, she said. I will explain later, I promise. Niamh considered this. Then she closed her sketchbook and rose, brushing dirt from her knees. You said you would draw him after lunch. I remember. Good. Niamh looked at Roman one last time. You still have to come back. Roman's voice came rough. I will. Niamh walked to the kitchen door where Sabine waited with her hand on the frame. The door closed behind her. Linnea crossed to Roman. Let us go. The basement room smelled of damp concrete and old iron. Gregor Voss stood against the far wall, his hands cuffed behind a metal chair. He was 40, perhaps, with a face that had learned to look harmless. Blonde hair thinning at the crown, soft hands. He looked like a man who had expected to be caught. Roman circled him slowly. 4 years. Voss did not answer. 4 years of meals in my house, wages paid on time. A son who needed surgery covered by the family fund. You paid for my son. I did. Voss's throat moved. Then you know why I took the money. I know why everyone takes money. Roman stopped in front of him. I need to know what you gave her. Voss's eyes flickered to Linnea, then back to Roman. Access logs, entry codes, guard rotation schedules for the East Wing. Did you give her the courtyard schedule? Voss's face went gray. She asked for it specifically. 3 days ago. Linnea felt the floor tilt beneath her. 3 days. Before the archive. Before any of them had spoken of the courtyard as Niamh's safe place. Delphine had known before they did. Who else? Roman's voice was flat. What? The archive. Someone inside the family knew we were going. They cut the power and sent a breach team. That was not a perimeter guard's information. Voss shook his head. I do not know. You gave her the logs. She used them to track his movements. Someone in the mansion told her where the destination was. I gave her logs, that is all. I never spoke to her directly. There was an intermediary. Name. Voss hesitated. His eyes darted to the door, to the ceiling, to the corners of the room, as if searching for an exit that did not exist. If I tell you, my son dies. If you do not tell me, you die. And your son still has a target on his back because Delphine does not leave witnesses who can name intermediaries. Voss's breath came faster. His hands twisted against the cuffs. Give me a phone. Let me call my wife. Tell her to run. You give me the name first. I need to... You should have thought about what you needed before you sold my daughter's location. Voss flinched at the word, daughter. The weight of what he had done seemed to settle on him all at once. Krastev, he said. The name is Krastev. Roman went still. Petar Krastev? I do not know his first name. He handles the Consigliere's operational security. He's the one who collects patterns and passes them up. I gave him the logs. He paid me in cash. Roman's scarred hand pressed against the wall. Petar Krastev has been in my office for 6 years. He approves my travel manifests. Linnea saw the calculation behind his eyes. A man who had access to schedules, who knew when Roman left the mansion and when he was expected to return. Who could have passed the archive destination to Delphine before Roman even arrived? Where does he live? I do not know. I met him in a bars. The same bars every time. Which bars? The Rusted Anchor, down by the fish market. Roman turned to Tomasz, who stood in the doorway like a wall of stone. Pick him up, quietly. Tomasz nodded. What about Voss? Roman looked at the man in the chair, the man who had sold his daughter's safety for cash. He stays here until I decide what to do with him. Voss's face went pale. I gave you the name. You gave me a name I could have found myself in 3 hours. You told me nothing I did not already suspect. You said, I said a lot of things. Roman stepped toward the door. His leg caught, a hitch of weight that made the movement heavier than it should have been. Linnea followed. At the threshold, she glanced back. Voss sat in the chair, head bowed, hands still cuffed. A man who had traded his integrity for a price he had already spent. She looked at the floor beneath his chair. A piece of paper, folded, half hidden under the chair leg. She walked back and picked it up. Wait. Roman stopped. She unfolded the paper. It was a reimbursement slip, handwritten. The ink was black, the handwriting precise. An amount, a date, a signature line with no name. But the letters, the way the strokes curved, the angle of the crossbars, the same mirrored pattern she had seen in the altered ledger, the forged chain of custody record. She looked up. This is not Krastev's handwriting. Roman took the slip. His eyes moved over it. How do you know? Because I have been reading forged documents for 7 years. The person who wrote this reimbursement slip also wrote the false entry in the sealed freight log. She let the words settle. Whoever altered the records after the fire is still inside your organization, and they are the one who paid Voss. Roman stared at the slip. His face went very still. Bring the paper, he said. He walked up the stairs without looking back. Linnea followed, the slip folded tight in her palm, the pattern of the strokes already burned into her memory. Someone inside the mansion had written this, someone whose hand Roman trusted. Chapter 27. The paper from the counting house was still folded in her hand. Linnea stood in the kitchen doorway and watched Roman lower himself to the floor of the sitting room, where Niev had spread her sketchbook across the rug. His scarred hand braced against the hardwood. His right leg extended at an angle that took the weight off the hitch. He moved like a man entering a room he did not trust. Niev did not notice the calculation. She pushed a blue pencil toward him and said, You can have the green tree if you want. I already finished the house. I do not know how to draw a tree. I will show you. Linnea's ribs pressed against the inside of her chest. She had seen Roman walk into armed rooms without that hesitation. She had seen him hold a man's collar while he explained the price of silence. She had never seen him hold a pencil like it might break in his hand. Niev leaned over and adjusted his grip. Like this, lighter. You are pressing too hard. Roman loosened his fingers. Sorry. It is okay. Mama does the same thing with her pens. Linnea's throat closed. Roman looked up, just for a second. His eyes met hers through the doorway, and she saw something in them she could not name. Not anger, not suspicion. Something softer and more dangerous. He looked back down at the paper. Niev talked while she colored. She told him about the oak tree in the courtyard and the sparrow that lived in the drainpipe, and the way Sabine's cat only came out at night. She did not ask where he had been for 6 years. She did not ask why he had come now. She treated his presence like something she had been expecting. I drew you before you came, she said. I know. Linnea showed me. No, not that one. The one in my dream. You were standing on a dock and there was fog and your hand was bleeding. Roman's pencil stopped. What did I look like in the dream? Sad, like you were looking for something you lost. Linnea pressed her palm flat against the doorframe. The charcoal and bergamot smell of her own sleeves rose as she moved. Roman did not answer. He drew a line on the paper. A curve. A trunk. The first shape of a tree that looked like it had grown from memory rather than skill. Niev studied it. That is good, she said. It looks sad too, but in a nice way. Roman's jaw tightened. He laid the pencil down and looked at his hands. I am not very good at this yet. At drawing? At being here. Niev shrugged. You just got here. Mama says you have to practice things before you get good at them. Does she? She says that about eggs. She burns them every time, but she keeps trying. A sound came out of Roman. Not quite a laugh, not quite air. Something caught between the two. Linnea's eyes burned. She should leave. She should give them the room. But her feet would not move from the threshold, and the folded slip in her hand pressed against her palm like a splinter she could not dig out. Whoever wrote that slip was still in the mansion. Someone whose handwriting matched the forged freight log. Someone Roman trusted. And here he was, on the floor, learning to hold a pencil from a 6-year-old who had drawn him from dreams before she ever saw his face. The two truths did not fit in the same room. Neve picked up a brown pencil and began shading the trunk of Roman's tree. "Do you like Mama?" Roman's hand went still. "Of course I do." "No, I mean, do you like her? Like the way she likes you?" Linnea's breath stopped. Roman looked at Neve with an expression she had never seen on him. Not guarded, not calculating, just bare. "Yes," he said. "I like her like that." Neve nodded as if this confirmed something she had already decided. "Good. She smiles more when you are here. Before you came, she only smiled in the morning when she thought I was still asleep." Roman glanced toward the doorway, toward Linnea. She did not look away fast enough. Neve followed his gaze and saw her mother standing in the frame. "Mama, he is good at trees. Look." Linnea stepped into the room. Her knees felt wrong. The floor felt wrong. Everything in her peripheral vision had gone soft and distant except for the two of them on the rug. "It is a very good tree," she said. Roman held her gaze. The blue ring at the edge of his irises caught the light from the window. He did not say anything, but he did not need to. The child on the floor between them had said enough. Neve picked up another pencil and held it out to Linnea. "Sit down. I will teach you too." Linnea lowered herself to the rug. Her knee brushed Roman's. He did not move away. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of pencils on paper and the weight of a child's simple faith that the three of them belonged on the same floor. Then footsteps in the hall. Tomasz appeared in the doorway. His face was unreadable, but his hand rested on the grip of his belt. Roman saw it. He set the pencil down and rose, the hitch in his leg more noticeable as he straightened. "Give me a minute," he said to Neve. She looked at him with those gray eyes, Roman's eyes, and nodded as if she already knew what the minute meant. Roman crossed to the doorway. Tomasz leaned in and spoke low enough that Linnea caught only the shape of the words, not the sound. "Found Krestiv." Roman's shoulders went rigid. "He is already dead." Chapter 28. Tomasz's words hung in the hallway air like smoke. Already dead. Roman did not move. His back faced the sitting room, but Linnea saw the tension spread from his shoulders down through his arms, the way a man braces before impact. "Where?" "Counting house basement. The holding room. Voss gave him up too fast." "Voss did not kill him. Someone else got there first." Linnea rose from the rug. Neve's pencil stopped moving, but she did not look up from the drawing. The child's silence was deliberate. She had learned to read adult voices the way other children read picture books. Roman turned. His eyes found Linnea, not Tomasz. "I need you to finish the estate box retrieval." "You told me we had time." "We do not have time anymore." Neve set her pencil down and smoothed the edge of the drawing. She was not asking questions, which meant she was storing them for later. Linnea recognized the tactic because she used it herself. "Where is the box?" Linnea asked. "Tarleton Pier Annex, Maritime Vault 5. Astrid's accounting office maintained a secondary storage for insurance duplicates outside the family's primary chain." "How do you know about it?" "Because your father told me 7 years ago." The words landed flat. Roman said them without apology and without explanation, the way a man states a fact he has no energy to soften. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. The brass key was still there. The slip from the counting house was still there. She had been carrying both for hours, and neither had told her everything she needed to know. "Tomasz goes with you," Roman said. "2 men on the perimeter. No one else knows the location." "And you?" "Someone in this house is feeding Delphine information faster than I can trace it. I will find out who before they kill anyone else." Neve picked up Roman's tree drawing and examined it with the focused attention of someone who understood more than she let on. "It is still good," she said, "even if you have to go." Roman's composure cracked for half a second. Then he nodded, touched Neve's shoulder, and left the doorway without looking back. The Tarleton Pier Annex sat at the edge of the harbor, where the water turned the color of old iron. Linnea had passed it a dozen times in the last week without noticing it, because that was the building's purpose. Gray concrete, salt-stained windows, a sign that had not been cleaned since the year before the fire. Tomasz drove with one hand on the wheel and the other resting near his belt. He did not speak for the first 10 minutes. Krastev was one of Delphine's cutouts, he said finally. Not a principal. Someone killed him to keep him quiet, or to make sure we knew they could. Tomasz glanced at her. That too. The annex parking lot was empty, except for a single delivery van near the loading dock. Tomasz circled twice before parking. His eyes moved across every window, every door, every shadow that did not belong. Perimeter is clean, he said, but clean does not mean safe. Linnea stepped out of the car. The wind off the harbor carried diesel and salt and something metallic she did not want to name. She adjusted the bag strap against her shoulder and followed Tomasz toward the entrance. The vault was underground. A steel door with a combination lock, a keyhole, and a biometric panel that looked newer than the rest of the building. Tomasz keyed in a code Roman had given him. Linnea inserted the brass key into the lock and turned. The door swung open into a room the size of a storage closet. Shelves lined 3 walls. On the second shelf sat a gray metal box the size of a briefcase, sealed with a plastic lock, stamped with the Solheim Import Company logo. Linnea lifted it down. The box was heavier than it looked. She set it on the floor and broke the seal. Inside were 4 folders, each labeled by year. A 5th folder sat beneath them, unlabeled, held shut by a rubber band that had dried and cracked. She opened the unlabeled folder first. Insurance duplicates. Carbon copies of claims filed after the fire. The top page bore her father's signature and a date 2 weeks before he disappeared. Below it, a single sheet of ledger paper. Handwritten. The ink had faded to the color of dried tea. The notation read, Authorization Sigil, Crescent over Wave. Vendor, Varholm Fuel Services. Quantity, 200 gallons. Payment, cash. Received in full. Linnea's thumb traced the sigil, a crescent moon above a wavy line. She had seen it before, in the last 36 hours, somewhere she could not quite reach. This is the shell purchase, she said, the one that started the chain. Tomasz leaned over her shoulder. Can you trace the vendor? Varholm is not a real company. It is a registration name. The fuel came from somewhere else, and the sigil is the mark of whoever authorized the payment. Whose mark? Linnea stared at the symbol, the crescent, the wave. The memory sat at the edge of her vision like a face in dim light. I have seen it today, she said, in the counting house, on something I touched. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell above. Tomasz straightened. His hand went to his belt. Finish what you need, he said. We have 90 seconds before whoever that is reaches the door. Linnea pulled the insurance duplicates and the ledger page from the box. She left the annual folders behind. They could wait. This could not. She slid the papers into her inner jacket pocket and closed the box. Tomasz moved to the vault door and pressed his ear to the metal. His face did not change, but his breathing slowed. 2 sets of footsteps. Heavy. Boots. They know we are here. They knew before we parked. Linnea pressed the back of her hand against her pocket, feeling the papers settle against her ribs. The sigil burned in her memory. Crescent over wave. She had seen it on the reimbursement slip, the one under Voss's chair. Handwriting matching the forged freight log. The slip that proved the second insider was someone Roman trusted. The sigil was not on the slip itself. It was on the corner of the desk where the slip had been processed. A stamp, an authorization mark. Someone in the counting house used it to approve payments, someone whose desk she had passed every night for a week. The footsteps stopped outside the vault door. Tomasz drew his weapon and positioned himself between Linnea and the entrance. Come out with the box, a voice said. No one has to bleed tonight. Linnea did not move. The sigil locked into place in her mind. She knew where she had seen it, not just on a desk, on a hand, on the cuff of a sleeve that had reached across the steel table in the workroom, correcting her hold on a brush, showing her how to angle the light so the ink ghosts read true. A hand she had trusted. The vault door handle turned. Chapter 29. The voice came again through the vault door. Flat. Patient. The accent was local, but the rhythm was trained. Last warning. Come out with the box. We are not here for blood. Tomasz did not lower his weapon. He angled his body toward the door, one hand pressed flat against the metal surface, reading the vibration of whoever stood on the other side. Two of them, he said, standing 3 feet back. One is holding something metal against his belt. Keys? Too wide. Crowbar. Linnea pressed her hand against her inner jacket pocket. The papers sat against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The sigil burned in her memory. Crescent over wave. She had seen it on the cuff of a sleeve that had reached across the steel table in the counting house. A hand that had helped her. A hand she had trusted. Tell them we will come out, she said. Tomasz turned his head. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. Tell them. I need time. 10 minutes. They will not wait if we stay silent, but if we talk, they hold position. Talk about what? The box, the papers, negotiate access. Keep them talking while I work. Tomasz studied her for 3 seconds. Then he turned back to the door and raised his voice. We are coming out, but I want to see your faces first. Slide the peephole. A pause. Then metal scraped against metal as the cover slid aside. A slice of light cut across the vault floor. Tomasz moved his head just enough to look through. Linnea could not see what he saw, but she watched his shoulders stay loose, ready. Who sent you? He said. The same person who pays your fuel bills, Tomasz Brulel. You know exactly who. Linnea did not wait to hear the rest. She pulled the papers from her jacket and spread them across the floor. The estate box papers, insurance duplicates, the handwritten ledger page, and folded at the bottom of the unlabeled folder, a single freight book page she had not noticed before. It was thin, ragged along one edge, torn from a larger sheet. She angled it toward the light. It was a fuel reconciliation form, dated 5 days after the fire, listing emergency fuel contracts authorized for the Galanis fleet during the week Blackwater Quay burned. At the bottom, a signature block. The ink was different from the rest of the form, fresher, applied after the original entries had been made. The name in the block was not a name. It was the crescent overwave sigil, pressed into the paper with a stamp. Linnea's thumb traced the impression. The crescent was slightly deeper on the left side, as if the person holding the stamp had been right-handed and applied uneven pressure. The wave beneath it had 3 distinct peaks, the middle one higher than the others. She had seen that exact pressure pattern before, on the reimbursement slip under Voss's chair, on the corner of the desk in the counting house where someone had stamped approvals every night while she worked. The desk belonged to the administrative office that vetted emergency fuel contracts, the office Delphine Hartmann controlled. Linnea's breath caught. She looked up at Tomasz, still holding position at the door, still speaking in a low, steady voice to whoever stood on the other side. The stamp, she said. The sigil. It is not a vendor mark. It is an internal authorization. Someone in the counting house used it to approve the shell payments. Tomasz glanced back. Delphine. No, not directly. The stamp belongs to the office that processes emergency fuel contracts. Delphine does not sign every form herself, but she controls who sits at that desk. She chooses who holds the stamp. Then the stamp holder is her cutout, or her partner, or her puppet. But the sigil is the key. Every false invoice was authorized through the same office. Every payment to Var Home Fuel Services was signed off by the same hand, the hand that wrote the reimbursement slip under Voss's chair, the hand that altered the chain of custody record. Linnea stood. Her legs were steady. Her voice was steady. The pattern locked into place in her mind like the final piece of a burned document clicking into readable alignment. Delphine did not write the false entries herself. She does not need to. She controlled the person who did, the person sitting at the desk where the stamp lives, the person whose cuff I saw in the workroom. Tomasz lowered his voice. Do you know whose cuff it was? I will know when I see the desk again. You cannot walk back into the counting house and start checking cuffs. They will kill you before you reach the 3rd floor. Then I need to see the desk without walking through the front door. The voice outside the vault door came again, harder this time. Time is up. Open the door or we open it for you. Tomasz looked at Linnea. His face was unreadable, but his hand moved to the door handle. "When I open this door, I put you behind me. You do not step out until I say. You do not speak. You do not look at them. You keep your hands visible and your mouth shut. And the papers. Stay in your jacket. If they try to take them, I will make a problem they did not plan for." He turned the handle. The vault door swung open. The light from the stairwell hit Linnea full in the face. She blinked and kept her hands at her sides. Two men stood in the corridor. Both wore dark coats. Both had their hands visible, but the space behind them held a third shape. A woman, standing at the base of the stairs with her arms crossed. The woman stepped forward into the light. Silver hair, sharp cheekbones, a name tag that read, "Sylvie Fontaine, Maritime Claims." Linnea's mind stopped. The insurance clerk from the gala, the woman who had offered information about the registry, the woman who had seemed like an ally. Sylvie Fontaine looked at the papers in Linnea's hand. Her mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "I see you found the estate box," she said. "I was beginning to wonder if Roman would ever send someone competent to retrieve it." Linnea's fingers tightened around the folder. "You are the stamp holder. I am the person who ensures paperwork survives the people who want it destroyed. There is a difference. You altered the freight log. You wrote the false entries. You held the stamp for Delphine." Sylvie Fontaine tilted her head. The gesture was almost fond. "I held the stamp for the Galanis family. The same family that pays your fee, Miss Solheim. The same family that will tear itself apart if the wrong person reads these papers before the right person controls the story." She stepped closer, close enough that Linnea could smell her perfume, old money, vetiver, and something metallic. "Give me the authorization page, the one with the sigil. You can keep the insurance duplicates. They are worthless without the key to the vault that holds the matching originals." Linnea did not move. "You think I am working for Delphine? I think you are working for whoever paid you last. I am working for the institution, the archive, the record. I am working for the truth, but only the version that does not burn the city down. The version Delphine approves. The version that keeps a child alive." The word landed like a blade. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. The child drawing was still there. 3 figures on a dock. A dark-haired woman. A man. A smaller figure. Neve. "Delphine does not control what I know," Sylvie said, "but she controls what gets stamped. And she knows exactly where your daughter sleeps." The corridor went silent. Tomasz's hand moved to his belt. Sylvie Fontaine did not flinch. "Give me the page, Miss Solheim. Then go back to the counting house. Sit at the desk where I sit. Look at the stamp. You will understand exactly how many people had to look away for your daughter to stay safe this long." Chapter 30. The war room smelled of old maps and sharpened steel. Roman stood at the table with his palms flat on the document spread, the folded child's drawing visible at the edge of his jacket pocket. His scarred knuckles were white against the paper. Behind him, 4 men waited in silence, their coats cut for movement, their hands free of paperwork. Linnea stopped in the doorway. Her lungs were still tight from the drive back from the annex, from Sylvie Fontaine's voice in her head, from the weight of the folder pressed against her ribs. "Tell me I still have time." Roman did not turn around. "You have 5 minutes. Then I close the account." "Which account?" "The last name on the Blackwater list. The man who signed the warehouse lease to Varela Combine Shell Companies. He is in a fishing lodge 30 kilometers east, waiting for a storm to pass so he can cross the border." Linnea stepped into the room. The man by the window watched her without moving. "If you kill him, you lose the trail." "I have the trail. I have been tracking this man for 7 months. He is the last one. He is the last one Delphine wanted you to kill." Roman straightened. His gray eyes hit her like a blade. "You have 5 minutes. Use them." She pulled the folder from her jacket. The fuel reconciliation form. The authorization page with the crescent overwave sigil. The insurance duplicates. The reimbursement slip whose ink matched Sylvie's desk. She spread them across the table in a line that ran from his left hand to his right. "This is the chain. Varholm Fuel Services is a shell company whose invoices were approved by a stamp that lives in Delphine Hartmann's administrative office. The stamp holder is Sylvie Fontaine. The crescent overwave sigil on the fuel purchase order matches the sigil on the reimbursement slip that paid Gregor Voss, and matches the sigil on the forged chain of custody record in the sealed freight log. Every false document in this investigation was stamped at the desk where Sylvie sits. Roman looked at the papers. His expression did not change. The stamp is Delphine's tool, not her signature. The stamp is the authorization. The stamp is what the insurance adjusters and the harbor board recognize. Delphine did not write the entries herself because she did not need to. She controlled the person who controlled the stamp. That person worked 2 doors from your office for 7 years, and that person is now confirmed that Delphine knows where Neve sleeps. The room went still. One of the men by the window shifted his weight. Roman raised his hand without looking. The man stopped. Roman studied the fuel reconciliation form, the sigil at the bottom, the date 5 days after the fire. You are certain this is the same stamp? I held it in my hand 20 minutes ago. The pressure marks match the reimbursement slip. The ink density matches the forged log entry. The pattern is identical. Who held the stamp for you? Sylvie Fontaine. She showed me the desk. She showed me the stamp. She told me that Delphine knows where Neve sleeps because Delphine has always known where Neve sleeps. The courtyard schedule was requested before anyone designated it as a safe place. The access logs were sold before the perimeter guards were rotated. Delphine has been 3 steps ahead of every security decision you made because the person sealing your paperwork was the same person who informed her. Roman's jaw tightened. He picked up the authorization page and held it to the light, the way he might check a document for watermarks. Sylvie Fontaine has been with the Galanis family for 12 years. Then Delphine has been planning this for 12 years. He set the page down. His hand moved to the edge of the table, and for a moment he looked at the folded drawing in his pocket, the corner of it visible above the fabric. The man in the lodge has a family, a wife, 2 children. Delphine selected him because he had a record of small frauds that could be magnified into arson conspiracy. She fed me his name 2 years ago, and I have been patient because patience made the kill clean. He is a decoy. He is a man who believed he was leasing warehouse space to a legitimate importer. The import license was forged. The cargo manifest was altered. He signed papers that looked legal and received payments that looked like rent. He does not know he was part of a murder arrangement. Linnea stepped closer to the table. Then why kill him? Because if I do not, the rest of the organization will see hesitation as weakness. Delphine is already running. The house is fracturing. If I spare a man I have been hunting for 2 years, every lieutenant who has followed me because I was certain will start wondering whether I am still certain. You are certain. You are just certain of the wrong thing. Roman's eyes met hers. The scar running from his eye, cornered down into his beard, caught the light. If I spare him, I lose the momentum that has kept the family unified since the fire. If I do not spare him, I lose the evidence that proves I was fighting the wrong enemy for 7 years. The room waited. Linnea could feel the men behind her, their silence a form of judgment. She could smell her own charcoal and bergamot scent rising from her jacket, the residue of a dozen burned ledgers still clinging to her fingers. She pulled the child drawing from her pocket. 3 figures on a dock. A dark-haired woman, a man, a smaller figure holding both their hands. She set it on the table beside the authorization page. You told ma'am you would come back to her. You signed a written promise. She is 6 years old, Roman. She drew you from a dream before she ever met you. She taught you to draw a tree. She asked if you like her mother. His hand came to rest on the drawing. His fingers covered the man's face. I know what I promised. And choose. The silence stretched. One of the men by the window cleared his throat. The boat is waiting. The storm window closes in 40 minutes. If we do not move now, he will be across the border by dawn. Roman did not answer. He looked at the authorization page, the fuel reconciliation form, the reimbursement slip, the forged chain of custody record, the crescent overwave sigil at the bottom of every false entry. Then he looked at the child drawing. 3 figures on a dock, a dark-haired woman, a man, a smaller figure holding both their hands. He folded the authorization page into his jacket. He left the drawing on the table. The boat leaves in 5 minutes. I am going to the lodge. Linnea's chest went cold. You are choosing the kill. I am choosing to look the man in the eye before I decide. He walked past her without touching her. The men fell in to step behind him. At the doorway, he stopped. "If I do not come back from this lodge, there is a safe in the annex basement with Delphine's complete correspondence file." The combination is Nimi's birthday. He did not wait for her to answer. The door closed. She stood alone in the war room with the child drawing on the table and the evidence of 7 years of manipulation spread across the polished wood. The door opened again. Tomasz Brulu stepped inside. His face was unreadable. "He is going to the lodge." "I know. He will not call it off. He has been aiming at that man for 2 years. You cannot stop a bullet after the trigger is pulled." Linnea picked up the drawing. She folded it carefully, the same way Roman folded Niev's drawing, and put it back in her pocket. "Then we go to the lodge. We are not invited." "We are not asking for permission." Tomasz stared at her. A muscle in his jaw moved. "You understand what happens if we show up unarmed while he is making a decision he might regret." "We are not unarmed." She reached into her jacket and pulled out the brass key, the one Henrik had given her, the one that unlocked the safe in the annex basement. "Go to the annex, open the safe, bring whatever is inside to the lodge. If Roman decides to kill that man, I want him to see the full weight of Delphine's design before he pulls the trigger." Tomasz took the key. "You are asking me to choose between Roman and the truth. You are choosing the truth. The truth will bring him back to his daughter." She walked past him into the corridor. The house was silent around her, the walls holding secrets she had spent 7 years learning to read. She did not look back. Chapter 31. The boat cut through black water, the lodge lights growing from a distant smudge to a yellow square hanging over the lake. Roman stood at the bow with his hand braced on the gunwale, the wind pressing his coat flat against his chest. 3 men behind him, all armed, all waiting for the order that had defined their last 2 years. The pilot killed the engine 40 yards out and let the hull drift through reeds toward a sagging wooden dock. No lights on the pier, no movement at the windows. The lodge sat at the end of a narrow lake road, surrounded by pine and the kind of silence that meant either no one was home or someone was watching from the dark. Roman stepped onto the dock before the boat was fully tied. His boots found wet wood, then packed earth, then the first cracked flagstone of the path leading up. The lodge door was unlocked. He pushed it open with 2 fingers. Inside, a single kerosene lamp burned on a crate table. The man hunched over it, looked up with the hollow, exhausted face of someone who had been waiting a long time for a door to open. He was older than the file suggested, late 50s, with gray stubble and the kind of hands that had worked honest labor once. His shirt was threadbare at the collar. A fishing rod leaned in the corner beside a cot that had clearly been his bed for months. "You are Roman Galanis." It was not a question. Roman closed the door behind him. His men fanned into the room, blocking the windows, covering the rear door. The old man watched them with the resignation of someone who had already run through every possible outcome and knew none of them ended well. "I leased a warehouse," the old man said. "That is all I did. I signed papers. I collected a monthly check. I did not ask what they stored there. I did not want to know." "What name did you sign for?" "Pettigrew Marine Holdings. They paid in cash envelopes delivered to my postbox on the 1st of every month. I never met anyone face to face. I never asked questions. I needed the money, and I knew it was wrong, and I did it anyway." Roman pulled the authorization page from his jacket and laid it flat on the crate table. The kerosene light caught the crescent overwave sigil at the bottom. "Did you ever see this mark before?" The old man leaned forward. His eyes tracked over the stamp, the date, the fuel amount. Something shifted in his face. Not recognition, understanding. "That is Delphine's mark." Roman went still. "Say it again." "Delphine Hartman. She used that stamp on every contract she ever sent through my box. I did not know what it meant. I just knew she paid well and she paid on time and she never asked for anything except silence." "You took orders from Delphine Hartman directly?" "No. I took envelopes from a woman with silver hair who drove a black sedan. She told me the stamp meant the order came from the Consigliere's office. I did not ask more questions. I was paid to not ask questions." Roman's hand came to rest on the crate table. His fingers were steady. His voice was not. "A woman with silver hair brought you payment envelopes?" "Yes, she came every month for 2 years, then stopped. after the fire. Roman stared at the authorization page, the stamp, the name, the connection he had been tracking for 7 years, now threading through his own household like smoke through a locked room. The old man's voice dropped. I do not know what they burned in that warehouse. I do not want to know. But I know she paid 3 other men to sign leases on different properties in the month after the fire. All cash. All through the same silver-haired woman. All with that same stamp. Roman's jaw tightened. Names. I do not have names. I have a post box number. And a receipt for a storage unit she rented under a false company name 3 days after the warehouse fire. The old man reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a folded slip of paper. I kept it because I was afraid. I thought if anyone came looking, proof was better than an empty explanation. He held it out. Roman took it. The paper was creased and soft from being carried against skin for years. A storage receipt from Lockwood Secure Storage, Unit 47, paid in cash for 12 months under the name Marvick Holdings. Roman knew the company. Marvick Holdings was a shell used by Delphine's office for petty expenses, catering, car rentals, things too small to track through official books. You have been holding this for 7 years. I have been waiting for someone to come who would not kill me before I explained. Roman looked at the old man. The fear was still there, the resignation, the knowledge that a man in Roman's position could end this conversation with a single word. But there was also something else. Relief. The relief of a man who had carried a secret so long it had hollowed him out and was finally setting it down. Roman folded the receipt into his jacket. The old man's shoulders sagged. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The old man's eyes lifted. You are not going to kill me. Roman said nothing. One of his men shifted behind him. Boss, we have been hunting this man for 2 years. The lieutenants know his name. They know we came here tonight. If we go back empty-handed, they will think you went soft, that you lost your nerve. Roman did not turn around. Delphine fed me this man's name 2 years ago, he said. She knew I would chase him while she rebuilt her network. She counted on me being too focused on the kill to look at the hand feeding me targets. And if we tell the lieutenants that, what then? They follow us because we are certain, because we do not hesitate, because when we say a name, that man dies. Then they will learn new rules. The man behind him went quiet. The old man stared at Roman with the expression of someone who had just watched death walk past him and sit down on the other side of the room. I can give you more, he said quickly. I can give you the exact dates Delphine's payments came through. I can give you the name of the bank where she deposited the shell company funds. I wrote everything down. I was afraid one day she would decide I knew too much and send someone to... The window shattered. The old man's throat opened in a spray of dark red before the sound of the shot reached them. He dropped forward onto the crate table, the kerosene lamp tipping, glass shattering, fuel spreading across the wood. The flame caught the paper, the old man's sleeve, the slip of the receipt Roman still held in his hand. Roman threw himself sideways as the second round tore through the space where his head had been. His men were already moving, weapons up, diving for cover, shouting over each other as more rounds punched through the lodge walls and the kerosene fire climbed up the dry timber. Roman hit the floor with the storage receipt crumpled in his fist and the old man's blood spreading across the planks beside him. The sniper had been waiting, not for the kill, for the confirmation. Chapter 32. The lodge was still burning when Linnea reached the clearing. She saw the flames through the trees first, orange light pulsing against the fog, then the shape of Roman's boat tied at the narrow dock, 3 men standing at the tree line with weapons trained on the water. Tomasz grabbed her arm before she could step into the open. Sniper cleared out. Roman is alive. The old man is dead. She pulled free and walked toward the fire. The heat hit her in a wave as she rounded the corner of the lodge. The roof was gone, the walls collapsing inward, and Roman stood 30 feet from the blaze with his back to her, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other holding a crumpled slip of paper. One of his men was trying to wrap a bandage around his arm. Roman shook him off. Linnea crossed the distance and stopped beside him. The fire threw his shadow long across the mud. His jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on the paper in his hand. You're bleeding. I know. She took his wrist, lifted the torn sleeve, and looked at the wound. A graze deep enough to bleed freely but not to threaten. His ribs were another matter. The way he held his arm suggested cracked bone. "The storage receipt," she said. "You got it," before the sniper put a round through his throat. She waited. Roman turned the paper over. The edge was singed, the ink still legible. Lockwood Secure Storage, Unit 47. Paid in cash 12 months in advance, 3 days after the fire. He looked at her. Delphine rented it under one of her shell companies. She has been paying for it for 7 years. What is inside it? I do not know, but she has kept it for 7 years. She has not emptied it. She has not destroyed it. That means whatever is in there is either evidence she needed to hold or a weapon she wanted ready. Linnea watched the fire eat the last of the lodge roof. She knew you would come here tonight. She knew I would come for him eventually. She fed me his name 2 years ago. She had a sniper waiting for the moment he talked. Roman's voice was flat, controlled, the same voice he used in the war room when he was calculating 3 moves ahead. She did not need to kill me. She needed to confirm I was still following the trail she built. And now? He looked at the receipt again. Now she does not know what I found. They moved fast after that. Roman's men secured the perimeter while Tomasz radioed for a second boat. The lodge fire would draw attention within the hour, and Roman wanted everyone off the water before the authorities arrived. Linnea helped him into the boat without asking permission, and he did not tell her to stay behind. The ride back was silent. Rain started falling as they crossed the bay, cold and horizontal, and Linnea sat beside Roman with her hand pressed over the wound on his ribs to slow the bleeding. He did not flinch. He stared at the dark water and said nothing. By the time they reached the private dock behind the Galanis compound, the sky had gone from black to the deep gray that preceded false dawn. A guard met them at the gate. "Boss, there are 3 lieutenants in the war room. They heard about the lodge. They want to know what happened." Roman handed Linnea the storage receipt. "Put this somewhere safe." "Where are you going?" "To tell them I spared a man who did not deserve to die, and that a sniper killed him anyway." He walked past the guard without breaking stride. "Then I am going to change the access codes for every door Delphine's office controlled." The house was awake in that particular way. Houses are awake when violence has been confirmed, but the details have not yet arrived. Servants moved through the corridors with their eyes down. Guards stood at posts that had been unguarded the night before. Someone had already started logging Roman's return into the security system, because the lights in the upper hallway flickered once. A reset, a recalibration. Linnea found Tomasz in the kitchen. He was standing at the counter with a glass of water he was not drinking. His boots were wet, his shirt streaked with mud from the clearing, and his flat eyes tracked her the moment she walked through the door. "Roman gave you the receipt." "Yes." "Good." He set the glass down, because half the house is going to hear he came back empty-handed and start making their own calculations. Empty-handed. He came back with proof that Delphine has been running a parallel operation for 7 years. Proof that he has not shown them yet? All they know is he went to kill a man and came back wounded while the target burned. Tomasz leaned against the counter. Delphine has been feeding them information for years. Small things, favors, advance notice on shipments. She made herself indispensable to every senior man in this house. Now Roman has to pull her access without looking like he is pulling her access. And he has to do it before the lieutenants decide his judgment is compromised. Linnea understood. The house was a machine of loyalties, and Delphine had spent 7 years oiling every gear. She knew he would spare the old man. She knew he had changed. Tomas's voice was quieter now. She's been watching him since Linnea came back. She saw him sit on the floor with a child. She knew the old man was a decoy, but she also knew Roman had become the kind of man who might look a decoy in the eye and let him live. That is what she was waiting for, the moment his reputation cracked. And the sniper? Insurance. If the old man talked, he died. If Roman hesitated, he died. Either way, Delphine wins. The lieutenants see their leader bleeding from a failed hit, and she gets to step into the vacuum she has been building for 7 years. Linnea stood very still. The kitchen was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of boots moving through the corridor. "You are telling me this because you have already made your choice." Tomasz looked at her. 6 years ago, I watched you walk into this city with nothing but a bag and a child. I watched you lie to every person in this house, including the man I call my brother. I should have exposed you the moment I saw that drawing. Why did not you? Because the child had gray eyes, and I knew exactly whose eyes they were. He paused. I also knew that if Delphine found out about her, the girl would not survive the week. Linnea's throat tightened. You protected her. I looked away. That is not the same. He straightened, but I am done looking away. Roman needs to know who he can trust, and right now that list is shorter than his fingers. The doors swung open behind them. One of Roman's senior lieutenants stepped into the kitchen, a broad man with silver at his temples and the measured calm of someone who had survived every succession war the Galanis family had fought in the last 20 years. He looked at Tomasz, then at Linnea, and his expression did not change. Brule, the boss wants you in the war room. Tomasz did not move. Tell him I will be there in 5 minutes. The lieutenant's gaze shifted to Linnea. He asked for Miss Solheim as well. Linnea felt the weight of the storage receipt in her pocket, the fold of Neuv's drawing still pressed against her breastbone, the burn scar on her wrist hidden under her sleeve. She thought of Neuv, asleep in a room somewhere in this house, a child who had never asked to be the line between survival and collapse. She looked at Tomasz. He nodded once. They walked through the corridor together, past the guards who did not meet their eyes, past the closed doors that had once been open to Delphine's staff, past the portrait of Roman's father that hung in the main hallway with its surface sheathed in shadow. The war room doors were closed. Tomasz stopped. Before we go in, he said, I need you to understand something. Tell me. I have spent my whole life serving this family. I have done things that would make your Reconstruction work look like a prayer book. I have buried men in places no one will ever find them. I have watched Delphine Hartmann smile at the same table where she planned deaths. He met her eyes. But I have never held a 6-year-old girl's hand. I have never watched her draw a picture of her father before she met him. I have never had a child look at me like I was something worth trusting. He opened the door. Neuv's safety decides it for me. That is where I stand. Linnea stepped past him into the war room, and she understood that the battle for Portsglass had already shifted. The question was no longer whether Roman could control his house. The question was whether the house could survive the weight of what Delphine had built inside its walls. And at the center of every calculation, every allegiance, every bullet, and every betrayal was a 6-year-old girl whose gray eyes had already changed everything. Chapter 33. The war room smelled of old tobacco, cold coffee, and the particular tension of men who had spent the night waiting for news that did not arrive clean. 3 lieutenants stood around the long table, silver at the temples, broad hands flat on the wood, eyes tracking Roman as he moved to the head of the room with that slight hitch in his right leg that told Linnea exactly how much pain he was hiding. His sleeve was dark with blood where the sniper had grazed him. He had not changed the dressing. The lieutenants looked at the wound, then at Linnea, then at Tomasz, who closed the doors behind them and took a position against the wall that was not quite guarding and not quite waiting. Roman did not sit. The old man at the lodge is dead, he said. Sniper, Delphine's insurance policy. The silver-templed lieutenant spoke first. And the evidence he was supposed to give you? Burned with the building. Silence. Another lieutenant, younger, with a scar splitting his left eyebrow, leaned forward. We have nothing to show for 2 years of hunting that name. We have more than we had yesterday. Roman pulled the storage receipt from his pocket and laid it flat on the table. Lockwood Secure Storage Unit 47. Rented 3 days after the fire under Marvick Holdings. Paid in cash, 12 months in advance, renewed every year since. The younger lieutenant picked it up, turned it over, set it down. This could be anything. It could be everything. Roman's voice was flat. Delphine has been running the Galanis family through shell companies for 7 years. This unit has been costing her money every month. She has not emptied it. She has not destroyed it. That means it matters. The silver-templed man straightened. And the woman? His gaze cut to Linnea. Not hostile, not friendly. Measuring. Roman stepped around the table, positioning himself between the lieutenant's line of sight and Linnea's body. "Miss Solheim is under my protection," he said. "Her daughter is under my protection. Any threat to them is a threat to me. I will make that clear to every guard on every shift, and I will make it clear to anyone who thinks there is room to negotiate." The three lieutenants exchanged glances. The younger one said, "The household has heard whispers about a child. They have not heard who the child belongs to." "She belongs to me." The words landed like a blade driven into the wood. Roman did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The room understood that he had just declared something more binding than any contract the Galanis family had ever written. Linnea felt the burn scar on her wrist pulse with her heartbeat. The silver-templed lieutenant was the first to look away. "We will inform our people," he said. "But the house is large, and Delphine had 7 years to plant loyalties in every corner. A declaration does not seal the doors." "Then seal them yourselves." Roman turned to the table, where a security schematic of the mansion was already laid out. The residential wing, east side, full access control. 3 rotating shifts, no guard serves consecutive nights. Tomasz writes the schedule. Tomasz nodded from the wall. The younger lieutenant frowned. "That wing is where the family sleeps. Moving a woman and a child into that corridor sends a signal." "Good." Roman's scarred hand traced a line across the blueprint. "I want the signal sent. I want every person in this house to understand exactly what she is protected. The only question left is which side of that protection they choose to stand on." The lieutenants had nothing to add. Roman dismissed them with a gesture that was older than his years in command, a motion he had learned from watching men who expected their orders to be obeyed without repetition. The doors closed behind the last lieutenant. Linnea let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Roman turned to her, and for a moment the command structure fell away and she saw only the man who had crawled through a burning lodge and taken a bullet because he had decided to let a decoy live. "Neve needs to be moved within the hour," he said. "Sabine is already packing her things." "Where will she sleep?" "The room next to mine. Connecting door. I will have a bed brought in for you. For me. You will not leave her alone in this house. Not until I know every lock Delphine touched has been changed." He paused. "And not until I know every person she paid to look the other way." Linnea thought of Sylvie Fontaine cutting invoices in the counting house, of the reimbursement slip under Voss's chair, of the crescent overwaved sigil that had been stamped on false documents for years while men died believing they were hunting the truth. "The storage unit," she said. "What do you think is in it?" Roman's jaw tightened. Evidence she could not destroy and could not keep in reach. Paper, records, proof of every transaction she made in my name. He looked at the receipt on the table. She kept it because she knew that one day she might need to prove I was the one who ordered the deaths she arranged. Leverage. Insurance. "You are going to open it. Tomorrow. Before dawn. With Tomasz and 2 men I would trust to hold a grenade." He met her eyes. "You are staying here. I am coming with you." "No. The evidence in that unit connects to my father's registry. I am the only person in this city who can read the burn patterns if the documents have been damaged." Roman stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the smoke and blood still clinging to his coat. "I am not losing you to a storage unit that Delphine may have rigged as a second trap. You are not losing me to anything." She held his gaze. "But I will not sit in a residential wing while you walked into a building she has controlled for 7 years. That is not the partnership you offered me in the kitchen of Sabine's clinic. That is protection, and I do not need protection from your choices. I need to be part of them." The room held still. Roman looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out Neve's drawing, the one she had made before she ever met him, the 3 figures on a dock holding hands. He unfolded it and placed it on the table beside the storage receipt. "Tomorrow," he said. "Don, you stay behind me. You do exactly what I say, and if the door does not open clean, you run. Not toward me, not toward the evidence. You run to Neve." Linnea nodded. Tomasz pushed off the wall. "I will get the vehicle ready. 4 o'clock assembly, 5 o'clock breach." He was halfway to the door when it opened from the other side. The silver-templed lieutenant stood in the threshold, his face unreadable. "Message from Delphine Hartman," he said. Delivered by courier to the front gate 10 minutes ago. Roman took the folded paper. Read it. His expression did not change. What does it say? Linnea asked. Roman handed her the note. The handwriting was precise, elegant, unhurried. Before rumors harden into sides, I request a full family council. I will attend. I will answer for what I have done. Bring the ledger restorer. Bring the child. The council meets at midnight. Neutral ground. No weapons. If you want the truth, Roman, you will bring them both. Linnea looked up from the paper. Roman's gray eyes had gone cold in a way she had not seen since the first night in the counting house, when he had called her Miss Solheim and made distance a weapon. She knows, Linnea said quietly. She knows knives is yours. She has always known. Roman took the note back and folded it into his pocket, next to the child's drawing. That is why she is asking for a family council. She is not running anymore. She is choosing her ground. Tomas's hand moved toward his weapon. Then we do not go. Roman shook his head. We go, but we do not bring knife, and we do not go unarmed. He looked at Linnea. Midnight, neutral ground, and the truth she has been hiding for 7 years. He did not say what he would do if Delphine offered a truth that broke them anyway. Chapter 34. The counting house was quiet at this hour. Linnea sat at the steel table with the 7 ledgers spread before her in order of reconstruction. The freight book, the insurance duplicates, the shell invoices, the reimbursement slip from under Voss's chair, the fuel reconciliation form with the crescent overwave sigil, the authorization page Sylvie had stamped, the private registry page from Astrid's green book. She laid them out like a wound being mapped. Behind her, the door opened. She did not turn. She knew the weight of his tread, the slight hitch in the right leg. You should be resting, she said. So should you. Roman came to the table and stood beside her, his shadow falling across the papers. He smelled of fresh bandages and the coffee Tomasz had brought up an hour ago. I cannot rest until I know what we are walking into. She picked up the reimbursement slip and held it beside the fuel reconciliation form. Same paper stock, same ink density, same pressure pattern in the signature line. Sylvie Fontaine stamped all of them, she said. But Sylvie did not authorize them. She processed them. The authorization came from someone else. She reached for the private registry page and placed it at the center of the arrangement. Her father's handwriting. The entry for November 14th. 200 gallons of industrial accelerant delivered to Blackwater Quay, Berth 4, paid in full. Astrid wrote this, she said. But he did not write it for himself. Look at the margin. Roman leaned forward. She pointed to a small notation in the left margin, written in a different hand, smaller, more precise, the ink a fraction darker. Per standing order, she read aloud. Copied to Consigliere. Delphine. Yes, but that is not the full chain. Linnea pulled the insurance duplicates from beneath the fuel form. Astrid's insurance policy on the warehouse was increased 6 weeks before the fire. The increase was logged and approved by the same desk that processes emergency fuel contracts, Sylvie's desk. And the approval signature on the increase is not Astrid's. She placed the insurance duplicate beside the reimbursement slip. Both bore the same looping initial at the bottom, a cursive D that started with a sharp downstroke and curved back into itself. Delphine approved the insurance increase, Linnea said. She knew the warehouse would burn before Astrid did. She made sure the policy was high enough to cover losses and low enough to avoid an automatic investigation. Roman did not speak. His gaze moved across the papers, reading each one, placing them in the sequence she had built. She watched his face. The scar pulled at the corner of his eye. His jaw was set so tight she could see the muscle jump beneath the beard. There is more, she said. She reached for the 7th ledger, the one that had been curated, the one with the clean rectangles cut from its pages. She had spent the past 2 hours reconstructing the missing sections by matching ink residue patterns against the freight books. The names Delphine fed you over 7 years were not random. They were the men who knew about the standing order, the men who could have testified that Astrid was acting on instructions, not initiating the arson himself. She tapped the reconstructed page. She fed you the witnesses before they could become evidence. Roman's hand moved to his pocket. She knew he was touching Nia's drawing. She used me, he said. His voice was flat, controlled, the same voice he had used the night he called her Miss Solheim. She built my revenge. Every kill I made was a thread she pulled. Yes, Linnea pulled the final piece from the bottom of the stack. A single page she had found tucked into the spine of the sixth ledger, so thin it had nearly been missed, the paper different from the rest. It was not a ledger page. It was a personal note. She did not know when her father had written it. She did not know how it had survived the fire, but the handwriting was his, and the date at the top was November 16th, the day of the fire. She placed it on the table. Roman read it. His expression did not change, but his breathing slowed, the kind of control a man used when he was holding something back by force. "What does it say?" he asked. Astrid wrote that he had been approached by someone inside the Galanis organization, someone who knew about his fuel contracts, someone who offered to clear his debts if he would cooperate with the delivery schedule. She paused. He did not name her in the note, but the debts she offered to clear were the same debts that appeared in Delphine's correspondence file. Roman picked up the page, held it to the light. "He was desperate," he said. "He was in debt, and she found him. Yes, and she used him to get to me." Linnea felt the words land in her chest. She had known this was coming. She had traced the pattern across 7 years of paper and ash, and every line led to the same place. "At the bottom," she said, "there is a postscript." Roman turned the page. She watched his eyes move across the final line of her father's handwriting. "What does it say?" she asked, though she already knew. Roman read it aloud. His voice did not waver. "She knows where you sleep. She has known for months. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner." The room went still. Linnea stared at the page. Her father's apology, written hours before the fire, a confession he had never delivered because he had died in the flames Delphine had arranged. "She did not discover his location," Linnea whispered. "She bought it. From my father." Roman set the page down carefully, as if it might shatter. "She sold me," he said, "to save herself." "To save himself," Linnea corrected. "He was in debt. He was desperate. She offered him a way out, and he took it because he did not know she intended to bone the warehouse with him inside it." Roman looked at her. His gray eyes had gone dark, the ring of blue at the edge barely visible. "Your father gave Delphine my location 7 years ago. The warehouse fire was meant to kill us both." "Yes." He picked up Niamh's drawing from the corner of the table, the 3 figures on a dock, and folded it into his pocket beside the storage receipt. "Then she knew about Niamh before I did. She knew the child I never knew existed was already a threat to her." Linnea felt the truth settle between them like a blade. "That is why she asked for the child at the council," she said. "Not because she wants to expose us, because she wants leverage." Roman reached across the table and took her hand. His palm was rough with scar tissue, his grip firm. "She will not touch her. She has been 7 years ahead of us, Roman. She built your war so that you would never look at her. She knows every move we could make because she designed the board." Roman's thumb moved across her knuckles, a slow, deliberate stroke. "Then we will make a move she did not design." "What move?" He looked at the stack of papers, the full chain of evidence, 7 years of manipulation reduced to ink and ash and the careful architecture of betrayal. "Lockwood Unit 47 opens at dawn. That is what she kept. That is the truth she could not destroy." He squeezed her hand. "And at midnight, we will walk into her council carrying the proof she thinks she buried with your father." Linnea looked at the page her father had written, the postscript, the apology that had never reached its destination. "She will still have an answer for it," she said. "She has had 7 years to prepare her defense." Roman turned to face her fully. "Then I will watch her explain to her family council why she sold a man's location and burned a warehouse and spent 7 years turning his son into a weapon." He released her hand and picked up Niamh's drawing, folded it into his pocket beside the storage receipt. "And I will watch her face when she realizes her strongest weapon is the only one who ever saw her clearly." He was already carrying the truth she needed. The council waited at midnight, but so did the storage unit. Between them, a child who had drawn her father before she ever met him. Chapter 35. They stood in the annex study with the evidence spread across the table and the clock on the mantel ticking toward midnight. Linnea had not stopped moving since she reconstructed the final page. Her hand kept returning to the stack, straightening edges, aligning corners, as if the papers might hold together if she pressed them flat enough. Roman watched her from the window, his back to the glass, the folded drawing of 3 figures on a dock visible at the edge of his pocket. "He never meant to hurt you," she said. "My father. He thought he was settling a debt." Roman did not answer. He was weak, not cruel. There is a difference. "I know." Roman's voice came low, without edge. "I knew your father. I knew he was the kind of man who would sign anything if someone called it a contract and spoke to him with respect. Delphine understood that about him the same way she understood that I would never look at the man who signed the fuel order, because I was too busy hunting the men who delivered it." Linnea stopped straightening the papers. "She built your war?" "Yes, and you made it into a monument." Roman turned from the window. His scarred hand rested on the sill, the burned tissue visible in the low light. "I made it into a reason to wake up. When you believe the person you loved is dead and the child you never knew existed has grown up without you, you need a reason to keep breathing." She gave me one. She pointed me at a list of names and told me they took everything from me, and I believed her because the alternative was admitting that I had nothing left to fight for at all. Linnea felt the words land in her chest. "And now?" Roman crossed the room. He stopped at the edge of the table, looking at the documents, the authorization marks, the forged signatures, the insurance increase that had made the fire possible. "Now I have something I did not have before." "What?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out knee of his drawing. The edges were creased from folding, the paper softened from being carried against his chest. "I have a daughter who drew me before she met me, and I have the woman who raised her alone because she believed I was dead, and who came back to this city knowing she might lose me again." Linnea looked at the drawing, the 3 figures on a dock, the dark-haired woman, the man, the smaller shape between them. "I did not come back for you," she said. "I came back for the evidence. I came back to finish the job and leave." "I know. If I had known you were alive, I would have burned the contract before I stepped through the door." Roman almost smiled. "Brief shadowed thing." "I know that too. Then why are you standing here like it matters?" He set the drawing on the table, smoothing the creases with the side of his hand. "Because you stayed anyway. Because you found the truth, and you brought it to me even though it meant showing me that your father sold my location. Even though it meant watching me learn that the woman I trusted most spent 7 years making me into her weapon." Linnea stared at him. "You are not angry." "I am furious." His voice stayed calm, but she saw the muscle in his jaw tighten. "I am angry at your father for being weak. I am angry at Delphine for being patient. I am angry at myself for never asking the right questions, for letting her shape my grief into something she could control." He paused. "And I am angry at you for keeping me from me, even though I understand why you did it." "Roman, I understand. That does not mean I accept it, but I understand." Linnea felt the silence stretch between them. The clock on the mantel ticked forward. Midnight was still hours away, but she could feel it approaching like a tide. "What happens after?" she asked. "After what?" "After the council, after we expose her, after the truth is out and the lie is dead." She met his eyes. "What happens to us?" Roman reached across the table and took her hand. His palm was rough with scar tissue, his grip firm. "I do not know." "That is not an answer." "It is the only honest one I have." She looked down at their hands. His thumb moved across her knuckles, a slow, deliberate stroke. "I cannot promise you safety," he said. "I cannot promise that Knife will never be afraid again, or that Portsglass will suddenly become a city where children can grow up without learning what smoke smells like. I cannot promise that I will survive the council, or that Delphine does not have one more move we have not anticipated." "Then what can you promise?" Roman lifted her hand and pressed it to his chest. She felt his heartbeat through the fabric of his shirt. "I can promise that I will not make the same mistake twice. I will not let someone else decide what I am fighting for. I will not let another 7 years pass before I tell you the truth." He held her gaze. "And I will not walk into that council pretending I am only there to settle a debt. I am there because I want to come back to you. Both of you." Linnea felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere she had kept locked since the night she fled Portsglass. "You might not come back. I know. You might choose the Empire anyway. I will not. You cannot know that." Roman released her hand and picked up Neve's drawing. He folded it carefully, the same way he had done a dozen times before, and tucked it into the inner pocket of his coat. "I do not know that I will survive," he said, "but I know that I am already fighting for something different. The Empire was never mine. It was hers. She built it around me, made me think I was choosing the vengeance when really I was following the path she laid." He touched the pocket where the drawing rested. "This is mine. That child is mine. You are mine, not because I own you, but because I chose you, and I keep choosing you, even when it costs me everything." Linnea felt her throat tighten. "When did you become someone who says things like that?" "About an hour ago, when I realized I might not get another chance to say them." The clock ticked. The evidence lay between them. 7 years of manipulation reduced to paper and ink, and the careful architecture of a woman who had planned everything, except the one thing she could not control. "Then come back," Linnea said. "That is all I ask. Come back, and we will figure out the rest." Roman leaned across the table and kissed her. It was not the desperate kiss of the archive tunnel or the hungry kiss of the aftermath room. It was something quieter, a seal, a promise written in the only language he had left. "I will come back," he said against her lips. "Liar. Ask me again at dawn." He straightened, adjusted his coat, and walked toward the door. Linnea watched him go, her hand still warm where he had held it. She heard the study door click shut. She heard his footsteps move down the corridor, unhurried, deliberate. She reached for the stack of papers and began arranging them into the order Delphine would see, the order that would make every connection visible, every choice undeniable. The council waited. And for the first time in 7 years, Linnea believed there might be something worth finding on the other side of truth. Chapter 36. The vaulted ground floor room held 30 people in a silence that felt older than the building itself. Delphine Hartman stood at the far end of the long oak table, her ice-blue eyes moving across the lieutenants like a teacher taking attendance. She wore charcoal gray, precise, unadorned, the same woman who had brought Linnea coffee on the first night, who had sat across from her in the workroom and asked about her daughter with such smooth concern. Linnea stood at the opposite end with Roman beside her. The reconstructed evidence lay in a clean arc across the table. The insurance increase signed in Delphine's looping cursive, the fuel authorization with the crescent overwave sigil, the reimbursement slip, the handwriting match that tied every document together. She had arranged them in chronological order, each page a stone in the path Delphine had paved. She had not spoken yet. She did not need to. The pages spoke for themselves. Delphine glanced at the documents, then lifted her gaze to the room. "Yes," she said, "I did it." The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. No denial, no deflection, just the echo of that single syllable spreading across the paneled walls. Roman's hand tightened on the edge of the table. "Say it again." "I authorized the insurance increase. I fed you the names. I sold your location to the Varela Combine. I built the revenge trail you have been walking for 7 years." Delphine tilted her head, a gesture almost tender. "I did all of it, and I would do it again, because you were never going to survive the war that was coming if you remained the man you were. Explain that to the room." Delphine turned, slow, deliberate, giving each lieutenant the weight of her attention. She stopped on Tomasz first, then the silver-templed man near the window, then the gray-haired woman seated at the far corner. "He hesitated," Delphine said. 7 years ago, when the Varela Combine started squeezing our routes, when they burned 3 of our trucks in 2 months, he hesitated. He kept saying there had to be another way. He would not authorize the retaliation. He would not let me move against them. He kept talking about leverage and negotiation, as if those words meant anything to men who had already decided to bleed us. The gray-haired lieutenant shifted in his chair. The silver-templed man remained motionless. Someone had to make the choice he would not make, Delphine continued. Someone had to carry the weight of what he refused to carry. I sold his location because I knew the Vrila Combine would hit him, and I knew he would survive. I knew that fire would burn something out of him and put something else in its place. The man who came back from that warehouse was the man we needed to lead us. The man I sold was the one who was going to get us all killed. Linnea felt the room shift, not toward agreement, but toward consideration. The lieutenants were not nodding, but they were listening, weighing her words against their own experience of the 7 years Delphine had shaped. "You made him a weapon," Linnea said. "I made him a leader. You fed him innocent men. You let him kill witnesses who could have testified about the standing order. You pointed him at targets you had already selected, and you let him believe he was choosing vengeance when he was only following the path you laid." Delphine met her eyes, and he survived because of it. He became something the Vrila Combine learned to fear. He became the man who could walk into any room in Portsglass and have his name mean something. That would not have happened if I had let him stay soft. Soft. Roman's voice cut through the room like a blade. "You call not wanting to kill innocent men soft. I call it a liability." The silence stretched. Linnea watched the lieutenants process the exchange. She had expected outrage, denials, demands for blood. She had not expected this measured stillness, this testing of the evidence against their own calculus of survival. The silver-templed lieutenant spoke at last. "I lost 2 men to the retaliation you authorized, Bergman and Croft. Do you remember their names?" "Yes." "Were they worth what you bought with their blood?" Delphine inclined her head. "Every death I caused bought this family 7 more years of control over Portsglass. Every man who fell in the war I redirected fell, so the rest of you could keep operating without the Vrila Combine turning your children into bargaining chips. I do not expect gratitude, but I will not accept condemnation from men who profited from the path I cleared." The room went still again. Linnea saw the fracture forming, some lieutenants shifting toward Delphine's logic, others holding to the loyalty that should have been absolute. The gray-haired woman at the corner uncrossed her arms. The silver-templed man stared at the floor. Tomasz broke the silence. "You endangered a child." Delphine turned to him, her expression unchanged. "I protected the family. A 6-year-old girl. You knew where she slept. You knew her courtyard schedule. You knew her name before Roman did." Tomasz stepped forward, his flat eyes fixed on her. "Explain to the room how that was necessary." Delphine did not flinch. "She was leverage. I never touched her. I never threatened her. I kept her location as a contingency, the same way I kept the storage unit, the same way I kept every piece of information I gathered over 7 years. That is what a Consigliere does. She anticipates, she prepares, she does not pretend that the game is clean. But you were willing to use her. I was willing to do whatever I had to do to preserve this family, the same way I was willing to sell Roman's location, the same way I was willing to let him kill men who were innocent, the same way I was willing to burn a warehouse with 2 people inside, because the alternative was letting the Vrila Combine dismantle everything we built, generation by generation, until none of us had anything left." The gray-haired lieutenant rose from her chair. "You burned the warehouse. Astrid Solheim signed the fuel order. I authorized the payment. The fire was designed to kill Roman and Astrid together, to remove the weakness and the debt in a single stroke. What I did not anticipate was Roman crawling out through a basement vent with his lungs half collapsed and his hands burned to bone." "Yet you saved him," Tomasz said. "I always wanted him to survive. I wanted the fire to forge him into the leader we needed. I sent him to Sabine's clinic. I paid for the treatment. I kept him hidden. And when he came back, he was exactly what I had gambled on." Delphine paused. "A man who would burn the city to settle a debt. A man who did not hesitate." The room absorbed that. Linnea saw some of the lieutenants exchange glances. She saw the calculation happening behind their eyes, the weighing of results against methods, the careful accounting of how much of their current power rested on Delphine's choices. Roman stepped forward. His voice was low, steady. the voice of a man who had stopped trying to prove anything. You took my choices from me. 7 years. I thought I was hunting the men who tried to kill me. I thought I was settling a debt. I thought I was choosing the vengeance because it was mine to want. He stopped at the edge of the table. You made me into a weapon. You aimed me at your enemies, and I pulled the trigger because I believed the reasons you gave me. Would you have preferred the truth? I would have preferred the truth. I would have preferred to know that the woman I trusted with my life had already sold it once and was waiting to sell it again. Delphine's jaw tightened. You would have preferred to be weak. You would have preferred to hesitate. You would have preferred to let the Varela combine take this family apart piece by piece while you pretended there was a way to fight a war without casualties. Casualties. Roman's hand found the edge of the table and held it. You burned my daughter's grandfather alive. You made me kill men who owed nothing to anyone. You spent 7 years building a war around me that was never mine, and you survived it. You are standing here with a woman who loves you and a child who draws your face from memory. You are the head of the most powerful family in Portsglass. You are feared, respected, and rich enough to never need to justify yourself to anyone. Delphine's eyes hardened. Tell me, Roman, was the price too high? The room held its breath. Linnea watched Roman's face. She saw the calculation in his eyes, the same calculation the lieutenants had been making, the weighing of what he had lost against what he had gained, the truth that Delphine's logic was seductive precisely because it was not entirely wrong. He had survived. He had become the man who could face a room full of enemies and call them his own. He had found a daughter who loved him before she knew what he was. But he had also become the weapon Delphine designed, and the question that mattered was not whether the price was too high, but whether he could afford to pay it again. Tomasz stepped into the gap before Roman could answer. The council is adjourned. The lieutenants stirred. The gray-haired woman moved toward the door. The silver-templed man remained by the window, watching Delphine with an expression that could have been respect or judgment, or both. Not yet, Delphine said. You do not decide the terms anymore. I decide what I am willing to accept. Delphine reached into her jacket and produced a folded paper. The lockbox codes for the Lockwood unit. The complete pay records for everyone who worked for me inside this house. The locations of 3 Varela Combine safe houses where I have stored evidence that implicates every senior lieutenant in at least one crime that carries a federal sentence. She laid the paper on the table. I did not come here to be convicted. I came here to negotiate terms. The first crack sounded from the gallery above the same moment Delphine's hand cleared the table. Tomasz went for his weapon. The silver-templed lieutenant dropped. The gray-haired woman fell forward across her chair. Linnea saw Roman turning before she heard the second shot. She saw his hand reaching for her, felt his body moving between her and the gallery. The third shot splintered the table where she had been standing, and Delphine was already moving toward the side door. The folded paper still in her hand, her ice-blue eyes showing nothing Linnea had not seen before. Chapter 37. The second shot punched through the gray-haired woman's chair. She was already falling, her body folding sideways, her hand still reaching for nothing. Linnea's feet carried her before her brain caught up. She hit the floor beside the table, the storage receipt still pressed against her ribs inside her jacket, her palms slapping stone as she crawled toward the base of the table leg. Roman was already there. His hand found her wrist, pulled her against the solid oak, his body between her and the gallery above. Stay down. She heard Tomasz shouting somewhere to her right, the command lost in the echo of gunfire rattling through the vaulted ceiling. The lieutenants were moving, some diving for cover, others drawing weapons, the room dissolving into the choreographed chaos of men who had trained for violence but never expected it inside their own walls. Linnea looked past Roman's shoulder. Delphine had not run. She stood at the side door, one hand on the frame, her ice-blue eyes scanning the gallery with something that looked like confirmation rather than surprise. The folded paper was still in her other hand. She had not dropped it. She had not flinched. She had known the shots were coming. Roman followed Linnea's gaze. His jaw tightened, the muscle jumping beneath the scar that ran from his eye corner into his beard. She knew. Linnea nodded. She planned for this. She planned for you to refuse. The third shot had splintered the table where Linnea had been standing. The fourth punched through the oak paneling above the side door, a warning or a signal, and Delphine moved through the door without urgency, her dark blonde chignon catching the light from the corridor before the door swung shut behind her. Tomasz appeared at Roman's side, his weapon drawn, his flat eyes tracking the gallery above. 2 shooters, maybe 3. They came through the east maintenance stair. Roman's voice was low, controlled, the voice of a man who had stopped being surprised by betrayal. How many men do we have in the house? 20, maybe 15 who are still ours. The rest? Tomasz's jaw worked. The rest are standing in the gallery with rifles aimed at us. Linnea heard it then, the silence between the shots. The room had gone still. The lieutenants who had drawn weapons were holding position, watching the gallery, watching each other, waiting for someone to name the side they were supposed to be on. The silver-templed lieutenant lay where he had fallen. The gray-haired woman had not moved. And in the quiet, Linnea understood what Delphine had done. She had not come to negotiate. She had come to force a fracture. She had come to make every lieutenant choose, right now, in the middle of gunfire and blood, whether they followed Roman or followed the woman who had built the machine they all depended on. Roman stood up. He did not draw his weapon. He did not duck. He stood upright in the middle of the room, his scarred hand hanging loose at his side, his gray eyes fixed on the gallery above. Tomasz. Here, Linnea, here. I need you to take her to the residential wing. Tomasz moved before Linnea could answer. His hand closed around her arm, pulling her to her feet, his bulk blocking the line of fire from the gallery. No. Roman's eyes found hers. Linnea, I am not leaving you in a room full of armed men who just watched your consigliere walk out through a door she planned to use before the first shot was fired. She pulled her arm free of Tomasz's grip. Neve is in that wing. Delphine's shooters are already inside the house. She is not safe there either. Roman's expression flickered. Something that was not anger and was not agreement. Something caught between the two. Then we go together. Tomasz shook his head. The gallery has the high ground. If you move, they will cut you down before you reach the corridor. Then we give them a reason not to shoot. Roman turned to face the gallery full of shadows and rifle barrels. You men in the dark. You came here with orders from a woman who just admitted she burned a warehouse full of men to make me into a weapon. She let you believe you were following strength when you were following rot. The silence stretched. A voice from above, low, unfamiliar, carrying the weight of a man who had already decided his side. She kept this family alive when you were too weak to hold it. Roman did not flinch. She kept herself alive. She used this family as shelter while she fed me false targets and made me kill the men who might have testified against her. He paused. She used this family as a wall between herself and the consequences of her choices. If we step aside, what do we get? Your lives. Roman's voice was flat. Your places, your families. The same protection this family has always offered, but not her protection, mine. We have worked for her for 7 years. You have worked for her for 7 years, believing she was working for you. Roman took a step toward the gallery doors. She was working for herself. She always was. The gallery was quiet. Linnea watched the shadows shift. She watched the rifle barrels tilt, fractionally, as the men above made their calculations, and she saw the one that did not move, the one that stayed trained on Roman's chest. Tomasz saw it too. His hand found Roman's arm. She has one left. Roman did not look away from the gallery. I know. Another voice from above, harder, older, a voice that had learned authority before Roman was born. She told us you would say that. She told us you would ask us to believe you over the woman who kept the books clean and the enemies buried. And which of you has buried an enemy she did not choose for you? The silence stretched into something heavier. Linnea heard movement behind her. She turned, her hand reaching for the edge of the table, and saw Tomasz moving toward the side door where Delphine had vanished, his weapon raised, his boots silent on the stone. Tomasz. He did not stop. Tomasz. Linnea wants me to tell you what happened. She wants me to tell you that Delphine knew she would not leave without a fight. She wanted you to find the body. Roman turned. Tomasz. Explain. Tomasz reached the side door. He put his hand on the frame, the same spot Delphine had touched a moment before. I think Delphine is already gone. She is on the other side of that door, or she is on the way to the boat that has been waiting for her at the North Pier since yesterday. Roman's voice was even. How do you know that? Because she told me. Tomasz pushed the door open. She told me before the council started. She said if I was still alive when the shooting stopped, I would find her on the North Pier with the child. Linnea's blood went cold. Roman was already moving, his hand finding her wrist, pulling her toward the door Tomasz held open. Then we are going to the North Pier. Roman, Tomasz's voice was tight. The North Pier is not where she will be. Roman stopped. Where will she be? Tomasz looked at Linnea. His flat eyes held something she had never seen in them before. She will be at the place she has been keeping ready for 7 years. Which place? The place she built for the child she was always going to take from you. Tomasz stepped through the door, and the shots came from the gallery above, 3 of them close together, and Linnea saw Tomasz fall. Chapter 38. Linnea's knees hit the stone before she registered moving. Tomasz lay sprawled through the side door, one arm bent beneath him, blood spreading across the floor in a shape that kept growing. His eyes were open. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Roman was already at the door frame, his hand finding the edge, his head turning to track the shooter's position in the gallery. East stair. His voice was flat. 2 more on the upper landing. 1 stayed. Linnea crawled to Tomasz. She pressed her palm against his chest where the blood was darkest, felt the heat of it, the wet, the ragged edge of something that might have been cloth or might have been skin. Don't. She did not know what she was telling him not to do. Do not die. Do not leave. Do not make this your ending. Tomasz's hand found her wrist. His grip was still strong. She knew. His voice was a scrape. She knew I would follow. You followed her. I followed the truth. His eyes found Roman. The North Pier is real, but she will not be there. She will be at the old clinic, the one where she kept you after the fire. Roman's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted, a calculation completed, a path chosen. Sabine's clinic. No. Tomasz coughed. Blood rose at the corner of his mouth. Not Sabine's, the other one. The one she used when she needed patients who would not ask questions. The one on Breaker Point. The name landed like a second shot. Linnea had heard of Breaker Point, a quarantine station decommissioned years ago, bought by a shell company, shut to the public. The kind of place where people went when they needed not to be found. Roman crouched beside her. His hand covered hers where it pressed against Tomasz's chest, and for a moment, the 3 of them were connected by blood and pressure and the same cold understanding. He has been keeping it ready, Tomasz said. 7 years. She told me once that every leader needs a place where the rules stop. I did not ask her what she meant. I know what she meant. Roman's voice was quiet. I have been in that place. Linnea looked at him. His eyes were on Tomasz, but his mind was somewhere else. In a room she had never seen. In a version of himself she had never met. Can you stand? Roman asked. Tomasz laughed. It was a wet, broken sound. No. Roman pulled Linnea's hand away from the wound. He pressed his own palm against it, hard enough to make Tomasz's breath catch. Then you stay here. You stay alive. When this is over, I will find you. Tomasz's eyes closed. His hand fell from Linnea's wrist. She did not know if he was alive or dead. She did not have time to know. Roman was already standing. His hand found hers, pulled her to her feet, and the gunfire from the gallery had not stopped. It was coming from multiple directions now, shots overlapping, voices shouting orders in a language she did not recognize. Vadela. The name surfaced in her mind like something dragged from deep water. Delphine had not just planned an escape. She had opened the door for the enemy to walk through. Roman moved. He did not move toward the gallery. He did not move toward the east stair where the shooters had entered. He did not move toward the war room where his lieutenants were dying, or the side door where Delphine had vanished, or the corridor that led to the armory. He moved toward the residential wing, toward Neve. Linnea followed. She did not ask where they were going. She did not ask what he was abandoning. She followed because the only thing that mattered was in the same direction he was running. The corridor was dark. The emergency lights had not come on, which meant the shooters had cut the power to the main floor. Roman moved through the dark like a man who had memorized every angle, his hand finding Linnea's wrist, pulling her past doorways and intersections where shadows moved and voices echoed. A figure stepped out of a side passage. Roman's arm came up, a blade catching the dim light from a distant window, and then he stopped. It was one of his lieutenants, the young one, the one who had watched Linnea during the briefing with that measuring look. Heading to the child, the lieutenant's voice was flat. Her wing is sealed. Delphine's people locked the corridor from the east side. You will need a torch to get through. Roman did not lower the blade. And you? I am standing in the dark while men who work for a woman who just confessed to burning your family are shooting at the ceiling. The lieutenant met Roman's eyes. I am trying to decide which side of this I want to be on. Decide now. The lieutenant looked at Linnea. Something passed across his face. Something that might have been recognition or might have been calculation. Your woman stood in front of a room full of armed men and told the truth. That is more than most of us have done tonight. He stepped aside. He held out a key. The maintenance corridor runs behind the residential wing. It will take you to the child's room. But you will have to go through the fire door, and the fire door is locked from the inside. Roman took the key. He did not thank the lieutenant. He did not threaten him. He took the key and he moved, and Linnea moved with him. The maintenance corridor was narrow and dark and smelled of dust and old paint. Roman moved fast, his boots silent on the concrete, his hand never leaving Linnea's wrist. She felt the key in his grip, the sharp edges of it pressing against her palm. They reached the fire door. Roman slid the key into the lock. It did not turn. He tried again, his knuckles white, his jaw set. It is not the right key. Linnea looked at the door. Heavy steel, bars across the middle, a lock she could not pick and could not break. He lied. Roman's hand dropped. The key clattered against the floor. I know. He turned. His eyes found hers in the dark, and she saw something in them that she had never seen before. Not in all the weeks of watching him, not in the archive basement when the gunmen were coming, not in the burning lodge when the sniper was still out there. She saw him choosing, not between tactics, not between survival and sacrifice, between the man he had been and the man he wanted to be. Linnea. Roman. If we do not get through this door, I need you to know something. Do not. I need you to know that I should have told you I was alive. I should have found you. I should have been there when she was born. I should have been there every night she cried, and every morning she woke up, and every day you carried her alone. Linnea's throat closed. She could not speak. I have spent 7 years being the weapon Delphine needed. I have spent 7 years killing men who did not deserve to die because I believed I was avenging a life I had already lost. He paused. I did not know I had a life worth living until I saw you standing in my counting house with that child's drawing in your pocket. Roman, I am not going to be that weapon anymore. His hand found her face. His palm was warm against her cheek, the burn scars rough against her skin. I am going to be her father. I am going to be the man who comes home. I am going to be yours. He kissed her. It was not a seal or a promise. It was a claim, hard and fierce and certain, and when he pulled back, his eyes were clear. Linnea's hand found his wrist. Then get through this door. The fire door was steel and lock and bars. It was not going to move for them. But behind them, at the end of the maintenance corridor, a window she had noticed on the way in was not locked. She pulled him toward it. We cannot take the child through a window. We are not taking the child through a window. She lifted the sash. Cold air flooded in. We are going to unlock the door from the inside. Roman looked at the window, at the drop beyond it, at the dark, and he climbed through. Linnea followed. They landed on wet grass, the mansion rising above them, the residential wing visible around the corner. Linnea ran toward it. She did not look back at the fire door. She did not think about the lieutenant who had lied to them. She did not think about Tomasz bleeding on the floor or Delphine moving toward a boat that was not going where she had said. She thought about Niev. She thought about the drawing in Roman's pocket, the 3 figures on the dock, the family they had never been. The maintenance entrance to the residential wing was a service door around the back. Roman reached it first. His hand found the lock, and the door swung open. They stepped inside. The corridor was quiet. The emergency lights were on here, casting a dim yellow glow over the polished floors. The doors were closed. The air was still. Linnea moved past Roman. Her hand found the door to Neva's room, and she pushed it open. The bed was empty. The sheets were thrown back. The pillow was still warm when Linnea touched it. The window at the far end of the room was open, and the curtains were moving in the wind. Chapter 39. The cold air hit her face. The curtains moved. The sheets were twisted, the pillow still holding the shape of a child's head, and Linnea's hand found the warmth, and her chest caved. She did not scream. She did not call Neva's name. She stood in the dim yellow light of the emergency lamp, and she stared at the empty bed, and she let the knowledge settle into her bones like water into ash. Roman was behind her. She felt him stop at the threshold. She heard the silence stretch, the air leaving him the same way it had left her, slow and complete. Linnea. She did not turn. He stepped past her. His hand found the sheets, the pillow, the warmth she had already touched. He did not speak. The window was open at the far end. The curtains were white linen. They moved in the wind like something still alive. Linnea's eyes moved across the room, the small desk by the wall, the crayons scattered. One of them rolled to the edge and stopped by the leg of the chair. The bed. The window. The windowsill was clean. No scrape marks. No forced latch. Roman. He looked at her. She opened it herself. He moved to the window. His hand found the frame. His eyes traced the sill, the latch, the drop below. Or someone who knew how to open it without forcing it. His voice was flat. Someone who knew this room. Linnea crossed to him. She looked down at the ground below. Wet grass, a flower bed, and a line of crushed stems leading toward the service road that ran behind the residential wing. She did not think about the lieutenant who had lied to them. She did not think about Tomasz bleeding on the floor, or the shooter in the gallery, or Delphine moving toward a boat that was not going where she said. She thought about Neve's hand on that latch, Neve's feet on that sill. Then she climbed through the window and dropped. The grass was wet. Her shoes sank into it. The crushed stems were fresh, the petals still white where they had been broken. Roman landed beside her. His hand found her arm and held. Linnea. Someone took her. No. His voice was certain. She went on her own. Linnea turned to look at him. His face was terrible in the dark. Not angry, not grieving, something colder. The sheets, he said. Look. She looked up. The window she had just climbed through, the white curtains still moving, and hanging from the sill, a strip of fabric, a sheet torn and knotted and tied to the latch. Neve had made a rope. Linnea's breath stopped. She climbed down, Roman said. She went out that window on her own. Why? Because someone told her to. His hand tightened on her arm. Someone she trusted. Linnea's mind was moving now, fast and cold. The empty bed, the warm pillow, the sheet knotted to the latch, the crushed stems leading toward the service road. Someone had come to Neve's window. Someone had called her name through the glass. Someone had promised her something she wanted badly enough to climb into the dark. Sabine's voice came into Linnea's memory, sharp and sudden, from a conversation she had barely registered at the time, 3 days ago in the kitchen. She drew me a picture of the evacuation route. She asked me where the medical passage comes out. She wanted to know if it was safe. Linnea's throat closed. Roman. He was already reading her face. What? The evacuation route. The medical passage. Sabine told me Neve asked about it. Her voice was barely a whisper. She drew a picture of it. She asked where it came out. Roman's face went still. Who else knew that passage? Sabine, the senior household staff. Linnea's hand was shaking. Delphine. Roman was already moving. He pulled her with him, fast and hard, toward the service road. The crushed stems led toward a maintenance gate. The gate was open. The lock had been cut, the chain hanging loose, and beyond it the road curved toward the edge of the estate where the old medical wing stood unused for years. Linnea saw the footprints in the mud, small, running, and beside them, larger, measured. A woman's boot. Roman stopped at the gate. He looked at the footprints, at the road beyond, at the dark. She was waiting for her, he said. She knew the passage. She knew Niamh would come. Linnea's hand found his wrist. Then we follow. She has a 7-year head start. She has my daughter. Roman looked at her. The emergency light from the mansion caught his eyes, and she saw something there she had never seen before. Fear. Not for himself, for Niamh. Then he moved. They wound down the service road together. The footprints led toward the old medical wing, a boarded building with a collapsed roof that Linnea had passed once and never thought about again. The door was open. The lock had been shot off. Roman stopped at the threshold. She was here. Linnea pushed past him. The medical wing was dark and cold. The floor was wet. The air smelled of rot and salt and something metallic, something that made Linnea's stomach turn. A voice came from the dark. Linnea. She froze. The voice was not Niamh's. It was Sabine's. Roman stepped past her. His hand found a light switch, flicked it, and the emergency lights came on in a row of flickering yellow tubes. Sabine was sitting against the far wall. Her face was pale. Her hands were bound. Her mouth was bruised. And beside her, on the floor, was a child's shoe. Linnea's legs gave way. Roman caught her. "She is not here," Sabine said. Her voice was broken. "She is not here." "Where?" Roman's voice was a blade. "I do not know." "Where, Sabine?" Sabine's eyes found Linnea's. They were wet. They were terrified. Delphine knew about the passage. She knew Niamh would come if someone told her you were in danger. Her voice cracked. "She told Niamh that you were dead, Roman. She told her the fire took you after all." Linnea heard herself make a sound. "Then she told Niamh to run to the medical wing, that someone would take her to you." Sabine's voice dropped to a whisper. Delphine was already here. Roman's grip on Linnea's arm turned to iron. "Where did she take her?" "I do not know." "Sabine, I do not know." Linnea's hand moved to her pocket. The drawing, the 3 figures on the dock, the dark-haired one, the man, the smaller figure holding both hands. She pulled it out. The paper was warm from her body. The ink was unchanged. The figures were still holding hands. She looked at the drawing. 3 windows in a row, a ferry, a gull, the old quarantine station on Breaker Point. Linnea's eyes lifted to Roman's. He saw what she saw. He was already pulling her toward the door. Chapter 40. The car fishtailed on the wet cobbles as Roman took the corner without braking. Linnea braced against the door, Niamh's drawing crushed in her fist, the 3 windows and the gull and the ferry still burning in her mind. The lower quay was a black wound in the rain. Sodium lights swayed on rusted poles, throwing long shadows across the empty pier. A single boat was moored at the far end, its cabin dark, its hull riding low against the chop. Roman killed the engine. The silence rushed in. "Stay behind me." Linnea was already out of the car, the rain hitting her face like cold needles. The drawing was wet in her hand. She did not let go. They moved down the pier together. His steps were measured. Hers were faster, smaller, fighting the urge to run. The boat was empty. The cabin door hung open. A coffee cup sat on the console, still steaming. A jacket was draped over the helm seat, the fabric dark with rain through an open hatch above. Linnea's throat closed. "She was here." Roman stepped aboard. His hand found the cup. He touched the jacket. His face was stone. 10 minutes, he said. Maybe 15. Linnea stood on the dock, rain streaming down her face, the drawing pressed to her chest. The water was black. The ferry lights were gone. The harbor was empty. "Where?" Roman's voice was low. "They took the launch, the fast one. She'll be past the breakwater by now." Linnea heard herself make a sound, small and broken, swallowed by the wind. She looked down at the drawing, the 3 windows, the ferry, the gull. She had been so certain. Roman stepped off the boat. He stood beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of him through her wet coat, and looked at the drawing over her shoulder. "That's not Breaker Point," he said. Linnea's hand stopped shaking. What? The ferry route. The gull is wrong. Breaker Point gulls are black-backed, not herring. His voice was flat. Niamh drew what she was told to draw. Linnea's mind went cold. Delphine showed her, or told her, enough to make us run to the wrong end of the city while she took the real exit. Linnea looked at the dark water, at the empty pier, at the steaming coffee cup on the console. She wanted us here. Yes. Why? Roman's hand found hers. His fingers were cold. His grip was iron. Because she needed time. A sound came from the boat, a phone ringing on the cabin console. Roman moved before Linnea could breathe. He crossed the pier in 4 strides, swung aboard, and picked up the phone. He did not bring it to his ear. He looked at the screen. Then he turned it toward Linnea. The screen showed a photograph. Niamh, sitting in a metal chair, her hair wet, her eyes tired, a strip of blue ribbon still tied in her braid. Behind her, a wall of rusted corrugated steel, a number painted in white. 47. Lockwood Secure Storage, Unit 47. Linnea's legs gave way. Roman caught her before she hit the dock. His arm was around her waist, his face against her hair, and she felt his pulse hammering through his chest, fast and hard and human. She's alive, he said. She's alive, and she left a sign. The ribbon. She left it. She knows we will look for her. Linnea's hand found his wrist. Her grip was bruising. Then we go. We go. He helped her stand. The phone was still in his hand. The photograph was still on the screen. Roman looked at it for a long moment. Then he looked at Linnea. I told you I would not be Delphine's weapon anymore. His voice was rough. That promise starts now. We go to Lockwood. We take the evidence. We burn every scrap of her network she left behind. Linnea nodded. And Niamh. And Niamh. His eyes found hers. I will tear that city apart brick by brick, but I will not do it alone. Rain ran down his face. His scar was white against the dark. His hand was still holding hers. Linnea looked at the photograph of her daughter, alive, marked, left as a message and a trap. Then she looked at the man beside her. Then let us move. They turned together, away from the empty boat and the dark water and the storm closing over the harbor. The city waited, and somewhere inside it, in a storage unit that had been paid for 7 years and never opened, a child they both loved was waiting too. The old revenge path was dead. The real one had just begun. Chapter 41. The rain had not stopped. Linnea stood at the edge of the wharf, the photograph still in her hand, the child's drawing wet and dissolving in her pocket. The boat groaned against its lines. The coffee cup cooled. She did not scream. She did not break. She started working. Roman was on the phone behind her, his voice low and bitten off, calling every harbor contact he still owned. She heard the names of dockmasters, tug captains, customs clerks who owed him favors. He was closing the waterfront one berth at a time. Linnea moved through the boat's cabin with the same precision she brought to a burned ledger. The coffee cup, still warm when they arrived. That meant Delphine left no more than 15 minutes ahead of them. The launch was fast, but the harbor was a maze of channels, locks, and inspection points. A boat that size could not simply vanish unless someone was waiting to pull it into a covered slip or a dry dock. She found the tide schedule on the helm console, crumpled and damp. The high water mark had been at 2:14 a.m., low tide in 4 hours. Delphine would need deep enough water to clear the breakwater if she meant open sea, but the fuel gauge on the launch read empty. Delphine had taken the boat only as far as the next transfer point. Linnea's fingers traced the maker's mark on the cabin wall. Custom hull, lightweight, built for speed, not range. 15 nautical miles, maybe 18, before she would need to refuel. That put the transfer zone somewhere inside the inner harbor loop. She stepped back onto the dock and knelt. The broken crate label had snagged on a cleat, a splinter of stamped wood. She turned it to the light. Bond Street. Class 3 bonded storage. 6 years decommissioned. The details snap into place. No open sea, not Breaker Point. A warehouse. Roman ended the call and stood over her, rain streaming off his shoulders. The harbor's locked. Every slip, every crane, every launch that can carry a child. His voice was raw. No one saw her. Linnea held up the splinter. She never left the city. Roman took it. His eyes moved over the stamp. This is a bonded warehouse, decommissioned 6 years ago, owned by a holding company that lists Marvick Holdings as the beneficiary. The same shell company that rented Lockwood Unit 47. She took the launch to the inner harbor loop, Linnea said, then transferred to a vehicle or a covered slip within the bonded district. The warehouse is empty, off the grid, and no one inspects decommissioned bonded storage unless there's a fire or a theft. Roman's face went still. The scar pulled white against his jaw. I know go dembo, he said. Rusted siding, aluminum roof, 3 loading bays facing an alley too narrow for trucks. How do you know it? Because Delphine showed it to me 7 years ago. Told me it was the safest place in Portsglass for a man who needed to disappear. Linnea's stomach turned cold. She showed you your own grave. She showed me the room where she kept me alive for 6 weeks after the fire. Roman's voice dropped. The same room where she could keep anyone. The phone in his hand buzzed. He looked at the screen, then at Linnea. One of my perimeter guards just went dark. The man I assigned to Bond Street Patrol 2 hours ago. The young lieutenant. The one who gave you the false key. Roman nodded. He was already there when I assigned him. He's been inside that warehouse, waiting, since before we left the mansion. Linnea stood. Then he knows we are coming. He does. Roman slid the phone into his pocket. Delphine planned for every move we would make. She knew we would follow the launch. She knew we would read the tide and the fuel. She built the path so we would end up exactly where she wants us. And Nia? If Niev is in that warehouse, Delphine put her there to make us walk in blind. Linnea looked at the dark sky, at the rain falling on the empty harbor, at the man beside her who had been forged and broken and bent toward a purpose that was never his. Then we walk in anyway. Roman's hand found hers, cold, steady. He did not say yes. He pulled her toward the car. The drive took 9 minutes. The warehouse loomed out of the fog like a dead tooth, rusted corrugated walls, boarded windows, a single light burning in the upper floor. Roman killed the headlights a block out and coasted to a stop in the shadow of a loading crane. They sat in silence. The warehouse watched them. Linnea opened the door. A sound came from inside the building, high and thin and unmistakable. A child's cry. Linnea's heart stopped. Roman moved before she could breathe, his hand on her arm, his face inches from hers. That could be a recording. I know. She will have armed the upper floor. The stairs will be rigged. The young lieutenant will be waiting with Delphine's final instruction. I know. Linnea pulled free. But if that is her, if Niamh is in there alone and afraid, I will crawl through every trap Delphine built to reach her. Roman looked at her for a long moment. Then he drew his weapon. Then we crawl together. The building door stood half open, a wedge of yellow light falling across the wet concrete. They moved toward it. Behind them, the city slept in the rain. Ahead, the child cried again. Linnea stepped through the door. Chapter 42. The air inside the warehouse tasted of rust and antiseptic, a combination Linnea recognized from every fire-damaged building she had ever entered. That chemical edge beneath the metal, the way empty space held memory of what had been cleaned away. Roman moved ahead of her, his weapon low, his body blocking the line between her and the upper floor. The single bulb burned in a caged fixture above the loading bay, throwing long shadows across concrete that had not seen traffic in years. The child's cry did not repeat. Linnea counted her heartbeats. 10, 20, 30. Nothing. She would not leave her alone with a recording, Roman said, his voice barely audible. She would stay to watch us find it. Then she is here. Or the lieutenant is. They crossed the loading bay in a shallow arc, keeping to the dark edges where the light did not reach. A spiel staircase rose against the far wall, the steps painted with the flaking remains of hazard yellow. The upper landing disappeared into shadow. Roman stopped at the base of the stairs. 3 ways up. The stairs, a freight elevator that is not run in 6 years, and a maintenance ladder at the back. He pointed with his chin. The ladder will be rigged, the elevator will be dead, the stairs will have one man waiting at the top. Where would you wait? The landing where the stair turns. I can see anyone coming up and put 2 rounds through the gap before they reach the halfway point. Linnea looked at the stairs, then at the dark corridor leading away from the loading bay into the warehouse's deeper body. What is down that hall? Roman did not answer immediately. His eyes went somewhere she could not follow. Recovery rooms, he said. 6 beds, a sink, a cabinet with bandages and morphine I did not ask where she got. The rooms where she kept you. He nodded once. There is a corridor behind those rooms that connects to the old clinic supply tunnel. Sabine did not know about it. Delphine built it herself, paid the contractor in cash, kept the plans off every permit record. Linnea's mind moved ahead of her fear. If Delphine had a tunnel built from here to the clinic supply route, she could move patients without anyone knowing. She could move anyone. She moved me, Roman said. 6 weeks, in and out, while half the city thought I was dead and the other half thought I had fled. I never left the bonded district. I was always 300 yards from the room where they found Tomasz bleeding. The child's cry came again, closer, not from above, from the corridor. Linnea turned toward the sound. She is not upstairs, she said. She is in the recovery rooms. Roman's jaw tightened. Then the lieutenant is not on the stairs. He is waiting in the tunnel. He is not waiting for us. Roman looked at her. He is waiting for Delphine, Linnea finished. This is not a trap. This is a handoff. The realization moved through Roman's face like a cold tide. She is not here either. She sent the lieutenant to hold the location while she collected something she needed from the infirmary. Then she will come through the tunnel, pick up Neve, and leave by a route no one is watching. What infirmary? The one beneath the bonded district. Decommissioned same year as this warehouse. Delphine never let it close. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. The splintered crate label. Bond Street. Class 3 bonded storage. 6 years decommissioned. Not the building. The district. Delphine had owned the entire block. Roman moved before she could speak. He crossed the loading bay in silence, flattened himself against the corridor wall, and disappeared into the dark. Linnea followed. The corridor opened into a room that smelled of bleach and old blood. 6 beds stood in a row, stripped to bare mattresses. A steel cabinet hung open, empty. The floor had been mopped recently, the concrete still dark in the corners. A single light burned on the far wall. Beneath it, a child's shoe. Linnea crossed the room before she could stop herself. The shoe was small, pink canvas, the left one, the one Neve always kicked off when she was reading. She picked it up. The fabric was damp. Still wet, she said. She was here within the hour. Roman stood at the back wall, running his hand along a seam in the plaster that did not match the surrounding surface. The tunnel entrance, he pressed. The wall gave. A section swung inward on silent hinges, revealing a narrow passage lit by emergency strips running along the floor. The air that came through smelled of salt and medicine. Roman stepped through. Linnea hailessly steals wickerly. Linna followed him into the tunnel, Nive's shoe still in her hand. The passage ran straight for 50 yards, then branched. Roman took the left fork without hesitation, moving fast, his weapon trained on the dark ahead. Linnea matched his pace. How do you know where you are going? Because I counted the steps when I was too weak to walk. His voice was flat. I counted everything. The tiles, the lights, the number of times Delphine's heels hit the floor between the bed and the door. I memorized this place because I was not sure I would leave it alive, and I wanted to know exactly where I died. They reached a junction. Roman stopped. To the right, a steel door with a push bars. To the left, a set of stairs going down. The stairs smelled of fresh air and diesel. She is not upstairs, Roman said. She is below. The infirmary. She needed supplies, drugs, records, something she left here 7 years ago that she cannot leave behind. Linnea looked down the stairs. If we go down, she will hear us coming. I am counting on it. Roman moved to the stairs and began descending, his back to the wall, his weapon angled toward the lower landing. Linnea followed, her hand closed around knee of shoe. The stairs ended in a corridor lined with examination rooms. Glass panels in the doors showed empty beds, draped equipment, cabinets of supplies still wrapped in sterile paper. At the far end, a light was on. Voices. Two of them. One low male, one precise female. Delphine. Linnea's blood sharpened. Roman stopped at the last door before the lit room. He looked at Linnea. She will have Niamh with her. She will use her as a shield before she raises a weapon. I know. When I move, you stay behind me until I have Delphine's hands where I can see them. Then you find Niamh, and you do not stop moving until you are out of this building. Linnea nodded. Roman turned. The door splintered open. The room inside was white and clean, a single surgical table bolted to the floor. Delphine stood at a cabinet, her back to the door, a syringe in her hand. She did not turn. I wondered how long it would take you to find the tunnel, she said. You were always better at recovering than anticipating, Roman. She turned. Her eyes found Linnea first, then Roman. She was alone. No child, no orderly, no lieutenant. Where is she? Roman's voice was low and terrible. Delphine set the syringe down with care. She is exactly where I need her to be, she said. And you are exactly where I needed you. She looked at Linnea. The payroll line Sabine is tracking, the one that leads to my former orderly? It leads him here. To this room. To the supplies I left for him 7 years ago. Linnea's stomach turned. What supplies? Delphine smiled. The ones that kept Roman alive when everyone believed he was dead. The same ones that will keep Niamh safe until I decide otherwise. She picked up the syringe. This was never about the child. It was about the corridor you would walk to reach her. Behind them, the tunnel door clicked shut. Linnea turned. The young lieutenant stood in the doorway, his weapon raised. He was not pointing it at them. He was pointing it at Delphine. Chapter 43. The lieutenant held his aim steady, the barrel trained on Delphine's chest like he had been waiting for this moment longer than any of them. Delphine's smile did not waver. You always were my favorite contradiction, she said. Loyal enough to infiltrate, too principled to stay bought. The lieutenant did not answer her. He looked at Roman. She kept Niamh in the bonded warehouse for 3 hours before the transfer. There is a clerk's cage on the second floor where she left supplies. The child was alive when I saw her last. Roman stepped past Delphine without looking at her. Bind her. The lieutenant moved. Delphine did not resist as her wrists were pulled behind her back and secured with a strip of medical tape torn from the cabinet. Linnea crossed to Roman. If he is telling the truth, the warehouse is where she was, not where she is now. I know. Roman was already moving toward the tunnel door. If Delphine left anything behind, it will tell us where she went. She does not clean up her own messes. She redirects them. Behind them, the lieutenant finished binding Delphine and followed without waiting for instruction. Linnea caught his arm. You were with Delphine for 7 years. Why turn now? The lieutenant looked at her. Young, flat-eyed in a way that did not match his age. Because I watched her feed that man, he said, nodding at Roman. False targets for half a decade, and I told myself it was strategy. Then she took a 6-year-old girl from her bed, and I realized I was not loyal to strategy. I was loyal to a woman who would burn a child to win. Linnea held his gaze. Do you know where Niamh is now? No, but Delphine does not work alone. If we find the trail she left, we find the destination. Roman was already at the tunnel door. Move. They went back through the tunnel in silence, the lieutenant leading, Roman covering the rear, Linnea in the middle, with Niamh's wet shoe still in her hand. The bonded warehouse was 3 tiers of rusted steel and peeling white paint, lit by sodium lamps that buzzed like trapped insects. Roman cleared the lower floor in under a minute while Linnea climbed the stairs to the second level, the lieutenant at her back. The clerk's cage was at the far end of the catwalk, a glass enclosure with a deadbolt and a single desk. Linnea broke the lock with the butt of a fire extinguisher. Inside, a child's juice box, half drunk. A stack of drawing paper, one sheet crumpled. A medical kit open on the desk, the sedative vials still wrapped, the syringes unused. Linnea picked up the crumpled paper and smoothed it flat. A child's drawing, 3 figures holding hands. A woman with long hair, a man with no face, a small figure in the middle. Niamh had drawn them the way she always did. The woman's hand reaching up, the man's hand reaching down. Linnea's throat closed. Roman appeared in the cage doorway. He saw the drawing over her shoulder and went very still. "She drew this here," he said, "while she was waiting, while she was drugged." Linnea set the paper down carefully. "The sedatives are still sealed. That means Delphine did not use them. That means Niamh followed without needing to be subdued. You think she went willingly?" "I think she was told Roman was dead. I think she believed the only person left was Delphine, and I think she went because she thought she had no other choice." Roman said nothing. Linnea moved past him, scanning the cage. A filing cabinet stood against the back wall, its top drawer half open. She pulled it the rest of the way. Inside, folders, old manifests, shipping records from Marvik Holdings dated 7 years ago, and beneath them, a single sheet of paper folded in thirds. Linnea pulled it out. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, the kind her father had used for his private registry. The edges were crisp, not burned. The handwriting on it was not Astrid's. The handwriting was Delphine's. Linnea read the note. Then she read it again. Roman came to her side. "What is it?" She held the page out to him. A page torn from Astrid's green book. 5 names, each with a date and a sum. The last entry bore a fresh note in Delphine's pointed hand, written in ink still dark enough to shine. "You followed this far. Follow the rest to where she began. Blackwater still holds what I left. Come alone or do not come at all." Roman read it. Then he looked at Linnea. "She wants us at Blackwater Quay." "She wants you at Blackwater Quay," Linnea said. "She is using Niamh to pull you back to the place where it started. Then we go." "Not alone." Roman's jaw tightened. "She said come alone or do not come at all. She also said Blackwater still holds what she left. That is not an invitation. That is a confession. She wants you there so she can finish what she started 7 years ago." Roman folded the page and tucked it into his pocket. "Then we do not give her what she wants." He turned to the lieutenant. "Get Tomasz. Get the men who have not been bought. Seal every road out of the harbor district." The lieutenant nodded and disappeared down the stairs. Linnea looked down at the drawing in her hand. 3 figures, a woman, a man, a child. She folded it carefully and placed it inside her coat. Roman watched her. "Linnea," she looked up. "Whatever Delphine has waiting at Blackwater, we face it together. Not because she allows it, because I do not go into the dark without you anymore." Linnea held his gaze. She did not answer, because she was already thinking about what Delphine had left behind 7 years ago, and what it meant that she had waited until now to use it. They went down the stairs together, the sodium lights buzzing above them, the smell of salt and rust filling the air. At the bottom, Roman's phone rang. He answered, listened. His face changed. "Delphine took a second launch," he said, 15 minutes ago, from the old customs dock at Blackwater Quay. Linnea's breath caught, the place where it all started. She looked at Roman. "I am not staying behind." "I know." He put his phone away and held out his hand. She took it. Chapter 44. The old customs dock at Blackwater Quay was a skeleton of salt-eaten wood and rusted cleats, the kind of place the city had forgotten existed. Linnea stepped onto the planking and felt it give beneath her weight. Roman came beside her, his weapon still drawn, his eyes scanning the dark water. The launch was gone. No lights, no sound. Only the slap of black water against the pilings and the distant groan of a buoy chain. She was here, Linnea said. She did not know how she knew. The air felt different, charged, as if Niamh's presence had left a static imprint on the salt and fog. Roman moved past her, his boots careful on the rotten wood. At the far end of the dock, where the planking ended in a tangle of broken beams, something caught the light. He crouched. Linnea followed. A strip of blue ribbon snagged on a rusted bolt where the gurney had been lifted onto the launch. The same ribbon from the photograph. Linnea reached for it, but Roman was faster. He did not pick it up. He touched it. ran his thumb across the frayed edge as if he could read its meaning in the fibers. "She did this on purpose," he said. "She left it where we would find it. She is telling us she is alive. She is telling us she knows we are coming." Roman pulled the ribbon free and held it in his palm. The blue was faded, the edges worn from 6 years of braids and bed tangles and small fingers tying it in place. He folded it carefully and put it in the same pocket as Niam's drawing. Linnea watched him do it. She understood. That ribbon was no longer just evidence. It was a vow. He carried it against his chest now, next to the daughter he had barely held. They walked the dock in silence. The launch slip was empty. The water was too dark to see bottom. The old customs shack stood boarded at the far end of the pier, its windows blind with salt and grime. Roman kicked the door open. Inside, a desk, a chair, a telephone. A calendar still showing the month of the fire 7 years ago. A coffee mug with something growing inside it. No sign of struggle, no sign of Neve. Linnea moved past him to the desk. The telephone receiver was off the hook, the cord trailing across the floor. She picked it up and listened. Dead. "She called someone from here," she said. "Or she was waiting for a call." Roman was already at the back wall, running his hand along the boards. "There is something behind this." Linnea joined him. The wall sounded hollow when she knocked. Roman put his shoulder against it and pushed. The boards gave way with a screech of old nails. Beyond them, a narrow room, cots, a medical table, restraints hanging from the ceiling chains. The room Delphine had used 7 years ago to keep Roman alive. Linnea stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the smell of dry blood and antiseptic, long since evaporated. A gurney stood in the center of the room, its rusted frame streaked with something dark. Roman followed her gaze. "That is where I woke up," he said, "after the fire." His voice was flat, clinical, as if he were describing a patient he had treated, not a wound he had survived. Linnea moved to the gurney. The restraints were still attached to the frame. Leather straps, dried and cracked, hanging loose. She touched one. "Delphine brought you here. She kept me alive for 6 weeks. She told me I was being hidden for my own protection. She told me the Vivela Combine had tried to kill me, and I could not leave until I was strong enough to fight. But you could not fight. You could barely move. I was a weapon she was forging. 7 years of hatred, forged in a bed of pain. She made sure I remembered every detail of the fire, every name on the shipping manifest, every face that had looked away when I burned." Linnea looked at the restraints. "She kept you chained when she needed to leave, when she needed me to stay quiet." Roman's voice did not waver. Linnea turned away from the gurney. She could not look at it anymore. At the far end of the room, a door stood ajar. She pushed it open. A small room, a cot, a child's drawing on the floor. Neva's drawing. 3 figures, a woman, a man, a child. The same motif, the same colors, but this one had something new. A strip of blue ribbon pressed into the paper as if Neva had folded it in while she drew. Linnea picked it up. The ribbon was identical to the one from the dock. Same faded blue, same frayed edges, but this one had been torn. Deliberately torn, as if Neva had bitten through it with her teeth. Linnea turned it over. On the back, in a child's careful letters, 7 words. "I am not scared. I know you will come." Linnea's throat closed. She held the drawing out to Roman. He took it. "Read it. Read it again." "She is telling us where she is," he said. "She is telling us she believes in us." Roman folded the drawing carefully and placed it in the pocket with the ribbon. "I will not fail her." Linnea looked at him. "I know." They stood in the small room, the silence thick with everything unsaid. Then Roman's phone buzzed. He pulled it out. "Read the message." His face changed. "Tomasz. I thought he was dying. He is still alive. He got word to me through the lieutenant. Merrick Vidu has sealed 3 fuel depots in the lower harbor district." Linnea's mind shifted. Fuel depots. Delphine is buying time for an exchange. She is not buying time. She is arming herself. Vidu does not seal depots unless he is preparing for something larger. Larger than kidnapping a child? Roman looked at her. Vidu owns the ports. If he seals the fuel, no one moves by water for 48 hours. No one leaves. No one arrives. The city becomes a prison. Linnea's blood went cold. She is trapping us here, with Niem. She is making sure we cannot follow. Roman pocketed the phone. We need to move. Tomasz has the location on the last depot Vidu sealed. He turned toward the door. Linnea grabbed his arm. Roman. He stopped. When we find her, when we bring her home, what then? He looked at her. The gray of his eyes was dark, the blue rim visible only in the edge light. Then we become the people she drew us as. He held her gaze. That is all I want. That is the only thing I will fight for now. Linnea let go of his arm. They went out together, past the gurney, past the restraints, past the room where Roman had been forged into a weapon Delphine thought she could control. The fog was thicker now. The dock groaned beneath their weight. At the end of the planking, Roman stopped. He pulled the blue ribbon from his pocket and looked at it one last time. Then he tucked it away and walked on. Linnea followed. Behind them, the old customs shack stood empty, its blind windows watching the water. And somewhere out on the dark harbor, a child was waiting for them to find her. Chapter 45. They gathered in the sub-basement room where Roman had once planned his revenge. The space was different now. The maps on the table showed fuel depot locations and harbor quadrants, not kill targets. The weapons rack stood against the far wall, but no one had reached for it yet. Linnea stood at Roman's shoulder. She had not let go of the ribbon since they left the dock. It was wrapped around her fingers now, the frayed edges pressed into her palm like a pulse point she could not stop checking. Roman's captains filled the room. 7 men and 2 women, the ones who had not fled after the council shooting, the ones who had watched Tomasz fall and chosen to stay. They stood in a loose arc around the table, their faces unreadable. The young lieutenant was there too, positioned near the door, his hand resting on his holster out of habit rather than threat. Roman did not sit. I am not calling this a war council, he said, because we are not at war with Delphine Hartman. She has already won the war she started 7 years ago. What we are doing now is a recovery operation. The silver-templed lieutenant, the one who had measured Linnea at the briefing, shifted his weight. A recovery operation, he repeated. I am not interested in territory. I am not interested in punishment. I am interested in getting my daughter back, and then I am interested in destroying every structure Delphine built while I was too blind to see her hand. The room went still. Roman's voice was flat, clinical, the same tone he had used to describe the restraints in the infirmary. I am not asking you to follow me into a war. I am telling you that the Galanis family no longer operates on revenge. It operates on protection. Anyone who cannot accept that can leave now, and I will not hold it against them. No one moved. You will not hold it against them. The silver-templed lieutenant again. His voice was measured, careful, the tone of a man who had spent decades learning when to speak and when to stay silent. I will not. And what about the men who have already died following your revenge? The names on Delphine's list that you pulled the trigger on yourself. Do they get their deaths back? Linnea felt the air change. Roman did not flinch. They were killed by a lie, I believed. I own that. I will carry it. But I will not make their mistake by doubling down on the same lie. The lieutenant nodded slowly. And the family, the empire, the territory we have spent 7 years securing while Delphine pulled your strings. Do you intend to surrender all of it to find one child? Roman's jaw tightened. She is not one child. She is my daughter. And if you are asking me whether I would trade every dock, every warehouse, every contract in Portsglass for her safety, the answer is yes. The room held its breath. The lieutenant looked at Linnea. His gaze was not hostile, but it was searching, as if he were trying to read something in her stillness that Roman's words had not revealed. And you, he said, you are the one who brought the evidence, the one who reconstructed the ledgers, the one who exposed Delphine. Linnea met his eyes. I am. Do you believe this will work? That you can walk into whatever trap Delphine has laid, pull a child out and walk away without losing everything? Linnea thought of Neve should pull her himself. A grand emotion, the Stominate Chunlia Giva, developed his name shield. Fasterly study the moments of famed. A lubble, bare, convent occulting. He resises, sleets down his lace. Mise of a name stopped the contents. Death rightly little for the effort. The three figures, the ribbon pressed into the paper, the words on the back. I believe that Delphine has been preparing for this moment for 7 years, she said. She has accounted for every move Roman might make, every angle his captains might take, every piece of leverage she might need. She paused. But she has not accounted for me. The lieutenant raised an eyebrow. Explain. Delphine brought me back to Portsglass because she needed someone to reconstruct the ledgers. She thought she could control what I found. She thought she could use my evidence to frame Roman for a crime he did not commit. Linnea stepped forward. What she did not account for was that I would find the truth before she could bury it, that I would bring it to Roman instead of to her, and that I would not stop looking until I found my daughter. The room was silent. The lieutenant studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. That is good enough for me. He turned to Roman. What do you need? Roman moved to the table. He pulled out the map with the fuel depot locations, the one Tomasz had sent through the lieutenant. Vidu has sealed 3 depots, Benordum, Eastgate, the old coastal bunker at St. Bridget's Head. That gives Delphine a 48-hour window where no one can move in or out of the harbor by water. And by land? The roads are still open, but Delphine knows the tunnels beneath the bonded district. She knows every route we might use to flank her. Roman traced a line on the map. The launch she took from Blackwater Quay is a 30-footer with a shallow draft. It can navigate the inner harbor channels, but it cannot make open water without refueling. That means she is hiding somewhere inside the harbor loop. The old quarantine station, the silver-templed lieutenant said. That is what she wants us to believe. But she has already used one decoy. She will use another. Roman looked up. We split the search, 3 teams. One covers the shoreline between the customs dock and the bonded district. One covers the ferry routes and the breakwater. The third stays here as a reaction force. And you? I take Linnea and the lieutenant to Lockwood Secure Storage, Unit 47. The silver-templed lieutenant frowned. The storage unit she has kept sealed for 7 years. It is where she sent the photograph. It is where she wants us to go, which means it is either where she is keeping Neve, or where she has left the next piece of the puzzle, or where she has rigged a bomb. Roman's expression did not change. Then we will be careful. The lieutenant held his gaze for a moment longer, then he nodded. I will take the shoreline team. He turned toward the door, then stopped. Roman looked at him. I asked whether you intended to save a child or surrender the Empire. You answered. But I need you to understand something. He paused. The men in this room did not stay because they believe in recovery operations. They stayed because they believe in you. The man you were before Delphine rebuilt you. The man who would not let a warehouse burn without finding out who lit the match. He looked at Linnea. If that man is still in there, we will follow him anywhere, even into a dead storage unit at dawn. He walked out. The room exhaled. Roman stood at the table, his hands flat on the map, his head bowed. Linnea moved to his side. He is right, she said quietly. They are not following a recovery operation. They are following you. Roman did not look up. What if I am not the man they think I am? You are the man Neve drew. She touched his hand. That is the only one who matters. Roman lifted his head. His eyes found hers. Then his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, read the message. His face went gray. What? Linnea said. He turned the phone toward her. The screen showed a photograph. Neve, sitting on a metal cot, her hands folded in her lap. Behind her, a wall of rusted corrugated steel. Unit 47. But it was not the location that made Linnea's blood stop. It was Neve's expression. She was not crying. She was not afraid. She was smiling. A small, deliberate smile. The kind she used when she was about to do something she knew she should not. Beneath the photograph, a single line of text. She asked to see the evidence. I showed her everything. Linnea's hand went to her mouth. Roman's knuckles went white around the phone. She knows, he said. Delphine has told her everything. About the fire, about me, about what I did. Linnea forced herself to breathe. She is not scared of it. No. Roman looked at the photograph. She is proud of it. The silence in the room was absolute. And somewhere in the dock harbor, a 6-year-old girl sat in a storage unit, holding the truth of a fire her father had spent 7 years chasing, smiling at the camera as if she had just won a game no one else knew they were playing. Chapter 46. The photograph burned in Roman's hand. Linnea watched his thumb move over the screen, covering Niev's face, then lifting away again as if he could not stop looking at what Delphine had done. She wanted her to see it, Linnea said. She wanted her to understand. Roman did not answer. The image stayed. Niamh on the metal cot, her small, deliberate smile, the eyes that knew exactly what they were looking at. She told her everything, Linnea said. The fire, the revenge, the list. She framed it as a story about a man who survived something impossible and made the people who tried to kill him pay for it. A myth. To a 6-year-old, it is the same thing. Roman put the phone down. The lieutenant stood by the door, watching them both. We need to move, he said. Every minute we stand here, Delphine deepens whatever she planted in that child's mind. Linnea looked at him. You're right. She turned to Roman. Sabine. He blinked. What? Sabine knows more than she told us. She treated you after the fire. She kept Delphine's confidence. If anyone knows where Delphine stockpiled her resources, it is her. Roman's jaw tightened. She was bound in a medical wing while Delphine took our daughter. Which means she knows exactly how Delphine operates. Roman held her gaze for a long beat. Then he nodded. Get her. The sub-basement. We need a room no one can listen through. Linnea found Sabine in the east corridor, sitting on a bench with a cup of cold tea she had not touched, gray hair loose around her shoulders, a bruise flowering across her left cheekbone, the bind marks still visible on both wrists. She looked up when Linnea approached. Is it true? Linnea sat beside her. What did you hear? That Delphine showed Niamh everything. The fire, the revenge, the years Roman spent hunting men she fed him. Your daughter smiled at it. Linnea said nothing. Sabine's hand tightened around the cup. I treated her, she said, for years. I trusted her. When she brought Roman to me after the fire, burned so badly I could not tell if he would keep his sight, she paid for everything. Staff, supplies, a private room off the books. She told me it was because the family could not afford to have him seen weak. That was 7 years ago. Yes. Sabine set the cup down. I thought it was loyalty. She was his consigliere. She was supposed to protect him. Linnea watched her. But you did not think that the whole time. Sabine's jaw worked. No. Tell me. Sabine looked at her hands. She funded extra recovery staff, nurses who did not report to anyone, orderlies who came and went at odd hours. I assumed they were rotating through, that Delphine was being thorough, but after the first month, I noticed they were not medical professionals. Linnea's chest went cold. What were they? Men. Hard men. The kind who watch without speaking. I asked Delphine about it. She told me they were security, that Roman had enemies, and she was making sure no one finished what the fire started. But you did not believe her? Sabine shook her head. I did not disbelieve her. I just filed it, stored it in the part of my mind that keeps things I do not want to examine too closely. She looked up at Linnea. I am telling you because I know where those men went when they were not at the clinic. There was a shoreline safe house, a property Delphine used to move sedated burn victims off the books when the clinic was too full or too exposed. Linnea leaned forward. Where? Old Coast Road, past the bonded district, a house with a blue door and a rusted anchor in the front garden. She paused. But the property was transferred this morning. I checked the deed registry after I heard about Niamh. Transferred to whom? Sabine met her eyes. A shell company, fielded through a solicitor who works for Vidu. Linnea sat back, the pattern locked into place. Delphine had not been running from the council. She had been consolidating. Every property she controlled, every safe house she kept warm, every asset she moved through shell companies, she was transferring them into Varela hands before dawn. The shoreline safe house was not a hiding place. It was a handoff. You are sure about the transfer? Sabine nodded. I have the registration number. I can give it to whoever needs to trace it. Linnea stood. Come with me. They found Roman in the sub-basement, standing over a map with the silver-templed lieutenant. The map showed the harbor loop, the fuel depots, the bonded district. 3 circles marked the sealed depots at Nordham, Eastgate, and St. Bridget's Head. Linnea crossed to him. "Sabine has something." Roman looked up. Sabine stepped forward. "The shoreline safehouse Delphine used during your recovery. It was transferred this morning to a Verlello shell company. I have the registration number." Roman's eyes went flat. "She is liquidating her positions, moving assets out of Galanis control before anyone can freeze them." "Which means she intends to leave," the lieutenant said. "She cannot leave. Vidu sealed the harbor." "She sealed it for everyone. She also has the keys." Roman looked at Sabine. "The safe house. Is there a medical room there?" "Yes." "Equipment? Supplies?" "Enough to keep a child sedated and stable for days." Roman turned to the lieutenant. "I need a team at that address in 30 minutes. Quiet approach. No lights. No radio traffic." The lieutenant moved to the door. "What about us?" Linnea said. Roman looked at her. "We go to Lockwood. The photograph came from there. That is where Delphine wants us." "Which means it is where she does not want us to look." "Exactly." He picked up his coat. "We split. The team takes the safe house. We take the storage unit. If Sabine is right about the transfer, Delphine is running a multi-location play. We need to hit more than one before she can clear them all." Linnea looked at Sabine. "You stay here. If we do not call in by dawn, you contact the harbor authority and you tell them everything. The registration numbers, the shell companies, the names on Astrid's green book page." Sabine nodded. Linnea turned to follow Roman. At the door, Sabine's voice stopped her. "Linnea." She looked back. Sabine's face was pale in the low light. "There is one more thing. Something I did not tell you before." Linnea waited. "When Delphine brought Roman to me after the fire, he was unconscious for the first 3 days. But he talked. Not words. Names. He said one name more than any other." "Which one?" Sabine's throat worked. "Yours." The room went still. Linnea felt Roman stop beside her. "He said it over and over," Sabine said. "In the fever, in the pain, when he could not possibly have known what he was saying. He said your name the way a drowning man says air." Linnea could not breathe. Roman said nothing. "I thought it was just the trauma," Sabine said, "a brain grasping for something safe. But now I know better." She looked at Linnea. "He was not calling for you because you were safe. He was calling for you because he believed you were dead." Linnea's hand went to her pocket, to the ribbon, to Neima's drawing, to the 3 figures holding hands. "I need to go," she said. She walked out. Behind her, the sub-basement door closed, and somewhere in the dark harbor, a 30-footer sat silent at a dock no one had checked yet. Chapter 47. The headlights cut through coastal fog, illuminating a rusted anchor half buried in the front garden. Blue door, weathered paint, a single light burning in the upper window. Linnea killed the engine. Beside her, Roman already had his weapon drawn. The lieutenant sat in the back seat, radio silent, eyes on the house. Nothing moved. No curtain shifted. No shadow crossed the lit window. Linnea stepped out. The salt air hit her throat. The house sat at the end of a cracked drive, tucked against a granite outcrop where the old coast road died into scrub and shale. Behind it, the harbor hissed against unseen rocks. Roman moved past her. He tested the front door. Locked. The lieutenant went around the side. Linnea pressed her palm flat against the blue wood. Cold, damp. The paint was recent, covering older layers, but at the jamb someone had scratched a crescent into the frame. Small, deliberate, the same mark from the seal on Astrid's green book. She pushed the door just as the lieutenant's whispered signal came through the earpiece. Back door open, ground floor clear, no contact. Roman hit the lock with the butt of his gun. The wood cracked, the door swung inward. The hallway smelled of bleach and boiled tea. Linnea stepped inside. The front room was stripped bare. No furniture, no rugs, no photographs on the walls, but the kettle on the counter was still warm to the touch. The ceramic held heat against her palm. She set it down and opened every cabinet. Empty. The lieutenant appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Upstairs is clean, beds stripped, closets empty. but the bathroom has condensation on the mirror. Someone showered in the last hour. Roman crossed to the back door, locked from inside, deadbolt engaged. Through the front or a window, he said. Recent. They left when they saw our lights. Linnea moved past him into the kitchen. The floor was clean, scoured, but at the edge of the refrigerator, where the seal met the tile, a fine white powder clung to the grout. She knelt and touched it. Flour. She followed the faint trail across the floor. It led to the pantry. The door hung open. Inside, a single shelf held a bag of sugar, a tin of crackers, a jar of instant coffee. Enough for someone staying a few days. And on the floor, in the scattered flour that had fallen from the bag, a footprint, small, child-sized. Linnea's throat closed. She did not call out. She just looked at the shape of the shoe, the weight distributed evenly across the ball, the way the toes dug slightly deeper into the powder. Niamh had stood here, alone, long enough to leave a mark. Roman appeared behind her. He saw the footprint, said nothing. Linnea rose and continued through the house. The medical room was in the basement, as Sabine had described. A bed with restraints, a steel cabinet with syringes, saline bags, sedatives still in their sealed packaging. The room was cold, sterile. The overhead light buzzed. Linnea checked the cabinet drawers. Empty. No files, no records. Delphine had taken everything that could be read. But she had not taken everything. Linnea went back to the front room. She stood in the center and turned slowly, scanning the floor, the baseboards, the seam where the wall met the wooden planks. The house was too clean. Not lived-in clean, scrub clean. The kind of clean that meant someone had wiped surfaces, vacuumed corners, swept under furniture that was no longer there. But in a room this bare, with no weight to shift anything, the floorboards should have been uniform. One board sat slightly higher than the rest. Linnea crossed to it. She knelt and pressed her fingernails into the gap. The board lifted. Beneath it lay a folded piece of paper. She pulled it out and opened it. The drawing showed a ferry cutting through dark water, a gull perched on the rail. Beyond the bow, a low building with 3 windows lit in a row, warm light spilling onto a wooden pier. Niamh had drawn the same ferry before, the same gull, the same 3 windows, but this time she had added something new. At the bottom in the corner she had written 3 words in small, careful letters. This one is real. Linnea's hands trembled. Roman took the drawing from her. He studied it, the ferry, the gull, the 3 windows, the handwriting. Is this Breaker Point? The quarantine station, Linnea said. She drew it before, but Delphine made her change the bird, made it a decoy. Not this time. No. Roman pulled out his phone. He called Tomasz. The line crackled. Then Tomas's voice, rougher than before, but alive. Tell me. Safe house is empty. She left a drawing, a ferry, a gull, a building with 3 windows. A pause. The quarantine station on Breaker Point, the one above the old ferry landing. You know it. I know the architecture. 3 windows on the upper floor, east-facing, a pier that floods at high tide. It has a radio room and a medical wing. It was decommissioned 15 years ago. No one uses it. Delphine does. Tomasz said nothing for a long moment. The drawing could still be a plant, he said finally. She knew you would search the house. She could have left it knowing you would follow. She left it under a floorboard, Linnea said, in flour dust, hidden where only someone looking would find it. Another pause. Niamh drew it. Her choice. The line went quiet. Then Tomasz spoke again, his voice flat. I will have a boat waiting at the North Pier in 20 minutes, but the harbor is sealed. Vidu's people are watching every dock. Roman looked at Linnea. She met his eyes. Then we move faster than Vidu's people, Roman said. 20 minutes. He hung up. Linnea folded Niamh's drawing and placed it in her pocket, next to the ribbon, next to the older sketch of 3 figures holding hands. The radio on the counter crackled. She turned. It was tuned to harbor control. Someone had left it active. A voice broke through the static, low and precise. The quarantine station lost power 30 minutes ago. All 3 windows are dark now. Repeat, the station is dark. Linnea looked at Roman. He was already moving. Chapter 48. The 30-footer cut through the dark water, its engine a low vibration through the deck plates. Linnea stood at the rail, the wind pulling at her coat, Neve's drawing pressed against her ribs where she had folded it into her pocket. Roman stood at the helm. His eyes stayed on the black water ahead, but his hand kept finding the throttle, pushing the boat faster than the fog should allow. The harbor lights fell away behind them. Portsglass shrank to a smear of amber on the horizon. And then there was only the open channel, the wind, and the dark shape of Breaker Point rising through the mist. Linnea had not spoken since they left the pier. She was counting the seconds between waves. She was measuring the distance by the rhythm of the engine, the angle of the bow, the way the water changed color as they moved into deeper current. It was the only thing she could control, so she controlled it. Roman killed the throttle 100 yards out. The boat drifted. Breaker Point rose from the sea like a spine. The quarantine station sat at its crown, a low concrete building with a pitched tin roof and a wooden pier that extended into the water like a broken finger. The pier was rotted in sections. The gaps showed black water moving underneath. Above the pier, 3 windows glowed, warm light, steady, exactly as Neve had drawn them. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. She touched the folded paper, the corner of the drawing, the place where Neve had written, "This one is real." "Power is back," Roman said. "Or it never went out." He looked at her. "The radio broadcast," Linnea said. "The station went dark 30 minutes ago. That was for us. To make us move faster. To make us stop thinking." "You think the broadcast was a message?" "I think Delphine knows exactly how long it takes to cross from the North Pier. She knows the tide. She knows the wind. She has been planning this for 7 years." Linnea's voice was flat, controlled. "She is not reacting to us. She is conducting us." Roman said nothing. He watched the 3 lit windows. "We have to go in," he said. "I know." "Then why aren't you hesitating?" She turned to face him. The wind caught her hair, pulling it across her face. She did not push it away. "Because she wants us here. She has wanted us here since she took Neve from that bed. Every step we have taken, every clue we have followed, every road she blocked and every door she left open. It all leads to this pier, this building, this moment." Linnea paused. "And I do not know what she has planned for when we walk through that door." Roman stepped toward her. The boat rocked gently beneath them. "I know." "Then why are we still going?" "Because Neve is in there." It was not an argument. It was not a strategy. It was a fact so simple and so absolute that it ended every debate before it could begin. Linnea nodded. Roman eased the throttle forward. The boat moved toward the pier. The 3 windows stayed lit. 40 feet out. 30. 20. Linnea could see the details now, the warped window frames, the salt crusted on the glass, the way one of the panes had been replaced with plywood, painted to match the original frame. The building had been abandoned for 15 years, but someone had been maintaining it, carefully, quietly. 10 feet. Roman cut the engine. The boat glided the rest of the way, bumping gently against the rotted pier. Linnea grabbed the edge of the deck and stepped onto the wooden planks. They groaned under her weight. The wood was soft, waterlogged, but it held. She looked up. The 3 windows were dark, not dimmed, not flickering, dark, all at once, the same way the radio had said. Linnea stopped breathing. Roman came up beside her. He had his hand inside his coat where the weapon rode against his ribs. "She knows we are here," he said. "She has always known." They stood on the pier, the dark building above them, the 3 black windows staring down like empty eyes. Behind them, the boat bumped against the pier. The engine ticked as it cooled. The fog rolled in from the open water, curling around the pilings, swallowing the shore behind them. There was no sound from the building, no movement, no light, only the wind and the water and the waiting dark. Linnea took a step forward. Roman caught her arm. "Wait!" She looked at him. "If it is a trap," he said, "we trigger it together, not one step ahead." She wanted to argue. She wanted to run up the rotted stairs and tear the door off its hinges and find Neve and never stop moving until they were all 3 of them out of this city and this life and this nightmare that Delphine had built around them. But she stopped. She waited. Roman released her arm and took the first step onto the stairs. The wood screamed under his weight. He did not stop. Linnea followed. They climbed together, the stairs groaning with each step, the dark building rising above them like a grave that had been waiting 7 years to close. At the top, the door stood ajar. Not forced, not locked. Open. Roman pushed it with his fingertips. The door swung inward. Beyond it, darkness. And from somewhere deep inside the building, a voice. Small, clear, unafraid. "Mom?" Linnea's knees nearly buckled. She pushed past Roman and ran in the dark. Chapter 49. The voice came from somewhere ahead, swallowed by the dark and the cold stone walls. Linnea ran toward it. Her boots hit a tile floor, then concrete, then tile again. The corridor twisted, branching left into a ward she could not see. She slammed her palm against the wall, searching for a light switch, a doorframe, anything that would tell her where she was. "Mom?" Closer now, but muffled, as if a door stood between them. Linnea followed the sound through a second doorway and into a long room lined with iron bed frames. The windows were boarded. The air smelled of bleach and something older, something that had soaked into the plaster over years of use. She stopped. The beds were not empty. 3 of them held bodies. Linnea's breath caught. She forced herself to look. The first was a man in a gray suit, his chest still, his eyes open and fixed on the ceiling. Blood had dried in a dark bloom across his shirt front. She did not recognize him. The second was a woman in a nurse's uniform, slumped against the wall beside the bed, a single bullet hole in her temple. The third was a man she knew, the silver-templed lieutenant. He lay on his back on the iron cot, his hands folded over his stomach, his jacket folded neatly beneath his head. Someone had arranged him. Someone had wanted him found this way. Linnea pressed her fist against her mouth. Behind her, Roman's footsteps stopped at the threshold. "Linnea?" "I know." She forced herself to turn away from the dead lieutenant and keep moving. The corridor narrowed again. The walls changed from tile to painted plaster, the paint flaking in long strips. The floor sloped downward toward the older part of the station, the part built before the quarantine wing was added. A door stood open at the end of the hall. Light spilled from it. Not electric light. Something warmer, yellower. A lamp. Linnea walked toward it. The room beyond was small, with a single cot, a metal table, and a chair. On the table sat an oil lamp, its flame turned low. Beside it lay a stack of medical files, their covers stamped with the Galanis family crest. And on the cot, a child's pink sweater, folded. Linnea picked it up. It was still warm. She pressed it to her face and breathed in. Soap, salt, the faint sweetness of Nizari skin. She was here. Roman stood in the doorway, his gaze moving across the room, cataloging every detail. The files, the lamp, the single chair placed so that whoever sat in it could watch the cot without moving. She was here, Linnea said again, and someone took her somewhere else. She set the sweater down and opened the first file. Inside, a patient intake form. Name blacked out. Date, 7 years ago. Diagnosis, 3rd-degree burns, 40% body surface area. Treatment notes in a neat, precise hand. Linnea flipped to the next page. A second name blacked out. Same date, same burn pattern. She opened the second file. The third. Each one the same. Names redacted, dates clustered in the weeks after the fire, injuries consistent with the Blackwater Quay explosion. These were the men Delphine had saved, the ones she pulled from the flames and kept alive. The ones she sorted, decided were useful, and sent to the shoreline safe house or the bonded district infirmary, or wherever else she needed loyal hands with no other options. Linnea opened the last file. Her breath stopped. The name was not blacked out. Solheim, Astrid. Her father's name, written in the same neat hand, dated 3 days after the fire. Diagnosis, smoke inhalation, blunt force trauma to the skull, admitted unconscious. Treatment, stabilized, then transferred to private care. Linnea read the line again. Transferred to private care. The date was 6 weeks after the fire. That meant her father had survived the warehouse. He had been alive for 6 weeks after the night she thought he died. He had been treated here, in this room, by Delphine's people. And then he had been transferred. Somewhere. To someone. She looked up. Roman had moved to the far wall. He stood in front of a cabinet, its door hanging open, the shelves inside empty. Linnea. His voice was flat. Careful. She crossed to him. The cabinet was not entirely empty. On the bottom shelf, wedged into the corner where it would not be seen, a small monitor sat, its screen dark. But not off. A green indicator light glowed at the edge of the frame. Roman touched the monitor. The screen flickered, then resolved into a grainy black and white image. A room. Concrete walls. A single cot. On the cot, a child sat cross-legged, her back to the camera. Neve. Linnea's hand went to the screen. She touched her daughter's small shape, the curve of her shoulder, the dark hair falling across her back. "She is alive," Linnea whispered. "Look," Roman said. She followed his gaze. The camera angle was wide. It showed the entire room, the cot, the door, the bare floor. On the far side of the frame, a second figure stood just inside the doorway. A man. Tall, broad-shouldered, gray hair cropped close to his skull. He wore a dark coat and held his hands clasped behind his back like a man who had learned patience the hard way. He stepped forward. The light caught his face. Merrick, Vidu. Linnea's blood turned to ice. Vidu moved slowly, deliberately, the way a man moved when he knew he was being watched and wanted everyone to see exactly what he was doing. He crossed the room and stopped beside the cot. Neve looked up at him. Vidu said something. The camera did not pick up sound, but Neve nodded. She did not flinch. She did not cower. She answered him. Linnea's hand pressed harder against the screen. "She is not afraid of him," she said. "Delphine told her he is safe," Roman said. "She told her he is on her side. Vidu is not on anyone's side. No, he is not." Vidu reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper. He held it out to Neve. She took it, unfolded it, studied it. Then she looked up at Vidu again and said something that made him smile. Not a warm smile, a satisfied one. "He is using her," Linnea said. "He is not holding her hostage. He is getting something from her." Roman's hand closed around her wrist. "We find where that feed is coming from," he said. "We end this." Linnea stared at the screen, at the shape of her daughter, sitting calmly on a concrete cot, holding a paper she could not read, and speaking to a man who had spent years waiting for this exact leverage. "Look at the floor," she said. Roman leaned closer. Tiles. White, with a dark seam running through them, a hairline crack in the shape of a crescent. The same crescent that marked the doorframe at Low Tide House. The same crescent stamped into Astrid's green book. "Where is that?" Roman asked. Linnea did not answer. She was already running through every map, every warehouse floor plan, every piece of paper she had touched in the last 3 weeks. The crescent mark. Astrid's seal. The building her father had owned before the fire, the one he had transferred to a holding company 6 months before he died. The building Delphine had been using for 7 years. "I know where she is," Linnea said. She turned from the screen. "She is in my father's building, the one he never told anyone he owned." Roman's eyes met hers. "Then we go. Vidu has her. He will not let her go. Neither will I." Linnea looked at the monitor one last time. Deniso's small back, her steady shoulders, the paper she held in her hands. Then she looked at Roman. "I know," she said. She picked up her father's medical file from the table. "When do we move?" she asked. Roman's answer was already in motion, his hand reaching for the lamp, the light dying, the dark closing around them like a door swinging shut. Now, Chapter 50. The monitor hummed. The green indicator light held steady, a fixed star in the dark room, and on the screen, Neve sat cross-legged on the cot, the folded paper still in her hands, Merrick Vidu standing over her like a man who had already won. Linnea watched her daughter's face, calm, unafraid. Neve looked at Vidu the way she looked at the drawings she was proud of, with the patience of someone who knew she had done something right. Vidu turned. He looked directly at the camera. He had known they would find the monitor. Of course he had. The body in the ward, the lieutenant's arranged corpse, the trail left warm and obvious. All of it was theater, a stage set for this moment. "Merrick Vidu," Roman said. His voice was flat, controlled. The voice of a man who had learned to measure his fury into precise, usable increments. On the screen, Vidu smiled. Not at Neef, at the lens. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a phone. The monitor screen split. A secondary feed opened beside the image of Knives' room. Grainier. Older. The date stamp in the corner read 7 years ago. The image showed the interior of a warehouse, shelves lined with fuel drums, an open door at the far end, and a figure standing in the frame. Delphine. She was looking at something off camera. She was holding a clipboard. On the wall beside her, the shadows of men moved in a rhythm that meant work, not violence. Vidu's voice came through the monitor speaker, thin and distant, as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. "Mrs. Solheim, Mr. Galanis, I have been waiting for this conversation." Linnea did not answer. Neve looked up at Vidu. He did not look at her. He kept his eyes on the camera, the phone held at an angle that kept both feeds visible, the past and the present, layered like ash. "I have something you want," Vidu said. "I believe you have something I want. Where is my daughter?" Linnea's voice came out dry, flat, the voice she used when she was still in control of herself. "Safe, unharmed. She has been fed, given water, allowed to sleep. She has been treated with the dignity a child deserves, even when that child's mother has been inconvenient." Roman's hand moved toward his coat. Vidu's smile widened. "Please, if you were close enough to shoot me through a camera, you would already have done it. You were still searching for the building. You do not know where this feed is coming from." Roman's hand stopped. "Then tell us," he said. "In exchange." The word hung in the air. Linnea felt it land, felt the shape of it settle into the space between them, precise as a page number, heavy as a seal. "Delphine Hartman," Vidu said, "and the evidence of what she did at Blackwater Quay. The original documents. The records she kept. The proof that your father killed her family's son because she would not let the Galanis Empire fall to a man who hesitated." Linnea's breath caught. "The original proof," Vidu repeated. "You have been chasing paper for 7 years, Mr. Galanis. You have burned men, buried names, followed a trail that Delphine laid for you step by step. I am offering you the truth, the whole truth, in exchange for 3 things." Roman said nothing. "Withdrawal from 3 dock sectors, Nordham, Eastgate, and the St. Bridget's Head feeder line. You will pull your men, your contracts, and your surveillance. You will leave those docks to Varela operations without interference for 90 days. Fuel depots you already sealed," Roman said. "Insurance, I do not expect you to trust me. I expect you to honor a deal when the alternative is watching your daughter grow up in a house that belongs to someone else." "And the third?" Vidu's smile faded. "Safe passage for a convoy leaving St. Bridget's Head at 4 in the morning. 1 vessel, cargo that does not concern you, crew that will be armed and will not be searched. You will not stop it. You will not follow it. You will let it go into open water, and you will forget you ever saw it." Roman was still. Linnea could feel the shape of his silence. He was not refusing. He was calculating, the way he calculated before any move, weighing cost against cost, measuring the distance between what he could give and what he could not. "Delphine," he said, "and the Blackwater proof, in my hands, delivered to a location of my choosing. You will bring no weapons, no men. You will come alone, or the deal is void. Neef first. She will be released after the convoy has cleared the harbor mouth. You will watch the vessel leave on a live feed. Once it is beyond the breakwater, your daughter is returned to you at a location I will provide after the transaction is complete." "No," Linnea said. Vidu's eyes shifted to her. "You want him to trade 3 docks and a blind eye for an 8-year-old child," Linnea said. "You want him to give you territory, access, and a free pass for whatever you are moving through St. Bridget's Head. And you want him to do it on your timeline, with your terms and your guarantees. Yes, you are not offering a negotiation. You are offering a surrender." Vidu's smile returned. "Surrender implies you have a choice, Mrs. Solheim. You do not. I have your daughter. You have the evidence of a crime that would destroy the Galanis family from the inside if it reached the right hands. I am offering you a clean exchange. Your empire for your child. Your revenge for your peace. The ledger for the life you still have time to build." Linnea's hand found the edge of the table beside her. She pressed her palm flat against it, grounding herself in the wood grain, the dust, the cold. Neve looked up at the camera again. She raised her hand, small and steady, and waved, directly at Linnea. She knew they were watching. Linnea's chest cracked open. "You have 3 minutes," Vidu said. "I will call this number. If you accept, I will provide the coordinates for the exchange. If you refuse, I will disconnect the feed, and you will not see your daughter again until the morning papers print her photograph under a headline you cannot buy off." He looked at the camera. 3 minutes. The screen went dark. The green indicator light stayed on. Linnea stood in the dark with the shape of her daughter's wave burned into her vision, the crescent mark on the floor tiles sharp as a scar beneath her feet, the silence of the quarantine station pressing in from every wall. Roman did not move. "He is in the customs tower at North Cut," Linnea said. Roman turned. "The clock," she said, "behind Vidu, on the wall." The glass of the monitor reflected it when he shifted the phone. A station clock with a brass face and Roman numerals. I saw the minute hand at the 10. The second hand was moving. She pulled out her notebook, flipped to the page where she had sketched the harbor maps, the buildings, the landmarks she had memorized during the Reconstruction. "North Cut Customs Tower has a brass clock on the second-floor landing. It has been there since the station was built. It is the only tower clock in Portsglass that uses Roman numerals instead of Arabic." Roman's eyes moved over her face. "You are certain?" "The second hand was painted red. The glass was cracked in the lower right corner. I saw it when I looked through the customs manifest records for the Nordum sector. There is a photograph of the tower interior on file. The crack was already there." She looked at him. "He is in the customs tower, North Cut, 500 yards from the sealed St. Bridget's Head Depot." Roman's breath came out slow. "Then we know where the feed is coming from." "Yes." "And we know where she is?" "Yes." Linnea looked at the monitor. "He will call in 3 minutes. You will give him an answer. You will make him believe you are accepting his terms." Roman's hand found hers. "I am not giving him 3 docks. You will not have to." She turned from the monitor. "We move in 2 minutes. We go dark. We take the tower before he can disconnect the feed again." Roman looked at her. 2 minutes, he said. 2 minutes. He reached for the radio. "Then we move now." Chapter 51. The harbor wind cut through the customs house window frame, salt and diesel mixing with the smell of old insulation. Linnea stood at the edge of the radio table, her notebook open to the map sketch she had drawn from memory, the North Cut Tower marked with a cross. Roman spoke into the handset. "Confirm withdrawal, Nordum sector, immediate stand-down." The voice that answered belonged to the young lieutenant who had trained his weapon on Delphine in the infirmary. "Understood. Full stand-down." "Confirming personnel withdrawal from St. Bridget's feeder line." "Wait for confirmation on Eastgate." "Awaiting." Roman set the handset down. Linnea watched his hands. The burn scar across his knuckles caught the light as he laid his palms flat on the table, fingers spread, as if he were holding the whole city down by pressure alone. "You gave the order to 3 docks," she said. "To 1, but the 1 was monitored. Delphine will hear about the Nordum stand-down within minutes. She will expect the rest to follow. You are feeding her a pattern. I am feeding her confirmation that her leverage is working. She needs to believe I am capitulating. A man who capitulates does not assault a fortified tower." Tomasz appeared in the doorway. His left arm was bound in fresh bandages from where the bullet had passed through the bicep, but his face showed no pain, only the flat attention of a man who had stopped feeling small wounds years ago. "The boat is ready," he said. "East maintenance slip. No lights, no running signature. She will look like a garbage scow until you are within 50 yards of the tower." "How many men?" 4. 2 on the water, 2 on the ground approach through the customs yard. The tower has 3 levels. Ground floor is storage. Second floor has the clock landing and an office where Vidu is running the feed. Third floor is a communications room that has been sealed since the station was decommissioned. Sealed how? Welded door. No access from the interior stair. If Vidu is using the tower, he is operating from the second floor only. Roman looked at Linnea. You stay on the boat until I clear the ground floor. No. Linnea. She is my daughter. I am not watching from the water while someone else retrieves her. Roman's jaw tightened. You carry no weapon. You do not know the layout. If the tower has a secondary exit I cannot see from the approach, you become a liability the moment you step off the boat. I know the layout better than your men do. She pulled a folded customs manifest photograph from her notebook. The cracked clock face was visible in the frame. Behind it, a partial floor plan showed the second level, the stairwell position, the window spacing, the door swing direction. I examined every photograph in the Nordham sector file during the Reconstruction. Customs Tower, Harbor Master's Office, Freight Registry Annex. I needed to match handwriting samples to original building documents. I have seen the interior of that tower more recently than any of your men. Roman studied her face. You memorized the floor plan of a decommissioned customs tower because it was filed next to a freight registry. I memorize everything I read. I know you do. He turned to Tomasz. She comes, she stays behind me. If I tell her to get down, she gets down. If I tell her to go back to the boat, she goes back to the boat. Understood. Linnea did not argue. The radio crackled. A voice Linnea did not recognize, clipped and formal, reporting from the Eastgate feeder line. Confirming stand-down order. Personnel withdrawing from Eastgate checkpoint. Awaiting instruction on St. Bridget's. Roman picked up the handset. St. Bridget's holds. I will confirm in 5 minutes. Understood. Tomasz moved closer. You are giving them the pattern too fast. Delphine will know it is a feint if you fold all 3 inside 10 minutes. Delphine knows I am a father who just watched his daughter wave at a camera feed. She expects me to fold. She would be suspicious if I did not. She would also be watching for a counter-move. Roman's eyes went cold. Let her watch. The maintenance slip was a concrete ramp, slick with algae, descending into black water that smelled of rust and fish. The boat was a flat-holed work scow with a canvas cover lashed over the stern, no running lights, no registration numbers visible. A single man sat at the tiller, his face hidden under a watch cap. Linnea stepped onto the deck. The hull shifted under her weight, water slapping against the sides. Roman followed. Tomasz stayed on the slip, one hand on the mooring line. If I do not hear from you in 30 minutes, he said, I assume the tower is compromised, and I move the ground team through the customs yard directly. You will hear from me in 20. I hope so. Tomasz released the line. The boat slid away from the slip without engine noise, the tillerman letting the current carry them into the dark channel between 2 moored freighters. The city lights receded. The moon was a thin crescent behind cloud cover, barely enough to see the water. Linnea counted strokes in her head, the rhythm of the hull, the lap of water, the distant clang of a buoy. The Northcut Tower rose out of the mist at 12 minutes. It was a block of darker darkness against the harbor sky, 3 windows on the second floor, all of them lit. The brass clock face caught the light, Roman numerals visible even at distance. Roman touched her arm. 1 window, he said. Second from the left. That is where the feed is running. Neith is in that room. Linnea said nothing. She was counting the bricks between the windows, measuring the distance from the clock face to the door frame, running the floor plan through her memory like a prayer. The boat drifted toward the tower's shadow. The tillerman cut the current with a single oar, steering them into the blind spot beneath the customs dock, where the rotted pilasters created a pocket of dark the tower windows could not see. Roman stood. Stay behind me. Do not break cover until I clear the ground floor door. I remember. He looked at her. I know you do. He stepped onto the ladder bolted to the dock pilings, rust flaking under his grip. Linnea followed. The tower's ground floor door was a steel slab set into concrete, the lockbox rusted but intact. Roman worked it with a pick from his coat pocket, the tumblers clicking in the silence. The door swung inward. Darkness. Linnea smelled dust, old paper, and something else, something chemical, sharp, recent. Roman stepped inside. She followed. The door closed behind them with a soft click that sounded louder than a gunshot in the silence. A light came on. Not from the room ahead, from behind them. Linnea turned. Merrick Vidu stood at the top of the stairs leading down to the maintenance slip, a phone in his hand, the screen casting his face in cold blue light. "I told you to come alone, Mr. Galanis." The phone screen showed a live feed. Neve, sitting on a cot looking at the camera, and behind her, a shape in the shadows. A woman with ice-blue eyes and dark blonde hair pinned into a precise low chignon. Delphine Hartman raised her hand to the camera and smiled. Chapter 52. The maintenance slip concrete was still damp where Tomasz stood, phone pressed to his ear, his bandaged arm held tight against his ribs. He ended the call without looking up. The captain, the one who signed off on Delphine's payroll line, he did not report for the evening muster. Linnea felt the shift before he said more, the quality of silence around him. "Where does he live?" "Tomasz on Crown Street, half a mile from the bonded district." "Then we go." Roman moved to block her. "You stay with the tower approach. Tomasz handles the captain." "Tomasz has one working arm, and you need every able body at the tower. I know the captain's books. I restored them. I know which entries are real and which are covers." She did not wait for permission. She stepped past Roman and took the phone from Tomas's hand. "What is the address?" Tomasz looked at Roman. Roman did not nod, but he did not stop her either. The Crown Street townhouse was narrow. 3 stories of gray stone wedged between a print shop and a boarded pub. No lights in the windows. The front door was unlocked. Linnea entered first. The hall smelled of tobacco and something burnt. Not recent, days old, trapped in the curtains. A staircase rose to the left. A door at the end of the hall stood open, revealing a kitchen with a single bulb burning over the sink. She found the captain in the back parlor. He was seated in a leather chair facing a cold fireplace, a revolver on the floor beside him, a hole through his temple. The blood had dried dark against his collar. The positioning was too neat, gunshot residue on his right hand, but he was left-handed. She saw it in the coffee cup on the side table, the handle turned for a left grip, the spoon laid on the left side of the saucer. "This is staged." Tomasz moved past her, scanning the room. "You are sure?" Left-handed man, gun in his right hand. No defensive wounds, no note. She knelt beside the chair, looking past the body. The carpet beneath the revolver was undisturbed. No scuff marks, no sign of a struggle. Someone had placed the weapon after the shot, arranged the scene with the same precision Delphine had used to arrange the lieutenant's body at Breaker Point. "Check the desk." Tomasz opened the roll top and began working through the drawers with his good hand. Papers, a ledger, a leather folder. He opened the folder and stopped. "What?" "Medication, pediatric, from the Sisters of Mercy Clinic." He held up a blister pack. The label was printed with a date from 3 days ago, a dosage schedule, and a name that was not Neov's, but the clinic address matched the one from the narcotics register Sabine had described. Linnea took the pack. The medication was for an 8-year-old, maintenance doses for a chronic condition, someone else's child, or a cover shipment using pediatric supplies as camouflage. The safe. Tomasz pointed to a painting on the wall, slightly askew. Behind it, a flush-mounted door with a combination dial. Linnea worked the dial by feel, using the numbers from the captain's payroll log, the date of the Bond Street lease, the digits from the Marvick Holdings account. The third combination opened the door. Inside, customs seals, 5 of them, still in their wrappers. A stack of blank manifests, a folded paper with handwriting she recognized from the ledger entries, the same careful script that had recorded the false invoices. She unfolded the paper. Final transfer. St. Brigid, Dry Dock. Before dawn. Bring the seals or the deal collapses. No signature, no date, just the instruction, written in the same hand that had falsified the Blackwater Quay shipping records. St. Brigid, that is the Dr. Vidu demanded in his terms. Tomasz moved closer. What else is in the safe? She reached deeper. Her fingers found a leather-bound book, smaller than the ledgers, the spine cracked from use. She pulled it out and opened it. Names, addresses, dates. a registry of every transfer Delphine had orchestrated through the Marvik holding shell going back 7 years. And in the back, a single page torn from a pediatric register. Neve's name, her age, a notation in the margin. Transferred to Hill Clinic, Hallowmere. Medication schedule appended. Linnea's hand went still. This page should not exist. Sabine kept the pediatric records off all official systems. Delphine found them. Delphine, or someone working for her, someone inside the clinic. She looked at Tomasz. His face had gone hard. Then we have a leak inside the Sisters of Mercy, which means the medication schedule Sabine used to track Neve's location is compromised. Or it is confirmation. Of what? That Delphine knew where we would look next. She left this here for us to find, same as she left the page from Astrid's green book, same as she left the radio broadcast. Linnea stood. The paper with the St. Bridget instruction was still in her hand, the pediatric page tucked against her chest. We are not telling Roman about the clinic leak. Tomas's eyes narrowed. Why not? Because he will pull us off the dry dock to secure Hallowmere, and by the time we get there, the transfer will have already happened. Neve will be gone again. You are asking me to keep this from him. I am asking you to let me confirm it first. The silence stretched. The captain's blood was still seeping into the leather chair, the revolver lying where someone else had placed it, and Linnea was already thinking 3 moves ahead, calculating what she would need to reach the Hill Clinic before Roman could stop her. Tomasz looked at the body, then at the pediatric page in her hand. You have until we reach St. Bridget. After that, I tell him what we found. Linnea nodded. She folded the paper and the pediatric page together and slid them into her coat pocket, beside Neve's drawing and the blue ribbon she had carried since Blackwater Customs dock. The clock on the mantel struck 3. Dawn was 3 hours away, and the dry dock transfer was scheduled before first light. She did not look back as she walked out of the parlor, past the staged corpse, past the open safe, into the street where the fog was thickening, and the city was still holding its breath. Chapter 53. Tomasz moved ahead through the fog, his bandaged arm held close to his body, the good hand resting on the grip of his weapon. Linnea followed 3 steps behind, the captain's blood still drying under her fingernails, the pediatric page folded against her ribs. St. Bridget dry dock rose out of the mist like a dead thing. The gates were rusted open, the basin empty, the concrete floor stained with decades of oil and salt. Cranes stood at intervals along the rails, their cables hanging slack, the whole place smelling of brine and old fuel and something chemical that caught in the throat. This was one of your father's contract sites. Tomasz did not turn when he said it. He was scanning the darkness between the crane towers, watching the shadows move. Linnea remembered the dry dock from the files she had reconstructed. Astrid Solheim had leased the East Slip for 12 years, used it for customs inspections and off-book repairs. The paperwork had been clean, too clean, each manifest signed and stamped and filed, which was how she knew it had been a front. There is a pump room beneath the west crane base. The original plans had it sealed when the dry dock was decommissioned, but the seal was never installed. And you know this, Hal? Because my father kept a copy of the original survey, he told me to remember it, in case I ever needed to hide something where no one would look. Tomasz stopped. He told you that before the fire. It was not a question. He told me the night he leased the site. I was 12. He said the city forgot things underground, and that forgetting was useful if you knew how to use it. They moved through the crane aisles in silence. The fog had thickened, pressing against the sodium lights that still burned along the perimeter fence, casting long shadows across the concrete. Linnea counted her steps, matching them to the survey plan she had memorized 17 years ago. The pump room access was a steel hatch set flush into the floor, hidden beneath a layer of gravel and rusted cable. Tomasz helped her clear it, using his boot to scrape the debris aside while she worked the lock with a pick from the captain's desk. The lock was new, installed within the last year. The mechanism turned cleanly, no resistance, no rust. The trap. Linnea did not argue. She lifted the hatch and smelled the air rising from below. cold, dry, faintly metallic. A ladder descended into darkness. "I go first." Tomasz moved past her before she could answer, his feet finding the rungs with the practiced silence of a man who had climbed into worse places. Linnea followed, the hatch closing above them with a soft click that sealed the light away. The pump room was larger than the survey had suggested. The walls were concrete, damp with condensation, the floor covered in a layer of fine gray dust that showed footprints. Recent footprints, small and deliberate, leading toward a metal cabinet bolted to the far wall. Tomasz reached the cabinet first. He pulled the door open with his good hand and stopped. "She left you a gift." Linnea stepped past him. Inside the cabinet, on a shelf dusted clean, sat a digital recorder. The battery light was still green. A sticky note had been pressed to the casing, written in the same careful script that had filled the captain's safe. "For Linnea, lower your ear. She does not like to shout." She picked up the recorder. Her thumb found the play button before she had time to think about what she was doing. Delphine's voice filled the pump room, calm and unhurried. "If you are hearing this, you found the hatch. I knew you would. You always were the one who remembered what everyone else tried to bury." Linnea held the recorder steady. Tomasz did not move. "I want to be clear about something, because I suspect Roman will not be in a listening mood when you finally catch up to me. I never meant to kill Nia. Not once, not ever. She was never the target. She was the lesson." The pause stretched. Roman needed to understand that power is not the ability to kill the last man on a list. Power is the willingness to let someone you love be used as leverage without flinching. He has spent 7 years pretending vengeance is the same as strength. He needs to learn the difference, and you, Linnea, are the only person who can teach him. Another pause, this one longer, waited. "I left something at the dry dock. Not Nia, I am afraid. She is somewhere safer, for now. But I left proof that your father was not the monster Roman believes him to be, nor the saint you wish he was. He was a man who made choices. The evidence I left will let you choose what to believe about him." The recording clicked off. Linnea stood in the darkness, the recorder warm in her hand, Delphine's voice still settling into her bones like cold water. "She is baiting us." Tomas's voice was flat, practical. "I know. She wants us to spend time looking for evidence instead of Neve." "I know. Does that change what you do with it?" Linnea looked at the recorder, then at the cabinet, then at the shadows moving at the edge of the pump room's light, where the survey had shown a sealed access tunnel that should not exist. "It changes where I look first." She moved toward the shadow before Tomasz could stop her, and the concrete beneath her feet began to hum, a low vibration, building from below. The submerged gate at the dry dock's outer basin was rising. Chapter 54. The vibration built into a deep, grinding roar that shook the concrete beneath her feet. Linnea turned from the shadow tunnel just as the first jet of water exploded through the floor grate behind her, a column of black harbor water punching upward with enough force to rattle the metal cabinet against the wall. Tomasz grabbed her arm. "Move!" She was already running. The water hit her ankles before she reached the ladder, cold and shocking, carrying the stench of oil and dead things. Behind her, the grate buckled outward as the pressure doubled, the submerged gate fully open now, feeding the dry dock's outer basin into the pump room like a throat swallowing. "I cannot climb one-handed," Tomasz said, his voice flat, practical, even as the water reached his knees. "You go first. I hand you up." "No!" She shoved him toward the ladder. His bandaged arm was useless, but the good one caught the bottom rung, and he pulled himself upward with a grunt. The water hit her thighs, and she felt the drag of it, the current pulling sideways toward the access tunnel that should not exist, the one Delphine had left open on purpose. "Linnea," Roman's voice. She looked up. He stood at the edge of the open hatch above, one hand braced against the crane base, the other extended toward her. Behind him, the sky was still dark, the fog pressing against the sodium lights. The water reached her waist. She grabbed the ladder and climbed. The rungs were slick, greased with years of condensation and rust. Her boots slipped twice, and each time the cold pulled at her legs, hungry, wanting her back. Tomasz was above her, slow but moving, his good hand gripping each rung with deliberate force while the bandaged arm hung useless. Roman leaned down, caught Tomasz by the collar, and hauled him over the lip of the hatch. Then his hand found Linnea's wrist, and she felt the strength in it, the same strength that had pulled her through the archive tunnel, through the dark, through every opening he had ever given her. She came up into the fog and the cold and the sound of water roaring beneath them. They lay on the concrete for a moment, breathing hard, the hatch vibrating under the pressure of the rising flood. Linnea's hands were shaking. She could not feel her fingers. "That was timed," Tomasz said, rolling onto his side. "She knew we would find the recorder. She set the gate to open after we were inside." Linnea looked at the hatch. Water was already seeping through the seal, thin fingers of it spreading across the concrete. The pump room was flooding faster than she had calculated. Delphine had not just left a message. She had set a countdown. Roman was already moving, limping toward the crane aisle, where the fog parted around the sodium lights. Linnea forced herself upright, her legs unsteady, her lungs burning. "What are you looking for?" He did not answer. He was scanning the ground, the gravel, the tire marks pressed into the mud beside the dry dock's concrete lip. Fresh tire marks, narrow tread, moving away from the pump room access and toward the eastern perimeter, where the old freight spur ran parallel to the harbor. "She came through here," Roman said. "She did not send someone. She came herself." Linnea followed the tracks with her eyes. They led past the crane base, through a gap in the rusted fence, toward a line of dark rail cars sitting on the spur. A maintenance train, 4 cars long with a single light burning at the cab, and 1 car in the middle with a locked door and no windows. Tomasz reached them, breathing hard, his face pale under the sodium glow. "That carriage did not come in on any manifest I saw tonight, because it was never supposed to leave," Roman said. "Delphine parked it here before the confrontation. The dry dock was a transfer point, not a trap." Linnea stared at the carriage. The door was solid steel, fitted with a customs seal. No handle on the outside. "Niamh is not in there." Roman looked at her. "How do you know?" "Because Delphine does not deliver what she promises." Linnea's voice was steady now, the calm settling into her bones. "She told me she left proof at the dry dock. That is what is in the carriage. Proof, not Niamh." The train's engine coughed, a low diesel shudder that ran through the rails. The light at the cab slickered. Tomasz stepped forward. "She is moving it. If that carriage leaves the spur, we lose whatever evidence she left." Roman did not wait. He ran. Linnea had never seen him move that fast, the hitch in his leg barely visible as he covered the ground between the crane base and the rail car. He reached the coupling between the middle carriage and the one behind it, his hands finding the release lever. The train lurched forward. The coupling groaned. "Too late," Tomasz said. "She is already pulling away." But Roman did not let go. He grabbed the ladder on the side of the moving carriage, pulled himself up as the train gained speed and disappeared onto the roof. Linnea stood in the fog, watching the maintenance train roll past, the locked medical carriage sliding by with its sealed door and its hollow promise. Then she saw it. A piece of paper, folded and taped to the door, fluttering in the wind. She ran alongside the moving train, her boots slipping on the gravel, and tore the paper free before the carriage cleared her reach. She stopped, breathing hard, and unfolded it. A child's drawing. 3 figures, a woman, a man, a child, holding both their hands. The same motif Niamh had drawn in every picture Linnea had ever seen, but this one was different. The child's face was not unfinished. It had been filled in with careful strokes, a small smile, dark hair, eyes that looked familiar. And above the figures, in clumsy 6-year-old handwriting, a caption. "Do not come for me yet. I am learning what she knows." Linnea looked up. The train was gone, swallowed by the fog, its single light disappearing into the dark that lay between the dry dock and the freight yards. Roman was on it. And Niamh was somewhere else, somewhere Delphine had taught her to write those words, to draw that picture, to buy herself time. Linnea closed her fingers around the paper. The first pale light of false dawn touched the harbor's edge. She had 3 hours until the convoy moved. One daughter on a train headed into the dark, and another who had just told her to wait. Chapter 55. Linnea did not wait. She folded Niamh's drawing into her breast pocket, felt the paper press against her ribs, and ran toward the yard office. The gravel crunched under her boots, the fog swallowing the sound of her breathing. Tomasz caught up at the gate, his bandaged arm pressed against his ribs. The train is gone. We lost him. He did not lose her. Linnea pushed through the yard office door. The interior smelled of diesel, cold coffee, and old paper. A single man sat at the dispatch desk, gray-haired, reading a shipping manifest under a green lamp. He looked up. "This is restricted. You cannot. I need the freight routing for the North Spur." Linnea pulled a pen from her pocket, uncapped it with her teeth. "The maintenance train that just left St. Bridget. Where does it switch?" The man stared at her. "I do not answer to—" Tomasz stepped forward, his good hand resting on the butt of his weapon. "Answer her." The man glanced at Tomasz, then back at Linnea. He reached for a binder on the shelf behind him, thick and yellowed with use. "The North Spur feeds into the old sorting yard at Mylor Crossing. After that, the track splits 3 ways. East toward the bonded warehouses, west to the container terminal, or north to the freight yards at Blackwater." "Which one bypasses customs inspection?" The man's face tightened. "Mylor. The crossing has not had a working customs booth in 8 years. Anything moving through there after midnight does not get logged." Linnea laid her hands flat on the desk. "How long until the train reaches Mylor?" 20 minutes. Maybe less if the driver is pushing." She turned and walked out. Tomasz followed. "Even if we reach Mylor before the train, we do not have the firepower to stop it, and Roman is already on board." "Roman is on the roof. He will find a way in." Linnea stopped at the yard fence, staring into the dark where the tracks disappeared into the fog. "But he will not know which way the carriage switches unless someone tells him." "And how do we tell him?" Linnea looked at the yard engine sitting idle on the maintenance spur. It was old, rust-streaked, with a single light burning above the cab. A switching engine, used for moving rail cars around the yard, not built for speed. But it was the only thing that moved. "Can you drive one of those?" Tomasz followed her gaze. "I can drive anything with a throttle." "Then drive it." They crossed the yard at a run. Tomasz climbed into the cab first, his movements practiced despite the wound, his good hand finding the controls by memory. Linnea pulled herself up beside him, her breath clouding in the cold air. The engine shuddered to life, diesel rattling through the frame. Tomasz released the brake, eased the throttle forward, and they rolled out of the yard, past the empty sidings and the rusted signal posts, into the fog. The tracks unwound ahead of them, twin ribbons of steel glinting under the sodium lights. The fog thickened, then thickened again, swallowing the world in pulses of gray. Linnea watched the speedometer. 20 miles per hour. 25. The engine rocked on the uneven track, the couplings groaning. "How long until we see the train?" Tomasz did not take his eyes off the track. "Depends how fast she is moving. If she is running at full throttle, we might catch sight of her at Mylor. If she is running dark, we could pass her in the fog and never know." "She is running a maintenance train with a locked carriage. She is not running dark. Delphine wants the evidence in that carriage found. Or destroyed." Linnea felt the drawing against her chest. Niamh's face filled in with careful strokes. "Do not come for me yet. I am learning what she knows." She wanted to believe Niamh was safe. She wanted to believe her daughter was playing a role Delphine had written, not choosing it. But the drawing had the child's face detailed, filled in, finished. Niamh had time to draw that, time to think about what she was drawing. A train into the dark, a warning to wait, a message that sounded like a promise. Linnea pressed her hand to her pocket. The fog parted. The maintenance train was ahead of them, maybe half a mile, its single taillight burning red through the mist. It was moving fast, faster than the yard engine could match, but they were gaining. Tomasz pushed the throttle forward. "She is heading for Mylor. If she switches there, we lose her. Then we do not let her switch." Linnea studied the track ahead, the way it curved toward the crossing, the signal posts standing dark and unlit. No working signals on this line, no one watching. Delphine had chosen this route because it was blind, but blind cut both ways. "The overpass," Linnea said, "half a mile before Mylor. The old road bridge that crosses the tracks. If we can get ahead of the train, we can stop her from switching." "How?" "I do not know yet. Tomasz glanced at her, his face hard in the cab's dim light. "You are making this up as you go." "Yes." He did not argue. He pushed the throttle further. The engine lurched forward, the speed climbing. 30 miles per hour. The track rattled beneath them, the couplings screaming. The cab shook so hard Linnea had to brace herself against the wall. The maintenance train was closer now. She could see the locked carriage clearly, the customs seal glinting on the door, the steel walls unbroken by any window. Roman was on that roof, invisible against the dark. The overpass came into view ahead, a narrow road bridge, concrete and rusted railings, crossing the tracks at a shallow angle. And on the bridge, figures. 3 of them, crouched at the railing, working by the light of a single shielded lamp. Linnea's blood went cold. They are placing charges. Tomasz saw at the same moment. The men on the bridge were rigging the track, setting explosive packages against the rail, wiring them to a detonator box on the concrete. The maintenance train was 100 yards from the overpass. There is no way we stop her in time. Linnea looked at the figures, at the charges, at the sealed carriage rolling toward its destruction. Neve is not in there, but the evidence was. The proof Delphine had left. The proof of what she had done. The proof that could bring her down. And if that carriage burned, the evidence burned with it. Linnea grabbed the radio mounted on the cab dashboard. She pressed the transmit button. "Roman, if you can hear me, the track is rigged. They are going to blow the carriage before it reaches Myler. Get off the train. Repeat, get off the train." She released the button. Static. The train rolled on. The figures on the overpass stood, one of them raising a hand, a signal to someone unseen. The detonator box was armed, and the carriage was 30 yards from the bridge. Chapter 56. The blast hit before the sound caught up. A wall of pressure slammed through the cab, throwing Linnea sideways. Her skull met metal. The world went white, then gray. Then the screaming started. Not hers. The track, the engine, the tortured shriek of steel folding against steel. She was on the floor. Her ears rang. Her mouth tasted of copper and grate. "Tomasz," she said it. She did not hear herself say it. She pushed up onto her knees and saw him still in the driver's seat, both hands on the throttle, his bandaged arm dark with fresh blood. The engine had stopped. No, the engine was tilted. The left side of the cab had dropped 6 inches. The track buckled beneath them, the wheels half off the rail. "Tomasz!" He turned his head. His eyes were clear. "I am fine. Get out." She pushed the cab door open and dropped onto the gravel bed. The fog had turned amber, lit from somewhere ahead, somewhere burning. The maintenance train was stopped on the track 50 yards ahead. The locked carriage had derailed, its wheels shorn from the chassis, one corner crumpled against the overpass pillar. Sparks still rained from the severed wire above. 3 figures on the bridge were gone. Someone had detonated early, or someone had missed. Linnea ran. The gravel slid beneath her boots. The heat from the wreckage hit her face before she reached it, the chemical smell sharp and chemical burning off the metal. The customs seal on the carriage door was still intact, a pristine white oval against the scorched steel. She grabbed the handle. It was hot. She pulled anyway. The door swung open. Inside, the carriage was dark. The blast had knocked out the lights, but the flames from outside bled through the gaps, painting everything in orange and shadow. Rows of metal cabinets lined both walls. Filing cabinets, industrial grade, bolted to the floor. The blast had thrown some open, spilling folders across the carpet. No cot, no child, no bed. Knife is not in there. Linnea stepped inside. The first folder she picked up contained a photocopy of a freight ledger. She recognized the handwriting. She had seen it before. In the burned originals she had spent days reconstructing. But this was not burned. This was clean, legible, preserved. Duplicates. Delphine had kept copies of everything. Linnea moved deeper into the carriage, past the cabinets, past the scattered paper, past a steel desk bolted to the far wall. On the desk, a single photograph lay face up, held in place by a paperweight shaped like a harbor seal. She picked it up. The photograph was 7 years old, the quality grainy, the colors faded. It showed the Blackwater Quay warehouse before the fire. The loading dock was visible in the background, the big roll-up door open, crates stacked inside. In the foreground stood Delphine Hartman. She was younger, her dark blonde hair loose, her ice blue eyes fixed on something off camera. She wore a dark coat, practical boots, and held a clipboard against her chest. The timestamp in the corner read 21:47. The fire had been called in at 22:03. Delphine had been at Blackwater Quay 16 minutes before the first flame. Footsteps on the gravel behind her. Linnea turned. Roman stood in the carriage doorway, his coat torn, a cut above his eye bleeding freely. He looked at the cabinets, at the scattered paper, at the photograph in her hand. She was there. Linnea held up the photo. 16 minutes before the fire was reported, she was already on site. Roman took the photograph. He studied it without expression, his gray eyes moving across the image, reading every detail. Then he set it down on the desk. The train was not carrying Nice. It was carrying the institutional memory of her operation. Every transfer, every payment, every witness she needed to disappear. She kept duplicates of everything. A woman like Delphine does not trust the only copy to burn. Roman picked up a folder from the nearest cabinet, flipped it open, scanned the contents. This is the Nordham sector extraction. 7 years of payments to the harbor master, the insurance adjuster, the fire marshal's deputy, everything she used to build the false trail. Linnea looked around the carriage. This is her backup. She built it in case someone ever turned the evidence against her, or she built it to sell. Roman closed the folder. If the moment came when she needed to disappear, she could hand this to the right buyer and walk away with enough leverage to start over anywhere. Then why put it on a train to be blown up? Roman looked at the deformed door, the buckled chassis, the severed wires above. Because she needed us to see it destroyed. She needed us to believe the evidence was gone. But we found it. We were never meant to. Roman turned toward the door. She aimed the charges at the track, not the carriage. She wanted it derailed, not burned. She wanted us to find it. Linnea followed his logic and felt the trap closing around her. Delphine knew we would pursue the train. She knew we would find the carriage. She wanted us inside it, reading these records, because she needed us to believe we had found the truth. While she did something else. While she did everything else. Linnea looked down at the photograph still lying on the desk. Delphine's face, younger but no softer, the same precise composure, the same controlled stillness. She has been planning this for 7 years. We need to get back to Portsglass. Roman was already moving toward the door. The convoy leaves St. Bridget's Head in 2 hours. If Delphine is still in the city, she will be on that water. Linnea followed him out of the carriage, stepping over scattered paper, past the broken cabinets, through the heat and the smoke and the dying fire. On the gravel, Tomasz stood waiting, his bandaged arm pressed against his chest, his face unreadable. The engine is shot. The track is blocked for half a mile in both directions. We are walking to the nearest crossing. How far? 2 miles east. There is a service road that connects to the main harbor loop. We can flag a car or steal one. Linnea looked back at the derailed carriage, at the evidence scattered across the track, at the photograph still sitting on the desk inside. She wanted us to find it. She wanted us to believe. Tomasz. He stopped. When we reach the loop, we do not go toward St. Bridget. We go to the Sisters of Mercy clinic. Roman turned. The clinic is a dead lead. Delphine moved Neve from there. No, the clinic is where the leak came from. Someone inside that building fed Neve's medication schedule to Delphine. That person knows where she is now. Or they are dead. Then we find the body. Roman held her gaze for a long moment. Something passed between them. Not trust exactly, but understanding. The kind that came from standing together in the wreckage of a trap and deciding to walk deeper into the dark anyway. 2 miles east, he said. Then we find a car. Linnea fell into step beside him, Tomasz trailing behind, the three of them moving through the fog toward the distant glow of the harbor lights. The photograph stayed in the carriage, but the image stayed in her mind. Delphine at Blackwater Quay, 16 minutes before the fire, her clipboard held like a shield, her eyes already calculating the next 7 years. She wanted us to find the truth, but she did not want us to find her. Chapter 57. They walked east along the gravel shoulder, the fog pressing in from both sides, the derailed carriage already swallowed behind them. Linnea matched Roman's pace, her boots crunching on stone and packed dirt. the cold air pulling her breath in thin white streams. The timing did not hold. It had been sitting at the back of her skull since she climbed out of the switching engine, a splinter too small to grab but present enough to feel. The pediatric medication in the captain's safe was dated 3 days ago. The medication schedule appended to Neav's file listed a Thursday pickup. The train had left the dry dock at 10 minutes past midnight on a Tuesday. Tuesday departure, Thursday schedule. The numbers did not align. She slowed without meaning to, the gravel shifting under her weight as the disconnect sharpened. Roman noticed. He had the kind of attention that registered every break in rhythm, and he stopped beside her without asking, waiting for the explanation to arrive on its own. "Linnea." She held up a hand. The pieces were moving now, clicking into sequence like a lock she had been turning wrong. The medication schedule in the captain's safe was not a record of the transfer. It was a snapshot of what the system was supposed to look like if everything was normal. A clinic ordering pediatric supplies for an 8-year-old with a chronic condition, a pharmacy log, a routine pickup. Nothing to flag, nothing to notice. But the train was not a medical carriage. It was an archive carriage. Filing cabinets, not gurneys. Records, not a child. "The medication was decoy traffic," she said. "The schedule in the safe was planted to make us think Neve had been moved by rail. But the pickup date doesn't match the train movement. Tuesday's departure with a Thursday appointment. Delphine wanted us to connect those dots, but she was too careful. She put the wrong date on the bait." Roman's expression did not change, but something shifted in the set of his shoulders. "You are saying the pediatric supply chain was a separate track. I am saying the clinic orders were never about the train. They were about the paper trail." Delphine routed pediatric supply invoices to the Sisters of Mercy Clinic on Hallowmere Hill, not to move a child, but to create a parallel movement history that looked like a child's transfer if anyone audited the records. Tomasz caught up, his boots scraping on the gravel, his breath coming harder than either of theirs. He looked between them, reading the tension, then said, "We have 3 miles to the nearest junction. I can hotwire a yard truck in 2 minutes if I find one." "Find one." Roman's voice carried the authority of a man who had not asked a question. Linnea was still working the logic. If the medication schedule was a false trail, then the clinic was not a closed lead. It was the origin point of the decoy. Delphine did not just use the clinic to leak Neav's records. She used it to build a fake movement history that would draw Roman and Linnea toward the train, while the real transfer happened somewhere else. That meant the clinic still held evidence of that construction. Purchase orders, delivery confirmations, a signature from someone who believed they were helping a sick child and had instead been forged into Delphine's supply line. "The invoices will have been filed through the clinic's purchasing agent," she said. "Someone there signed for every shipment. That person does not know they were used as a decoy, or they know exactly what they were used for, and either way, they are still alive. Or they are dead and the file is clean. Delphine does not kill file clerks. She uses them until they are no longer useful. Then she replaces them. The clerk is still there because the invoices are still being generated." Roman looked at her with something that was no longer cold. It was the hard, focused attention of a man who had spent 7 years underestimating a woman who read fire damage like other people read newspapers. "You want to go to the clinic now." "I want to go to the clinic before the purchasing agent's shift ends. If Delphine is moving toward a final transfer, that agent is the last person who saw the paper version of the route. I can reconstruct the parallel movement from the invoice signatures." Roman turned to Tomasz, who had stopped at the edge of the gravel and was studying the dark ribbon of the service road ahead. 2 miles to the loop. There will be transport. Then we move." They walked again, faster now, the rhythm of 3 pairs of boots on stone filling the space between them. The fog did not lift. It thickened, pressing against the road, blurring the line between gravel and darkness until Linnea felt like she was walking through wet wool. The clinic would be on Hallowmere Hill, a 20-minute drive once they reached the loop. If the purchasing agent worked a standard commercial shift, he would be gone by 6, which gave them less than an hour. But there was something else, a smaller splinter, working its way forward. The pediatric medication in the captain's safe was prescribed for an 8-year-old with a chronic condition. Neve was 6. The medication schedule was the wrong dosage range for a 6-year-old body. Delphine had not just planted a false trail. She had planted a false trail using a different child's medical history. Linnea filed that detail away and kept walking. The service road curved ahead, and through the thinning fog she saw the faint orange glow of a yard light and the silhouette of a parked truck. She did not slow. Neither did Roman. They reached the truck together, and Tomasz was already at the driver's side, testing the handle. It gave under his grip. He slid behind the wheel and began pulling wires from beneath the dashboard with the practiced efficiency of a man who had done this more times than he carried paperwork for. Linnea climbed into the passenger seat. Roman folded himself into the cramped back. The engine coughed, caught, and held. "Hallowmere Hill," Tomasz said. 20 minutes if the fog holds. If the fog lifts? 12. He put the truck in gear and pulled onto the road, headlights cutting a pale tunnel through the mist. Linnea pressed her hand to the folded drawing in her breast pocket and watched the dark shapes of the harbor slide past. She used a different child's records. That means there is another child. The truck smelled of diesel and old upholstery. The heater fought against the cold and lost. She stared at the road ahead and let the splinter work deeper. 19 minutes later, Tomasz killed the engine on a side street below Hallowmere Hill. The clinic sat at the top, a 3-story brick building with a lit cross above the entrance and a single car in the staff lot. A single car. Linnea was out of the truck before Tomasz had the keys out of the ignition. She crossed the street and started up the hill, her breath fogging in the cold, her eyes fixed on the clinic's front door. The car in the lot was a dark sedan, narrow tires, fresh tread. The same pattern she had seen in the mud at St. Bridget Dry Dock. She stopped 10 yards from the door and heard the static of a radio from inside the building. Then the lights went out. Chapter 58. The lights went out. Linnea stopped where she stood, one hand reaching into the dark ahead of her, the other pressed flat against the clinic door. The metal was cold. The glass panel beside it held nothing but her own reflection swallowed by black. Behind her, Roman's boots scraped concrete. She heard him stop 2 paces back, close enough that she felt the heat of his body through the fog, but not close enough to touch. "They know we are here," she said. "They knew before we left the truck." She pressed the door. It gave under her palm, swinging inward on a dark corridor that smelled of antiseptic, floor wax, and the faint metallic undertone of medicine cabinets opened too many times. The radio static she had heard from outside was gone. The silence was the kind that felt listened to. Linnea. She did not turn. She was reading the corridor. A reception desk to the left, a row of plastic chairs bolted to the floor, a bulletin board with faded posters about flu shots and diabetes screenings. The hall beyond branched into 2 directions, one toward examination rooms, one toward administration. If Delphine had been here, the administration wing was where she would have gone. That was where the purchasing agent kept the invoices. "We go right," she said. "Administration, that is where the paper lives." She felt Roman move up beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. He had a gun in his hand, low at his thigh, the dark metal almost invisible against his coat. "You lead," he said. "I cover." The words landed differently than they would have a week ago. He was not testing her. He was trusting her to read the building while he read the threats. She stepped into the corridor. The clinic was larger than it looked from outside, a warren of short hallways and fire doors that broke the space into defensible segments. Every door was closed. Every light switch she passed did nothing when she tried it. Delphine did not just arrive before them. She cut the power. The administrative office was at the end of the second corridor, a frosted glass door with the word "Records" stenciled in black. The glass was dark, no light behind it, but Linnea saw a glow at the bottom edge of the door, a thin strip of warm yellow against the tile. She pressed her ear to the glass. A drawer closing, paper shifting, a single voice, low and steady, murmuring numbers. She turned to Roman and mouthed, "Someone is inside." He moved past her, positioned himself to the left of the doorframe, and nodded. She pushed the door open. The room was small, a single desk buried under ledgers, a green banker's lamp casting a pool of light across a stained blotter. Behind the desk sat a woman in a gray habit, the collar open at the throat, a pair of reading glasses pushed up into hair that was thick and streaked with white. Her hands were on an open ledger, one finger tracing a column, and she did not look up when Linnea entered. "The power is out," the woman said. Her voice was calm, unhurried. "The generator will kick on in another 90 seconds. If you have come to rob the pharmacy, you will find the safe is bolted to the slab and the narcotics are logged by the dose." "We did not come to rob the pharmacy." The woman looked up then. Her eyes were pale, the color of winter sky, and they moved from Linnea's face to the shape of Roman in the doorway, and back again without any change in expression. "Then you came for the register." Linnea felt the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. "You know who we are." "I know who everyone is, Miss Solheim. That is what a bookkeeper does." The woman closed the ledger and folded her hands on top of it. "Your name came through on a medication schedule 3 weeks ago. Before that, it came through on a property transfer. Before that, it was in a fire report I was asked to verify and declined to sign." She pulled a second ledger from the stack, a thin one bound in black cloth, and slid it across the desk. "This is the narcotics register for the Hill Clinic. Every controlled substance that has passed through these doors for the past 8 years is recorded in here, by patient, by dose, by prescriber, by destination." Linnea stepped forward and opened the cover. The pages were filled with neat, uniform handwriting, each entry dated and initialed. She scanned the columns, her eyes moving fast, looking for a name she recognized. "There is an entry," the woman said, "from 3 days ago. A transfer order for a pediatric patient. The medication was drawn from stock, packaged, and logged for delivery to a secondary site. The destination was not recorded in the main system. It was written here." She reached across the desk and turned to a page near the back. Her finger landed on a single line. Linnea read it. "Patient, Solheim, N. Medication, midazolam 5 milligrams per milliliters. Quantity, 4 vials. Transfer to Widow's Mouth before sunrise." She stared at the letters until they blurred. "Delphine wrote that herself," the woman said. "I watched her sign it." "And you let her?" "I am a bookkeeper. I keep the record. I do not stop the hand that writes in it." She pulled off her glasses and set them on the desk. "But I keep the record, and now you have it." Linnea closed the book. Her hand was steady. Her voice was steady. "Where is Widow's Mouth?" The woman looked at her for a long moment, then reached into the drawer and pulled out a rolled chart, held closed by a rubber band. She set it on top of the register. "It is not a dock. It is not a building. It is a collapsed sea cave below Blackwater Quay, reachable only at narrow tide windows. It has not been on any survey since the war." Linnea took the chart. Her fingers found the rubber band and held it. "Delphine Hartman walked out of this office 30 minutes ago," the woman said. "She took a file folder and a duffel bag, and she told me that if anyone came asking about the register, I should give it to them. She said you would know what to do with it." Roman stepped into the room, his gun still low but his eyes hard. "Why would she tell you to give it to us?" The woman smiled. It was not a warm expression. "Because she wants you to follow." The generator kicked on. Fluorescent lights flickered, buzzed, and held, flooding the room with flat white light. Linnea unrolled the chart on the desk. It was a hand-drawn survey of the coastline below Blackwater Quay, dated 40 years earlier, with a single red circle marking the cave entrance and a line of annotations in a cramped hand she recognized. Her father's hand. Astrid had written in the margin, 2 exits. West shaft breaks the cliff at low tide. The second one is not on any map. Linnea pressed her palm flat to the paper and felt the room tilt sideways. Her father had known about Widow's Mouth, and Delphine had just sent her there. Chapter 59. The chart trembled in her hands, the old paper crackling at the folds. Linnea traced her father's marginal note with her fingertip, reading the cramped handwriting she had not seen in 7 years. 2 exits. West shaft breaks the cliff at low tide. The second one is not on any map. Roman stepped beside her, his shoulder brushing hers as he studied the survey. The cut above his eye had stopped bleeding but left a dark crust against his skin. Your father drew this 40 years ago. She did not look up. He surveyed the coastline for a wartime salvage contract. He told me about the caves once. I was 12. I thought he meant smugglers and ghost stories. He meant real ones. The bookkeeper watched from her desk, her pale eyes steady. The tide turns in 4 hours. If you are not out by then, Widow's mouth fills from the bottom. The water comes through a submerged shaft at the rear of the cave, fast enough to drown anyone still inside. Linnea rolled the chart and tucked it under her arm. The narcotics register went into her bag, the weight of it pulling at her shoulder. Where's the entrance? The bookkeeper pointed east toward the dark line of Blackwater Quay. There is a concrete stair cut on the north face of the cliff. It was built for wartime supply boats. It is still there, but the handrail is gone and the steps are slick with salt. You will find the cave mouth at the base of the stair cut, sealed behind a grate that has not been opened in 30 years. Roman's voice was flat. How do you know all of this? Because Delphine Hartman asked me to verify the property deed 6 months ago. The bookkeeper's smile did not reach her eyes. She has been preparing Widow's mouth for a long time. He stills her willing to leave it the flash capital of the Lord picture. She wanted to make sure the entrance was still accessible, the grate still movable, and the tide schedule still matched the wartime records. Linnea felt the words settle in her chest like cold water. Delphine had been planning this longer than they had known about each other. Did she say why? She said she was securing a place where old things could be stored without interference. The bookkeeper folded her hands. I did not ask what kind of things. The truck rattled over the service road with Tomasz driving, his bandaged arm braced against the wheel and his jaw set hard. Roman sat beside him watching the road. Linnea sat in the back with the chart spread across her knees, her fingers following the contour lines of the cliff face. The fog had thinned to a gray veil. Through it, Blackwater Quay emerged in fragments, a collapsed pier, a rusted crane, a concrete stair-cut descending the northern face of the cliff like a scar. Tomasz pulled the truck to a stop 50 yards from the edge and killed the engine. The silence that followed was thick, salt-heavy, and wrong. Linnea stepped out and walked to the cliff edge. Below her, the stairs dropped into darkness, the stones slick with spray and the metal posts that once held a handrail jutting out at broken angles. At the base, 30 feet down, she could see a rusted grate set into the rock face, its bars thick with corrosion. Widow's mouth. The cave gaped behind the grate, black and absolute. Roman appeared beside her, his scarred hand resting on the butt of his gun. If she wanted us dead, she would have shot us in the clinic. She does not want us dead yet. Linnea's voice was steady. She wants us to find what she left. She has been building this moment for 7 years. She will not let it end with a bullet before we see it. That does not make me feel better. It does not make me feel better either. She started down the stairs, her boots finding the slick stone with careful precision. The chart was folded into her coat, her bag pressed against her hip. Behind her, she heard Roman follow, his footsteps steady, his breathing calm. The stairs narrowed as they descended. The rock wall on her left was wet with moss and salt. The air changed, growing colder, damper, carrying a smell that made her chest tighten. Charcoal, bergamot, the ghost of old fire. She reached the base and stood before the grate. The bars were rusted to the point of fragility, flaking orange scales at the touch. Beyond them, the cave mouth opened into a darkness that swallowed the light from above. Roman reached past her and gripped 2 of the bars. He pulled. The grate groaned but did not give. It is locked from the inside. Linnea ran her hand along the frame until her fingers found a padlock, old and salt-crusted, but intact. She studied it for a moment, then reached into her bag and pulled out a thin steel pick she had carried for years, a tool she had never told Roman about. He watched her work without comment. The pick found the lock's mechanism, and she felt the pins align beneath her touch. She turned, and the lock clicked open. The sound echoed inside the cave like a question. Roman pulled the grate open. The hinges screamed, but the gap was wide enough to step through. Linnea went first. The cave floor was dry at the entrance, sloping downward into the dark. She pulled a flashlight from her bag and clicked it on. The beam cut a narrow path through the black, revealing walls of basalt worn smooth by decades of water. They walked in silence. The pave widened as they descended, the ceiling rising above them until the flashlight could not reach it. The air grew warmer, not cold as she had expected, and the smell of charcoal grew stronger. Roman's voice came from behind her. This was used for smuggling. Yes. What did they move? Anything that could not be seen at a dock. She kept walking. Fuel, weapons, people. The beam of her flashlight caught something on the cave wall ahead. A mark. She stopped. It was a crescent, scratched into the rock, the same shape she had seen at Low Tide House, in her father's green book, on the floor tiles where Neem had been held. Roman saw it too. She has been here, many times. Linnea moved forward, her flashlight sweeping the cave floor. The ground was uneven, scattered with debris she could not identify. And then the beam landed on something that made her stop breathing. Metal drums, stacked against the far wall, at least a dozen of them. Their bodies rusted but intact, their labels faded to illegibility. The smell of charcoal was stronger here, almost overwhelming. She walked toward them, her boots scraping against the stone. She reached the nearest drum and ran her hand across its surface. The metal was cold. Roman stood behind her. Fuel? Or something else? She crouched and studied the drum's label, the faded ink barely visible in the flashlight beam. These are not recent. They have been here for years. Delphine prepared this place before the fire. Linnea straightened. The beam of her flashlight moved past the drums and landed on something else, a shape against the far wall that did not belong to the cave. A cot. A child's cot. She walked toward it, her legs moving without her permission. The cot was made up, a thin mattress covered with a gray blanket, a folded pillow at the head. On the pillow lay a piece of paper, weighted down by a stone. She picked up the paper. It was a drawing. The same three figures as before, a woman, a man, a child, holding hands. But the child's face was filled in, and the woman beside her had a smile that was not kind, a knife smile. And behind them, flames rose from the ground. Linnea stared at the drawing until her vision blurred. Roman's hand found her shoulder, warm and steady. Linnea. She turned the paper over. On the back, in Niuve's careful handwriting, was a single sentence. She says you will understand when you see the fire again. The flashlight went out. The cave plunged into absolute black. Linnea heard Roman's breath catch, heard his hand move toward his gun. And then she heard something else, a sound from the entrance of the cave, a scrape of metal against stone. The grate. Someone was closing the grate. Chapter 60. The cave held the sound of the grate locking like a verdict. Absolute dark. No light, no movement of air. Just the scrape of metal seating into rusted brackets and the slow creak of the lock engaging. Roman's breath came from somewhere to her left, measured and controlled. She heard his hand move along his coat, the sound of fabric shifting, then a click. A small flame appeared, cupped in his palm, a cigarette lighter, phosphor yellow, barely enough to see by. His face emerged from the dark in fragments, the scar along his jaw, the set of his mouth, his gray eyes finding hers. "The west shaft," he said. "Your father's map. We move." Linnea pulled the folded survey from her coat and opened it in the light. The chart was 40 years old. The ink faded to rust, but Astrid's hand was precise. The west shaft opened onto a cliff ledge at low tide. The second exit was marked only by a question mark and a single word. Pump. She traced the route with her finger. "We go deeper first. The shaft entrance is past the drums." Roman turned the lighter and the flame grew, casting their shadows across the cave wall. The crescent mark caught the light, then the metal drums beyond it, their rusted bodies stacked like sleeping animals. They moved together. The ground sloped downward, the basalt floor giving way to packed sand that crunched beneath their boots. The smell of charcoal grew thicker, coating the back of her throat. Her father's chart said the cave ran 200 yards inland before turning west, but the darkness made distance meaningless. Every step felt like walking into a held breath. The flame flickered. Roman stopped. Pictorial vapor. Linnea felt it too, the air growing heavier, the weight of something volatile pressed into the dark like a held charge. She looked at the drums they had passed, at the labels she could not read, at the way the cave walls glistened in the faint light. "These drums are not full," she said. "They have been leaking for years. Or someone opened them recently." She thought of Neve's drawing, the flames rising from the ground, the woman with the knife smile standing beside them. "She says you will understand when you see the fire again." They reached the cot. It was exactly as she had seen it before the light died. The gray blanket, the folded pillow, the drawing still lying on the fabric, weighted by a stone the size of a child's fist. Linnea picked up the stone. It was smooth, shaped by years of water, and on its underside someone had scratched a word. "Watch." She turned it over in her hand, the letters rough and shallow, carved by a tool that had slipped more than once. A child's hand. Meves. "She left you a message," Roman said. She held the stone closer to the flame. "She left it on the drawing. She wanted whoever found it to turn it over." Roman studied the stone, his jaw tight. Neve put that there before Delphine moved her. She knew someone would follow. Linnea pressed the stone into her pocket next to the drawing, feeling the weight settle against her chest. The child had been here, alone in this dark, and she had left breadcrumbs. A sound came from above, a scrape, a footstep on the concrete staircut leading down to the grate. Linnea looked at Roman. He killed the lighter. The dark returned instantly, absolute and suffocating. She felt his hand close around her wrist, pulling her sideways behind the stacked drums. They crouched together in the black, their breath barely audible, the cave pressing in around them. More footsteps, multiple sets. 2, maybe 3 people descending the stairs. A voice, low and male, echoed off the cave walls. "They are inside," a second voice. "Then seal it." Linnea heard the grate rattle, heard a chain being looped through the bars, heard a padlock snap shut. Then a sound she did not recognize. A hiss, a liquid sound, something pouring. Roman's grip tightened on her wrist. "They are laying an accelerant line," he breathed, his mouth against her ear. "They will burn the entrance. The fuel drums." Yes, she calculated. The west shaft was past the drums, deeper in the cave. If the entrance burned, the smoke would pull inward, filling the chamber before they could reach the exit. They had minutes, maybe less. The hissing stopped. Footsteps retreated up the stairs. Silence. Then a click, sharp and metallic from somewhere above the grate. Linnea did not wait for the flame. She pulled Roman forward, her hand finding his in the dark, her feet finding the slope by memory. They ran blind, past the cot, past the crescent mark, toward the deeper dark where the west shaft waited. Behind them, a whoosh of air. Orange light bloomed against the cave walls, throwing their shadows long and distorted. The accelerant line had ignited, and the flame was moving fast, racing along the ground toward the fuel drums. Linnea looked back and saw the fire take the first drum. The metal buckled. The air cracked, and the cave turned white. Chapter 61. The shock wave threw her forward, the white light bleaching the world to nothing. She hit the sand hard, the breath driven from her chest, and the cave went dark again, the flame gone as if it had never been. Smoke rolled over them, thick and chemical. Linnea coughed, her eyes streaming, and felt Roman's hand find her arm, pulling her up. "Move." She did not argue. She ran blind, her free hand trailing along the cave wall, her feet finding the slope by instinct. The map in her memory said the west shaft was 200 yards from the cot, past the crescent mark, past the place where the basalt veined white with calcite. Behind them, a second drum went. The sound was not a bang, it was a punch, a compression that shoved the air ahead of it and sent a wall of heat rolling down the tunnel. Linnea stumbled. Roman caught her, his grip hard and sure, and they kept moving. The cave turned. The smoke was thinner here, pulled upward by a draft she could feel on her face. She slowed, her hand still on the wall, her fingers tracing the stone. Here. A fissure, narrow and dark, barely visible in the coughing light of the fire behind them. The west shaft, exactly where her father's chart had placed it, a vertical crack in the basalt no wider than her shoulders. She looked up. The shaft climbed into darkness, the walls rough with mineral deposits, the top invisible. But the draft was strong, cold, and clean, carrying the smell of salt instead of smoke. Roman reached the crack a step behind her. He looked up, then back at the fire. How far? 80 feet, maybe more. She pressed her palm to the stone. There is a ledge at low tide. The chart said the shaft breaks the cliff face below the high water mark. Tide is coming in. I know. She looked at the shaft again, at the darkness above, at the way the walls glistened with damp. The fire was still coming, the smoke thickening, the heat building behind them. They had minutes, not more. A sound reached her from deeper in the cave. Footsteps. Running. She turned, her hand going to the lockpick still in her pocket, and saw Tomasz Brullo emerge from the smoke, his bandaged arm dark with fresh blood, his face tight with pain and effort. "The grate," he said, breathing hard. "I could not reach it. The fire cut me off." Linnea looked at the shaft, at Tomasz, at Roman. "We go up." Tomasz followed her gaze. "That crack? I will not fit. You are the only one who can." She pulled the chart from her pocket, the paper already damp with cave moisture. "The second exit, the one my father marked. It is not on the map, but it exists. There is a pump room above this cave, a service room that connects to the lower dry dock." "How do you know?" "Because my father drew the survey." She pressed the chart into his hand. "He told me once that every cave needs 2 ways out. He would not have marked a second exit unless he knew it was real. The pump room is the link. If you reach it, you can get above the trap and open the grate from outside." Tomasz studied the chart, his jaw tight. Then he looked at her, his eyes flat and unreadable. "Delphine offered me something once." The words landed wrong. Linnea felt them settle in her chest like a stone. "When?" 3 years ago." Tomasz did not look away. "She said I could walk, leave the Galanis name, the debt, the loyalty. She had a house in the north, clean title, no questions. A future that did not end with a bullet in a warehouse. You did not take it." "No." He looked at the shaft. "I told her I would rather die owing Roman than live owing her." The fire coughed behind them, a third drum beginning to groan under the heat. Linnea stepped closer to Tomasz, close enough to smell the blood on his sleeve, the smoke in his hair. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because she will offer again." His voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a man who had already done his thinking. "When we find her, when the moment comes, she will offer me a future that does not include this city or this fire or the debt she thinks I carry." "Will you take it?" Tomasz looked at her, and for a moment Linnea saw something she had never seen in him before. Not fear, not doubt, something older, a weariness that had been buried under duty for so long it had calcified into bone. "No." He said it like a door closing. "Then climb." She did not wait for him to answer. She turned to Roman, who was already at the shaft, testing the first handhold. "Go," she said. "I will follow." Roman looked at her, his gray eyes catching the orange glow from the fire. For a moment he was not the man who had survived the blaze, the schemer, the head of a family. He was the same man who had once held her in a dark room and told her he would find her. Together. It was not a question. She nodded. He reached for the wall, his scarred hand finding a crack in the stone, and began to climb. Linnea turned back to Tomasz. "The pump room. Find it. Open the grate. We will be right behind you." Tomasz looked at the shaft, at the darkness above, at the fire below. Then he looked at her, and for a moment his face was young, the way it might have been before the debt, before the loyalty, before the city taught him that survival cost everything. "You have a child waiting for you." "2," she said. "The one I found, and the one I am bringing home." Tomasz Brule did not smile. He never smiled, but something moved in his eyes, a shift that was almost warmth, and then he took the chart, folded it into his pocket, and stepped into the shaft. His boots found the first crack, his bandaged arm took the weight. He climbed. Lindsay watched him go, his shadow swallowed by the dark, and then she turned to the fire. The third drum was beginning to buckle. She grabbed the stone wall and pulled herself into the shaft, the heat rising behind her like a hand reaching for her spine. Chapter 62. The shaft narrowed as Linnea climbed, the stones slick with moisture that had nothing to do with the tide. The air changed, lost the chemical burn of the fuel drums below, and took on something older, the mineral smell of stagnant water and rusted iron. She heard Roman above her, his boots finding purchase in the crack, his breathing steady despite the climb. She focused on the rhythm, hand over hand, the lockpick still warm in her pocket against her thigh. The shaft opened into a low chamber, no more than 4 feet high. Linnea pulled herself over the lip and lay flat, her lungs working hard, her palms raw from the stone. Roman was already on his knees beside her, his gun drawn, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. The chamber was flooded to ankle depth, the water black and still. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a yellow cone that did not reach the corners. Against the far wall, stacked in crates she recognized from the derailed carriage, sat the duplicate records. Delphine's archive. The truth and its shadow side by side. And in the center of the room, in a wooden chair, Neve sat slumped, her head tilted forward, her small hands loose in her lap. Linnea's heart stopped. She was moving before she could think, her knees splashing through the water, her hand reaching for her daughter's face. A guard stepped out of the darkness, his rifle trained on Linnea's chest, and she froze with her fingers inches from Neve's cheek. "She is breathing." Delphine's voice came from the corner, calm and precise, the same voice she had used at the gala, at the clinic, in the recording she left in the pump room. "Sedated, not harmed. I gave her enough midazolam to sleep through the noise, nothing more. She will wake in an hour with a headache and no memory of this room." Linnea turned her head slowly. Delphine stood beside a crate, a file folder open in her hands, her ice-blue eyes catching the bare bulb light. Her dark blonde hair was still in its precise chignon, not a strand out of place. She looked like a woman reviewing paperwork at her desk, not a woman standing over a drugged child in a flooded cave chamber. "You wanted us to find this place," Roman said. His voice was flat, controlled. His gun stayed low, pointed at the water, but Linnea knew who had already mapped every guard, every shadow, every exit. "I wanted you to arrive in the right frame of mind." Delphine closed the folder and set it on the crate. "Wet, tired, desperate. You have spent 7 years hunting a version of the truth I fed you in measured doses, and now you stand in the room where the actual records have always been kept. Congratulations, Roman. You finally reached the end of the trail I built." The guard shifted his weight. Linnea counted 2 more in the shadows, their rifles trained on Roman. 3 visible, possibly more in the dark. "You drugged my daughter," Linnea said. Her voice came out steady, which surprised her. Inside, something was breaking, a wire snapping under pressure, but she kept the pieces pressed together with will alone. "I gave her sleep." Delphine's voice did not waver. "There is a difference. I could have given her worse. I chose not to. That choice has a name, Linnea. I called it leverage. The difference between you and me is that I admit what I am willing to use." "The evidence crate," Roman said. "You brought it here. You could have destroyed it 100 times over. You kept it. Why?" Delphine smiled. It was the same smile from the live feed, from the photograph at Blackwater Quay, from every moment Linnea had watched her move through the world like a woman who had already read the ending and approved it. Because truth is only valuable when someone else wants to bury it. She walked to the crate and lifted the lid. Inside, Linnea saw the duplicate records, the payment logs, the insurance adjuster's signature, the fire marshal's deputy receipt, the photograph of Delphine at Blackwater Quay at 21:47, 16 minutes before the fire. "The full chain," Delphine said. "Every payment, every name, every order I authorized. If you take this crate into the daylight, Roman, you can destroy the Varela Combine, clear your name of the fire, and prove to every captain in Portsglass that I acted alone. You can have the truth." She paused. "Or you can take the child." Linnea felt the words land like a blade between 2 ribs. "The crate goes with me," Delphine continued. "If you choose it, you walk out of this chamber with the evidence, and Neve, stays in my care until I am clear of Portsglass. She will remain sedated, well-fed, and unharmed until I release her. You have my word." "Your word means Ash," Roman said. "Then choose." Delphine spread her hands, the gesture almost generous. "The child or the truth, the father or the avenger. You have been trying to be both for 7 years, Roman, and it has left you standing in a flooded cave with a gun trained on your daughter's head. Empires collapse when men try to keep everything." Linnea looked at Neve, her small chest rising and falling, her face slack and peaceful, unaware of the scales being balanced above her. Then she looked at Roman. His gray eyes were fixed on Delphine, his jaw tight, his scarred hands steady on the grip of his gun. He did not look at the crate. He did not look at the evidence he had spent 7 years hunting. He looked at Linnea, and in that look, she understood that he had already made his choice. The question was whether Delphine would let them leave with it. Chapter 63. Linnea felt the weight of Roman's choice land in her chest. He had already decided. Nive, always Nive. 7 years of hunting the truth, and he would let it sink into this flooded chamber, because the alternative was leaving their daughter in Delphine's hands. But the choice itself was the trap. Delphine had not built this moment for Roman to pick the child. She had built it so he would prove he was the man she always said he was. Soft where it mattered, predictable in his attachments. A father before a ruler. Linnea let the silence stretch one breath longer. Then she moved. Not toward the crate, not toward Nive. She stepped sideways, 2 quick strides through the ankle-deep water, and her hand found the shipping radio mounted on the chamber wall. The same model every dock in Portsglass used, the same frequency band Delphine had been using to coordinate her people above. "Tomasz," Linnea said, her voice flat and clear. "If you can hear me, patch this through every channel you can reach, every Galanis frequency, every dockhand, every captain still listening." Delphine's smile flickered at the edges. "What are you doing?" "Broadcasting." Linnea pressed the transmit bars and spoke into the radio. Her voice carried through the cave, through the water, through whatever wire or crack could carry it above ground. The Blackwater Quay fire was not an attack by the Virella Combine. It was an internal liquidation ordered by Delphine Hartmann, Consigliere to the Galanis family. She sold Roman Galanis' location to Marek Vidu 7 years ago, using a shell company registered to Marvik Holdings. The accelerant was delivered through a standing order, authorized under Astrid Solheim's signature, redirected through the 7th Ledger's fretbook, which Delphine curated after the fire to frame the men she wanted Roman to kill. "Shut her up," Delphine said. The guard with the rifle took a step forward. Roman raised his gun. The chamber held its breath. Linnea kept talking. She kept duplicate records of every payment, every name, every order she authorized. She stored them in a locked medical carriage and derailed it intentionally so we would find the evidence while she moved Nieve to this cave. She has been feeding Roman a curated revenge trail for 7 years to keep him pointed at her enemies instead of at her. Delphine's composure cracked. A thin line appeared at the corner of her mouth, not fear, but recognition. The moment was slipping. "Every payment to the harbor master," Linnea continued. "Every bribe to the fire marshal's deputy. Every transfer through the Sisters of Mercy clinic to fabricate a child's medical records. Delphine Hartmann built the lie, maintained it, and profited from it, while Roman bled for a war she designed." The radio crackled, a voice distant and distorted. "Receiving, confirming patch to all active Galanis channels." Delphine moved, fast. Her hand went to the file folder, then to her belt, where a sidearm she had kept hidden came up in a smooth, practiced motion. "Clever," she said. "You turned my evidence into public record. But you forgot something, Linnea. Broadcasting truth only matters if there is someone left alive to act on it." She fired. The shot hit the radio, exploding it in a shower of plastic and wire. Linnea dropped the smoking casing, her ears ringing. But she had said enough. Delphine knew it. The calculation moved behind her ice-blue eyes, cold and precise. The truth was out now, scattered across channels she could not control, and the 7-year architecture she had built was no longer contained in a flooded cave where she could bury it. "Take the crate," Delphine said to the guards. "Both of them. We move to extraction." Marek Vidu stepped out of the shadows. He had been there the whole time, silent, watching from behind a stack of crates near the far wall. His face was calm, controlled, the face of a man who had already accounted for every variable. "She broadcasted my name," he said, "over open channels. That is not a variable I can allow." "Then adjust," Delphine said. Merrick looked at Niamh, slumped in the wooden chair, her small chest rising and falling. Looked at Linnea, still standing beside the ruined radio. Looked at Roman, who had not lowered his gun. "Adjust," he repeated. He crossed the chamber in 3 strides, grabbed the back of Niamh's chair and shoved it sideways. The chair tipped. Niamh's body slid forward, limp, unresisting, and the chair struck the water with a splash that sent black liquid across the room. Niamh's head went under. The chair floated for a second, then began to sink. Linnea screamed. Roman moved before the sound finished leaving her throat, diving into the black water where the chair had gone down, his gun forgotten, his hands reaching for the shape of his daughter disappearing into the dark. Delphine grabbed the evidence crate handle. "Mark! Now!" They ran. Guards followed. Boots splashed through the water, footsteps retreated into the shaft, and the bare bulb swung on its wire, casting shadows across the rippling surface where Roman had disappeared. Linnea stood at the water's edge, her breath caught somewhere between her chest and her throat, watching the black surface settle. 1 second. 2. 3. No surface broke, no hand reached up. The water went still, and Linnea stared at the place where her daughter and the man who had chosen her had vanished into the same darkness. Chapter 64. The water heaved, black and cold and still, swallowing the space where the chair had gone down. Linnea moved before thought caught up. She threw herself across the chamber, not toward the water, toward the evidence crate. Her palm hit the metal edge as Delphine's hand closed on the opposite handle. The crate tilted. Papers slid inside, a wet whisper against steel. "Let go," Linnea said. Delphine yanked. The crate lurched, sprayed water across Linnea's chest, and the sidearm Delphine had hidden slid from her belt, spinning across the flooded floor. It stopped in the shallows between them, half submerged, the barrel pointing at neither of them. They both saw it. The chamber held its breath. Merrick's boots splashed toward the shaft. His voice echoed back, flat and final. "Seal it behind me." Delphine's ice-blue eyes never left Linnea's face. "You heard him. The shaft is closing. Roman and the girl are already drowned. You can join them, or you can walk out with nothing and tell the world I gave you that choice." Linnea's hand tightened on the crate handle. The metal bit into her palm. She felt the weight of the papers inside, the years of evidence, the names, the payments, the proof that could destroy everything Delphine had built. She thought of the water closing over Niamh's head. She let go of the crate. The shift caught Delphine off balance for half a second. The crate swung wide. Linnea dove, not for the sidearm, for Delphine's legs. Her shoulder hit the Consigliere's knees and they both went down, splashing into the black water, the crate skidding away across the flooded floor. Delphine's elbow caught Linnea's ribs. Linnea's fingers found Delphine's hair, the dark blonde chignon coming apart in her grip. She pulled. Delphine hissed and drove her knee into Linnea's thigh, scrambling for purchase on the slick stone floor. They rolled, locked together, breath hissing between teeth, water flooding into Linnea's collar, down her neck, cold as the tide outside. "You think you understand," Delphine said, her voice low and steady even as she struggled. "You think knowing the names means you know the shape. I know you killed him." Linnea got her forearm across Delphine's throat. "I know you burned my father's warehouse. I know you stole 7 years from my daughter." Delphine's laugh came out rough, half-choked. "Your father? You still call him that?" Linnea pressed harder. Delphine's hand found a broken piece of crate wood. She swung. The edge caught Linnea's temple, not hard enough to knock her out, but enough to make her grip loosen. Delphine twisted free, gasping, water streaming from her ruined hair. "Astrid Solheim," Delphine said, "knew exactly what he signed. He knew the experiment was going to Blackwater Quay. He knew the timing. He knew who would be inside that warehouse when it went up. He signed the standing order himself, not under duress, not because he was tricked. He signed it because he wanted Roman dead." Linnea's chest went still. "That is not true." I was there. Delphine rose to her knees, breathing hard. I handed him the invoice. He read it. He asked if the fire would spread to the neighboring berths. I told him it would not. He signed. Linnea's vision blurred at the edges. Water or tears, she could not tell. Your father chose, Delphine said. He chose the money. He chose the protection. He chose his daughter's safety over the man she loved. I did not make him sign. I only handed him the pen. The sidearm lay 3 feet away, half submerged, the black metal catching the bare bulb's light. Linnea saw it. Delphine saw her see it. They moved at the same time. Linnea's fingers closed the grip first. The water slowed her, just enough, but she had it, the weight of it, cold and solid and real in her hand. She brought it up, the barrel dripping, and aimed it at Delphine's chest. Where is he? Linnea said. Under the water. Where did Merrick take the records? Delphine's mouth curved. That knife smile Linnea had seen in Neve's drawing, the same precise curve, the same cold satisfaction. He took them where you cannot follow, up the shaft to a customs official who has been on Merrick's payroll since before the fire. The records will cross the border before dawn, and by the time anyone verifies my signature, I will be in a country that does not extradite for financial crimes. Linnea's finger tightened on the trigger. You can shoot me, Delphine said, and you will never see your daughter again. Or you can let me walk, and I will tell you exactly where Merrick is taking those records. Your choice. Truth or revenge. Linnea's hands shook. The water in the chamber rippled. Behind her, something broke the surface. A sound, a gasp, a child's cough. Linnea spun. Roman's head emerged from the black water, his arm hooked under Neve's chin, his other hand gripping the edge of a crate that had drifted against the far wall. Neve's face was pale, her eyes closed, but her chest hitched. She was breathing. She was alive. Roman's gray eyes found Linnea's across the chamber. Get her out, he said. Now. Delphine moved. She lunged for the evidence crate, grabbed the handle, and ran. Her boots splashed through the shallows toward the shaft where Merrick had disappeared, the crate dragging behind her, papers spilling across the water like snow. Linnea raised the gun. Delphine reached the shaft. She turned, one hand on the ladder, the crate handle in the other, and looked back at Linnea with something that might have been respect. Ask your father, she said, if you ever find him alive. She climbed. The bare bulb flickered. The chamber went dark. Linnea stood in the black water, the gun still raised, her daughter coughing behind her, and the sound of Delphine's footsteps climbing into silence. Roman's voice came out of the dark, rough and tired. Linnea. She lowered the gun. She turned toward the sound of his breathing. She waded through the water, her hands finding Neve's small, wet body, finding Roman's arm still wrapped around her, finding the solid warmth of him still alive in the dark. The chamber held them. The water rose, and above them, the shaft door clanged shut, sealing the black, sealing the cold, sealing them inside the space Delphine had left for the dead. Chapter 65. The water had risen past Linnea's knees by the time she found the crate. It floated against the far wall, one corner wedged against a broken pallet, the metal banding catching what little light remained from the burning shaft above. The fire had not reached this deep, not yet. But the smoke was coming, thin and chemical, seeping through the cracks in the stone ceiling like a promise. Roman had Neve had pressed against his chest, her head lolling against his shoulder, her breathing shallow but steady. He stood with his back to the wall, the water lapping at his ribs, his gray eyes tracking Linnea's movement across the chamber. We need that crate, he said. Not a question. Linnea waded toward it. The water pulled at her legs, cold and heavy, dragging against every step. She reached the metal corner and hooked her fingers under the banding, pulling. The crate shifted, water sloshing out of the gaps where Delphine's escape had spilled papers across the surface like a trail of dead leaves. She dragged it toward the bare bulb's last glow. The lock was gone, broken open by Delphine's haste. The lid hung loose, one hinge snapped, the interior dark and wet. Linnea reached inside. Her fingers found metal. A cash box, empty, the lid open. A stack of bound ledgers, the edges soaked. A leather folder. A photograph face down in the water. She pulled out the folder. It was sealed. Oiled canvas wrapped tight around something flat and rectangular, the edges stitched with waxed thread. A custom stamp bled through the fabric. Not faded. Fresh. As if it had been sealed within the last week, not 7 years ago. She turned it over. The inscription on the back was her father's handwriting. For L, if she is the one who finds it. Linnea's hand went still. The water lapped at her wrist. The smoke curled above her head. Roman said something behind her, but she did not hear it. She only saw the cursive, the way his L looped at the top, the way his F slanted left. She had watched him write 1,000 invoices, 1,000 shipping orders, 1,000 notes left on the kitchen table before dawn. This was his hand. She broke the seal. The canvas parted. Inside lay a stack of paper, dry and crisp, protected by the oilskin. A letter on top, written in her father's hand, dated the night before the fire. Linnea, if you are reading this, I am gone, and the truth is still standing. I signed the order. Delphine handed me the invoice, and I signed it. I knew what it was for. I knew who it was meant to kill. I signed it because she told me if I did not, she would have you and Roman killed separately and make it look like an accident on the road. She has a customs man, a senior inspector she bought years ago, before the fire. His name is in the packet. He is the one who closed the warehouse doors that night. He is the one who made sure no one heard the shots. He is the one who will help her escape when the time comes. I did not know his name when I signed. I only knew she had someone inside the system. I found it later, buried in her records, when she let me live long enough to be useful. I am writing this in the dark, in a room she thinks I do not remember. I have hidden it where I hide everything, in the one place she will not look, in the fire. If the ledger's burned, that is where I put it, between the ash and the truth. Forgive me. Father Linnea's hands shook. The paper trembled in her fingers, the ink blurring where a single drop of water had touched the edge. She read it again, the words burning into her chest like the fire she had reconstructed 100 times in her mind. Linnea. Roman's voice was close. He had crossed the chamber without her noticing, Neve still in his arms, the water now at his waist. What is it? She held up the packet. My father. He left a note. He names the customs official. Roman's eyes went flat. Who? Linnea flipped to the second page. The handwriting changed there, cramped and hurried, as if Astrid had written it under pressure, one eye on the door. The inspector's name is Dominic Corso, Senior Customs Inspector, Portsglass Harbor Authority. He has served Merrick Vidu for 9 years. He controls the St. Bridget feeder line. He is the one who will move the records across the border. She looked up. He is still alive, she said. The inspector, Delphine, said she had someone on Merrick's payroll. That is who she was running to. Roman's jaw tightened. Then we know where she is going. Above them, the shaft door groaned. Metal screamed against metal. A voice echoed down, distorted by the stone. Merrick's voice. You found it then. Linnea looked up. The shaft door was open a crack, a sliver of light falling through. Merrick's silhouette blocked part of it, his shape unmistakable, the broad shoulders, the hat pulled low. I knew Astrid would leave something, Merrick said. He was always too clever for his own good. But clever does not make you fast. Linnea clutched the packet against her chest. The official, she said. Corso. He is still yours. Merrick laughed. It was dry and flat, like stone grinding against stone. Corso is not mine, Miss Solheim. He is Delphine's. He has been hers since before the fire. I only used him when she let me. He leaned into the gap, his face catching the light. And he is waiting topside, with a car, with a manifest that will move those records across the border before your man Tomasz can find a working radio. Linnea's fingers tightened on the packet. The water rose, and above her the shaft door began to close, the light narrowing, Merrick's silhouette shrinking to a sliver. One more thing, Merrick said, his voice dropping. Corso knows your daughter's face. He has been watching Sabine's building for 7 years. He knows where she sleeps. He knows what school she would have gone to. The door clanged shut. The dark swallowed them whole. Linnea stood in the black water, her father's letter in her hands, her daughter breathing against Roman's chest, and the name of the man who had been watching them all along burning in her memory. Dominic Corsar. Above them, footsteps faded, and the water kept rising. Chapter 66. The dark did not hold. Linnea heard the water lapping at stone, felt the cold rising past her ribs, and knew she would not drown in this chamber waiting for a door to open. She pressed the oilskin packet into Roman's hand. Keep her alive. She found the shaft by touch, the stone still warm where the fire had breathed through the cave below. The rungs were slick with condensation. She climbed. The shaft door had not fully sealed. Merrick's slam had bounced off a warped frame, leaving a gap of 6 inches, just enough for a woman who had spent years reading damage to see the seam. She wedged her fingers into the gap. The metal bit. She pulled. The door scraped open 6 more inches, then 12, then enough. She hauled herself through into a narrow maintenance corridor lit by a single emergency strip. The air smelled of mud, rust, and salt. Delphine stood 10 feet away. The evidence crate sat at her feet, its lid cracked open. Papers spilled across the floor in wet piles, ink bleeding into the rust-stained concrete. Delphine's ice-blue eyes tracked Linnea's emergence with something close to admiration. "You climbed." Linnea did not answer. She rose to her feet, felt the burn in her shoulders, the grit of the shaft floor ground into her palms. "You should have taken the offer," Delphine said. "The crate, the money, a clean exit." "I do not take your offers," Delphine smiled. It was the same smile from Neve as drawing, precise, satisfied. The knife smile Linnea had reconstructed from graphite lines and child's memory. "I know," Delphine said. "That is what makes you interesting." She moved before the sentence finished. Delphine lunged low, her shoulder driving into Linnea's ribs, slamming her back against the corridor wall. The impact cracked through Linnea's spine, sent stars across her vision. She twisted, got her forearm under Delphine's chin, shoved. They broke apart. Delphine's chignon had come loose. Dark blonde hair stuck to her cheek, wet with sweat and spray. She was breathing hard, but her eyes were still calm. Linnea's hand went to her pocket. Empty. She had left the sidearm in the chamber with Roman. No gun, no blade. Just her hands and the knowledge that this woman had watched her daughter for 7 years. Delphine came again. This time, Linnea met her. They crashed into the evidence crate. Paper erupted around them. Sheets of records, manifests, invoices. 7 years of black ink bleeding gray in the salt damp. Linnea felt her palm slip on a wet receipt, lost her grip, took a fist across the jaw. Her vision blurred. Delphine grabbed a handful of her shirt and yanked her forward, trying to throw her off balance. Linnea let herself go with the pull, used Delphine's momentum to drive her knee into the woman's sternum. Delphine grunted. Released. They circled through the scattered paper, breathing ragged. The emergency strip flickered above them. "You think this changes anything?" Delphine said. "Even if you kill me here, Corso moves the records. Merrick takes the family. Your daughter spends the rest of her life looking over her shoulder." Linnea wiped blood from her lip. "My daughter spent 6 years looking over my shoulder," she said. "She does not need protecting from the truth. She needs protecting from you." Delphine smiled again, the knife smile, and Linnea saw it, the split second before the blade appeared. The way Delphine's weight shifted to her back foot, her right hand dropping to her belt, the smile widening just a fraction before the attack. Neve had drawn it exactly right. Linnea moved before the knife cleared the sheath. She closed the distance in 2 steps, caught Delphine's wrist before the blade could rise, and drove her other hand into the woman's throat. Delphine gagged. The knife clattered across the concrete, spinning into the scattered paper. Linnea did not let go. She forced Delphine back against the wall, her forearm across the Consigliere's windpipe, the same position she had held in the chamber below. "Your smile," Linnea said, her voice low. "My daughter drew it. She knew what it meant before I did." Delphine's hands clawed at Linnea's arm. Her ice-blue eyes were wet, but she did not beg. "She is 6 years old," Linnea said. She drew you with a knife in your hand, and she was right. She pressed harder. Delphine's face went gray. Linnea, Roman's voice, from the shaft below. Chamber is flooding faster. We need to move. Linnea looked at Delphine's, at the woman who had sold her daughter's location, who had watched Sabine's building for 7 years, who had put a blade in her father's hand and a fire in his ledger. She could end it here. One more minute of pressure, and Delphine Hartman would never smile again. Instead, Linnea let go. Delphine dropped to her knees, gasping, one hand pressed to her throat. Linnea bent down and picked up the knife. We are leaving, she said, and when I come back for you, there will be no offers, no trades, no choices. Delphine looked up, her voice a raw rasp. You should have killed me. Linnea turned toward the shaft. Get the crate, she said to Roman, the real one. Behind her, Delphine tried to stand and failed. The emergency strip flickered once, then died. Chapter 67. The grate rattled above Tomasz before he reached it. He stopped mid-climb, one hand on the rusted rung, the other pressed against his bandaged arm where the blood had started seeping through again. The shaft funneled sound like a throat. Footsteps, metal scraping concrete. A voice he knew. Merrick. Tomasz pressed his back against the shaft wall and listened. The grate above him groaned. Someone was dragging it open, not lifting. Dragging. The metal catching on the frame the same way it had caught when Linnea and Roman climbed down into Widow's mouth an hour ago. An hour. It felt like the tide had turned twice since then. Get the satchel. Merrick's voice, low, flat. The voice of a man in a room full of mirrors who had already calculated every exit. Tomasz heard a second set of footsteps, lighter, quicker. A runner, not a fighter. He moved, up the shaft, 2 rungs at a time, his wounded arm screaming with every pull. The bandage had gone wet again, blood slick on the metal, but he did not slow. The grate was sliding sideways. Pale gray light bled down from the maintenance yard above, the first real light he had seen since the cave. He reached the opening just as a hand reached for the satchel. Tomasz grabbed the wrist. The man attached to it was young, dark coat, no insignia, no loyalty visible in his eyes, just a courier doing a job. He yanked back and the satchel swung between them, leather and brass, heavy with whatever Merrick had pulled from the evidence crate before it spilled. Tomasz did not let go. He used the courier's momentum to pull himself out of the shaft, rolling onto the concrete floor of the maintenance shack, his boots finding purchase on the wet surface. The courier tried to twist free. Tomasz drove his elbow into the man's throat. The courier went down. The satchel hit the ground between them. Tomasz reached for it. Leave it. Merrick stepped out of the shadow behind the shack's steel door. His gun was already up, the barrel level with Tomas's chest. He looked unhurried, the kind of calm that came from knowing the next move before the man across from you had finished his first. Tomasz straightened slowly. Broadcast went out, he said. You heard it. Merrick's eyes did not move. I heard it. Then you know your name is on every channel from here to the North Cut. Every captain who was still deciding which side to take just got their answer. Merrick smiled. It was not a knife smile. It was older, colder. The patience of a man who had been underestimated for 7 years and had learned to use it. The broadcast changes nothing, he said. Delphine's name is on those same channels. Your family's name is on them. By sunrise, every man in Portsglass will be choosing between 2 truths, and the one with more guns wins. Tomasz looked at the satchel. What is in it? The part of the story you are not meant to see. Then I am taking it. Mac's finger moved to the trigger. You are bleeding, he said. You have 1 arm. You are standing in a maintenance shack with no cover, no backup, and a wound that will put you on your knees in about 60 seconds if you keep pushing. Walk away, Tomasz. Tell Roman I took the satchel. Tell him the war starts at dawn. Tomasz did not walk. He dropped. His knees hit the concrete as a gunshot cracked above him, the bullet punching through the space where his chest had been. He rolled, came up low, drove his shoulder into Merrick's legs before the man could adjust his aim. They hit the ground together. The gun skidded across the wet floor, spinning into the shaft opening. Mac's hand went for his belt, for a blade, for anything, and Tomasz drove his forehead into the man's nose. Bone cracked, blood sprayed. Merrick roared and shoved him off, scrambling backward, one hand pressed to his face. Tomasz pushed to his feet, his wounded arm hanging dead at his side, the bandage soaked through and dripping. He stepped toward Merrick. "You are done," he said. Merrick laughed through the blood. "Look behind you." Tomasz did not look, but he heard them. 3 sets of boots, maybe 4, crossing the maintenance yard at a run. Varela. They had to be. No one else moved that fast in the dark. Tomasz made his choice. He grabbed the satchel, then he ran. Not toward the shaft, that was a dead end with a flooding chamber below. Not toward the yard, that was where the boots were coming from. He ran into the maintenance shack's back room, a corroded storage closet, and slammed the door behind him. The lock was rusted. It did not catch. He heard the boots stop in the shack, heard Merrick's voice, thick with blood, giving orders, heard the scrape of metal as someone retrieved the fallen gun from the shaft. Then he heard the door. Not the closet door, the shack door, someone opening it from the outside. Tomasz pressed his back against the wall, the satchel clutched against his chest, and waited for the shot. Instead, he heard Linnea's voice. "Tomasz!" She was standing in the shack's doorway, Delphine's knife still in her hand, her clothes soaked and her lip split. Behind her, the maintenance corridor stretched into darkness. "Get out," she said. "Now! Barrett is gone." Tomasz looked past her. 3 Varela gunmen were dragging Merrick across the outer cut, his head lolling, one hand pressed to his broken nose. Behind them, the first flames of the cave fire were visible through the grated floor, orange light pulsing through the gaps. "They have the real crate," he said. Linnea shook her head. "The real crate is still in its chamber. Merrick took a decoy, Delphine's decoy." Tomasz stared at her. "Then what is in the satchel?" Linnea looked at the leather bag in his hands. "I do not know yet, but I am going to find out." She turned toward the corridor, and the first explosion rocked the key above them. Chapter 68. The water had risen past Roman's chest when he found the shelf. It was not much, a limestone outcropping jutting from the cave wall, barely wide enough for a grown man to lie flat. But it was dry, and it was above the tide line, and right now that made it the only solid ground in a world that had turned to black water and chemical smoke. He lifted Neve onto it first. Her head lolled back, her lips pale, her breathing so shallow he had to press his fingers to her throat to feel the pulse still moving beneath the skin. The midazolam was still in her system. The near drowning had not burned it out. If anything, the cold water had slowed her metabolism, deepened the sedation, pushed her further down than Delphine had ever intended. Linnea surfaced beside him, gasping, her hand finding his arm in the dark. "Is she breathing?" "Yes." "How do you know?" He pressed his palm to Neve's chest and held it there until he felt the next rise. "Because I am counting." Linnea pulled herself onto the shelf beside their daughter, her wet clothes streaming water onto the stone. She did not ask if Neve would wake. She did not ask how much time they had. She simply lifted Neve's head into her lap and began rubbing the child's arms, her hands moving in firm, mechanical strokes meant to generate heat where there was none. Roman turned away. The radio was still clipped to his belt, the one Tomasz had given him before the shaft climb. He pulled it free, pressed the transmit button, and listened to the static hiss. "Sabine." Nothing. He tried again. "Sabine Jordan, this is Roman Galanis. I need you on this channel." The static crackled. Then a voice, thin and distant but unmistakable. "Roman." Sabine's voice was raw. She had been crying, or shouting, or both. "I'm here. What do you need?" He looked at Knive's face, pale as bone in the faint light from the emergency strip above the shaft. "She is sedated. Midazolam. She went under in cold water, and I do not know how long she was under before I reached her. Her breathing is shallow. Her pulse is steady but slow. What do I do?" There was a pause, the sound of papers rustling. "Keep her warm," Sabine said. "If she is breathing on her own, the sedative has not stopped her respiratory drive, but the cold will slow clearance. She will take longer to wake." "How long?" "Hours, maybe more. It depends on her core temperature and how much she aspirated." Roman pressed his palm to Neem's chest again. The next breath came, then the next. Tell me what else. Watch her lips. If they turn blue, the hypoxia is worsening. If she starts to shiver, that is good. Shivering means her body is trying to warm itself. If she stops shivering, she is getting colder, not warmer. Linnea's hands never stopped moving. She is not shivering. Then she is too cold to shiver, Sabine said. Get her out of those wet clothes. Press her against your skin. Use your body heat. Roman looked at Linnea. She was already unbuttoning Neve's soaked dress, pulling the wet fabric away from the child's chest, her fingers moving with the same precise efficiency she used on charred ledgers. He stripped off his own shirt. The scar tissue on his torso caught the dim light, a map of healed burns that ran from his collarbone to his hip. Linnea did not look away. She simply took his shirt and wrapped it around Neve's shoulders, then pressed the child against her own bare skin, covering them both with a jacket that was only slightly less wet. Your turn, she said. He moved behind her, wrapping his arms around both of them, pressing his chest to Linnea's back and his chin to the top of Neve's head. The heat they generated between the three of them was barely measurable, but it was something. It was more than the water offered. The radio crackled. Roman, I am still here. The water, how fast is it rising? He looked down. The black surface had climbed another inch while he was not watching. Fast enough. Then you need to move before she is submerged again. The sedative will not protect her from drowning a second time. He knew. He looked at the shaft, the 6-inch gap in the door, the darkness beyond it. Linnea had climbed it once. She could climb it again. But she could not carry Neve and climb at the same time, and he could not climb at all, with his hands shaking the way they were. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling. Not from cold, not from fear, from something older. Something he had not felt since the night he woke in a burned warehouse with his skin melting off his bones and no one to tell him he would survive it. He was holding his daughter, and he did not know if he could save her. Linnea's hand found his. Roman, he looked at her. We are not dying in this cave. I know. Then stop shaking. He wanted to tell her he could not stop, that the tremor was not a choice, that 7 years of control had shattered the moment he saw Neem's face in the chamber, and everything he had built to keep himself steady had turned to ash. Instead, he pressed his forehead to the back of her neck and breathed. Tell me what to do, he said. She did not hesitate. You carry her up the shaft. I will climb behind you and brace her if you slip. Sabine will keep talking to us the whole way. When we reach the top, we find the real crate, and then we finish this. And if I drop her? Linnea turned her head just enough to meet his eyes. You will not. He wanted to believe her. He pressed his hand to Neve's chest one more time, feeling the steady rhythm of her heart against his palm. The pulse was still there, still slow but steady, still fighting. Sabine, I am still here. If she stops breathing before we reach the top, what do I do? Then you breathe for her, Sabine said. But she is not going to stop because you are going to get her out of that water before she has to make that choice. Roman looked at the shaft. It was dark, narrow, slick with moisture from the rising tide. He looked at Neve. Her lips were pale but not blue. Her chest was rising. Her pulse was there, a small, stubborn drumbeat against his palm. He shifted her weight against his chest and began to stand. Linnea, I am right behind you. He moved toward the shaft, and in the darkness below them, something shifted in the water. Chapter 69. Roman moved toward the shaft with Neve pressed against his chest, her breath a shallow whisper against his collarbone. The water had reached his thighs. Behind him, Linnea's footsteps splashed through the dark, her hand finding the small of his back to guide him. Left, she said. The shelf angles left before the shaft wall. He adjusted course. The limestone shelf scraped his hip, then opened into a wider pocket where the shaft rose out of sight. He could see the 6-inch gap of gray above, the promise of air that was not heavy with petroleum vapor. The fire was still burning somewhere behind them. He could feel its heat through the stone, a low thrum that vibrated through his bare feet. Linnea pressed past him and reached up, her fingers finding the first rung. She tested it with her full weight, and the metal held. I will climb first, she said. Hand her up to me when I am clear. No, Roman, I am not letting go of her. She looked at him for a beat, water lapping at her waist, her face half lit by the glow of distant flames. Then she nodded once and turned back to the shaft. Then I climb below you. If you slip, I am your brace. She grabbed the rung and pulled herself up, her wet clothes slapping against the stone. He waited until her feet were 3 rungs above his head, then shifted Neve's weight to one arm and grabbed the first rung with his free hand. The metal was cold, slick. His palm slipped half an inch before he tightened his grip. Climbing, he said. Go! He pulled. The muscles in his shoulders screamed. His bare feet found purchase on the wet rungs, and he climbed, one hand, then the other, then a foot, then the next, with Neve's dead weight pulling against his chest. Her head lolled against his neck. Her lips were still pale. Behind him, Linnea's breath came steady and controlled. Below them, the fire found something new. The explosion was not loud. It was a muffled concussion that traveled through the stone and into his bones, and the heat that followed was wet and hungry. The air changed. The vapor ignited somewhere in the lower chamber, and the shaft filled with a pressure wave that shoved him upward like a hand on his back. Keep climbing, Linnea said. He climbed. The rungs turned to a steel ladder bolted into the stone, then to a narrower passage where the walls closed in, and he had to turn sideways to fit through with Neve. The gray light grew stronger. He could hear wind now, real wind, not the artificial suck of fire feeding on oxygen. 20 more feet. 10. The gap in the door was directly above him, a 6-inch rectangle of smoke-stained sky. He could see the maintenance shack beyond it, the same shack where Tomasz had grabbed the decoy satchel. He reached up and grabbed the edge of the door. It did not move. The warped frame that had let Linnea escape earlier had shifted. The gap was still there, but the door was wedged against the stone, jammed by the concussion of the explosion below. Linnea! I see it! She climbed past him, her body pressing against his in the narrow space, and reached the door. She pushed. Nothing. She braced her feet against the ladder and shoved with her shoulder. The door groaned, but did not open. Tomasz, she said, the door is jammed. There was no answer. She tried again. This time the door shifted, a 1/4 inch, then half an inch. She put her full weight into it, and the door scraped open far enough for a person to squeeze through. Hand her up. He lifted Miev above his head, and Linnea took the child by the shoulders, pulling her through the gap into the maintenance shack. He heard Miev's body settle on the floor, then Linnea's hand reaching back down. Now you. He grabbed her wrist. She pulled. He hauled himself through the gap, the warped frame scraping his ribs, and collapsed onto the concrete floor of the shack beside his daughter. For a moment he could not breathe. The air was cold, clean. It tasted like salt and rain in the open harbor, and he lay on his back and let it fill his lungs until the fire in his chest subsided. Then he heard the sound. Metal on metal, a ladder rung, struck by a boot somewhere above them. Linnea heard it too. She was on her feet before he could move, her head tilted, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. The maintenance shack had a second level, a catwalk that led to a roof hatch, and the sound came from beyond that hatch. Delphine, Linnea said. Or Corso. Both. She moved toward the ladder at the far end of the shack, her steps silent on the concrete. Roman pushed himself up, ignoring the burn in his shoulders, and looked at Neve. She was breathing. Her lips were still pale, but the pulse under his palm was steady. He could not carry her up another ladder. He could not leave her alone. Linnea reached the ladder and looked back at him. Her expression said everything. She knew the calculus he was running. She knew he would make the wrong choice if she let him. I will find them, she said. You stay with her. Linnea, if Corso is topside with a car and a manifest, they move the crate within the hour. I need to see where they take it. And if Delphine kills you? Linnea's hand went to her waist, where she had tucked the knife. She already had her chance. She turned and climbed. Roman watched her go, her body silhouetted against the gray light of the hatch, and he wanted to call her back. He wanted to go himself. He wanted to wrap Neem in something warm and walk out of this city and never look at another burned building again. Instead, he pressed his hand to his daughter's chest and counted the beats of her heart. The hatch opened above him. He heard Linnea's footsteps cross the metal roof. He heard the wind shift. He heard a voice, low and male, speaking into a radio. Then he heard Linnea stop. The silence stretched for 3 full seconds. When she spoke, her voice was flat and controlled. "Roman." He was at the ladder before he knew he had moved. "Tell me. I can see the key." "And?" "There is an unmarked car at the customs gate. 3 men standing beside it. One of them has a manifest folder." "Corso. And Delphine?" Linnea was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was different, harder. "She is not alone." "Who?" "I cannot see his face, but he is wearing a Portsglass Harbor Authority jacket, and he is holding a medical file." Roman's blood went cold. Above them, metal struck ladder rungs, boots descending, slow, deliberate. Coming toward the hatch, Linnea did not move. The boots stopped. A voice came through the hatch, calm and familiar. "Miss Solheim, I have been watching your daughter for 7 years. I know her face. I know her school. I know the sound of her laugh. Dominic Corso. You will tell Mr. Galanis that the convoy leaves at dawn, and if he tries to stop it, the next file I carry will not be a medical record." The boots began climbing back up. Linnea stood frozen at the hatch, her hand gripping the edge, her knuckles white. Roman looked at Neve. She was still breathing. But for how long? Chapter 70. The air changed. Not the temperature, the pressure. The quality of light coming through the roof hatch, gray and flat, the first pale break of dawn over Portsglass Harbor. Linnea stood at the edge of the maintenance shack roof with the knife still cold in her hand and watched the key assemble itself into a stage. 3 sedans at the customs gate, 1 unmarked, 2 with Harbor Authority seals. Men in dark coats spreading along the pier, not running, taking positions like they had rehearsed this for years. And in the center, at the water's edge, Delphine Hartman stood beside a man in a pressed uniform with gold braid on the collar. A customs director, not a junior inspector. The man who signed the seals. The medical file was tucked under his arm. Linnea dropped back through the hatch, landed on the concrete floor, and found Roman already on his feet with Neve cradled against his chest. "What did you see?" "Delphine has a customs director. They are standing at the quay with a file and an audience." Roman's jaw tightened. "How many men?" "At least a dozen on the pier, more in the cars. I cannot tell if they are hers or the authorities." "Both," he said. "That is how she works." Neve stirred against his chest, a small sound, not quite a word. Her eyelids flickered but did not open. Roman looked down at her, then at the door. "We cannot stay here. The moment we step onto that quay, they see us. The moment the sun fully rises, they come through that door. I would rather choose where we stand." He was right. She hated that he was right. Linnea crossed to the shack's main door, the one that led to the quay, and pressed her ear against the rusted metal. Boots on concrete, close but moving past. A radio crackled with a voice she did not recognize. "Tomasz!" Her voice was barely a whisper. No answer. She tried again. "Tomasz, if you can hear me, we're coming out the north side of the maintenance shack. We need a path." The radio at her belt hissed once. A signal. Not words, but enough. "He is alive," she said. Roman adjusted Neve's weight against his chest, pulled his ruined shirt tighter around her bare shoulders, and nodded once. "Then go." Linnea pushed the door open. The light hit her like a wall. Gray, flat, salt-thick, the harbor sunrise bleeding through harbor mist, and she stepped into it with the knife in her hand and her heart counting the seconds until someone saw her. They made it 10 feet. A voice from the pier, sharp with authority. "Halt! Identify yourself!" Linnea kept walking. "I said halt!" She stopped. Roman stopped behind her. The customs director stepped forward from the group at the water's edge, the medical file still under his arm. He was older than she expected, silver at the temples, a face that had spent years saying no to people who could not afford to argue. "Miss Solheim," he said, "I have been expecting you." "Then you know why I am here." "I know why you think you are here. There is a difference." Behind her, Roman shifted Nimi's weight. The motion drew the director's eye. "Is that the child?" "She is my daughter. According to the medical file I am holding, she is a patient who was abducted from a clinic by two armed individuals during a fire. The description matches you and Mr. Galanis quite closely." Linme's hand tightened on the knife. "Sabine Jordan will contradict that file. Dr. Jordan is currently in custody pending an investigation into her role in the patient's disappearance." The words hit like a fist. Linme kept her face still. "You are holding Sabine?" "Protective custody, for her safety, given the violence at the clinic last night." The clinic, the fire, the explosion at the quay. They had been underground for hours, and the world above had already reshaped itself into Delphine's version of events. Roman spoke for the first time. "Where is Delphine Hartman?" The director did not answer, but his gaze shifted, just slightly, over Roman's shoulder. Linnea turned. Delphine stood at the edge of the customs gate, 30 feet away, her dark blonde hair still precise despite the night, her jacket clean, her hands empty. No, not empty. Her right hand held a small black box, a detonator. Linnea's blood stopped moving. "Roman, I see it." "Put down the child, Mr. Galanis," the director said. "And the woman. This does not need to escalate." Neve's head lolled against Roman's shoulder. Her lips were still pale, her breathing shallow. The detonator in Delphine's hand was small enough to fit in a palm, the kind used for controlled demolition, the kind that required a direct wire, the kind that meant something was already wired. Linnea's mind raced through the geography of the quay, the customs gate, the maintenance shack, the flooded cave below, the fuel drums, the vapor in the chamber. "There are still fuel drums in the cave," she said, low, for Roman's ears only. "If she wired the shaft entrance to the quay above, the blast radius takes everything within 50 feet. 50 feet includes us. It includes her too. Delphine does not plan to die here." Linnea looked at the detonator again, at Delphine's face, calm, watchful, waiting. "No," she said. "She plans to make it look like we did." Across the quay, a second group of men emerged from behind the customs shed. Varela men, dark coats, armed, and at their head, his face bloodied, his nose wrapped in a crude bandage, Marek Vidu. He stopped beside Delphine. The alliance was public now, not a secret, not a rumor. Two families, standing together on the same stained ground, holding a city hostage between them. Roman looked at Linnea. "Whatever happens next, I need you to take her. I am not leaving you. You are not leaving me. You are carrying her out of the blast radius. Those are different things." "Roman," Linnea, his voice cracked. "Please." She looked at Nive, her daughter, their daughter. The detonator in Delphine's hand did not waver. The customs director cleared his throat. "I will ask only once more. Put down the child and the women. We can resolve this without bloodshed." Linnea did not move. Roman did not move. Nive opened her eyes. She blinked once, twice, her pupils struggling to focus, and then she looked up at Roman's face. "Papa?" The word hit him like a bullet. He could not answer. His throat was closed. His hands were shaking. Neve's hand came up, small and pale, and touched his cheek. "You found me. I found you." Across the quay, Delphine raised the detonator above her head. "Gentlemen, Miss Solheim, Mr. Galanis, I appreciate the reunion truly, but we have a schedule to keep. The convoy leaves at dawn, and I cannot have loose ends walking around with my name on their lips." She pressed her thumb to the button. Chapter 71. She never saw the blast come. The sound arrived before the light, a deep, percussive crack that seemed to come from inside her own skull, and then the ground left her feet, and she was flying backward with Niamh's weight torn from her arms and Roman's voice swallowed by the roar. The detonator in Delphine's hand had done exactly what it was meant to do. The quay wall erupted 30 feet to Linnea's left, where the maintenance shack had been. Not the cave below, not the fuel drums. A truck parked against the customs shed, its cargo bed covered with a tarp, its chassis loaded with something that turned to fire on contact. The evidence truck. Linnea understood it in the half-second before she hit the water. Delphine had not wired the cave. She had wired her own decoy, the truck full of planted records, the ones meant to look like the real crate, and she had just erased the trail she wanted erased while keeping the real evidence somewhere else. The cold took her. Salt water slammed into her mouth, her nose, her eyes. She had no air. She did not know where Neve was. She did not know where Roman was. The blast wave pushed her down, and the water was dark and full of debris, and she kicked against the weight of her clothes and the burn in her lungs. She broke the surface, gasping. Fire! The truck was burning. The customs shed was burning. Pieces of the quay wall had sheared off into the water, and the flame light turned the harbor surface to copper and blood. "Neve!" She said it aloud. She screamed it. "Neve!" 10 feet away, a small, dark head broke the surface. Neve, coughing, crying, but alive. Linnea swam. She reached her daughter as Roman surfaced behind them, his hand closing on Neve's collar, his arm coming around Linnea's waist, pulling them both toward the nearest standing section of tea. "Go," he said. "Go, go, go!" They climbed onto cracked concrete, bleeding from a dozen small cuts, the heat of the burning truck pressing against their faces. Neve was shaking. Linnea was shaking. Roman's hands were steady now, because the crisis had passed the threshold of fear and entered something mechanical, something that needed movement and no thought. He was looking past the fire. "Where is she?" Linnea followed his gaze. The customs director was on the ground, his leg bent wrong, his medical files scattered across the wet concrete. One of the Variala men was dragging himself toward the cover of a shipping container, but Delphine was gone. The spot where she had stood with the detonator was empty. Merrick Vidu was gone too. The customs gate was open, swinging in the wind, and a black car was already moving through it, accelerating past the guard booth, its taillights shrinking into the fog. "No," Linnea breathed. Roman was already running. She grabbed Neve and followed, her daughter's weight pressed against her ribs, her legs burning from the cold and the climb and the violence of the last hour. "Roman!" He did not stop. "Roman, we cannot catch a car on foot!" He stopped. He stood at the edge of the burning quay, his fists clenched, his breath coming hard, watching the taillights vanish into the mist. The harbor was silent except for the crack of the fire and the distant sound of sirens starting to wail from the city side. Delphine had escaped. Again. Linnea sat Neve down on a dry patch of concrete and knelt, running her hands over her daughter's arms, her face, her chest, checking for blood, for broken bones, for the stillness she had seen in the cave when the child was not breathing. "I am okay, Mama." The words were small, hoarse, but they were words. Linnea pulled her close. "Papa went to get the car," Nide said into her shoulder. "But the car left." Linnea looked up. Roman was still standing at the edge of the quay, staring into the fog. His back was to them. His shoulders were tight. She knew that posture. He was deciding something, something that would change the shape of the next hour. "Mama, is Delphine gone?" "Yes." "Forever?" "I do not know." Nide was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "She told me Papa was dead. Before. She said he died in the fire and she was the one who saved me from the bad people." Linnea's chest tightened. She lied. "I know." Neve's voice was very small. "I figured it out. That is why I left the stone with the word on it. I wanted you to watch her." The stone. The word, carved in Neve's careful hand. Watch. Linnea pressed her lips to her daughter's hair. "You saved us. I tried. You succeeded." Roman turned. His face was strange, stripped of everything except purpose. "There is another way out of Portsglass," he said. "A feeder road that runs through the old rail yard. It meets the coastal highway at Cradle Point. If she is taking the convoy, she has to pass through the yard to reach the customs bypass." "How do you know that road?" "Because I built the bypass 7 years ago, for Delphine." The irony sat between them, cold and sharp. Roman's gaze dropped to Neve. Something in his expression shifted, softened. "Can you walk?" Neve nodded. "Good, because we are going to move fast, and I need you to tell me if you get tired, or scared, or hurt. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Then let us go find your mother's car." Linnea blinked. "My car is at the top of the hill." "I know, I had Tomasz move it to the north gate before the council meeting. I thought we might need a clean exit. He had planned for this. Even then. Even before the chamber, before the broadcast, before everything. She did not know whether to be grateful or terrified. They moved, Need's hand in hers, Roman's hand at her back, the fire at the quay burning behind them. The fog swallowed the harbor, the sirens grew louder, and somewhere beyond the customs gate, Delphine Hartman was already reshaping the story. The real crate was still in the cave, the decoy was Ash, and the only proof left intact was the oilskin packet in Linnea's jacket, the one with Astrid's confession and the names that could still tear Portsglass apart. She pressed her hand to her chest, felt the packet against her heart, and kept walking. The road to Cradle Point was dark and empty, but they were not alone. Behind them, in the fog, a second set of headlights flicked on. Chapter 72. The headlights held steady through the fog, close enough to be a threat, far enough to be a tale. Linnea kept walking, Knives hand in hers, Roman at her shoulder. The car did not accelerate and did not fall back. "Tomasz," Roman said. Linnea turned. The headlights pulsed twice. Once, twice. The signal. Roman let out a breath she had not realized he was holding. "He took the satchel. He is alive." The car rolled forward and stopped beside them. The passenger door opened. Tomasz sat behind the wheel, his face bloodless, his right arm pressed against his ribs, fresh blood soaking through the bandage. "Get in," he said, "before the harbor authority figures out which gate is still standing." They moved. Linnea climbed into the back with Neem. Roman took the front. The door had barely closed before Tomasz accelerated, the car swinging through a gap in the customs fence, tires spinning on wet gravel. The dock clinic sat at the end of a service road that did not appear on any public map. A low concrete building with a steel roof and one light burning over the entrance. Tomasz killed the engine before they stopped rolling. Sabine was already at the door. Her gray hair was loose. Her face was stripped of professional calm. She looked at Neem of Roman's arms, and something in her chest seemed to crack open. "Bring her inside. Now." The clinic smelled of antiseptic and old plaster. Sabine directed Roman to an examination table and began cutting Neem's damp clothes away with scissors that moved faster than Linnea had ever seen her work. "Meet the Solheim crash," Sabine said, her voice flat and clinical, the tone she used when she was too angry to show it. "Prolonged by hypothermia. Her liver is still processing the sedative. She will wake when she wakes, and not before." "Will she be okay?" Linnea heard herself ask. "She is breathing. Her pupils are reactive. She has a heartbeat." Sabine pressed a stethoscope to Neema's chest and listened for a full minute. "Her lungs are clear. She did not aspirate. That is more than I expected when I saw what Delphine did to that key." Linnea's knees buckled. Roman caught her before she hit the floor. His hands were steady now. The shaking had stopped somewhere between the blast and the car. "You are bleeding," he said. "Not mine." "Your ribs." She looked down. Her shirt was torn across her left side. The skin beneath was darkening into a bruise that traced the shape of something heavy, a piece of debris from the truck, maybe the concrete edge of the quay when the blast threw them into the water. Sabine appeared beside her. "Sit." "I am fine." "Sit, or I will put you on the table next to your daughter." Linnea sat. Sabine's hands moved across her ribs with practiced precision. Pressed, waited, pressed again. Waynia's vision went white at the edges. "2 cracked," Sabine said. "Maybe 3. I need an X-ray to confirm how bad. But nothing is displaced, which means you can breathe and you will heal, if you rest." "I cannot rest." "No, you cannot." Sabine's voice was flat again. "But you can stop pretending you are not injured so I can tape your ribs and you can keep moving without puncturing a lung." Linnea nodded. Sabine worked quickly, wrapping tape around her torso, pulling tight enough to stabilize but loose enough to let her breathe. The pressure was a dull anchor against the sharp edges of the cracked bone. Outside the examination room, voices were rising. Roman stood in the hallway, a phone pressed to his ear, his back to the wall. His face was the one she remembered from the counting house. Controlled, dangerous, the face he wore when he was calculating how many men he would have to hurt. "No," he said into the phone. She does not go into protective custody. She is a child, not a file. A pause. Then tell the commander that if he takes her, I will burn every customs seal in Portsglass, and he will have nothing left to protect. He ended the call. Linnea stood, testing the tape. It held. Who was that? The duty captain at the North Precinct. The police commander for this district has filed an emergency material witness order. Roman's jaw tightened. He wants Neem in protective custody until Delphine is in custody. She is 6 years old. She is not a witness. She is a victim. The commander does not see the difference. Delphine's medical file is already in the system. The official record says we abducted Neem from a clinic. The commander believes he is protecting a child from 2 armed kidnappers. Linnea felt the tape pull against her ribs as she moved past him toward the examination room door. Then we tell him the truth. The truth is a broadcast on Galanis channels. It is not a police affidavit. It is not signed by a judge. It is not enough. Sabine looked up from Neem's chart. I can sign a medical statement. I treated Neve before the abduction. I can confirm she was in my care voluntarily and that her disappearance was not an abduction by Roman or Linnea. Will that hold? For about 12 hours, long enough for you to find Delphine and bring back proof. Linnea pressed her hand to the oilskin packet in her jacket. Astrid's confession, the chain of evidence, the names that could still tear Portsglass apart. 12 hours is enough. The door to the clinic opened. A man in a police commander's uniform stepped inside, flanked by 2 officers. His face was hard, his eyes moving across the room, landing on Neve's unconscious form on the examination table. Linnea Solheim, he said. Roman Galanis. I am Commander Voss. I am here to take custody of the minor child Neve Solheim, pending investigation into the clinic fire and the events at Blackwater Quay. Roman stepped between the commander and the examination room. No, Mr. Galanis, this is not a request. I have a material witness order signed by a district judge. Then show it to my lawyer. The commander's hand moved to his belt, not toward his weapon, toward a folder tucked into his waistband. He pulled it out and held it up. The seal was real. The signature was real. The date was 1 hour ago. The judge reviewed the medical file from the clinic, Commander Voss said. He reviewed the customs director's statement. He reviewed the explosion at the quay. He believes the child is in danger from the people currently holding her. Linnea felt the room shift. The commander was not looking at Roman. He was looking at her. Miss Solheim, he said, you can hand me the child or I can take her, but she is leaving this building with me. Chapter 73. Commander Voss did not move. He stood in the clinic doorway with the material witness order held in both hands, his officers flanking him like matched anchors. The paper was clean, the seal was raised, the ink was still dry. Linnea felt the tape pull against her ribs as she stepped past Roman into the hallway. You have a signed order, she said. You do not have a medical determination that Neve Solheim can be moved without endangering her life. Voss's eyes shifted to her. The order does not require a medical determination. Then you have not read your own jurisdiction. Linnea kept her voice flat, the same tone she used when a client argued about burn patterns. Portsglass Family Code, Section 12, Subsection 4. A material witness order for a minor requires attending physician clearance before transfer. Sabine Jordan is that physician. Voss's jaw tightened. Roman was watching her. She felt his attention like a heat source, but she did not look at him. She kept her eyes on the commander. Sabine Jordan is a person of interest in the clinic fire, Voss said. Sabine Jordan is the treating physician who kept Neo alive through hypothermia and sedation crash. Her medical license is current. Her clinic is licensed. Her records predate the abduction filing by 6 years. Linnea reached into her jacket and pulled out the folded oilskin packet. She held it up. I have a chain of custody document from her clinic that proves Neve was treated for a chronic respiratory condition since infancy. The same file Delphine Hartman used to construct her abduction narrative. If you take Neve now, you are removing a sedated 6-year-old from the care of the only physician who can certify she was never abducted at all. Voss's hand moved toward his radio. Roman spoke before he could key it. Commander, I have a call waiting with your deputy chief. He wants to know why he was not briefed on a material witness order signed in his district while he was at dinner with a sitting harbor commissioner. Voss went still. You are bluffing. I am not. Roman held up his phone. The screen was lit. The call timer was running. His name is Deputy Chief Aldrich Vane. He has 2 grandchildren. He does not like being informed of emergency orders after they are signed. Linnea saw the calculation move behind Voss's eyes. He was measuring the paper in his hand against the phone in Roman's, against the woman bleeding through her bandages in the examination room, against the child who had not moved since they brought her in. You have 12 hours, Voss said. That was already offered, Linnea said. Now it is a limit. You find Delphine Hartman and bring her into custody with admissible evidence that contradicts the medical file, or I come back with a county order and a tactical team. The child goes into protective custody until the court decides who her parents are. Roman's voice was low. You will not touch her. Then do not give me a reason to. Voss stepped back. His officers followed. The door closed behind them with a soft click. Linnea waited until the engine started, until the taillights swept across the fog and faded before she let herself breathe. The tape pulled sharp against her ribs. Roman's hand was on her elbow before she could lean against the wall. Stay upright. I am upright. You are listening. She straightened. The room swam once, then settled. Sabine appeared in the examination room doorway, her face stripped of color. He will come back. Not for 12 hours, Linnea said. 12 hours into nothing. You need to find Delphine, recover the evidence, and break the medical file before the courts seal the case. If Delphine surfaces first with her version of events, the state will come for Neve again, and next time they will not send a commander. They will send child services with a van and a judge who has already signed the placement order. Linnea pressed her hand to the oilskin packet. Astrid's confession, the chain of evidence, the names. We need the real crate. Roman was already on the phone. Tomasz, North Gate, 5 minutes. He ended the call and looked at her. Can you move? She tested the tape. The cracked ribs protested, but they held. I can move. Then we move. He turned toward the examination room, where Neve lay still on the table, her chest rising and falling in the slow rhythm of sedated sleep. Roman stood over her for a long moment. Then he bent and lifted her, cradling her against his chest, the same way he had carried her out of the flooded chamber. Linnea watched his hands. They were steady. Sabine appeared with a sealed envelope. My statement, certified, dated. If I am in custody when you need it, this will hold until I can testify. Linnea took the envelope. Thank you. Bring her back safe. I will. They moved through the clinic's back corridor, past the empty examination rooms, past the supply closet with its half-open door, past the fire exit that led to the alley where Tomasz was waiting in the idling car. The fog had thickened. The streetlights were halos of diffused orange. Tomasz opened the rear door without a word. His bandaged arm was dark with fresh blood, but his face was set. Roman placed Neve across the back seat with care that made Linnea's chest ache. He folded his jacket over her. He pressed his palm to her forehead, checking for fever, checking for cold, checking for any sign that she was slipping away from them. She is stable, Linnea said. She is 6 years old. She should not have to be stable. The words were flat, but his hands were still steady. Linnea climbed into the back seat beside Neve. Roman took the passenger seat. Tomasz pulled away from the curb before the door was fully closed. The fog swallowed the clinic behind them. Linnea looked through the rear window. The street was empty, but she felt watched. She pressed her hand to the oilskin packet, to Astrid's confession, to the weight of everything they had not yet proven, and watched the fog close behind them. The car turned north. The headlights cut a pale corridor through the dark. And somewhere ahead, Delphine was already moving. Chapter 74. The car pulled into the courtyard of a house Linnea did not recognize. 3 stories of gray stone and dark windows set back from the road behind a gate Tomasz closed by hand before he killed the engine. No lights came on. No one stepped out to meet them. Roman carried Neve up the front steps with the same careful steadiness he had shown since the clinic. Linnea followed, her ribs pulling against the tape with every stair, the oilskin packet pressed between her body and her arm like a second spine. The door opened onto a hall that smelled of old wood and cold air. Furniture under sheets. A house that had not been lived in, only maintained. Roman did not stop to explain. He moved through the hall, past the covered shapes, into a ground-floor bedroom where a bed waited with clean sheets and a lamp on the nightstand. He set Neve down like she was made of glass. Linnea reached past him to pull back the covers. Roman eased Neve onto the mattress, adjusting her head on the pillow, tucking the blanket under her chin. Neve's eyes opened, not fully. A crack of dark iris, unfocused, swimming with the last of the sedation. She looked at Roman. Her mouth moved. No sound. Roman stayed where he was, his hand still on the edge of the blanket. "You are safe," he said. "You are at a house. No one is coming for you here." Neve blinked. Her gaze drifted to Linnea, then back to Roman. She reached for his hand. Roman let her take it. His fingers closed around hers, careful, like he was holding something that could dissolve. "Stay?" Neve said. The word slurred, barely a breath. "Yes." "Here. Stay here." Roman looked at Linnea. Something passed between them. Not words, not permission, just recognition that this moment belonged to a different set of rules than the ones they had been using. "I am not leaving," he said. Neve's eyes stayed on him. "Papa?" The word was not new. She had said it on the quay, in the middle of the detonator and the smoke and the running. But here, in the quiet of the dark bedroom, with the lamp throwing soft shadows across the sheets, it landed differently. It landed like a door opening. Linnea felt her throat close. Roman did not move. He did not speak. He just held his daughter's hand and let the words settle over him. Neve's eyes slid closed again. Her grip loosened. Her breathing deepened into sleep. Roman stayed. He pulled the chair from the corner, the one with the thin cushion and the worn arms, and sat down beside the bed without letting go of her hand. Linnea watched him. The scar running from his eye corner into his beard, the burn tissue across his knuckles, the way his shoulders stayed up, braced, even sitting in a chair in a house no one knew they were in. She wanted to tell him something, that it would be all right, that Neve would remember this in the morning, that he had done the right thing by asking. She said none of it. She crossed to the other side of the bed and sat on the edge, her hip against Neve's folded legs, her hand on the blanket where she could feel the warmth of her daughter's body through the fabric. They sat in silence. The house breathed around them. The furnace kicked on somewhere below. The clock on the nightstand ticked forward in increments that felt too fast and too slow at once. Roman's thumb moved across the back of Neve's hand, a small motion, absent, like he was learning the shape of her fingers. 12 hours, Linnea said. "I know. We cannot stay here. I know. I know what you mean." He did not look at her. His eyes stayed on Neve's face, on the rise and fall of her breathing, on the dark lashes against her cheek. 12 hours is enough to lose everything, he said. It is not enough to build anything, but it is enough to choose what matters. Linnea pressed her palm to the oilskin packet. "We need the crate. The crate is in the cave. The cave is under Blackwater. Blackwater is swarming with harbor police, customs agents, and whatever Varela left behind when they pulled out. Then we go around. Through what? I do not know yet." Roman looked at her then. The lamp caught the gray of his eyes, the ring of darker blue at the edge, the exhaustion he had been hiding behind the steadiness of his hands. "You do not know yet," he repeated. "I know we need that evidence. I know Sabine's statement buys us 12 hours. I know Delphine is moving toward Cradle Point and the bypass road you built for her. I know if we do not move in the next hour, she will be past the coast and into a jurisdiction where no one can touch her." Roman's jaw tightened. "You are asking me to leave her. I am asking you to choose." He looked at Neve, at the small hand in his. It's a face that held his eyes and Linnea's mouth, and 6 years of a life he had not been allowed to witness. "I already chose," he said. "I chose her. I chose you. I chose the truth over the revenge. But choosing does not mean I know how to do any of it." Linnea reached across and covered his hand with hers, the one holding Neve. "Then we learned together." The bedroom door opened. Tomasz stood in the gap, his bandaged arm dark at the elbow, a phone in his good hand. "We have a problem." Roman did not let go of Neve. "What kind of problem?" "Half the dock sector has flipped since the broadcast. 3 captains have declared for Delphine. 2 more are sitting on the fence. The ones still loyal want you to call an emergency session and seize authority before the city decides the broadcast means you are weak. Roman's expression did not change. They want a purge. They want a show of strength. They want you to stand in front of the remaining captains and prove the Galanis name still means something. And if I do not? Tomasz looked at Niev, at the blanket, at the small hand Roman was still holding. Then the ones waiting on the fence will walk, and the ones who walked will take their crews to whoever offers them the best terms. By morning, Portsglass will have a new power structure, and the Galanis name will be something people say in the past tense. Roman was silent for a long moment. Then he released Nia's hand, slowly, carefully. He tucked it under the blanket and stood, his knees cracking in the quiet room. Where is the session? Lower Quay, the old customs hall. The captains who stayed are already gathering. Roman looked at Linnea. Stay with her. I am coming with you. No, someone needs to be here if what? He did not finish. Linnea stood. The tape pulled against her ribs. The pain was a dull, constant presence she had learned to breathe around. She is my daughter too, Linnea said, and I am not hiding in a safe house while you walk into a room full of armed men who may already have decided to side with the woman who tried to drown us. Roman held her gaze. Then we do it together. He turned toward the door. Tomasz stepped aside, his phone still in his hand, his eyes on Linnea. There is one more thing. Roman stopped. Tell me. Tomasz held up the phone. The message came through 5 minutes ago. It is from Delphine. The room went still. Read it, Roman said. Tomasz looked at the screen. Tell Roman I am taking the coastal route. If he wants to discuss terms before I clear the strait, he knows where to find me. If he sends anyone else, the next file I release will be the one with Niev's school photographs attached. Roman's hands went still. Linnea felt the room tilt. Delphine was not running. She was baiting them, drawing them toward the coast, toward the bypass road Roman built, toward a meeting she had already prepared for. And if they did not go, she would release the file that would put Niev's face on every news broadcast in the city. Linnea looked at Roman. His eyes had gone cold in a way she had not seen since the counting house. The man who had held Niev's hand was still there, but underneath, something older had surfaced. The survivor. The hunter. The man who had spent 7 years learning to kill the thing that threatened him. When does she clear the strait? Dawn, Tomasz said. Same window. Mariam looked at Linnea. We have 6 hours. Chapter 75. The old customs hall smelled of salt, damp wood, and the particular stale air of a building that had once been authority and was now only a room where men made decisions they would not survive. Roman walked through the door first. Linnea followed half a step behind, close enough to feel the cold coming off his body, far enough that the captains lining the walls would not mistake her for someone who needed shielding. There were 15 of them. Some she recognized from the council meeting, the ones who had stayed when the shooting started, the ones who had not declared for Delphine, the ones who were still deciding whether Roman Galanis was worth the war coming for them. A man with gray-shot hair and a scar splitting his left eyebrow stepped forward. His name was Karsten. She remembered him from the council table. He had not spoken during the broadcast, but he had watched Delphine with the stillness of a man measuring distance. You called the session, Karsten said. We came. Roman stopped at the head of the long oak table. He did not sit. The broadcast was accurate. Murmurs rippled through the room. Men shifted weight. Hands stayed visible, but the air tightened like a rope pulled end to end. Delphine Hartman engineered the Blackwater Quay fire, Roman said. She sold my location to Virela. She built a 7-year revenge campaign to keep me pointed at her enemies while she consolidated control of the family's assets and routes. She is the reason Astrid Solheim signed the accelerant order. She is the reason I nearly killed innocent men. Karsten's scarred eyebrow did not move. And the girl? Roman's jaw tightened. My daughter. The room went quiet in a way that felt older than sound. A dozen men observing what that meant. Not a hostage. Not a pawn. A daughter. A child Roman had been willing to burn his revenge for. One of the captains at the far end of the table cleared his throat, younger than the others, a raw, hungry look in his eyes. She is leverage. If Delphine has her face and her school and her medical file, she owns the next move. The only way to take that back is to hit so hard that I am not hitting. The younger captain stared at him. You cannot be serious. I am not hitting Delphine's targets, Roman said. I am not purging every house that looked at her sideways. I am not burning docks to prove I am still dangerous. Then what are you doing? Roman looked at Linnea. She stepped forward and laid the oilskin packet on the table. Astrid Solheim's confession, the certified chain of custody file, the broadcast transcript, the names, the dates, the authorization trail. This, she said, is admissible evidence. It goes to every news desk, every insurance adjuster, every customs review board in Portsglass. It goes to the state prosecutor's office and the Federal Maritime Commission. It goes to every union hall and every bonded warehouse between here and the Northern Strait. Karsten picked up the packet. He weighed it in his hand like a man testing a blade. You want to fight a legal war? I want to make sure Delphine cannot hide behind a border, Linnea said. I want her face on every wanted list from here to the extradition-free country she thinks is waiting for her. She built her empire on paper. We can burn it the same way. The younger captain shook his head. That takes weeks, months. Delphine clears the strait at dawn. By the time your evidence reaches a judge, she will be sitting on a beach in a country with no extradition treaty, drinking something expensive, and laughing at how easy we made it for her. Roman turned to face him. Then what do you propose? Blood. Tonight. We hit every house that declared for her. We make examples. We remind Portsglass what the Galanis name means when someone... When someone what? Roman's voice was flat. When someone makes the mistake of thinking I am still the man who kills first and asks questions later. The younger captain held his ground. Yes. And how many of your men will die tonight if I do that? However many it takes. Roman looked at the other men in the room, at Karsten, at the ones who had not spoken, at the ones whose hands were still resting on their belts. I spent 7 years becoming the man Delphine needed me to be, Roman said. I killed for her. I bled for her. I let her point me at her enemies, and I pulled the trigger every single time because I thought I was avenging something honorable. I was wrong. He paused. I will not spend another 7 years becoming the man she needs me to be now. If you want to walk out, walk out. If you want to declare for Merrick Vidu, do it. But I am not purging anyone. I am not burning anyone's house. I am going to find Delphine, recover the evidence that proves what she did, and make sure the truth about Blackwater Quay follows her for the rest of her life. The younger captain stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned and walked out. 2 men followed him, then 3 more. The door banged shut behind them, and the room felt suddenly larger and colder than it had before. Karsten did not move. That is 5 men who will be on Merrick Vidu's payroll by morning. Probably, Roman said. Karsten looked at the packet in his hand, then at Roman. You understand what you just did? I ended a strategy that was never going to work. No. Karsten's voice was quiet. You chose your daughter over the organization, and in this city, that is the same thing as telling every man in this room that sentiment matters more than survival. Roman met his gaze. Maybe it does. Karsten held the packet for another long moment. Then he set it back on the table. You have 3 hours before dawn, he said. Find Delphine before she clears the strait, and I will make sure every captain who stayed hears about it. Fail, and the 5 who walked will be the first of many. He turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped. Vidu has already sent word to every undecided captain in the city. Safe harbor, full protection. Any Galanis man who thinks sentiment just broke this family is welcome at his table. The door closed behind him. Roman stood alone at the head of the table. Linnea did not move. The room is empty now, except for the 2 of them, and the faint smell of salt and damp wood, and something that might have been smoke from a fire that had been burning for 7 years. We need to move, she said. Roman nodded. He picked up the oilskin packet and held it out to her. She took it. Their fingers brushed. Linnea's phone vibrated. She looked down. The message was from a number she did not recognize. One line. The safe house has a perimeter breach. Not an assault yet, but they know where she is. Roman read it over her shoulder. His hands went still. 3 hours, he said. We need to get back. Linnea was already turning toward the door. Chapter 76. The customs hall door banged shut behind them, and Linnea was already moving, the oilskin packet pressed against her ribs where the take held. Roman caught her arm at the bottom step. The safe house. 2 men inside. Tomasz said behind them, his voice flat. One at the gate. Perimeter alarm silent so far. But someone mapped the approach. Linnea pulled out her phone. The unknown number had sent nothing else. One message, one warning. No demands. They know where she is, she said. They are not moving yet because they are waiting for something. Roman looked at the fog pressing against the street lamps. Delphine wants me on the coast road. She wants me chasing her. She wants me to leave Niamh in a house someone already found so that when I come back, she is gone. Then we do not leave her. We cannot bring her to the coast. No, Linnea turned to Tomasz. We spread the evidence first. Every page, every note, every transcript. We put copies where Delphine cannot burn them and where Voss cannot seize them. Tomasz stared at her. That takes hours we do not have. It takes the time it takes. And when Delphine realizes the truth about Blackwater is no longer in one crate or one packet, she loses leverage. Roman studied her face. Where? Insurers, lawyers, union hands. 3 dead drops in 3 different jurisdictions. By dawn, the full reconstruction sits in so many hands that no single fire can erase it. She was already walking toward the car. They used Tomasz's back room at a dockworker's supply office, a narrow space crammed with fuel receipts and rusting lockers. The light buzzed yellow overhead. The heat clicked on and off in uneven bursts. Linnea spread the oilskin packet across the metal desk. Her hands moved fast. She separated the pages into stacks. Astrid's confession, the chain of custody file, the broadcast transcript, the mirrored notes she had kept since the first night in the counting house. Each sheet carried burn damage or ink recovery or marginalia that confirmed the architecture Delphine had built. Tomasz watched from the door. There is a scanner in the front office. Good, we make 4 sets. 4? 1 for the maritime insurer who holds the Blackwater policy, 1 for the union secretary who knows every dock captain in Portsglass, 1 for the lawyer who handles Galanis estate work. 1 we carry. Tomasz limped to the front office and returned with the scanner, its cable trailing across the floor. Linnea fed the first page into the tray. The machine whirred. She watched the paper draw through the rollers and emerge on the other side, clean and legible. 1 copy. She fed the next page. 2 copies. She did not stop between pages. She did not look at the clock. She let the rhythm of the machine carry her through the stack, while Tomasz folded the outgoing sets into separate envelopes and addressed them in block capitals to names she had given him from memory. 23 minutes. The scanner stopped. Linnea picked up the original stack and held it for a moment, weighing the truth Delphine had spent 7 years burying. Done, she said. Tomasz took the envelopes. I will have them in the mail slots within the hour. Not mail slots, hand delivery. Someone who will hold them until morning and swear they never saw you. He nodded and turned for the door. Linnea looked down at the final stack, the copies she would carry. A single page had separated from the rest. She picked it up. It was from Delphine's personal ledger, the one Linnea had reconstructed from the mirrored notes and the burn patterns in the 7th book, a margin annotation she had not fully examined in the rush of the broadcast. Small handwriting. Delphine's hand. Account 447. Beneficiary, Linnea Solheim. Jurisdiction, Grand Harbor Trust. The room went quiet. Linnea read the line again, then a 3rd time. Delphine had opened a foreign account under her name, not a fake name, not a shell, her actual legal name, linked to a trust in a jurisdiction that did not share financial data with Portsglass. She turned the page. A 2nd annotation. Linnea Solheim, liability destination. If exposed, asset chain terminates at her signature. Tomasz stopped at the door. What is it? She held up the page. Delphine planned exile as carefully as she planned the fire. She set up an account under my name in a country with no extradition. If the conspiracy unravels, the financial trail ends at me. Tomasz took the page and read it. His jaw tightened. That is not leverage. That is a frame. She was never going to let me walk away, even if I had taken the fee and left Portsglass without looking back. Delphine had already made sure I carried the proof of her crime in my own name. Linnea folded the page into her coat pocket, the weight of it pressed against her ribs. Roman's voice came through Tomasz's radio, low and urgent. The safe house perimeter alarm just triggered, not a test. Someone is moving through the tree line. Tomasz looked at Linnea. 3 hours to dawn. 5 minutes to the safe house by car if the fog holds. Linnea was already gathering the copied stack. Then we do not wait for the fog to clear. She pushed past him into the cold night air. The car sat idling at the curb, Roman already in the driver's seat with his eyes on the dark road ahead. Linnea climbed into the passenger side and pressed the copied pages flat against her thighs. The foreign account number burned in her memory. She would show Roman. She would tell him everything. But first, they had to reach Niev before whoever was moving through the trees reached her door. Chapter 77. The car skidded to a stop at the safe house gate. Linnea was out before the engine died, her boots hitting gravel as she ran toward the front door with the copied evidence stack pressed against her ribs. The fog swallowed the house walls at the edges, turning the gray stone into something that floated in the dark. Roman caught up at the threshold. Stay behind me. I am not staying behind anyone. He did not argue. He pushed the door open and stepped into the narrow entry hall, one hand raised, his body angled to take the first shot. The house was silent. Linnea moved past him into the sitting room where Niev had been tucked into bed. The sheets were rumpled. The pillow still held the dent of a small head. Empty. Something cold climbed her spine. Then she heard it. A small voice from the kitchen. Papa? Linnea turned so fast her cracked ribs screamed. Niev stood in the kitchen doorway in her nightgown, barefoot, one hand gripping the frame. Her eyes were still heavy from sedation, but her chin was up. There was a man in the trees, Niev said. I hid under the bed until he went away. Linnea crossed the room in 4 strides and dropped to her knees, pulling Niev into her chest. The child's arms came up around her neck, thin and warm. You are supposed to stay in bed, Niev whispered. I heard the alarm. You told me what to do if the alarm went wrong. Roman stood in the doorway, his face stripped of everything except the raw current beneath. He did not move. He did not speak. He just watched them like a man counting seconds he had been given back. Linnea pulled back and cupped Niev's face. The man, did he see you? No, I was quiet. I counted to 1,000 like you showed me. Linnea pressed her forehead to Niev's and breathed. Then she stood and looked at Roman. We cannot stay here. I know. Then where? He did not have an answer. Niamh tugged Linnea's sleeve. Can we sit down? My legs feel like water. Niamh carried her to the sitting room couch and settled her against the cushions. Roman pulled a chair close, his bad leg extended, his weight forward. The fire in the hearth had burned to embers. Niamh looked at them both, one after the other, her gaze too steady for a child who had been sedated and dragged through a cave 4 hours earlier. Are we running again? Niamh's throat closed. Roman answered before she could. No, we are figuring out what comes next. Figure it out fast, Niamh said. Delphine said you were dead. You are not dead. That means she lies about other things too. The simplicity of it cut. Linnea took Niamh's hand. She lied about a lot of things. That is why we are going to stop her. Then what? The question hung. Linnea looked at Roman. He looked back, and something passed between them that did not need words. When this is over, Linnea said slowly, you and I, and your papa, are going to find a place where no one can hurt us. A real place, with a garden, and a door that locks from the inside. Niamh considered this. Will I have to choose? Choose what? Which house I live in? Some kids at school have 2 houses, one with mama, one with papa. They said it hurts to choose. Linnea felt the words land in her chest like stones. Roman leaned forward, his scarred hands resting on his knees. No one is asking you to choose, little one. But what if you fight again? Like before. You went away and she said you died and she cried for a whole year. Linnea's breath caught. Roman's voice dropped to something rough and careful. I am not going away again. That is a promise I can keep. Linnea studied him with the patient suspicion of a child who had learned that adults broke things they said they would protect. Promise on what? On anything you want. Maeve thought about it. On my drawing, the one with the 3 people. Roman nodded slowly. I promise on your drawing. Maeve looked at Linnea. Mama? I promise too. The child let out a breath and leaned her head against Linnea's shoulder. Okay, then we stay together. Linnea held her. The fire crackled. Roman's radio hissed. Tomasz's voice came through, low and clipped. Perimeter is clear. Whoever it was pulled back when the alarm tripped, but they left something behind. What? A photograph, taped to the gate. You and Linnea and the girl, taken from the tree line maybe 10 minutes before you arrived. Linnea went still. Roman took the radio. Where is the photograph now? Bagged, in my hand. There is writing in the back. Read it. A pause. You have 1 hour to clear the coast road. Bring the girl, leave the records, or the next photograph goes to the morning news desk with a different caption. Roman looked at Linnea. The firelight carved shadows across his face. Niamh lifted her head. Is she coming for me again? Linnea pulled her closer. No. Then why do you look like that? She did not answer. Because the truth was worse than anything she could say aloud. Delphine was not coming for Niamh. She was forcing Linnea and Roman to bring Niamh to her. And the photograph meant she was already close enough to watch them breathe. Roman stood. I will burn the coast road to the ground before she touches our daughter. Linnea rose beside him, Niamh still pressed against her side. You will not burn anything alone. Niamh looked up at them both. Are you going to fight her now? Yes. Then I am coming with you. Linnea opened her mouth to refuse. Niamh spoke first. You said we stay together. You promised on my drawing. Linnea looked at Roman. He looked back. And in that silence, the cost of the promise settled between them. They could not keep her safe by leaving her behind. They could not keep her safe by bringing her. They had 1 hour, and no good choices left. Chapter 78. Linnea pulled the phone from her coat before Roman could reach for his. The photograph was still taped inside Tomas's evidence bag. 3 figures caught in the tree-line light. Her face, Roman's, Niamh's small shape between them. Taken from maybe 30 yards, the lens steady enough to read the fear in how Linnea held her daughter's hand. Niamh stood at the kitchen doorway, watching. Is that the picture she left? Yes. Are we going to do what she says? Linnea looked at Roman. He was already shaking his head. No. We are going to make her wish she had never taken it. He crossed to the table where Tomasz had laid out the 4 evidence envelopes. The maritime insurer, the union secretary, the Galanis estate lawyer, the copy Linnea carried. We release these now, not after we find her, not when we are cornered, now. Linnea's throat tightened. Delphine said she would send the photograph to the news desk. She will send it anyway. The only question is whether the truth is already in the air when she does. Niamh walked to the table and touched the edge of the envelope addressed to the union secretary. What is in these? The proof, Linnea said slowly, of what Delphine did. The fire, the lies, the people she made Roman hunt instead of her. Will it stop her? Roman crouched to Niamh's level. It will make sure everyone knows what she is. That makes her smaller, not bigger. Then do it. Linnea looked at Roman. He met her gaze and nodded once. She picked up the phone. The first call went to the maritime insurer's emergency line. She identified herself by the code from the Galanis policy, then read the director the first 3 pages of the Reconstruction. Adjusted ink density, Delphine's authorization stamp. The shell invoice routed through Marvick Holdings. The Accelerant delivery logged at berth 4 on the night of the fire. The director asked for proof. The package is being hand-delivered to your legal department, Linnea said. You have 30 minutes to verify before the story goes to every newsroom in Portsglass. She hung up before he could respond. The second call went to the union secretary's personal line. She read him the same evidence, then added the names of the 5 captains who had defected to Vidu and the 3 who had declared for Delphine. "Your members are choosing sides without knowing who lit the match," she said. "Now they know." The third call went to the Galanis estate lawyer. He answered on the first ring. "Miss Solheim. Mr. Vance, you have an envelope coming from Tomasz Bruhl. Inside it is the complete reconstruction of the Blackwater Quay arson, my father's confession under duress, and a ledger page from Delphine Hartmann that places the entire conspiracy at her feet." A pause. "I assumed you were dead." "Not yet, but I need you to hold that package and release it on my mark. If I do not call back within 2 hours, you read every page to the Harbor Commission from the dais." "You are asking me to declare war on the Consigliere of the family I serve?" "I am asking you to declare war on a traitor. The family will survive her. It will not survive another 7 years of her ghosts." Another pause. Longer. "The package arrives in 40 minutes, he said. "You have 2 hours. The line went dead. Linnea lowered the phone. Roman was watching her with an expression she had never seen on his face. Not cold, not calculating, something raw and open, like a man watching a fire move across a dry field and deciding not to run. "You did not tell me you had his number." "You did not ask." Niam tugged Linnea's sleeve. "Did it work?" "It started working." Tomasz stepped through the back door, a fresh bandage darkening at his forearm. His face was hard and focused. "The first radio channels are breaking. The insurer's legal desk just filed an emergency freeze on 3 accounts under Marvick Holdings. The union secretary is calling a special session for sunrise. The lawyer is already in his car heading to the Harbor Commission building." Roman straightened. "What about the news desk?" "Nothing yet, but the photograph has not surfaced either." "Delphine is waiting for us to move first," Linnea said. "She wants to see if we bring Niam to the coast road before she burns the image." Roman's jaw tightened. "Then we give her something else to watch." He crossed to the radio unit on the counter and keyed the transmit button. "All channels, this is Roman Galanis. The reconstruction of the Blackwater Quay fire is now public through 3 independent receivers. The authorization trail names Delphine Hartmann as the architect of the arson, the curator of my revenge campaign, and the handler of every death I was sent to execute for the last 7 years." He paused. "I was a weapon in her hand. I am done being aimed." He released the transmit button. The radio hissed. Then a voice cut through, scrambled and distant. "Galanis, your broadcast is traveling faster than you think." Linnea's blood went cold. She knew that voice. Delphine. Roman grabbed the handset. "Where are you?" "Far enough that you cannot reach me before the photograph drops. Close enough to watch the city burn in your name instead of mine." "What do you want?" A soft laugh. "Originally, your complete destruction. But your daughter changed the calculation. She is worth more to me alive and confused than dead and martyred. So I am offering terms." "I am listening." "No, you are not. You are stalling while your woman's evidence crawls through the Harbor Commission's slow machinery. I know exactly how fast they move. I have been paying them for a decade." She paused. "Here are the terms. You call off the evidence release, every copy. The insurer, the union, the lawyer. You tell them Delphine Hartmann was never involved, and the reconstruction was a fabrication by a grieving woman who wanted to blame someone for her father's death." Roman's hand tightened on the handset. "In exchange?" "In exchange, the photograph dies. Your daughter's face never appears on a morning broadside. Your wife never has to explain to her why strangers know her name." Linnea stepped forward. "She is not my wife. Yet, but you are thinking about it. I can see it in how you looked at him when he promised on her drawing. You still believe in happy endings, Linnea. That is your weakness." Roman keyed the transmit button. "The evidence is already released. I cannot call it back." "You can try." "I will not." A long silence. Then Delphine's voice returned, softer, almost amused. "Then I will take the girl anyway. Not tonight, not tomorrow, but somewhere in the next 10 years when you think you have finally won, she will walk out of a school gate and into a car I arranged, and you will never see her again." The radio cut. Linnea felt Neve press against her side, small and warm and breathing. Roman stood motionless, the handset still at his ear, his face carved in stone. Tomasz broke the silence. The call was routed through a repeater off the coast. She is on a boat, not anchored. Moving. Roman lowered the handset. How far? Too far to reach before dawn. Linnea looked at Neve. The child's eyes were dry. Did she mean it? About the school gate? Linnea pulled her closer. Not if we stop her first. Roman crossed to the table and picked up the fourth envelope, the one Linnea had meant to carry herself. We need another channel, one she cannot intercept. Linnea met his gaze. Who? The only person in Portsglass who hates her more than we do. He held up the envelope. The old man's lawyer, the one who handled Astrid's estate. He has been waiting 7 years for proof that would hold in a criminal court. Linnea's breath caught. Henrik gave me his name months ago. I never used it. You use it now. He handed her the envelope. Call him. Tell him to meet us at the Harbor Commission steps in 20 minutes. If Delphine wants to watch the city burn, we give her a front row seat. Chapter 79. The handset went dead in Roman's grip. He set it down on the counter with the same care a surgeon laid a scalpel after a failed incision. Linnea watched his face. The stone had not cracked, but something behind his eyes had shifted, a door opening onto a room she could not see into. Tomasz, Roman said. The repeater coordinate. Can you narrow it? Already trying. Tomasz had his phone pressed to his ear, his bandaged arm braced against the counter. The signal bounced through 3 nodes before it hit us. I need 10 minutes and a better map. We do not have 10 minutes. Then we have a direction without a location. Neve shifted against Linnea's side. The child had not cried. She had not asked a single question since Delphine's voice cut through the radio. She simply stood there, small and breathing, her hand gripping the seam of Linnea's coat. Linnea looked down at the top of her daughter's head, the part in her hair, the slight curl at her temple that had been there since birth. She had promised on the drawing that no one would ask Nive to choose, but Delphine had not asked. She had simply taken the choice away. Roman, Linnea's voice came out steady. She is on a boat, moving. You cannot reach her before dawn. I know. Then what are you planning? He turned from the counter. His eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw the man he had been before the fire, the one who had looked at her across a dock 7 years ago and smiled like he had found something worth keeping. I am planning to be here when she surfaces. She threatened our daughter from a school gate. I remember every word. Then how can you stand there and do nothing? He crossed to her in 3 steps. His hand came up, not to her face but to Neem's shoulder. He rested it there, light, the way a man touched something he was still learning not to break. I am not doing nothing, he said. I am choosing what matters. Neve looked up at him. Her eyes were his eyes, that ring of darker blue at the edge, that directness that asked questions without words. Did she mean it? Neve said. About the school? Roman crouched. His knees hit the floor hard and he did not flinch. No, he said, because she will not get close enough to try. But you said she is on a boat. I said she is on a boat tonight. Tomorrow she will be somewhere else. The day after that, somewhere else again. And every day she moves, we will move faster. Neve considered this. Her small face was too still for a 6-year-old. Papa, the words stopped him. Linnea felt it hit her chest like a stone dropped into still water. Yes. If she is on a boat and you know where she is going, why do we have to wait for her to get there first? Roman's jaw tightened. Because I will not leave you to chase her. I could come. No, but I am faster than you think, and I am small. Small people fit in small places. Roman's hand tightened on her shoulder. His composure cracked. Just a hairline fracture, barely visible, but Linnea saw it. You are not coming, he said. That is not negotiable. Neem looked at Linnea. Mama, make him understand. Linnea dropped to her knees beside Roman. The 3 of them, a triangle on the cold floor of a dockworker's office, a family shaped like a promise, and a drawing and a photograph left on a gate. Sweetheart, Linnea said. He understands. That is why he is staying. Neem's lower lip trembled. Then she pressed her mouth into a flat line, the same way Roman did when he was holding something back. Okay. 1 word. Acceptance without agreement. Tomasz cleared his throat. I have something. He held up his phone. The The screen showed a coastal chart with a blinking marker near the southern edge of the strait. She is not running for open water. She is running for the channel between Cradle Point and the old naval pier. There is a fueling station there. If she stops to refuel, she will be stationary for at least 20 minutes. Roman rose, his knees cracked. How far? 40 minutes by car, 15 by boat if you had one at the North Quay. I have one at the North Quay. Tomasz's eyes flicked to Linnea, then back to Roman. Then you can reach her. Silence filled the room. Linnea felt it press against her ribs. The offer. The trap dressed as opportunity. Roman could leave now, take the boat, chase Delphine across the dark water, end it tonight. But Niamh would wake up without him, and the city was already burning in pockets. Roman stood motionless. His hand was still on Niamh's shoulder. His gaze was fixed on the phone screen, on the blinking marker that meant Delphine was close enough to reach and far enough to cost him everything. He reached into his coat, pulled out a lighter. Tomasz stiffened. Roman, give me the phone. Tomasz did not move. Give me the phone, Tomasz. Tomasz held out the phone. Roman took it. He looked at the screen for a long moment, committing the coordinates to memory. The channel, the fueling station, the approach angle, the window of time. Then he pressed the lighter to the corner of the screen. The glass cracked, the plastic casing curled, the marker vanished into smoke and heat. He dropped the phone on the counter and watched it burn. There is no route, he said. There is only what I do next. Tomasz stared at the smoldering phone. Then he reached into his own pocket, pulled out a scrap of paper and wrote something on it with a pencil stub. He folded it once, twice, 3 times, and slid it into his breast pocket. I memorized it too, he said. For when you change your mind. Roman looked at him. Something passed between them, a language older than words, built from years of blood and silence. I will not change my mind. Then I hold it for the war you are not ready to fight yet. Linnea stood. Her cracked ribs protested. She ignored them. We have 20 minutes, she said. The Harbor Commission. Astrid's lawyer. The 4th channel. Roman nodded. He looked down at Niamh. Can you walk fast? Niamh nodded. Good, because we are not stopping until we reach those steps. He held out his hand. Niamh took it. Linnea took the other side, and they moved toward the door together, a triangle holding steady against a city that was learning new rules by the hour. Tomasz stayed behind. When Linnea looked back, he was picking the charred phone off the counter with 2 fingers, sliding it into a plastic bag, and writing something on the outside. Evidence. For the trial Delphine did not believe would ever come. Chapter 80. Dawn came gray and salt stained through the windows of the Harbor Commission building. Linnea sat at a scarred oak table with Knee asleep against her shoulder, the child's breath warm and even against her collarbone. 3 hours since they left the dockworker's office. 3 hours since Roman burned the coordinates. 3 hours since the city began to learn new rules. Roman stood at the window with his back to the room, watching smoke rise from 3 separate points along the lower quay. The fires were small still, contained, but they were spreading in the direction of the fuel depots Merrick had sealed. They are burning their own proof, he said without turning. Or creating diversions, Linnea answered. Both. A knock at the door. 2 shop raps, then a pause, then one more. The signal Tomasz had agreed on. Roman crossed the room and opened it. Tomasz Brule stood in the hallway with a folder in his good hand. His bandaged arm was fresh, the blood stain smaller than before. Someone had cleaned him up. Somewhere. The lawyer is downstairs, Tomasz said. Mr. Vance from the Galanis estate. He has the full package, ready to file on your mark. Roman nodded. And Delphine? Tomasz's jaw tightened. She reached the fueling station at Cradle Point 40 minutes ago. But she did not stop. She took on fuel while moving, a hose from a tender boat. She is still heading south. South where? The outer strait. If she clears the headland, she reaches international waters within 2 hours. Linnea felt Niamh shift against her shoulder. The child's hand found hers in the dark and held. Then we have 2 hours, Linnea said. Tomasz looked at her, then at Roman. There is more. He opened the folder. Inside was a photograph, grainy, taken from a harbor security camera. A boat, low in the water, moving fast through the canal. On its deck, a figure in a dark coat stood at the rail. Delphine. But beside her, another figure, smaller, sitting on a crate with a blanket around its shoulders. A child. Linnea's breath stopped. Is that? No, Tomasz said quickly. It is not Niev. The timing does not match, and Niev is here. He pointed at the photograph. But Delphine has another child on that boat. Someone else's child. A decoy. Or a hostage. We do not know which. Linnea stared at the image, the small figure blurred by distance and resolution, a child with dark hair and a blanket. The same blanket from the pediatric file, the one Sabine had flagged as missing from the clinic inventory. 8 years old, she whispered. The medical records she used to build the decoy. That child is real. Roman took the photograph from Tomasz's hand. His eyes moved across it once, twice, then settled on the figure at the rail. She brought a child on board, a living child, as cover. Or as leverage, Tomasz said. If anyone intercepts her, she has a hostage who looks like the description we gave the Coast Guard. Linnea's mind raced. The medical file, the pediatric records, the clinic that had no record of Niev's treatment. Delphine had not just forged a paper trail. She had taken a child, the real patient whose records she had used, and kept it alive for 7 years. A backup plan, a living insurance policy. We have to tell the Coast Guard, she said. And watch them board the wrong boat? Roman asked. Watch Delphine produce a child who is not Nieve and claim we are the ones lying. He is right, Tomasz said. The photograph is an hour old. She could have swapped the child at the fueling station. By the time anyone reaches her, she will have a different story. Linnea looked down at Nieve. The child's face was peaceful in sleep, unaware of the photograph, the boat, the other child who had been sacrificed to buy Delphine's escape. She knew, Linnea said. She knew we would broadcast Nieve's identity. She knew the Coast Guard would be watching for a child matching her description, so she prepared a substitute. 7 years ago, Roman said. She prepared this 7 years ago. Silence filled the room, the weight of it pressed against the walls. Tomasz cleared his throat. There is one more thing. He pulled a second photograph from the folder. This one showed a different angle, a wider shot of the outer harbor. 3 boats, not one, moving in formation through the early light. Vidu has fortified the coast road, armed vehicles at every junction between here and Cradle Point. He is not letting anyone reach that fueling station. Then we do not use the road, Roman said. No, you do not use the road, but I know a man who runs a salvage tug out of the North Cut. He owes me. He will take you as far as the channel. Roman's eyes met Tomasz's. You are sending me after her? I am giving you the option. What you do with it is your choice. Linnea watched them, the silent negotiation between 2 men who had bled for each other, lied for each other, and now stood on opposite sides of a decision that would shape the rest of their lives. She is heading for international waters, Linnea said. If she reaches them, the evidence we have is all we get. She walks free. I know. And the other child on that boat may not survive the crossing. I know. Roman looked at Knife, then at Linnea, then at the photograph in his hand. I burned the coordinates, he said. I know, Tomasz said, but I did not. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded slip of paper, the wing he had written on in the dock worker's office, while the charred phone smoked on the counter. 40 minutes by car, 15 by boat. But if you take the salvage tug from the North Cut, you can reach the channel before she clears the headland. Roman did not move. You have a daughter here, Tomasz said, and I know you promised her you would not leave. But if Delphine reaches international waters with that other child and the evidence of what she did to your family, she wins. Not today, but someday. And when she comes back for Nieve, she will have the law on her side. Linnea felt the truth of it settle in her chest like cold water. Roman had chosen them once. He had burned the coordinates and stayed. But the war was not over. It had only changed shape. She looked at Nieve, then at Roman. If you go, she said, you go knowing I am with her, and I will not let anything happen to her. Roman's eyes held hers. A question passed between them. Not about permission, about trust. "Can you do this without me?" "No," she said, "but I can do it long enough for you to come back." He looked at Tomasz. "The salvage tug, how fast?" "Fast enough to catch a boat that stopped for fuel." Roman took the folded paper from Tomasz's hand. He looked at it. The coordinates, the route, the window. Then he looked at Linnea. "I will come back." "I know." He crossed to her and pressed his hand to Niamh's hair. The child stirred but did not wake. Then he pressed his forehead to Linnea's just for a moment, just long enough for the warmth to pass between them. "Keep her safe." "I will." He straightened, looked at Tomasz. "Get me to the north cut." Tomasz nodded. They left together. The door closed behind them. Linnea sat alone in the gray dawn light with her daughter sleeping against her shoulder and the photograph of a stolen child on the table before her. The war had not ended. It had only found new ground.